A cold kunai pierced the man's throat, releasing a torrent of crimson blood, emerging from the shadows beneath. The moonlight was Higashi, cloaked in a dark robe and clad in the specialized combat attire of Konoha Zambu. His visage was obscured by a fox mask, white with crimson patterns, exuding an air of mystery tinged with a hint of bloodlust. Fear not, it will be over swiftly. Just close your eyes and open them again, and you shall find yourself in the next life, he whispered softly, his left hand firmly covering the man's mouth and nose, while his right hand twisted the kunai viciously within the man's throat. And no matter how desperately the man struggled, you did not relent until all signs of life had faded. For you, who had executed countless missions, caution had, in a sense, become second nature. Once he confirmed the man's demise, he hastily searched the body, only to find that the item he sought was not on him. But of course, who would conceal such a vital object on their person? After a fruitless search, Yusuke shifted to the drawers of a cabinet within the room. With a flurry of rummaging, he finally uncovered the target of this operation, a blue and white scroll. Recognizing the distinct Kumo insignia at the scroll's end, he discreetly unfurled it. April 3rd, surprise attack. Behind those 6 short words lay an extensive battle plan, detailing the number of operatives, the infiltration site, the precise timing, and the method of incursion. Did you find it, you? Just as he was about to finish reading, a low voice called from behind. You did not turn, but neatly rolled the scroll back up and replied earnestly, I found it, Captain Ryoma. Let me see. Ryoma, also masked but with a slightly different design, extended his hand from the darkness, as a member of the oil-wielding oil woman clan. Long accustomed to missions within Root, he had developed an aversion to light, even the moonlight. You lowered his head and sincerely placed the scroll into Ryoma's palm. Please examine it, Captain. Indeed. He too was a member of Root, the clandestine faction nestled deep within Konoha's Umbu, directly under Shimura Danzo. April 3rd. Surprise attack, ha. Kumo intends to launch a surprise on IWA? This is quite fortuitous. After reading, Ryoma remarked, naturally tucking the scroll into his robe as he turned to leave. Let's go, IWA is closing in. Shouldn't we trade this intelligence with IWA? You asked, perplexed at this juncture of the Third Shinobi World War. Kumo and IWA had formed an alliance, continuously encroaching upon Konoha's lands and breaching its defenses. If they could deliver this espionage data from Kumo hidden within IWA to Oanoki, it would undoubtedly shatter the fragile alliance between IWA and Kumo. Ryoma shook his head. Not yet. April 3rd is still some time away. Lord Danzo will make the necessary decisions. Without our concern, as soon as he spoke, he seemed to sense something, coldly stating, it appears those fellows do not intend to let us leave so easily. IWA has already positioned themselves. Upon hearing this, Yu instinctively tightened his grip on the kunai. Ryoma nodded. Kusakawa and Miko have engaged them. There are about 12 more lying in ambush outside. Through the insects he had previously placed outside, Ryoma had already discerned the enemy's status. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, to the southeast, there are 3. After I finish speaking, dash in that direction for 3 seconds. If you're still alive by then, we shall meet at Tsurugi Cliff at dawn. It was clear that you was being sacrificed as bait to attract fire. After all, to Root, a powerful member of Konoha's esteemed clans like Ryoma was evidently more significant than you, the orphan born on the battlefield. Just as Kusakawa and Miko had been abandoned, in times of necessity, being a pawn for sacrifice was simply their fate. You, however, showed no sign of discontent. He merely nodded, silently counting down in his mind. 1 second, 2 seconds. Earth release. Crumbling earth. Suddenly, the floor gave way, causing the house to collapse and a cloud of dust to rise. Ryoma understood that the enemy had initiated their assault. Maintaining his composure, he opened his arms, and the insects hidden beneath his dark robe surged forth. Though it pained him somewhat, in this scenario, if he did not act swiftly, facing Iwa's adept Earth users after the terrain had stabilized would mean certain capture. A swarm of dark insects surged forth, akin to a colossal shadowy hand embracing the descending ceiling, and propelled outward toward the Idau ninja. Battle-hardened, Ryoma and Yu exchanged a glance, understanding each other's intent, and dashed in opposite directions. The sensory readings are accurate. Both are the real bodies. Those insects? They belong to Konoha's Oil Woman clan. Be wary of being disrupted in your chakra perception. Team A, stay back to deal with the insects, while Teams B and C split to pursue. As Iwa's ambush team prepared to unleash their assault, they were met with a dark swarm of insects. Reluctantly, they had to divide their forces, leaving 4 to confront the insects while the remaining 8 split into 2 teams to pursue. The execution ability of ninjas is renowned, especially for Iwa, one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Although caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of insects, they quickly regained their composure, allocating their tasks at breakneck speed. The Land of Earth, aptly named, is predominantly rocky terrain unless the distance is great. Evading Iwa's ninjas, who have grown up on this land, is exceedingly unlikely. In just over 10 minutes, Iwa's ninjas had closed in to within 100 meters of you. They're fast, Yu thought to himself, noticing the pursuers behind him. He lifted his mask, formed hand seals, and in an instant, chakra coursed through his body along predetermined pathways, finally accumulating in his mouth. Scaling the mountains, he positioned himself to exploit a blind spot. Water release. Water barrier. Blue and white waves erupted from his mouth, forming a wall of water at its end. As he expelled the waves, Yu did not pause, continuing to form seals that Borat snake. Lightning. Release. Earth walk. Upon completing the water barrier, Yu slammed his hands against the ground, sending a surge of lightning crashing into the water wall. Stone. Hearing the cries of anguish, Yu remained vigilant, forming seals once more. Wind release. 100 transforming winds. An invisible current swept from behind, a ninjutsu of his own creation, utilizing his chakra to simulate airflow, allowing him to gauge the number and condition of his enemies. Through the resulting wave feedback, point 1, 2, 3, 4, based on Iwa's Jounin intel and the physical characteristics of his foes, the foremost figure was likely the Jounin Ueshikawa. The slender woman behind him was probably a sensory ninja. The 2 further back, based on their physiques, appear to be elite chunin at best, still far from Jounin status, and one had already been struck. To eliminate them here, never mind. Yu pondered briefly, and before they could reveal themselves, he turned to flee. After all, this was the Land of Earth. Iwa's territory. Prolonged engagement would not be wise. With a swift push off the ground, he darted away like a phantom, quickly widening the distance. Yu was correct. The pursuers were indeed Ueshikawa and a handful of Iwa's Jounin. After being deceived, he was seething with rage, yet managed to retain his composure in the cold rationality of a true ninja. Unfazed by the unfortunate incident involving Taishur, he calmly directed another chunin. Dichuan, swiftly take Taishur back for treatment. I will continue the pursuit with Tong Tu. But there are no buts. Follow my orders. Under no circumstances must we allow this scoundrel to escape. But Captain Deshichuan, Taishur has already ceased to breathe. Deshichuan's body, poised to depart, suddenly froze in place. After a moment, he spoke softly. Take Taishur back and give him a proper burial. I shall avenge him. With that, he hoisted Tong Tu, a sensory ninja, onto his shoulder and charged toward the direction where Dongyeyu had vanished. The frontline battle was intense. Should any enemies infiltrate the ninja village and escape unscathed, it would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to the morale of the ninjas fighting on the front lines. Thus, whether for avenging Taishur or stabilizing the morale ahead, this intruder must be apprehended. A chilling aura emanated from Deshichuan's rugged face, coupled with his imposing bear-like physique. Even Tong Tu felt an overwhelming pressure being carried on his shoulder. Taishur was gone. The captain was clearly on the brink of an outburst. It seemed he wouldn't relent until this intruder was caught. She thought to herself, promptly intensifying her sensory techniques while contemplating the potential escape routes of the intruder. The intruder must not be allowed to flee. Thanks to her familiarity with the terrain, Tang's sensory abilities, and Deshichuan's relentless sprint, the distance Dongyeyu had initially created was quickly closed. Was that murderous intent because he had just killed someone of great importance? Should I apologize? No. Given his demeanor, he wouldn't let me off easily. Dongyeyu glanced back at the 2 relentless pursuers, reminiscent of vengeful spirits, musing as he began to assess his surroundings. Since I can't shake them off, I suppose it comes down to a decisive confrontation. This distance is about right. With that thought, Dong Yu halted in a desolate grove and turned to face the approaching duo, saying helplessly, "To be honest, I have no desire to fight you." Not fleeing? Indeed, I too do not wish to engage you. If you're willing, I can offer you a chance to survive. Deshichuan's murderous intent gradually dissipated as he set Tongtu down, clasping his hands behind his back, his icy demeanor transforming into an affable smile. Dong Ye's lips curled subtly beneath his mask. "Oh, is there a condition?" "The condition, of course, is to incapacitate you." Suddenly, Deshichuan's expression darkened, and with hands already forming seals behind him, he bent down, striking the ground. Earth release, earth flow spear. Dozens of sharp stone spires erupted from the earth, thrusting toward Dong Yeyu like a barrage of earthen projectiles. With a swift motion, Dong Yeyu drew a short blade from his waist with his right hand, while simultaneously forming seals with his left. Thunder release, blue blade. In an instant, the once silver blade was enveloped in a shimmering azure glow. The principle behind the blue blade technique was straightforward, merely infusing the blade's edge with lightning nature chakra, but its efficacy was extraordinarily remarkable. Not only could it cleave through the advancing stone spires, but even iron and metal were effortlessly severed as if they were mere cake. With a simple horizontal slash, the incoming spires were instantly bisected. Deshichuan furrowed his brow. As a ninja from a Wagakure, earth-style techniques were their forte, and the surrounding geography favored their usage. This specialization in earth techniques often left them ill-equipped to counter other elemental styles. While they could handle fire and wind release without issue, and even counter water release by absorbing moisture, encountering lightning release was entirely different. In the face of such concentrated explosive power, their broad defensive earth techniques seemed laughably inadequate. Easily torn apart. Despite having anticipated the potency of his opponent's lightning techniques, Deshichuan had clung to the hope that his adversary was not particularly skilled in that area, especially since he had also witnessed the use of water and wind techniques. However, the adept application of lightning chakra to his weapon revealed the folly of that assumption. Coupled with exceptional physical prowess, the situation was deteriorating rapidly. Just as Deshichuan pondered how to navigate this predicament, Tang Tu suddenly shouted, "Captain, watch your back." Startled, Deshichuan instinctively drew a kunai, colliding with Dong Yeyu, who had charged at him from behind. Almost immediately, he felt a wave of involuntary paralysis coursing through his body. Before he could react, Dong Yeyu seized the opportunity to disarm him and aimed a lethal strike at his throat. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered under the moonlight. Gasping for breath, Deshichuan glanced at the crimson stain on his left chest, and then fixed a steely gaze on Dong Yeyu, who had retreated to a safe distance after narrowly missing his target. Had it not been for Deshichuan's instinctive defense, countering with his left hand to deflect the blade, that sudden strike could have claimed his life. Dong Yeyu, noticing the flicker of fear in Deshichuan's eyes, smirked and taunted, "You took too long to think." "What's the matter, esteemed one? Afraid to strike after being intimidated by my lightning release?" It seems even the elite of a Wagakure possess little more than this level of strength. "Haughty fool, what are you trying to prove? Take this," Deshichuan retorted coldly, swiftly extracting several kunai from his ninja pouch and launching them. Dong Yeyu remained unperturbed, effortlessly deflecting the incoming kunai and shurikens, his intent to kill palpable as he charged forward. Though his grip on the blade trembled slightly, his banter remained lighthearted. "Who knows? Why don't you come and find out?" Taking a deep breath, Deshichuan knew there was no time to tend to his wounds. With urgency, he formed seals and struck the ground. Earth release, earth pillar explosion. The ground erupted abruptly, resembling bamboo shoots breaking through the earth, surging rapidly forward. Dong Yeyu's eyes narrowed, his figure flickering as he attempted to evade, only to discover that this entity consistently followed him with precision at every turn. Automatic tracking? What mechanism could this be? He pondered momentarily, casting a glance at the nearby withered tree, his mind already formulating a strategy. Just as he was about to be struck by the earthen pillar, he suddenly rolled and leaped onto the branch of the dead tree. Boom! The withered tree exploded and fell, evidently neutralizing the threat of the earthen pillar perfectly. As a figure emerged from the dust, the sturdy Deshichuan exchanged glances with Tang Tu after hastily bandaging his wounds, then formed hand seals and charged towards Dong Yeyu. Earth release, rock fist technique. Deshichuan's hands became encased in solid rock, his bear-like physique exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Not far off, Tang Tu remained active. However, as a sensory ninja, her chakra reserves were limited, and she could only employ simple auxiliary ninjutsu for remote interference. Earth Release, Rock Cannon Technique. A small stone was expelled from her mouth, expanding midair, ultimately soaring past the Sichuan like a solid cannonball aimed at Dongyeyu. Sizzle. The blade, infused with lightning chakra, effortlessly sliced through the rock cannon from below as if it were butter, then arced upwards and slashed downwards. Anticipating de Sichuan's imminent assault as he prepared to strike from behind the rock cannon. Sizzle. Something fell off. A chill ran down Dongyeyu's spine as he pivoted, slashing backward with his blade while raising his left hand to adjust his mask. Unbeknownst to him, de Sichuan had appeared right behind him. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he aimed a devastating strike at the incoming blade, while his left hand reached for Dongyeyu's head, his previously composed demeanor now replaced by a grotesque grimace. What swift reflexes! He managed to realize that the figure before him was merely a stone clone. But even with that awareness, what difference did it make? The battlefield was ever-changing, and this game of death was one I would win. With the rock fist in his grasp, seizing a vital point would allow him to decapitate his opponent in an instant. Though his right hand might be sacrificed in the process, this adversary posed a significant threat. One hand was sufficient. He thought thus, yet reality often diverges from expectation. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball hurtled toward him, interrupting de Sichuan's attack and engulfing him entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Dongyeyu pressed forward, his dagger slicing downward, targeting his opponent's arm. Thud! Blood sprayed forth as the severed limb flew, accompanied by a deafening scream. Transformed into a being of flames, de Sichuan, suffering grievous wounds, could not contain his primal roars, his once fearsome visage now contorted as if being mercilessly twisted by a giant hand. Yet, despite this, as one of the few elite shinobi of Awagakure, he instinctively retreated to gain distance as Dongyeyu relentlessly pressed his advantage with his blade. Captain de Sichuan, Tang Tu, bewildered, could hardly believe that her esteemed leader had been so severely injured in an instant. However, as a Chunin, she understood all too well that if she did not act swiftly, not only her captain but also her own life would be forfeit in this dire moment. Earth Release, Earthstone Flow. After swiftly completing the hand seals, Tang Tu struck the ground with a powerful punch, shattering it into countless grains of sand that surged towards de Sichuan like a tidal wave. Captain de Sichuan used the hardening technique and entered the landslide. After enduring the initial wave of agony, de Sichuan regained some composure. Although still racked with pain, he could at least hear Tang Tu's words. Despite having lost his right hand, he summoned the latent potential within him, enduring the scorching flames to form the seals with one hand. Earth Release, Hardening Technique. Once he completed the seals, he plunged headfirst into the landslide, utilizing the sand to extinguish the flames engulfing him. Observing the myriad grains of sand before him, Dongyeyu immediately abandoned the pursuit and shifted his offensive, charging towards Tang Tu instead. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Tang Tu's visage drained of color, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to flee. Even Captain de Sichuan could not contend with the invading foe before him, and given her own strength, she deemed it even more impossible. Run, as long as I can keep running. Once Captain de Sichuan regains her senses, she will surely come to my rescue. Such were her thoughts, yet placing hope in others often leads to the swiftest demise. As a perceptive ninja and a woman, her physical prowess was already below average among the Chunin. How could she possibly outrun Dongyeyu relying solely on her legs? Within mere breaths, Dongyeyu had closed the distance. At this moment, Tang Tu's heart was engulfed in panic. She attempted to form seals, striving to extract the last remnants of chakra to buy herself some time, but her speed was simply too sluggish. With a swift motion, a blade cleaved horizontally, and Tang Tu was bisected, her innards, digestive matter, and the essential blood splattering across the ground. Concepts like cherishing the delicate were foreign to Dongyeyu. After delivering the fatal blow, he didn't even spare a glance at Tang Tu's tragic remains, instead turning to charge towards de Sichuan, who had just emerged from the sands after extinguishing the flames. De Sichuan was in no better condition. This was reality, not a game where latent potential rendered one invincible. He was now severely burned over a large portion of his body and had lost an arm. Both his physical and mental states were at their limits. Even if he had grasped the essence of forming seals with one hand, What could it accomplish? Faced with Dong Yiyu, who still retained considerable energy, his fate was already sealed. Just not long ago, he had boasted of incapacitating his adversary, yet the reality was starkly ironic. Has Tang Tu already perished? Indeed. You shall join her. As Dong Yiyu approached with menacing intent, de Shichuan fought to maintain his stance against the onslaught, yet despair was etched upon his face. Who are you? What manner of person are you? Why have I never heard of you before? You need not know who I am. What's wrong? Why has your strength diminished? Where has that ferocity from the beginning gone? Dong Yiyu cackled malevolently, his short blade whirling swiftly, overwhelming de Shichuan in mere moments. This celebrated jonin of a Wagakure had never envisioned that his life would conclude in such a manner. The fireball he had conjured was formed through one-handed seals, and he had not anticipated Dong Yiyu's counterattack. He merely reacted instinctively, like a wild beast, retaliating with the utmost speed. The individual before me, despite appearing youthful in both physique and voice, possesses an astonishing 4 types of chakra, each skillfully harnessed to its fullest potential. His physical prowess rivals my own, leaving me in utter bewilderment regarding his true identity. Deep within, Daishikawa's tumultuous heart screamed in despair as the blade plunged mercilessly into his abdomen, ruthlessly tearing through his flesh. Under the cold glow of the moonlight, crimson droplets cascaded like rain upon the strands of Higashi's hair. As he gazed upon the mangled corpse before him, he slowly removed his mask, revealing a face that was both youthful and striking, albeit with an unnaturally pallid hue. Who am I? Merely an unknown figure. Insignificant in your eyes. Yet, I sense your yearning to behold my visage. Though you may not see it now with your mortal eyes, perhaps your soul can perceive it. He chuckled darkly. Under normal circumstances, members of the Root organization are devoid of excessive emotions, but he stood apart. On the precipice, Oil Woman Ryoma glanced at the blazing sun above before shifting his gaze toward the distant sea, tightening his garments in distaste for the climate of the land of Earth. The sweltering heat and arid landscape were unbearable for the creatures within him, while the searing sun left him feeling restless. A stark contrast to the dampness he craved from the coastal cliffs. Has he truly escaped? Ryoma pondered. To be honest, he held little recollection of Higashi. Aware only of his background as a war orphan, distinctly different from his own lineage of the esteemed Konoha clan, even as the leader of their squad. Ryoma knew little of Higashi's character, and his understanding of the latter's abilities was merely superficial, based solely on the information provided by Danzo. In retrospect, his inadequacy as a captain was evident. Well, if he survives this ordeal, perhaps I shall acknowledge him a bit more. Just in time. My apologies for my tardiness. A gentle voice interrupted his musings. Ryoma turned to face the familiar fox mask, stating coolly, "Remove your mask to confirm your identity." He proceeded to take off his own mask, revealing round-framed sunglasses and a square face, typical of the Oil Woman clan, with the sole exception being the distinctive purple mark beneath his right cheek. Upon hearing these words, Higashi too removed his mask, unveiling the same strikingly youthful, yet pallid countenance. Truly impressive, Captain Ryoma, effortlessly evading the pursuit of a Wagakure. Compliments could wait until later. After confirming identities, Ryoma lowered his head, preparing to don his mask once more. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Higashi seized the opportunity, plunging a dagger into Ryoma's abdomen. Cough! Blood gushed forth, staining the interior of the mask. Despite the shock and overwhelming pain, Ryoma reacted instantly. Parasitic insects. A swarm of dark insects erupted from the wound, swiftly crawling along the blade and extending outward. Lightning release, blue blade. With a sinister smile, Higashi no Ame unleashed his lightning attribute chakra, the surging currents incinerating the parasitic insects on the short blade into ashes in an instant. At this distance, the parasitic insects, utterly defenseless against the electric surge, could not even attempt to flee. Yono Ryuma sought to extricate himself, but before the azure blade embedded within him, he could only convulse and succumb to paralysis from the electric shock. Although his physical prowess was lackluster, his combat instincts and mental fortitude were remarkably high, allowing him to make a counterattack judgment the moment he was injured. Truly, he deserved to be called Captain Ryuma. Higashi no Ame squinted, slightly twisting the blue blade, before forcefully hurling Yono Ryuma onto the ground behind him, with his internal organs severely damaged, compounded by the paralysis of the parasitic insects within him and the exhaustion from last night's pursuit in a Wagakure. The life of this elite member of the Root organization flickered like a candle in the wind. Ugh, coughing blood, he struggled to rise. His face contorted in rage as he demanded, Why? Why do you betray Konoha, betray Lord Danzo, betray the Root? What benefits has a Wagakure offered you? Though I would one day claim the head of that old fossil Danzo, your talk of betrayal seems rather premature. You have slightly misjudged the situation. I have not defected to a Wagakure. On the contrary, just last night, I stained my hands with the life of an Wagakure Jonin. Holding up his right index finger in a dismissive manner, Higashi no Ame supported himself on his knee, bending slightly, his face adorned with mockery. Yono Ryuma, bewildered, questioned, Are you suggesting you have allied with Kimogakure? Or perhaps with Kirigakure? Sunagakure? Ah, individuals of your stature are so predictable. Is it not possible that I have allied with no faction? I fight solely for myself. Only for yourself? Higashi no Ame sighed with a hint of resignation. Captain Ryuma, I am an orphan of war from the land of rain. And so what? A considerable portion of Root members are also war orphans. And it was Lord Danzo who granted you a second life. Therefore, you ought to dedicate yourselves to Konoha. Yono Ryuma, subconsciously aggravated, was unsure whether it was the remnants of his fading vigor or Higashi no Ame's mocking demeanor that incited his ire. Higashi no Ame sneered. How could one of your distinguished lineage comprehend such things? Shackles binding you, forsaking freedom, crawling like a dog on a leash under that ancient wretch's feet. Is this what you call a second life? To gamble one's life for some inexplicable reasons. Is this truly a second life? As Yono Ryuma attempted to retort, Higashi no Ame's expression became indifferent, continuing, Of course, the law of the world is survival of the fittest. Lacking strength, my freedom has been plundered, my dignity trampled. This is my inadequacy, and I cannot blame others. I do not wish to vehemently condemn this topic, but he uses me for experimentation, forcing us to kill each other, expecting me to be his dog for eternity. How can I accept that? Higashi no Ame's demeanor twisted as he roared, his left hand sweeping aside the black hair that concealed his forehead, revealing the dark dragon seal above. Yono Ryuma's expression shifted in shock. The dragon prison technique? Wasn't that experiment deemed unsuccessful in the past? I am fortunate to be the sole successful example. That old man, consumed by greed for the cursed seal techniques akin to caged birds, took advantage of the Second Shinobi World War, where the land of rain was rife with the remnants of war orphans. Even if they vanished, no one would care. He brazenly gathered these war orphans to conduct clandestine human experiments on cursed seal techniques, branding it with the name of his prison dragon technique. Dongye recounted, her expression suddenly reverting to indifference, followed by a derisive laugh. His ambitions were grand, wishing to forge a force entirely obedient to him, one that he could control in life and death, stronger and more secretive than Root. Yet he was utterly oblivious to the complexities of researching cursed seal techniques, mindlessly compounding the intensity of experiments without any understanding of how to improve them. Soon, under unrefined and perilous human experimentation, the gathered war orphans succumbed one after another, agonized cries echoing in their demise. Yet he pressed on, like a disgraced gambler throwing all his chips into the pot. At this point, Dongye cast a teasing glance at her interlocutor. Do you know how many war orphans perished in that human experiment? How many? 443, including myself. A total of 444. In the end, I was the only one who survived, enduring the unbearable torment of those experiments, living to become the old man's lackey. Not only that, after my emergence as a successful case, they seemed to sense hope and ensnared more war orphans, eager to extract further results from me. 2 years. A full 2 years. Not a single day passed without me suffering in dread. You can never fathom the depth of that agony, the indelible imprint it leaves. Forever. Yun Longma gazed at Dongye's hysterical countenance, struck dumb, wishing to speak but unable to articulate a single word. Regardless of the context, human experimentation is an egregious taboo, especially when it involves children. As for the subsequent 2 years, he could scarcely imagine the torment she endured, yet her current mental state offered a glimpse into her suffering. After her outburst, Dongye's expression shifted to one of serene calmness, as if everything that transpired moments ago were mere illusions. If my life is destined to be spent crawling beneath that old man's feet, I would rather die. Is this your justification for avenging Lord Danzo and killing me here? Of course not. Do you think my actions are solely driven by revenge? No. This is preparation for my rebirth. At this juncture, a fervent expression suddenly illuminated Dongye's face. Young Longma instinctively felt a tightening in his chest, muttering to himself, "Rebirth? Yes, rebirth. Captain Longma, that old man has recently aimed to send you and a team to the ruins of the Uzumaki clan, correct? Is this the reason behind it?" "Precisely. It is for the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, capable of sealing-tailed beasts. Once you perish, there will be no one more suited than I to lead the team within Root. He can only appoint me to the task." "Are you suggesting?" "Yes." The Jinchūriki. After her exclamation, Donyeyu continued, "My strength has reached a bottleneck, whether in physical prowess, mastery of ninjutsu, or resistance to jinjutsu. Relying solely on such strength, I find no hope of liberation from that old wretch. I must seek new powers to break through my limitations and grow stronger. Only then can I hope to escape this prison. For this purpose, I am willing to sacrifice everything." "What a fanciful notion. You shall not succeed," roared Oil Woman Ryoma. Yet a sense of dread crept into his heart. "Madman, lunatic, this individual is utterly deranged. The tailed beast, whom others shun and fear, dares to covet the power of one from the Root organization." Donyeyu chuckled nonchalantly. "Regardless of how fanciful this idea may appear, I shall dedicate everything to it. Even my life if necessary. Captain Ryoma, I know that the intelligence regarding the hidden cloud is still in your possession, and I am aware that this information holds little value, for our exposure and the death of the hidden cloud spy will surely lead them to abandon their plans. However, I understand that from the outset, the primary significance of this intelligence does not lie in the success or failure of the hidden cloud scheme, but rather in the losses and sacrifices incurred by Root during this operation, ultimately aiding that old wretch in securing greater leverage at the negotiating table with Inoki. How do you know? Thus, in summary, my death in this operation would not yield much leverage for that old wretch, for I am hardly a significant figure. But you, as a pillar of the Oil Woman clan, dying here would carry an entirely different weight. Do not expect him to investigate the cause of your demise. Upon receiving the news of your death, he might even be elated enough to pop open champagne in celebration. You, cough, cough, cough. Enraged, Oil Woman Ryoma, his injuries agitating him, clutched his mouth as blood poured forth. Seeing that the moment had come, Donyeyu straightened, brandished his short blade, and smirked. "Very well. These words have been pent up within me for far too long. Having vented, it is now time to send you on your way. Konoha will not let you go unpunished. Who knows? Regardless, you shall not witness that day." Puff. Blood splattered, and the body fell apart. After extracting the intelligence, he set the corpse ablaze. Donyeyu watched intently as the fierce flames consumed it, reducing it to ashes. A gentle breeze swept by, scattering the ashes. The world would know no more of Oil Woman Ryoma. After placing the intelligence into his ninja tool pouch, he donned his mask, sheathed his short blade, wrapped himself tightly in his dark cloak, and slowly descended the cliff. He would undoubtedly succeed, without a doubt. After days of relentless travel, upon encountering the enormous gates, Donyeyu transitioned from running to walking, gradually emerging from the forest. Beyond these gates lay an expansive flatland, where a dense cluster of buildings formed a crescent shape, and 3 colossal human-face sculptures were carved into the sheer cliffs behind them. He had arrived at Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village, one of the 5 great nations. Renowned for its optimal terrain, environment, and transportation, a village universally acknowledged as the strongest. Clad in a dark cloak and masked, Donyeyu produced the unique pass from Root and presented it to the patrolling Chunin guarding the village. The guard scrutinized it carefully before allowing Donyeyu to remove his mask for confirmation, subsequently returning the pass to him. Compared to ordinary shadows, the existence of Root is far more clandestine. It is not only the common folk who are oblivious to it. Even within the ranks of the Konoha ninjas, there is a profound lack of understanding, often only catching glimpses of oddly dressed individuals wandering the streets. The architecture of Konoha Village exudes a quaint charm reminiscent of small towns from the early 21st century, with scarcely any towering edifices, predominantly featuring structures of 3 to 4 stories. Occasionally, sturdy concrete telephone poles stand along the broad avenues, with a plethora of wires meticulously connecting each household within the village. Majestic trees flourish at the corners of the streets, their abundant foliage filtering sunlight into dappled patterns upon the passers-by. As a gentle breeze stirs, the crisp air carries emerald leaves drifting towards the horizon. How fortunate it would be if he had been born in this life, free from the cursed seal that tormented him, and scathed by the ravages of war. Such thoughts occasionally crossed Dongyeyu's mind, only to be met with a wry chuckle at his own weakness. The illusions he once harbored about this world had long since dissipated, leaving behind a profound numbness. The law of the jungle reigned supreme here, vividly illustrating the principle of survival of the fittest. To the powerful, the so-called ordinary people are no different from NPCs bursting with gold coins. Life and death hang by a mere thought. Of course, he harbored no grand aspirations typical of a heroic protagonist, nor did he intend to instigate change or shatter the rules. He merely wished to become strong, nothing more. For he firmly believed that all adversities in the world stemmed from the inadequacies of the individual. If his abilities were sufficient, the challenges he faced would naturally dissipate, rendering the harsh realities of survival irrelevant. As Dongye ambled along, the path beneath his feet grew increasingly desolate, and the throngs of people began to thin. Eventually, he found himself before a large building. After removing his mask and presenting his identification token for verification, he slowly entered the root headquarters. Perhaps the lighting was intentionally dim, or perhaps it was merely a consequence of poor design. The corridor was shrouded in an oppressive darkness, a subtle chill pervading the air. Dongye felt his heart, which had sunk to the depths of despair, gradually lift with each step until he stood before a wooden door that would forever be etched in his memory. Knock, knock. The crisp sound of his rapping echoed through the corridor, eliciting a low, aged voice from within. Who is it? It is I, Dongye, Lord Danzo. You? Come in. The door is unlocked. Upon receiving permission, Dongye fixed his gaze downward, focusing on his feet as he pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. Within the room stood an elderly man with neatly cropped black hair, who slowly turned to face him. His head and right eye were bandaged, revealing only a slender left eye, which glimmered with a cunning and profound intelligence. His countenance bore a somber hue, despite being in his 50s. Wrinkles had already etched themselves across his face, and coupled with the scar in the shape of a cross on his chin and his dark gray kimono, he exuded an aura of shadowy foreboding. This was Shimura Danzo, the founder and direct leader of Konoha's root. At this moment, he was over 50 years of age. Although his strength had begun to wane, the aura he emanated grew increasingly formidable. Even though Higashi had significantly enhanced his own capabilities, he could not help but feel a surge of trepidation when confronted with this old, seemingly immortal figure. As the latter turned to face him, Yu hastily knelt on one knee. I pay my respects to Lord Danzo. Danzo, with his right hand pressed against his temple, gazed down with a cold and somber expression at the kneeling Yu. The overwhelming aura that surrounded him felt like a dark mountain pressing heavily upon Yu's heart. Yu, since you are the only one who has come, does that imply the others have perished? Indeed, Captain Oinari Ryoma, Kasakawa, and Mako have all fallen in battle. Yu's voice trembled as he dared not raise his gaze. With each pronounced word, Danzo's left index finger rhythmically tapped against the armrest, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the silence. His expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any sorrow or joy, as he maintained a steady and silent watch over Yu. Each tap resonated like a dull hammer striking at the anxious heart of Yu, the tension palpable in the air. After what felt like an eternity, Danzo finally spoke. You are my most trusted subordinate within the organization. Are you suggesting that of the four, only you managed to escape? Yes. Kasakawa and Mako were ambushed and killed during our retreat from Awagakure. Although Captain Ryoma and I discovered vital intelligence buried within Awagakure, we were subsequently attacked by the forces of Kumogakure on our way back through the Fire Country. Despite Ryoma's exceptional prowess, the sheer number of enemies proved overwhelming, and he succumbed to his injuries. Before his demise, he even entrusted his subordinates with incinerating his body to prevent it from falling into Kumogakure's hands. Danzo's expression remained unchanged, and he ceased his tapping, enveloped in an eerie silence, akin to a stone cut off from the world. This silence gnawed at Yu's insides, leaving him to ponder Danzo's thoughts. What did his previous statement imply? Had he seen through me? Should I strike? Was there an opportunity to eliminate him from this distance? Yu's mind raced with chaotic thoughts, yet he fought to suppress the turmoil within, maintaining a steady heartbeat despite the rising anxiety. After what seemed like an eternity, Danzo finally spoke, his voice deep and aged, yet to Yu, it rang like celestial music. You are dismissed. Leave the intelligence behind and return to rest. Your contributions will be duly recognized. Finally, Yu managed to contain his elation and mockery, drawing forth a scroll marked with the emblem of Kumogakure from his bosom, and reverently placed it upon the table. It is my honor to serve Konoha. Control yourself. Maintain your composure. Do not give yourself away. As you gently closed the wooden door behind him, Danzo let out a long, weary sigh. With the death of Oinari Ryoma, a visit to the Oinari clan was now imperative. The existence of Root serves not only to undertake clandestine and shadowy missions for the Hidden Leaf Village, but also to restrain and balance the various secretive clans within. Nearly every member selected to join Root is a prodigious talent from their respective families. In times of tranquility, this is an effective means of exerting control over their families, as such talents are indeed rare. Furthermore, after undergoing rigorous training, these gifted individuals, endowed with diverse secret techniques, become formidable weapons in Danzo's arsenal, capable of clearing obstacles with ease. However, a significant drawback arises when one of them unexpectedly perishes in battle, leading to complications. Not only does he lose a valuable asset, but he must also personally visit the deceased's family to deliver the news. It is inevitable that such a notification will prompt those relatives to rally other clans to apply pressure from above. From any perspective, this situation is exceedingly disadvantageous for him. The mere thought of it causes Danzo's head to throb and his brows furrow involuntarily. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he glanced at the scroll on the workbench, reaching out to draw it open for inspection. May this intelligence bring me an unexpected surprise. As his gaze shifted up and down the text, Danzo's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and even the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Even with his composure, he had not anticipated that this information would conceal such a significant secret. The team led by Higashi No had only chosen to expose their identity as spies due to being discovered by the Iwagakure, hoping to gather some intelligence with minimal expectations of substantial gains. This method of relaying information via carrier birds was something Danzo was already aware of. Yet, even including Higashi No, none of them anticipated that they would uncover such crucial intelligence. On the surface, Iwagakure appeared to be allied with Kumogakure, united against Konoha, while secretly planning a maritime ambush led by the Third Raikage during Iwagakure's main forces engagement at the front lines. This intelligence, capable of turning the tide of the ongoing conflict, is invaluable, worth not just one, but even 3 lives of Ryuma. Of course, Danzo understood that this information must not lead to a direct confrontation between Kumogakure and Iwagakure. After all, mere speculation holds little weight. However, if it could sow discord between the two allies, it would significantly alleviate the pressure on the front lines. Even in a hypothetical scenario where their alliance remains intact, the emergence of this situation would deter Iwagakure from committing all their forces to the front, resulting in both sides undermining each other's efforts, thus easing the burden on Konoha's front considerably. Amidst his excitement, Danzo could not help but marvel at the audacity of Kumogakure. This battalion of warriors, ever since their reform, has embraced the ideology of venerating the strong, leading to a remarkable surge in their combat prowess. The new generation boasts elite jonin such as the AB Duo and Tsuchikage, while the older generation is represented by the Third Raikage, renowned as both the strongest spear and shield. Having kept a close watch on the dynamics of the shinobi world, Danzo could distinctly sense the vigorous rise of this ninja village. If the intelligence before me truly enables Yun-In to succeed, it is evident that Yun-In would require no further action. Merely assimilating Yun-In would render them the paramount victor of the Third Shinobi World War, potentially achieving the monumental feat of having the Land of Lightning annex the Land of Earth. After all, it is impossible for the Mist and Sand villages alone to conquer Konoha. In the end, a chaotic clash would invariably lead to mutual destruction, leaving all parties in disarray. By merely watching the flames from a distance while Yun-In devours Yun-In, they would ultimately assert dominance over the northern territories of Konoha. Such an audacious scheme. Yet regrettably, this intelligence has come to my attention. Danzo mused as he concealed the scroll within his garments. It appears the time has come to arrange a meeting with Inoki. Even upon reaching the threshold of his estate, Higashi No exhibited no signs of alteration. His heartbeat remained steady until he stepped into his bathing chamber. Ha! His heart raced as his right hand pressed firmly against his visage, contorting into a grotesque smile. Yet he instinctively suppressed the intensity of his laughter. This is Konoha. This is Root. This is his prison. Time slipped away, and gradually, he emerged from this rare moment of release. Gazing at the reflection cast upon the tiles, observing the unchanging mark of the dragon upon his forehead. And the seemingly unaltered reality, he leaned against the cold porcelain, slowly sliding to the ground, his expression slipping into a stupor. As he recalled his recent outburst, Higashi curled up, hugging his knees, suddenly feeling an overwhelming chill, a penetrating coldness that reached into his very soul. He pondered how he had transitioned from a promising youth to his current state. If one were to trace the roots, it would likely date back to the day his parents perished in the turmoil of war. From that moment, he had begun to unravel, compounded by the shadows of his memories, perhaps unwilling to confront certain recollections. He decided against lingering in the bathhouse, rising to contemplate how to structure his training in the courtyard. When not on a mission, his sole outlet for release was to exhaust his physical potential through grueling training. The momentary lapse in the bath was a rarity. For the most part, he faced the harshness of reality, unable to muster a smile. Higashi possessed remarkable self-control, a trait that accounted for his ninja prowess comparable to that of a jonin at such a young age. Besides talent, diligence and discipline were indispensable. Before him lay a colossal dumbbell, and after a modest repast, Higashi commenced his training for the day. As a member of Root, Danzo would, in a manner akin to typical employment, dispense remuneration based on the difficulty of assigned tasks, ensuring the organization's secrecy. Members of Root generally did not report their accomplishments to the Hokage, with records maintained solely by Danzo. This meant that no matter how many missions one completed, their official record remained a blank slate. In circumstances where the fundamental material foundation is unattainable, it is evidently detrimental both to the internal stability of the organization and its external reputation. Donye commenced his missions at the tender age of 14. Due to the unique nature of Root, his assignments invariably began at a B level, resulting in 3 years of perilous endeavors that ultimately allowed him to amass considerable wealth. Beyond the essential high-nutrition sustenance, he purchased a quaint villa within the Root base for respite, equipping his residence with an extensive array of training apparatus to ensure the intensity of his regimen. The entire Root facility is vast. The outermost office-like structures serve merely as a facade, concealing numerous smaller buildings like his villa, as well as expansive training arenas for physical prowess, ninjutsu experimentation, and dining halls. Consequently, concerns regarding personal space are minimal. With diligent effort over a year or two, acquiring a villa is easily achievable, provided one survives the trials. Donye retrieved a weighted armor from his storage locker and donned it, complementing his attire with weighted wrist and ankle bands. His daily training regimen encompasses 5 facets: stamina, explosive power, swordsmanship, throwing techniques, and agility. Each discipline demands he fully encumber himself, a standard he imposes upon himself. Despite gradually sensing his limitations and experiencing a deceleration in progress, he steadfastly adheres to this routine, even voluntarily increasing his burdens. His innate talent is formidable, yet it is his indomitable will that surpasses even that. His relentless dedication and unwavering resolve to achieve his goals are the keys to his attaining Jonin-level prowess by the tender age of 17. Each day devoid of advancement feels like a sacrilege to him. After an afternoon of exertion, Donye lay exhausted on the ground, gazing at the slowly descending night sky adorned with twinkling stars. Having inhabited this world for 17 years, despite enduring a torturous existence, he soon anticipates breaking free from his shackles. Once liberated, the hardships of the present will fade entirely into his future, allowing him to emerge as a true powerhouse. After indulging in such hopeful musings, Donye began preparing his dinner, which invariably consists of high nutrition, high-protein meals. Without them, the mere daily consumption from training would lead to muscle atrophy and a significant decline in his physical condition. Post-dinner, he would bathe, review his ninjutsu scrolls to deepen his memory, and finally succumb to slumber, enveloped in fatigue. This encapsulates his monotonous and tedious day. As a member of Root, socializing outside is virtually impossible. Although he refers to his villa as such, it remains within the confines of the Root organization's base, where an entry is facile but exit is arduous. Even with his identity and strength, he must seek approval to access the streets of Konohagakure. This secrecy is one of the reasons behind Root's operations. Even members of esteemed families within Konoha face similar constraints when attempting to leave the base. For those lacking strength, background, or identity, the situation is even more dire. They do not even warrant notification, as they are denied exit altogether. Despite knowing the likelihood of being reported and approved was high, Higashi no Ame did not wish to deplete the trust he had cultivated in Danzo's eyes. Moreover, he had few acquaintances in Konoha. At present, being able to take care of himself and focus solely on his own well-being sufficed. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Oil Woman clan in Konoha, Shimi Oil Woman inquired, "Has Ryuma perished?" With a head of hair that resembled popcorn bursting open. Sporting rectangular sunglasses and clad in a silver-gray high-neck trench coat, his voice appeared devoid of any fluctuation, seemingly unaffected by the news. Yet, the rising aura of menace surrounding him betrayed the fury of this young man, who had already attained significant influence within the Oil Woman clan. Even for the Oil Woman clan, Ryuma was considered an exceptional talent. It was anticipated that, given his prowess, there would be few missions capable of injuring him even within the roots of their organization. The intention was to navigate through this tumultuous period and devise a means to extricate him from the roots and return him to the clan. However, to their dismay, he had now met his demise. Danzo shook his head, his tone laced with resignation. According to the reports from those who returned from the mission, it is indeed the case. Ryuma did his utmost. In the end, his comrades resorted to incinerating his remains with fire release to preserve the clan's secret techniques. He honored Konoha and the Oil Woman clan. Is that so? Upon hearing of such a fate, Shimi's anger diminished somewhat, replaced by a tinge of sorrow. He intended to speak further, but was abruptly interrupted by the emergence of a figure shrouded in a black cloak from the shadows. Lord Danzo. What you imply is that he chose to incinerate his own remains to facilitate his comrade's retreat. Shirkai, you've arrived. Shimi recognized the individual, and the sorrow that had briefly surfaced evaporated in an instant, replaced by an unsettling apprehension. To be candid, his connection with Ryuma was minimal. His anger stemmed from the loss of yet another prominent figure within the Oil Woman clan. However, the man before him was markedly different, having a close friendship with Ryuma, and possessing a unique strength that evoked trepidation even among the Oil Woman clan, which was already shrouded in taboos. Moreover, this individual was profoundly sentimental, and Shimi could only hope he would not lose control at this moment. Otherwise, even with the collective might of the clan, restraining him would be an insurmountable challenge. Danzo, upon witnessing this person, felt a rare sense of surprise, accompanied by a flicker of wariness in his gaze. Shirkai, according to the sole survivor of this mission's report, it is indeed as you say. Lord Danzo, may I meet with the only survivor of this mission? Shirkai's gaze was fixed intently on Danzo. Despite his features being obscured due to his unique techniques and physique, Danzo could genuinely sense the aura emanating from him, a wild, unstable essence akin to a taboo, palpable and overwhelming. Though Danzo harbored a significant degree of caution in his heart, he maintained an impassive facade as he replied, "That does not align with the requirements of the roots, unless you agree to become a member of the organization. Then please, Lord Danzo, issue the order to transfer me into the root organization." Shirha, calm yourself. Do not act impulsively. At this point, even Yamanaka Shimi could hardly contain herself. It is crucial to understand that joining root equates to severing ties with one's family. Were it not for Konoha's upper echelon imposing stringent requirements to prevent the various clans from harboring dissent, Ryoma would not have affiliated himself with root. Now that the Oil Woman clan has already sacrificed one Ryoma, the thought of including Shirha sends shivers down his spine. He dares not imagine how much the overall strength of the Oil Woman clan would decline post-war. Yamanaka Shirha disregarded Shimi's admonitions and fixed his unwavering gaze upon Danzo. The latter, upon hearing Shirha's desire to join, initially hesitated. After all, compared to other members of the Oil Woman clan, Yamanaka Shirha's temperament was exceedingly volatile, which would inevitably introduce instability within root. However, upon further reflection, he recognized this as an excellent opportunity to divide the Oil Woman clan. He had always harbored reservations about these insipid clans, which were short-sighted and self-serving. Moreover, given Shirha's current emotional state, it was likely he had reached a boiling point. Refusing him would surely engender resentment, which would not bode well for Danzo. Furthermore, although Yamanaka Shirha's character was ill-suited for root, the enhancement his strength could provide was undeniable. Within mere seconds, Danzo meticulously weighed the pros and cons, noticing Shimi's gaze upon him. He then stated, "Of course, it would be my pleasure to welcome a young powerhouse like you into root, bringing fresh blood to our ranks. However, it seems Shimi is somewhat reluctant to see you join." Perhaps you ought to discuss it with her first? There is no need for discussion. This is my decision. And I shall return to gather my belongings at once, declared Yamanaka Shurha. Shimi, undeterred, pressed on. Shurha, the clan still needs you. How can you act so recklessly? Shimi, I have my own convictions. Please do not interfere any further. From this day forth, I am no longer a member of the clan. The Oil Woman clan will have to rely on you. With those words, Yamanaka Shurha turned away, stepping into the enveloping darkness. Danzo, observing the scene, refrained from prolonging the moment, remarking, "Then I shall not impose any further." This left Yamanaka Shimi standing alone, grappling with her tumultuous emotions. She felt both anger towards Danzo's instigation and helplessness at Shurha's unwavering resolve. One after another, none of them were easy to handle. The leisurely days of the Eastern Wild Rain team did not last long. Despite intelligence reports indicating that the alliance between Iwagakure and Kumogakure seemed to be fraying, movements from Sunagakure in the southwest and Kirigakure in the southeast suggested they intended to join the fray and seize their share of the chaos. Centrally located, prosperous, and a vital transit point, Konoha village would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the impending war's pressures. Despite the demise of the originally designated oil girl Ryoma, Danzo was not the type to be bound by outdated conventions. He naturally appointed the most formidable and trusted member within the current base, Higashi No, to lead a team to the ruins of the Whirlpool country in search of advanced sealing techniques, aiming to bolster the defenses of Konoha village against the impending war that would engulf the entire ninja world. As Higashi No studied the map before him, it marked the locations within the Whirlpool country ruins where advanced sealing techniques were most likely to be found. Referred to by Danzo as the secret vault of the Uzumaki clan, this operation comprised 5 members, with Yu at the helm. The remaining 4 were Kawasuke, Heisuk, Runka, and Oil Girl Shurhei. Kawasuke excelled in earth-style techniques, tasked with conducting extensive searches of the ruins. Heisuk, a master of water style, was responsible for navigation and maritime defense. Runka, possessing a wealth of knowledge, would explore the ruins. These 3 were not strangers to Yu, being seasoned members of the Root organization who had previously collaborated with him. Their strength was generally at the level of Special Jounin, stronger than Chunin but not quite at the Jounin tier, placing them below the formidable Ueshikawa he had dealt with recently, thus posing no threat to his plans. Should any issues arise, he could simply eliminate them without hesitation. However, Oil Girl Shurhei was a different matter altogether. Within him lay nano-level venomous insects, the manipulation of which in battle was a secret technique that few could withstand. Unlike other members of the Oil Girl clan, Shurhei's lethal and infectious nano-insects had kept him under strict control and limitation. He was unable to take exams or even attend school with his peers, living in isolation even among his own clan. This isolation had gradually warped his character, rendering him exceedingly unstable. In the few battles recorded by Root, whenever he appeared, a murderous intent engulfed the field, posing a risk even to his allies. Yu's brow furrowed slightly beneath his mask. To be frank, he wished to refuse Shurhei's inclusion in the team. On paper, Shurhei already represented an unstable and formidable element, and first-hand interaction would likely amplify this concern. He could distinctly sense the swirling malice and madness beneath that dark cloak. He was a person of a similarly twisted and extreme disposition. However, Danzo's stance was resolute. Shurhei must accompany them. With no other choice, Yu begrudgingly accepted the situation. Was Shurhei coming for Ryoma? After a moment of contemplation, Yu surmised Shurhei's objective, which was soon followed by a wave of frustration. To be candid, he was not intimidated by Shurhei, despite the latter's formidable power. He was no pushover either. Although Oil Girl Shurhei was powerful and dangerous, his strength was primarily showcased through area attacks, which in a strategic sense did not concern Yu, as he doubted Shurhei could match his physical prowess in a direct confrontation. He believed he had a significant advantage should it come to that. However, with Ryoma recently deceased, it was evident that Shurhei was here to investigate that incident. If another life were to be lost, it would not only draw the ire of the Oil Girl clan, but also intensify Danzo's already suspicious nature. It is indeed a perplexing situation. As Higashi No pondered on how to handle it, the oil woman Shurhei, who had been trailing behind, suddenly spoke up. "Captain Yu, could you kindly elaborate on how Oil Man Ryoma met his demise? I am somewhat curious." "You refer to Captain Ryoma? He was an exceptional ninja. During our escape from the pursuit of Iwagakure, we were ambushed by Kumogakure. Ultimately, Captain Ryoma, gravely injured, entrusted me with the task of using fire techniques to incinerate his remains, to prevent your oil family's secret techniques from falling into the hands of Kumogakure. Did Ryoma leave any final instructions or messages? I regret to inform you, he did not. At that moment, Captain Ryoma was in such a critical state. His body was severely battered. I can scarcely fathom how he managed to chase after me despite such horrendous injuries. Initially, I intended to assist him in fleeing. But Captain Ryoma could only manage to utter the command to burn his body before he succumbed. Upon hearing this, Shurhei's emotions were evidently stirred. Observing this, you quickly inquired, "Were you close to Captain Ryoma?" Indeed, Ryoma and I grew up together. Our bond was akin to that of brothers. Therefore, Captain Yu, could you please describe what those Kumogakure individuals looked like? At the very least, could you tell me who led them? This was troublesome. It was clear that this individual was indeed targeting Ryoma. The last flicker of hope within you was extinguished. However, in the preceding days, in an effort to avert a potential crisis, he had diligently researched Kumogakure's recent frontline operations, thus alleviating his concerns regarding being caught off guard by such a straightforward inquiry. Certainly, I shall never forget that man. The leader was a man donning a peculiar hat, with his left eye covered by a black bandage. He wore a form-fitting black combat suit, complemented by a white Kumogakure vest. There was no time to assess his abilities, rendering immediate confirmation impossible. Based on his appearance and attire, he should be a jonin from Kumogakure. Todai? Todai? Sensing Shurhei's surging murderous intent, you began contemplating how to eliminate Todai before he encountered Shurhei, thereby ensuring that there would be no evidence left behind. Although according to the original narrative, Todai was likely to become a bureaucrat and refrain from combat thereafter, he was still alive. Should these two ever cross paths, his own cover would be compromised. Unbeknownst to him, you had unwittingly added another target to his list. Perhaps this is what is meant by the notion that one lie necessitates the crafting of more lies to cover it up. As the Land of Whirlpools is located on a small island to the southeast of the Land of Fire, traveling there requires not only caution against the Mist Ninja, who are also situated in that direction, but also preparation for sea transport. Thus, even if you and his companions hurried, they would still need to rest overnight along the coast of the Land of Fire and rent a boat to the Land of Whirlpools the following day. The operations of the route organization are inherently secretive, and as ninjas have adapted to the rigors of life exposed to the elements. You and his companions decided to find a suitable spot near the coastline to settle for the night. As evening approached, after finishing dinner and arranging for personnel to stand watch, he was preparing to rest when he suddenly spotted Shurhei sitting alone by the shoreline. He paused for a moment, and after a brief contemplation, approached her slowly. "What troubles you? Are you still contemplating Captain Longma's affairs?" "Captain Yu, indeed." Although Yun Zhihue possesses a temperament that is somewhat extreme and distorted, his usual manner of speaking adheres to the Yun family's characteristic reticence. Dongye Yu found a relatively flat stone to crouch upon, gazing into the boundless, pitch-black sea, and pondered softly. "Is your reason for joining Jen merely for this?" "Yes. Here it comes again, the familiar posture of someone who has been through it all, ready to impart wisdom. Why does everyone behave this way? They feign understanding. Despite their ignorance, what gives them the right? What gives them the right?" On the surface, Yun Zhihue responded with a mere acknowledgement, yet internally, a tempest of turmoil surged within him. Unexpectedly, however, Dongye Yu refrained from lecturing. Instead, he nodded in appreciation and remarked, "Your courage is commendable. To join the dreaded Jen, solely for the sake of vengeance, must mean that Captain Longma holds great significance for you. I grew up alongside him. He is the only one willing to be my friend." "Oh, is that so? It is no wonder that your bond with Captain Longma is so amicable." Dongye Yu said this, and then, as if recalling something, his expression turned somewhat melancholic. "Playmate, friend, such enviable terms. What troubles you?" Yun Zhihue asked, somewhat perplexed. Dongye Yu sighed and responded slowly. "Ever since I was a child, I was taken into Jen by Lord Danzo. As an orphan of war, my strength surpassed that of my peers, and I was merciless in my actions, which made it impossible for anyone to play with me. As I grew older, the situation worsened. Even my comrades seldom referred to me as a companion, let alone a friend. They all fear me, regard me as a monster. In that regard, we seem to share some similarities." Yun Zhihue offered a bittersweet smile, and Dongye Yu patted his shoulder, gradually rising to his feet. "If I had a companion, a friend like you, with Captain Longma by my side, I believe I would make the same decision as you. Having said this, Dongye did not linger further, merely wishing him a good night's rest before returning to his quarters, as if touched by some sorrowful memory. This left Jinchūriki alone on the shore, continuing to gaze into the endless darkness. This individual is indeed intriguing. The evening breeze has grown somewhat chilly, perhaps due to the proximity to the sea. Longma, when shall I exact my revenge for you? If you dwell in the heavens, could you possibly guide me towards the path forward? Jinchūriki felt a sense of bewilderment. In the deep of night, while all others succumbed to slumber, a shadow stealthily emerged by the sea. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a large fish from the water, extracting a scroll from his person, and gently placing it into the creature's mouth. After watching the fish descend rapidly into the depths, he feigned nonchalance and strolled back to his post. He believed his actions were incredibly discreet, unaware that in the darkness, a pair of eyes observed his every move. It appears that this operation may not proceed as smoothly as I had envisioned. Nevertheless, it is for the best. Stirring the waters benefits me nonetheless. I am destined for success. Even before dawn's first light, Higashi had assembled his team and rented a small vessel to set sail towards the land of whirlpools. Observing the mist that drifted upon the sea, Chuanjio, a tall and slender young man, began to voice his concerns as he noticed the absence of onlookers. The fog here is quite thick. I senti it. I can hardly see anything. Is it truly possible to reach the land of whirlpools adrift in this haze? With the assistance of the sea, what is there to fear in finding our way? Besides, you need not row. With the spirit beast aiding us, what are you so anxious about? Lanzi, the only female member of the team, remarked as she leaned against the ship's railing, her face obscured by a mask, yet her graceful silhouette beneath the black robe attested to her beauty. Her melodious voice added to her charm. The sea assistant was a robust and towering man, not seated within the boat, but standing upon the surface of the water. Atop his summoned spirit beast, a dolphin. Indeed, his spirit beast was a dolphin, and the multitude of blue and white creatures swimming beneath the vessel were conjured by him. This was precisely why the leader had chosen to include him in the team, entrusting him with navigation and maritime defense. After all, the land of whirlpools, an island nation, was not far from the land of fire, and the dolphin's echolocation could easily ensure safe passage, even in thick fog. At that moment, the sea assistant chuckled, Chuanjio, do not fret. The fog poses no challenge to the dolphins. Is that so? By the way, Lanzi, how could the land of whirlpools be so easily destroyed? I recall that even the wife of the first Hokage was of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, ISNT, the Uzumaki clan renowned for their formidable vitality, immense chakra reserves, and robust physique? Chuanjio inquired with curiosity, directing his gaze towards Lanzi. Upon hearing this, Lanzi set aside her book, sighed, and began to enlighten them. The land of whirlpools is unlike other nations. While it does possess its own ninja village, there exists no significant divide between the village and the nation. The hidden whirlpool village and the land of whirlpools are both comprised of the Uzumaki clan, with no distinction between the main family and branches. This has resulted in a rather lax atmosphere. Among the youth, few aspire to become strong, and even fewer volunteer to become ninjas. While this might not pose an issue with a strong individual to withstand external pressures, once that individual passes away, the prevailing image of the land of whirlpools inevitably crumbles. That strong individual? Chuanjo queried. You mean the founder of the hidden whirlpool village, Uzumaki Namikaze? After his passing due to old age, the land of whirlpools fell apart following sudden attacks from other ninja villages. Is that so? Was Uzumaki Namikaze truly that powerful? Indeed. He was hailed as the progenitor of the sealing arts in Konohagakure. Higashi glanced at the trio, dismissing their idle chatter, and turned his attention to the corner where the silent oil woman, Shurhei, stood. For some reason, he sensed something was amiss with her since boarding the ship. After considering that this might be her first mission and her first experience at sea, he ventured to ask, Shurhei, have you ever been on a boat before? No. Hearing her weak response, an ominous premonition stirred within Higashi. You're not seasick, are you? A slight sense of dizziness enveloped Captain Yu. Yet there was no cause for concern. Once ashore, all would be well. Although Dongye could not behold the expression on Jinchūriki's face at that moment, he could almost envision a man whose eyes had transformed into the shape of incense coils. This predicament was rather troublesome. Just then, Haizuk, who had been engaged in idle conversation with Chuanjio and Lanzi, seemed to have an epiphany and leaned against the ship's railing beside Donyeyu. By the way, Captain Yu, what is the primary objective set forth by Lord Danzo for our expedition to the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools? You need not concern yourself. The details will be revealed in due time, Donyeyu replied nonchalantly. Hizuki, receiving such a cold response, felt somewhat helpless and decided to change the topic. Captain Yu, if I recall correctly, you are quite young, are you not? Indeed, I am youthful, yet that does not hinder my capacity to lead. Donyeyu replied with a hint of amusement. Ah, of course. With your abilities, had it not been for Captain Longma's prior influence, you would have undoubtedly already ascended to the ranks of Lord Danzo. If you have nothing of value to say, it would be wise to remain silent, Donyeyu interjected, as the short blade concealed beneath his dark robe was slowly unsheathed. Noticing Jinchūriki also stirring, Hizuki did not anticipate Donyeyu's abrupt tone and realized he had misspoken, resorting to an awkward laugh while scratching his head, eager to defend himself. But at that moment, water style, water dragon bullet. Boom. In an instant, the small vessel was shattered by the water dragon surging from beneath the surface. The group instinctively leapt away, yet Hizuki, as if foreseeing the calamity, retreated not but advanced, thrusting forth a sharp, white light directly towards Donyeyu. Simultaneously, several shadows seized the opportunity to launch an assault from beneath the ship against the others. In an instant, blades danced and blood splattered. Within mere breaths, several lives were extinguished. Donyeyu, wielding his blade in his right hand, swiftly intercepted Hizuki's failed strike aimed at his throat. Casting a glance at the three individuals enscathed upon the water's surface, as well as the failed assassin from Kirigakure who plummeted from the skies. This is rather too effortless. He mused silently, then calmly remarked, Hizuki, it appears the allies you summoned are rather lackluster. Donyeyu. Hizuki gasped, his face turning purple as he grasped at Donyeyu's arm in a futile attempt to break free, but no matter how he struggled, Donyeyu's grip remained unwavering. Lanzi, having had more interactions with Hizuki and understanding his character better, was perplexed by the unfolding scene. Hizuki, when the captain informed me of a traitor within our ranks, I initially suspected Chuanjiu, for he always seems rather off-kilter. Yet, the captain claimed it was you. What is the reasoning behind this? Hey. Be that as it may, don't involve me in this. Speak up. There are no cowards among the roots. I refuse to believe you are merely a pawn forced into treachery. Share your grievances, and perhaps we can devise a plan to assist you. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to send you to the underworld burdened by your regrets. Ignoring Chuanjiu's outcry, Donyeyu sheathed his blade and released his grip on Hizuki's throat, instead securing both of Hizuki's arms, pressing him firmly against the water's surface. As Haizhu gazed at the lifeless body of Wuyin gradually sinking into the depths of the sea, a wave of resentment stirred within him. He had clearly stated that at least one jonin should accompany them, yet they were surrounded by nothing but worthless scum, who failed to even provide him with an opportunity to retreat. Moreover, Donyeyu's reaction speed and strength had far exceeded his expectations. The last time he had encountered this individual, he had barely possessed the capabilities of an ordinary root member. So how had he become so formidable now? Recognizing the dire situation, Haizhu wrestled with his thoughts and resolved to lay everything bare. Ranzi, due to my proficiency in water release, I was dispatched to Wuyin by Lord Danzo last year for a mission. You remember, don't you? Indeed, I recall you mentioning it. Are you implying that you betrayed Lord Danzo a year ago? Not exactly. It was in the subsequent 6 months. A year prior, I met a woman in Wuyin, and we fell in love. Soon after, she became pregnant, but our bliss was short-lived. 6 months later, my identity was exposed, and I was revealed to be a spy sent by Konoha. I fear not death. As a member of Root, I had long prepared myself to sacrifice for Lord Danzo, for the organization, for Konoha. Yet, Wuyin threatened me with her and our child. Chuanjiu and Ranzi exchanged glances, their confusion palpable despite the masks obscuring their faces. To be honest, they had little understanding of the concepts of love and parenthood. After all, for those who had lived within Root for so long, emotions felt like a distant notion. Observing their reaction, Haizhu forced a smile. You cannot comprehend what you have not experienced, the feelings of a husband and father towards his wife and child. Is that why you became a spy embedded within Wuyin? Donyeyu remained unmoved by Haizhu's lamentations, his demeanor calm as he probed further. Haizhu inhaled deeply and nodded slowly. Yes, they have taken a keen interest in our operation. They promised me that once this plan comes to fruition, I would be reunited with my wife, and we would live far from the world of shinobi. How splendid it must be to long for a life away from the shinobi world. Alas, it appears you have been deceived. Not to mention Wu Yin's ruthless methods, which prioritize leaving no survivors. Consider the current war a mere dispute of interest for the higher-ups, one that does not jeopardize their core. Once this conflict concludes, do you think Wu Yin will not present news of your betrayal as a symbol of peace to Lord Danzo? Upon hearing these words, Haizhu fell into silence. Though his mask concealed his expression, his perpetually bowed head suggested he was engulfed in turmoil. Dong Yeyu, unwilling to wait for his realization, released his hold and lifted him, patting his shoulder. We have a mission to fulfill. Lead the way. We should not be far from the land of whirlpools. Returning to shore to rent a boat would be a waste of time. Let us proceed directly. Noticing that Haizhu was still lost in thought, Dong Yeyu unsheathed his blade. Haizhu, at least your life remains in our hands for now. You cherish your wife and child, do you not? If you were to perish here, do you truly believe that Wu Yin would consider your family to hold any value? Captain Yu, you are indeed terrifying, Haizhu murmured slowly. Then crouched down, preparing to utilize a dolphin for navigation. As predicted by Higashi Yu, they were indeed not far from the land of the whirlpools. Originally, Haizhu intended to launch a surprise attack at the moment of their landing, the very time when vigilance would be at its lowest. Consequently, their route posed no issues. However, for reasons unknown, Mist operatives had advanced their plans, leaving him no choice but to resort to self-destruction. Contemplating this, he could not help but silently criticize Mist's decisions. As Higashi Yu observed Haizhu's newfound composure, he gradually approached Jinchūriki, noticing that the latter seemed to have recovered from his earlier dizziness. He jested, I believe walking is far more advantageous for you than sailing. I've never been on a boat before. Jinchūriki offered a mild defense, perhaps feeling a tinge of embarrassment over the previous incident, and thus refrained from elaborating further. Amidst the fog-laden sea, a small vessel drifted not far from Higashi Yu and his companions. That fool, indeed, had been noticed long ago. Thankfully, I had anticipated this. With black hair, upright braids, a long beard, thick lips, sharp teeth, a left eye shrouded in darkness, and a head swathed in bandages, every aspect of the man revealed his identity. As one of the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen, an elite among the shinobi of the village hidden in mist, Wooly Shiba understood the significance of intelligence. From the outset, he had harbored doubts about Haizhu's information, thus dispatching only a few chunin to engage. The outcome was exactly as he had foreseen. The assailants met swift resolution at the hands of their adversaries, with Haizhu being captured on the spot. Beside him, a tall, slender man with elongated limbs, crowned with a tuft of yellow spiky hair, and wearing a mask of the mist Zumbu, wrapped in disheveled bandages around his neck, let out a shrill laugh. Hee, is that fellow the Higashi Yu spoke of? Truly an intriguing quarry. Though they had refrained from direct engagement, they had witnessed the previous battle in its entirety, shielded by the fog and their secret techniques. Hey, Kurasame Shiranui, that prey belongs to me. You must not covet him. The one known as Jinchūriki is yours, Wooly Shiba declared, although he and Kurasame Shiranui were both members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Often assigned to missions together and dubbed the Heartless Duo, their relationship was far from amicable. The reason was simple, their interests aligned too closely. Both reveling in the hunt for formidable prey, often leading to quarrels, and even physical confrontations were not uncommon. However, this time, Kurasame Shiranui did not contest as usual, nodding in agreement. Jinchūriki is formidable, reputed on the front lines as the Black Death of Konoha, a worthy target. Yet, it seems he is ill-suited for combat on water. Should he fail to showcase his true power, he would not be a fitting quarry. Thus, I have an idea. An idea? Shall we allow them to land? We can defeat them openly. That suits me perfectly. I would not want anyone to say that the 7 ninja swordsmen triumphed through underhanded means. Wooly Shunba nodded slightly. Although as elite ninjas of the Mist Village, they possessed considerable knowledge of maritime combat. The essence of hunting lies in the strength of the prey, which ultimately determines the joy of the harvest. If the quarry is feeble, it ceases to be prey and is merely a plaything. As for the notion that a formidable adversary might lead to their defeat, what a jest. They are the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen. After all, Kurosawa Shiranui shared this sentiment, chuckling. Let us await them at the island. Indeed, let us lie in wait for the prey to arrive. I am positively eager to witness their expressions of terror. As Wooly Shunba articulated this, His initial decision to send someone to probe before launching a surprise attack was swiftly overturned. The possibility of defeat? Nonsense. They are the illustrious 7 ninja swordsmen. In this inexplicable manner, Dong Yeyu and his companions narrowly evaded a perilous ambush. After all, Dong Yeyu was not adept in naval combat. Jinchūriki had never ventured to sea and had just been feeling seasick. Chuanjiu specialized in earth-based techniques and was somewhat of a landlubber, while Lanzi, though knowledgeable, had average combat abilities. The only one proficient in maritime warfare, the sea aide, was a mere lackey. Given such circumstances, facing the elite Jonin of the Mist Village, armed with their renowned blades, their chances of victory were exceedingly slim, with even the possibility of escape appearing dismally low. Yet, this golden opportunity was squandered by the Mist Village itself. One could not help but wonder whether to commend their pride or to criticize their arrogance. Still no movement? What trickery is the Mist Village up to? Surely they did not dispatch those mere foot soldiers to deal with the sea aide? Until they safely set foot on the island, Dong Yeyu's wariness did not wane in the slightest. Due to the unforeseen nature of this situation, the team lacked a ninja skilled in sensory perception. Jinchūriki's insects, unlike Ryuma's, were all venomous and highly infectious, rendering them unsuitable for reconnaissance or detection. This meant that Dong Yeyu had to rely solely on himself to prevent ambush. Furthermore, though the land of whirlpools is not vast, its mountainous terrain and ravines provide ideal conditions for ambushes and surprise attacks. Such circumstances clearly could not be managed solely by him. Thus he endeavored to move towards more open spaces to avoid being cornered. One must never let their guard down. Dong Yeyu had always been cautious. It was his nature and his strength. Once ashore, the sea aide found little opportunity for action, as the performances were predominantly by Chuanjiu and Lanzi, one responsible for altering the terrain and, when necessary, clearing debris to create pathways. The other refining directions based on the environmental topography and the culture of the land of whirlpools. As for Dong Yeyu, he merely needed to ensure that the general direction was correct by consulting the map. It was only now that the sea aide realized their mission was concerning the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Previously, Danzo had only instructed him to assist Dong Yeyu in traveling to the land of whirlpools, without divulging the reasons. However, both Chuanjiu and Jinchūriki were equally oblivious to the mission's objectives. Only Dong Yeyu and Lanzi were privy to the truth within the entire team. This map details the hidden sanctum of the Uzumaki clan, containing an array of formidable sealing techniques. Retrieve them and bring them back. Dong Yi reflected on Danzo's words, the glimmer of ambition evident in his masked gaze. Soon, very soon, following the map, the group soon arrived at the ruins of a collapsed gate. Lanzi pondered briefly with her internal references, refined the coordinates with Chuanjiu, and nodded, declaring, "We are ready." The hidden sanctum of the Uzumaki clan, Chuanjiu murmured, forming hand seals as he prepared to commence his task. The mist that had dissipated since their arrival on the island began to rise once more. Alongside it, dozens of ninjas clad in the dark garb of the mist Umbu appeared. Wu Lishunba approached, dragging his unique ninja blade with deliberate steps. One side of his blade was a standard cutting edge, while the other was equipped with explosive tags, concealed within the blade's body, normally used for slashing. In the face of numerous foes or for explosive assaults, the blade would unleash devastating detonations, inflicting severe damage even if the initial strike was blocked. This was his ninja blade, the explosive blade of splinters. Dong Yeyu had anticipated that the mist would dispatch a high-ranking ninja, but he was taken aback to find himself facing the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen. This could prove troublesome. However, why would they so brazenly reveal themselves? Isn't the mist renowned for its exceptional assassination techniques? As he mused, a white line suddenly shot forth from the mist towards Jinchūriki. Though startled, Jihei maintained his composure, deftly sidestepping the incoming line and quickly identifying the weapon. A long blade needle. It belonged to one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kurasame Shizun. 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen? It seems I must fight with all my might. My apologies, Jihei. This is your first mission, and you're facing such formidable opponents. Dong Yeyu watched as the white line withdrew into the thick fog, the short blade beneath his black cloak slowly unsheathing. Jinchūriki replied calmly, "Rather, it is my misfortune that has dragged you into this. What a coincidence. I am widely known as the unluckiest in the organization." Dong Yeyu mused. Jinchūriki shrugged. "That is indeed quite the coincidence." Wu Lishunba, seeing the two still engaged in idle chatter. Felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, he lunged towards Dong Yiyu, exclaiming, "You still have time to chatter? Stand still and prepare to meet your demise." What is wrong with this guy? The corners of Dong Yiyu's mouth curled subtly beneath his mask. Despite the perilous situation, he felt an urge to laugh. As Wu Shenba charged, aiming to cleave him with the explosive blade, Dong Yiyu's short blade trembled slightly beneath his cloak. Lightning release, blue blade. Bang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out as Wu Shenba beheld the blue short blade that had intercepted him. Just as he intended to activate the explosive tag, suddenly, he sensed his body moving as if slowed by a second. What is this? Paralysis. This is bad. With no time to think, Wu Shenba instinctively leaped backward, evading the shuriken shot from Dong Yiyu's cloak. But he could not dodge the swift kick that followed. Thud! With a sudden jolt, Wu Shenba steadied himself, enduring the pain as he wielded his blade to strike. Dong Yiyu, employing the same tactic, once again incapacitated his opponent using the principle of metal conductivity. This time, however, the shuriken shot from the black robe narrowly grazed Wu Shenba's temple. How intriguing. It is precisely such moments that render the encounter exhilarating. Instead of displaying anger at narrowly escaping death, Wu Shenba felt invigorated by the thrill of battle and charged forward once more with his explosive blade in hand. Seeing Wu Shenba's enthusiasm for the fight, Lixian Chuanmaru was equally resolute, utilizing the long sword's exceptional range to engage in combat with Yu Shurhei, hidden within the mist. Meanwhile, the other members of the mist-hidden Umbu swiftly targeted the remaining trio. After all, the heartless combination was not to be trifled with. Should they dare to assist, they would likely be perceived as vying for prey, only to be felled by their own comrades. Upon witnessing the mist-hidden's approach, Haiju felt a flicker of hope and instinctively considered surrendering. However, he soon realized that these assailants were indifferent to his fate, disregarding him entirely as they advanced with a flurry of shuriken. Left with no choice, and despite his reluctance to fight, Haiju resolved to stand alongside Chuan and Lan in a desperate battle. During the Third Shinobi World War, an unknown conflict erupted on this desolate island. The metallic clang of weapons clashed with the resounding explosions of explosive tags, illuminating the fierce exchange between the two combatants. Wu Shenba contemplated the impossibility of a swift victory. Should the battle drag on too long, he would surely become the subject of ridicule once Lixian Chuanmaru arrived. As Wu Shenba considered his strategy, he intentionally created an opening in his defense. Observing Dong Yiyu charging at him, he seized the moment to harness the explosive force from the detonation of his tags. The blade, previously positioned behind him, surged forward, descending upon Dong Yiyu with lethal intent. Should this strike connect, regardless of Dong Yiyu's physical prowess, he would be cleaved in two. At the critical moment, Dong Yiyu, relying on his exceptional reflexes and physical control, grasped the hilt of his short sword and raised it overhead. The blade, forged from fine iron, managed to withstand the force of Wu Shenba's blow. However, even as the short sword held firm, it developed minor fractures due to the superior quality of Wu Shenba's explosive blade and the inertia driving the downward strike. Witnessing this, Wu Shenba prepared to detonate the explosive tag, intending to cleave both Dong Yiyu and his weapon in half with the ensuing blast. Yet, just as he was about to trigger the explosion, he felt a sudden twitch coursing through his body. This accursed paralysis. With no alternative, Wu Shenba reluctantly withdrew his blade. If Dong Yiyu were to free himself, the ensuing confrontation would pose a significant threat to him. Impressive, indeed, young one. Yet your blade is nearing its limit. What will you do next? After several exchanges, Wu Shenba noted that despite his opponent's comparable physical attributes and the advantage gained from the paralyzing nature of lightning chakra in close combat, Dong Yiyu's mastery of swordsmanship and battle experience fell significantly short in comparison. However, this is quite understandable. After all, he is a seasoned ninja with years of experience. His body stained with blood and countless souls lost beneath his blade. The individual before him, though masked and cloaked in black, conceals his true nature. Yet the youthful tone of his voice betrays his relatively tender age. Upon reflection, it dawns on me that this Higashi is indeed a prodigy. Oh, how I relish the thought of vanquishing such talent. With a chuckle, Wu Shenba found himself grinning at the absurdity of it all. Higashi paid no mind to the short blade that had suffered a crack, instead contemplating his strategy for the impending confrontation. noticing Wooly Shinba's laughter. A cunning idea sparked within him. It's merely a blade. I can always procure another. Your weapon appears rather commendable, albeit that explosive seal is rather insipid. Yet the blade itself is acceptable. It would be a pity to waste it on you. Once I have dispatched you, I shall present this so-called explosive blade to the blacksmith, requesting him to forge it anew into a short blade. How audacious of you to covet my weapon even as your demise approaches. Very well. I shall expedite your journey to the afterlife. As expected, for the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, their blades represent a second life. Upon hearing Higashi's derisive remarks, Wooly Shinba, who had initially entertained the notion of a cat-and-mouse game, was instantly incensed, charging forward with his weapon drawn. Higashi remained unperturbed, swiftly forming hand seals with his vacant left hand hidden beneath his cloak. Fire release, great fireball technique. As the blazing fireball erupted from Higashiyu's mouth, Wooly Shinba, caught off guard by his own momentum, could only grit his teeth and raise the explosive blade to deflect it. With the broadness of his weapon, he barely managed to shield himself from the onslaught of flames. This fellow not only forms seals with one hand, but also wields fire techniques. Nevertheless, it is all over, Wooly Shinba thought, eyes fixed on Higashiyu, who stood seemingly stunned. With both hands gripping the explosive blade, he executed a horizontal slash. Boom. Shadow clone technique. Disaster. Wooly Shinba, witnessing the cloud of smoke that erupted, had no time to ponder. Instinctively, he pivoted on his feet, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, utilizing centrifugal force to execute a sweeping strike. As he beheld the figure of Higashiyu cleaved in two, he was poised to laugh, only to realize that the figure had transformed into liquid. What is this? A water clone. Seizing the moment while Wooly Shinba was momentarily ensnared by the two clones, Higashiyu, having evaded and formed seals after expelling the fireball, unleashed a sequence of techniques. With his left hand forming the water release seal and his right hand the lightning release seal, chakra surged through his hands and mouth simultaneously. Water release, water barrier. Lightning release, electromagnetic wave. The combination of water and lightning ninjutsu might have missed their mark had Wooly Shinba managed to distance himself, but at this moment, due to the centrifugal force, he found himself in a state of weakness, directly succumbing to the assault. For Wooly Shinba, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the water barrier's impact may be minimal, but the subsequent lightning strike was sufficient to leave him convulsing and paralyzed. Cursed be this power. My body betrays me. Despite his formidable physical prowess preventing his demise, the seizing current rendered him temporarily incapacitated. Upon witnessing the scene, Higashiyu swiftly withdrew the short blade embedded in the ground and charged forward like the harbinger of death. No, no, I am one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. I am an elite jonin from the Hidden Mist Village. I have many years left to live. How can I die here? As the blade's edge neared his throat, the overwhelming fear within Wooly Shinba ignited his instinct for survival, allowing him to narrowly evade the lethal strike at the last moment. Higashiyu's pupils dilated slightly. Realizing he could not eliminate his opponent in that instant, he decisively swung the blade sideways. Splatter. Vivid crimson blood erupted forth, and in that fleeting moment, Higashiyu felt the fervent rhythm of a beating heart. Wooly Shinba, gritting through excruciating pain, grasped the explosive blade and lunged forward. Higashiyu sidestepped, retreating to create distance. Wooly Shinba panted heavily, cold sweat trickling down his face, glancing at his abdomen where his insides threatened to spill out. A wave of dizziness washed over him. He wished to call for assistance, yet realized that due to his tendency to inadvertently harm allies during battles, he was utterly alone except for Higashiyu. Helpless, he glared at Higashiyu with furious intent. You scoundrel! I swear, I will kill you. Even on the brink of death, he still found the energy to utter such defiance. Higashiyu smirked coldly, twirling the short blade in his hand as he charged forward, forcefully disarming the explosive blade and aiming for Wooly Shinba's face. You little brat, don't get too cocky. Wooly Shinba retreated, drawing his blade, and with a swift motion, he swatted Higashiyu aside. The scroll attached to the explosive blade rapidly extended towards Higashiyu's rear as he bellowed. Witness this technique. Explosive blade ninja art. Demonic requiem. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed, a torrent of dust surging forth, even affecting the distant battle involving Kiri Asamo. Puzzled, he tugged at his hair, muttering, "What is with this guy? Why is he unleashing his ultimate move? Shaking his head, he dispelled his doubts from his mind, manipulating the threads to wield the long blade with focused intent against Aburame Shurhei. The infamous Black Reaper, feared by all on the battlefield, was not as terrifying as the rumors suggested. He would succumb slowly at my hands. Kiri Asamu murmured softly, unaware that along with the threads being retracted, a shadow was also being drawn back. Cough. Is he dead? Wooly Shinba gazed into the silence ahead, a look of relief crossing his features. That was a close call. I must be more cautious in the future. Yet, in the end, I still hold the upper hand. He thought to himself. Just as he prepared to call for help to alleviate his injuries, a sharp blade gleamed suddenly before his eyes. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated once more. Observing Wooly Shinba crouched against the explosive blade to block the attack, Higashi No Ame offered a cold smile, the marks on his short blade multiplying rapidly. Then, with a resounding crack, the short blade shattered into two pieces, and Wooly Shinba's heart sank as Higashi No Ame plunged the broken blade into his unbandaged right eye. At that moment, Wooly Shinba was irrevocably blinded. He screamed, wildly swinging the explosive blade in a frenzied attempt to destroy everything in his vicinity. Dongyeyu, wishing to avoid being entangled, cautiously leapt back to distance himself while fixating intently on the broken sword embedded in his opponent's eye. Is this the standard of strength for the 7 ninja swordsmen? To endure such a state of life force is indeed a testament to their resilience. The unengaged Wooly Shinba seemed to realize his time was limited. He halted the swing of his great sword to conserve energy and then bellowed, "You bastard! I will surely kill you. Are you brave enough to speak? Are you daring enough to face me head-on?" Dongyeyu remained silent, even striving to retreat further. His instincts warned him that approaching Wooly Shinba might precipitate dire consequences. You are definitely nearby?" Wooly Shinba roared, seemingly to affirm his suspicions, and he resumed wildly wielding his explosive sword, disregarding the wound in his abdomen. In his fervor, his intestines spilled onto the ground behind him. This fool, rather than seeking escape or calling for help, was desperately trying to find me, and at this very moment. Dongyeyu pondered for a moment, sensing the situation was amiss and wishing to withdraw, when a voice rang out from behind him. "Captain Yu, save me. I cannot perish here. I am a husband. I am a father." Hais was shouted as he rushed in, pursued by a throng of mist ninja. Over there. Deprived of sight, Wooly Shinba's hearing became exceptionally acute, and with a deafening roar, he charged forward wielding his explosive sword. This is bad, Dongyeyu thought urgently, intending to flee. But then he saw the explosive sword in Wooly Shinba's hand suddenly emit a blinding golden light. Boom! The semicircular golden glow slowly rose over the island. It appeared to ascend at a leisurely pace. Yet the ensuing shockwave obliterated everything within 100 meters in an instant. What is this? The self-detonation of the explosive sword. Upon recognizing this technique, Li Xianchuanwan was struck with panic, wishing to act, but found himself unable to move. What is happening? He exclaimed in a state of distress, struggling futilely as a large hand enveloped his mask. Beneath the black robe, a pair of eyes, swarming with insects, revealed an uncontrollable madness. Where do you think you're going? In the Hokage office of Konohagakure, a room symbolizing unparalleled power, a place he had longed for, yet also regretted, Danzo stood at the door, his expression complex as he hesitated for a long moment. Just then, a familiar voice emanated from within the room. "Come in. Why are you just standing there?" Danzo raised an eyebrow, composed himself, and pushed open the door, only to behold the third Hokage, hunched over his desk, diligently handling documents. Although a subconscious fear lingered in his heart regarding the other, he feigned calmness and asked, "Higashi, it's quite unusual for you to seek me out. Please, have a seat." The third Hokage replied. As the third Hokage of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured towards the seat before him without lifting his gaze. At around 50 years of age, his hair had already turned gray, and age spots began to mar his skin. Although his vitality seemed reasonably intact, it paled in comparison to his youth. Only those who lived through that era could truly appreciate how radiant he once was. Now, one can only lament the relentless passage of time. Tanzu's mind raced with thoughts as he closed the door and obediently took a seat. Observing this, Hiruzen set aside the documents in his hands and calmly commended, "You handled the situation with a Wagakure commendably. Although Ryoma sacrificed himself, it indeed alleviated the pressure on the front lines. The discord between a Wagakure and Kumogakure is escalating. and a parting of ways is inevitable. How rare it is for you to summon me just to offer praise about such matters. Surely, there must be something else at hand, Danzo remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips as an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. Hiruzen shrugged. It was only in the company of old friends that he could momentarily shed the veneer of the Hokage. Could you really deduce that? Do you perceive me as someone who only rises for personal gain? He inquired. Well, then, I've heard you transferred Shurhei over? That was his own request. I merely facilitated his wish, Danzo replied, his smile fading. If the conversation remained on this topic, he had no reason to feel apprehensive. Hiruzen retrieved his pipe from the drawer, lighting it slowly and taking a deep draw. The Oil Woman clan has voiced significant concerns. And other secretive clans are also stirring restlessly. They're merely contributing to Konoha. What grievances could they possibly have? Such matters cannot be resolved with a mere assertion of contribution. You and I both know that, Danzo countered. What compensation do they seek? He asked after a moment of silence. Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke, scratching his scalp, and replied, nothing much, just that Shurhei cannot be assigned to excessively perilous missions, and that once the war concludes, he should withdraw from Root and return to the Oil Woman clan. Bah, those parasites. They only care for their own little domain. Danzo could not contain his anger, his hand rising as if to strike the desk, but he hesitated and withdrew it. Sighing, Hiruzen stated, feel free to vent here, but do refrain from voicing such sentiments outside. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave, Danzo replied, preparing to rise. As he stood, Hiruzen rubbed his temples, leaning back in his chair with closed eyes. I've heard you recently dispatched someone to the land of whirlpools? Indeed. I possess a map regarding the secret treasure of the Uzumaki clan. I intend to send someone to collect some advanced sealing techniques from there. Why do you ask? I'm uncertain about the authenticity of your map, but I have a tale regarding the Uzumaki clan shared by one of their kin. Have you heard of it? A tale? Noticing the confusion on Danzo's face, Hiruzen's expression grew grave. It is a legend that may not bode well for you. Have you not found it yet? The Oil Woman. Shurhei, draped in a black robe, sat atop a mountain of corpses, her gaze fixed upon the crumbling ruins before her, a surge of rage welling up from within. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Chuanjio, beads of cold sweat on his brow, hastily replied, I am doing my utmost. You know, with Lanzi gone, it is exceedingly difficult for me to ascertain Captain Yu's precise location. It was no jest. The individual before him was capable of slaying one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kirasame Kurumaru. Moreover, the Umbu of the Mist had also fallen victim to this foe. The method of attack, along with the grotesque scene of carnage, truly befitted one known as the Grim Reaper, and even now, the mere recollection of that spectacle filled him with trepidation. Were he to confront such an ending, he would prefer to take his own life. Despite his dissatisfaction, Shurhei recognized the truth in Chuanjio's words. Lanzi, not particularly skilled in combat, had perished in the initial wave of the Mist's ambush due to her lack of physical fortitude, indirectly prompting the subsequent panicked flight of Kaizu towards Donyeyu. Could it be that such an intriguing individual would depart so swiftly? Shurhei mused in frustration before turning her attention back to the decimated ruins, unwilling to relinquish hope. If they are not found outside, they must be within. Use your Doton technique to clear away these obstructions. Understood. Chuanjio cast a glance at the debris. Feeling a twinge of unease, experience told him this task would not be easily accomplished. Yet, seeing Shurhei's demeanor, he nodded obediently, his previously carefree nature subdued in her presence. Unbeknownst to him, she was merely a newcomer, while he was a seasoned member of the Jin. Logically, he ought to be the one issuing commands. Perhaps he was aware of this disparity, but reality often proves to be merciless. Meanwhile, amidst the debris, Donyeyu coughed as he emerged from the dust-laden wreckage, casually discarding the nearly vaporized corpse of Kaizu as if it were refuse. Do not blame me. After all, you came to me willingly. I do mourn for your wife and children, he remarked, though his gaze did not linger on Kaizu's remains. Instead, he surveyed the white labyrinth before him, removing the mask that bore cracks across its surface, feeling momentarily bewildered. What had this explosion wrought? Was this still the land of rivers? Although he had narrowly escaped a fatal exchange due to Kaizu's presence, which had served as a human shield, he had missed witnessing the events that transpired in between. All he recalled was the ground beneath him collapsing in the face of such a catastrophic explosion. Collapse? Donyeyu raised an eyebrow, his mind whirling as he grasped the situation. The ground below was hollow. The explosion had caused the earth beneath him to give way, meaning he had been atop this very spot moments ago. He gazed up at the densely packed rubble overhead, and after a prolonged silence, he abandoned the notion of escaping through this route. He is proficient in the 4 elemental transformations of water, fire, wind, and lightning. Yet he possesses no talent for the earth transformation, which has the most extensive range of influence. Given the current amount of chakra within him, clearing away the debris is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. With uncertainty surrounding whether Oil Girl Shurhei can defeat Kuri Sanmaru, returning in his present state poses a significant risk. With no other choice, Dongye shifts his focus to the immediate situation, searching for alternative exits. However, he finds himself irresistibly drawn to the enigmatic white labyrinth beside him. A question suddenly surfacing in his mind. Why would the Uzumaki clan construct such a maze underground? Discounting the notion that the Uzumaki clan is simply idle, the most plausible explanation emerges. Considering the information about the Uzumaki clan and the area where he recently fought, could it be that this is the hidden treasure of the Uzumaki clan? Dongye muses, drawing a map from his pocket to ascertain his current position. No, this can't be right. Frowning, he realizes that his location seems entirely misaligned with the treasure's direction. What is happening? Where did this confusion arise from? Gazing at the vast white labyrinth, he contemplates for a moment before deciding to forego searching for an exit and instead explore the surroundings. With Haizu deceased and Oil Girl Shurhei, Chuanjio, and Lanzi absent, coupled with the cover of mist hidden, now is the opportune moment to act. He cannot afford to let this chance slip away. Thus, he steels himself and steps into the peculiar white expanse. As anticipated, he becomes lost. From the instant he entered this strange white maze, the path back vanished, and no matter how he attempts to retrace his steps, it proves futile. For reasons unknown, a growing weariness begins to envelop him, a wave of fatigue rising from within. Dongye gazes at the towering 3-meter-high white stone wall before him, then looks up at the increasingly bright ceiling, which soon resembles daylight. Everything around him is white, save for himself. This pure white hue provokes a wave of nausea within him. His condition swiftly deteriorates, even his vision becoming somewhat hazy. He struggles to suppress his drowsiness. Recalling the methods to dispel illusions, his hands rapidly forming seals, yet no matter what techniques he employs, he perceives no change whatsoever. The drowsiness deepens, and the fatigue in his body renders him increasingly unsteady. It appears that this place harbors significant issues, he reflects silently, having suspected from the outset that this white maze might pose some danger. After all, the Uzumaki clan had no need to expend manpower and resources on such a structure underground. Now it seems he has underestimated them. This is far more than a mere inconvenience, and a moment's inattention could cost him his life. Yet, he does not regret entering. The opportunity to learn the advanced sealing techniques capable of containing tailed beasts from the Uzumaki clan is too rare to forsake. Perhaps years from now, he might rely on luck or others to liberate him from Danzo's grasp, but he cannot afford to wait. Is anyone there? Dongye shouted loudly, striving to clear his mind. He wanted to leap onto the stone wall, but merely attempting the jump made him feel dizzy, and he found himself landing steadily on the ground instead. With no other option, he formed hand seals once more. This time, however, it was not to dispel an illusion. Illusions are inherently limited, primarily affecting one's 5 senses. Even the most sophisticated illusion merely disrupts the flow of chakra in the brain. Theoretically, as long as he possessed sufficient destructive power, he could forcibly break free from this illusion and escape. Although Dongye doubted that the boundless white maze before him could be destroyed, he believed that any opportunity to catch his breath could lead to his escape. Water release, lightning release, and various other destructive ninjutsu erupted from him incessantly. At that moment, Dongye disregarded the chakra. He felt that if he continued down this path, he would faint and inexplicably die here. This was utterly unacceptable to him. He wanted to live. He must live. There were still matters left unfinished. He could not succumb to a cowardly death. If he fell here, what would become of those he had slain? He would not allow his life to end in such a manner. Yet, the stone wall was unyielding. No matter how fervently he poured out his chakra or unleashed various ninjutsu, he could not budge it in the slightest. Exhausted, Dongye felt his head spinning, his vision finally settling upon the white ground. His eyes uncontrollably closed, and in the final moment before darkness enveloped him, he seemed to see a woman with snow-white hair. Blending seamlessly with the wall, slowly approaching him. Am I truly dying at the hands of a woman? Do not make a sound. We will handle this. Just stay here. This was the last thing his mother said to him. As a child, he had hidden in a wardrobe, witnessing how his parents fell to the hands of those ninjas, those bandit-like figures. He struggled to control his body, terrified that even the slightest noise would summon doom. Blood stained the once cozy room, casting Dong Yiyu's world into shades of gray. He had no external aid, no dojutsu, and certainly no bloodline limit. He could only watch, like a rat hiding in a dark corner, too afraid to breathe. It was only long after the ninjas had departed that he dared to tremble out from the wardrobe. Desperation overwhelmed him as he approached the lifeless bodies of his parents, calling out Mom, Dad, repeatedly. It was his first encounter with the passage of life, and he was filled with fear and confusion, feeling utterly helpless. He wished to salvage something, yet he felt powerless to do anything. Before arriving in this world, he had merely been a recent university graduate, unaccustomed to such scenes. The sight of his loved one's blood and entrails sent him into a tremor, his mind spiraling into chaos. What could he do now? What should he do now? Who was he now? He was utterly oblivious to these matters. All he knew was that after that fateful day, he had become an orphan, following the customs ingrained in his mind. Dong Ye-yu endeavored to lay his parents to rest with dignity. By the time he completed these solemn tasks, twilight had descended, and his stomach growled with hunger after nearly a day without sustenance. Upon returning home, he discovered that the meager supplies had long been pillaged by a band of ninjas. With no alternative, he was compelled to venture outside in search of food. Wrapping himself in his garments, he opened the door to find the world enveloped in darkness. A flicker of fear crossing his youthful visage, and his heart began to waver. It was far too late. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until dawn to embark on his quest. However, the insistent rumbling of his stomach urged him to abandon that thought. Hunger and cold gnawed at his frail frame, and although he understood that stepping outside presented the only chance to procure food, he remained uncertain of how to proceed. He trudged forward, guided by the moonlight, soon spotting several pieces of dried provisions sunken into the ground, seemingly left behind in haste, marked with bite marks. Dong Ye-yu hesitated, tempted to reach out, yet the pride embedded deep within him restrained him from bending down. In that moment of indecision, a shadow suddenly darted past him, swiftly scooping up the provisions and vanishing without a backward glance. The figure moved with remarkable speed, and he caught a glimpse of a child of similar age, though more tattered and ragged, as if they had been wandering the streets for an eternity. Dong Ye-yu parted his lips, yet no words emerged. With no other option, he continued his search, but fortune was no longer on his side. The climate of the land of rain is predominantly rainy, and as the moon became shrouded in clouds, he initially felt only a few stray raindrops. However, within mere minutes, a torrential downpour ensued. The dark clouds obscured the moonlight, and the heavy rain washed away any traces of his path, casting him into sudden darkness, rendering him directionless. The garments he had donned for warmth turned into a burden, soaked and heavy, weighing down his frail body. With little time for contemplation, he chose a random direction and began to sprint recklessly. Fortunately, fate did not abandon him. After just over 10 minutes, he began to discern a glimmer of light ahead. There was someone in the wooden cabin ahead, illuminated by a flickering fire. Without pausing to think, driven by desperation from hunger and the relentless rain, Dong Ye-yu sprinted to the entrance and nearly collapsed upon arrival. His drenched clothing felt unbearably heavy, straining his frail form. Yet, upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight of several wary individuals, their attire and forehead protectors unmistakably marking them as ninjas. Panic surged through him, his cheeks flushed, trembling from a blend of fear and cold. However, contrary to his expectations, the ninjas, upon realizing he posed no threat, not only offered him food but also took the initiative to dry his clothes and utilized medical ninjutsu to rescue him from the brink of a high fever. He wished to express his gratitude, yet exhaustion had overtaken him. Both mentally and physically he had reached his limits. After a brief sustenance of food and a sip of water, he collapsed into a deep slumber. In his hazy dreams, he could only recall the gentle youth with strikingly pale eyes. He had overheard others refer to him as Hinata Hyori. When he finally awoke, the sun was high in the sky, and the ninjas had long departed, leaving behind only a meager supply of provisions and some drinking water. Dong Ye-yu sat in silence, staring at the remnants. Today, there was no incessant calling from his mother, nor the tall figure of his father in the living room. Only solitude surrounded him. Reality was harsh. He had little time for sorrow. Noticing the rain had ceased and the skies cleared, he donned his clothes, packed the meager rations, filled a bamboo tube with water, and set out to find his way home. Without the cover of night or rain, he quickly located his residence once more. However, to his astonishment, merely one night away had transformed his home into a refuge for others. There were over a dozen of them, predominantly males, with a few females, appearing around 7 or 8 years of age. Though they differed slightly in stature, they all shared one commonality: a filthy, foul odor. They sprawled across his bed, draped in clothes scavenged from his wardrobe. "This is my home. How dare you wear my clothes? These belong to my parents. What are you doing?" Dongye instinctively shouted in anger. Yet, his outburst only startled them momentarily. His youth rendered him vulnerable, and he was soon overpowered. Receiving a beating from those who had recovered from their surprise, they seized his provisions and bamboo tube, even stripping him of his jacket. He felt a surge of fury and frustration, but what good was it? In the face of overwhelming strength and numbers, he could only endure in silence. Unless he wished to suffer further, deprived of food and water, and having just endured a beating that drained his energy, Dongye hesitated to venture out again. Resigned to remain in what once was his home, he believed that with so many of them, they would surely seek food, rather than risking his inexperience in foraging alone. It would be wiser to follow this group. As it turned out, his instincts were correct, although in some respects, they were misguided. This band of children, displaced by war, were indeed seasoned scavengers. However, their ability to find food did not guarantee that Dongye could secure any for himself. Being the youngest among them, coupled with his frail physique and recent beating, he found himself unable to compete against these ravenous scavengers who descended upon any food like wild dogs. Occasionally, he might chance upon some scraps they overlooked. In such dire circumstances, he grew increasingly frail, and with each passing day, his lack of strength rendered him even less competitive, making it harder to procure food and water. It seemed he had entered a vicious cycle, yet the gnawing hunger in his belly prevented him from thinking clearly about an escape, forcing him to live day after day in a state of muddled existence. Until one fateful day, the flames of war ignited once more around the vicinity of the Higashi No Ame family. The chilling light and the harrowing cries sent everyone scurrying into the shadows, trembling in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Time seemed to lose all meaning as the cacophony outside gradually subsided. The battle waged by the ninjas not only drastically reduced the flow of people in the area, but also left no remnants of food to be found. Even the animals, terrified by the chaos, dared not approach. Starvation loomed ominously on the horizon. The days of hunger were arduous and chaotic. As time dragged on, not only did his physical strength wane, but even Higashi No Ame's consciousness began to blur. Just then, a group returned, bearing food. Witnessing the frenzy of others as they ravenously tore into the provisions, he mustered his courage to join them. However, as he squeezed in, his eyes widened in horror, and before he could regain his balance, he collapsed to the ground. He attempted to speak, but after so long without uttering a word, his parched throat and weakened body allowed only a few feeble sounds to escape. What this group had brought was not sustenance, but corpses. They were consuming human flesh. A wave of terror washed over him, disbelief and fear coursing through his veins. He trembled as he felt his entire worldview shatter at an alarming rate. As he beheld the bloodied teeth and the heads that turned towards him, he stumbled out of his home, frantically fleeing into the night. Yet how long could his frail body endure this frantic escape? Soon, he found himself utterly exhausted, his head hanging low, dragging his body like a lifeless husk. He had no destination in mind, nor did he care where he was headed. All he desired was to flee as far as possible. Darkness enveloped the sky once more, and he discovered a secluded corner to collapse into, curling into a ball. He felt he had reached his limit. Though it was tragic, ending his life in this manner seemed acceptable. He no longer wished to endure this existence, for he was utterly fatigued. In a daze, Higashi No Ame seemed to hear the faint sound of bleating, reminiscent of sheep. This sound tugged at his parched heart, igniting a flicker of hope within his withered spirit. He leaned against the wall, unsteadily rising to his feet, but as he approached the threshold, he stumbled and fell once more. Yet, he felt no pain as he crawled along the darkened ground, inching closer to the source of the bleeding. With all his remaining strength, he pushed aside the obstructing corpse to reveal a hidden lamb beneath. That night marked the most gratifying yet terrifying experience of his life. fundamentally altering his very essence. He had consumed human flesh, an infant cradled in the embrace of its deceased parents, fiercely protected even in death. From that moment on, Higashi No Ame shed all naivete and hesitation. He transformed into a figure of cold ruthlessness, devoid of limits, willing to eliminate any obstacle that stood in his path, regardless of the cost. Such circumstances swiftly propelled him to become the leader among the scavengers, or rather, the elder of the war orphans. No one comprehended why his transformation was so profound overnight. Only he was aware that he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. If the law of nature is indeed survival of the fittest, then plunder is the essence of existence. He must endure, at all costs, to honor his parents and to avoid the path of despair. He had no desire to relive such an ordeal. After enduring a prolonged period of such days, his relatively tranquil existence was once again shattered with the arrival of a leaf ninja. Trusting in Konoha, Toya had no inkling that he would unwittingly lead all the war orphans following him into the abyss of death. Danzo, I cannot perish like this. I cannot end my life here. I cannot depart this world so easily. I cannot. Absolutely not. Suddenly, a loud thud resounded. What? The white-haired woman gazed at the abruptly rising Toya with astonishment, and before she could react, he had her pinned down, choking her while pressing a blade-like hand against her chest. Do you think you can kill me? Ha ha, how amusing. Amusing. To Toya's surprise, after a brief moment of shock, a wild grin spread across the face of the white-haired woman beneath him. With a cold expression, Toya was about to speak, but the woman slightly parted her crimson lips, exhaling warm breath upon his face. Upon closer inspection, her delicate features were indeed striking. Who are you? Toya felt an itch in his ears, a mere instinct of his long-standing singlehood. However, he remained entirely unperturbed, growing even more wary. Was that just an illusion? How effortlessly she had ensnared him in that labyrinth. Where exactly was this place? How could she be so composed when death was imminent? Upon hearing his inquiry, the corners of the white-haired woman's mouth slowly curled upwards, her demeanor teasing as she replied, Guess. Handsome, your hair is white, not the mark of the Uzumaki clan. Yet you find yourself in the depths of the land of whirlpools. Who are you really? I lack the patience for games. With a cold visage, Toya tightened his grip slightly as a warning. The reason he refrained from striking lethally at once was due to the peculiar origins of the individual before him. No matter how he rummaged through his knowledge of the original narrative or the renowned figures of the ninja world, he could find no semblance of this woman. Coupled with the eeriness of their surroundings, resolving this encounter hastily would undoubtedly plunge him back into confusion, which would be exceedingly detrimental to his plans. Although the white-haired woman appeared unfazed, she noticed Toya's agitation and reluctantly pouted. You really aren't the type that appeals to women, are you? Fine. I'll confess, I am the Nine Tails. Is that satisfactory? The mention of the Nine Tails ignited a fierce aura within Toya, and with a swift motion, he redirected his blade-like hand, striking the ground beside the white-haired woman and carving a 3-inch groove into the earth. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Do not rush me, for I have yet to share the entirety of my tale. I am not that infamous nine-tailed beast, nor do I bear any relation to the tailed beasts. I have existed since the era of the Sage of Six Paths, a millennium ago. My name is the Nine-Tailed White Fox. You may also refer to me as the White Fox Sage. The silver-haired woman spoke with a hint of pride adorning her features. Donya furrowed his brow, striving to recall this term, but it was evidently beyond his grasp. The White Fox Sage. So, you are acquainted with the Great Toad Sage, the Slug Sage, and the White Snake Sage? Oh, it appears the youth possesses quite a breadth of knowledge, even aware of their existence. It is true. They have become the 3 great sanctuaries of spiritual communication. How enviable. Had certain events not transpired in the past, perhaps we would now be speaking of the 4 great sanctuaries. The 4 great sanctuaries? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a title? Despite recognizing the provocation in her words, he felt compelled to defend his own standing. Though this history may have been obscured, I was indeed renowned several centuries ago, especially among your kind. The silver-haired woman wore a smile, and as Donya observed her irreverent demeanor, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. If the subterranean labyrinth he had just experienced was indeed her illusion, then her abilities were undeniably formidable. The woman toyed with her hair, teasingly remarking, Now, young handsome, at least allow me to stand while we converse. While I am not opposed to some interspecies interaction, we should first engage in dialogue, lest you find it somewhat troublesome to exit this place. I hope you are a wise individual. With an expression of indifference, Dong Yeyu rose to his feet. The silver-haired woman followed suit. To substantiate her claims, she snapped her fingers, and 9 plush, snow-white tails emerged from her form. See, I have not deceived you. Very well. White Fox Sage, can you enlighten me as to why you have manifested here, and what precisely is the matter you referred to earlier? Dong Yeyu could detect no signs of ninjutsu, so he tentatively accepted that the tails were indeed hers. After all, the White Snake Sage could transform into human form. Thus, the existence of another shape-shifting entity, the White Fox Sage, was not entirely implausible. Upon hearing his inquiry, the silver-haired woman pouted, feigning a pitiful demeanor as though she had been wronged. Just as some relish the hearts of pigs, cows, and chickens, I merely have a penchant for consuming human hearts. Perhaps I have indulged a bit excessively. Who could have foreseen that centuries ago, a certain individual named Uzumaki Taijin would accuse me of heinous deeds and seek my demise? Consuming human hearts? Ah, do not judge me. I have glimpsed your memories. While I may partake in human hearts, I would never stoop to consuming the hearts of infants. After all, the quantity is far too minuscule. You, Dong Yeyu exclaimed in exasperation. Yet the silver-haired woman continued nonchalantly, of course, I am a great demon who has lived for over 1,000 years. How could a mere mortal, armed only with a modicum of chakra, hope to vanquish me? So what of you? Have you been sealed here by Uzumaki Taijin? Ah, my charming young man. You possess considerable intelligence. I never truly regarded that individual with any seriousness. I merely intended to have a bit of fun with him. Who would have imagined that he would resort to treachery, luring me to this desolate isle and utilizing the power of the earth and his kin to confine me here? Do you believe I am merely sealed within this parcel of land? In truth, the entire island serves as my prison, though I typically prefer to roam within this area. Little did I anticipate that upon my arrival, I would encounter you, unconscious and vulnerable. It seems that Dong Yeyu has discerned the fabrications spilling from the lips of this woman. The white-haired lady, upon hearing his words, donned a sorrowful expression. Her momentarily reddened eyes, coupled with her exquisite, pale visage, resembled a shattered work of art that tugged at the heartstrings. Surely, he is employing an unfair advantage, combining the power of the earth, the strength of his kin, and the two instruments' sealing technique. Even if he were to release that crimson-haired nine-tails, it would merely lie there, incapacitated. Perhaps it is even being suppressed at this very moment. Why does it feel as if you resemble Tamamo no Ame? Tamamo no Ame? Oh, what a melodious name. Henceforth, I shall refer to myself as Tamamo no Ame. The title of White Fox Immortal seems to create a certain distance between us. Very well, let us stick with White Fox Immortal then. Dong Yeyu frowned as he observed the sudden change in the white-haired woman's demeanor. To his astonishment, she collapsed onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. I will not listen. I shall call myself Tamamo no Ame. I insist on it. I truly cannot fathom how you have managed to survive until now. If you wish to be Tamamo no Ame, then so be it. Why must you direct your ire at me? Hee, you have misunderstood me. I am not the one attacking you. In truth, I am not in my original form. My true self remains sealed away. I am merely a projection, a manifestation that has ventured out to observe the surroundings, devoid of any real power. Otherwise, I would not have been so easily subdued by you, my charming young man. Thus, even if you were to slay me here, it would bear no consequence upon me. And the labyrinth? Ah, that is a maze constructed by the Whirlpool clan to prevent unwanted visitors from intruding and causing disturbances. It serves to isolate me from the outside world. However, it seems that the overseers above have perished over the years, leaving the seal unreinforced. Consequently, I have managed to pry open a portion of the seal to partake in the festivities of the maze. Today, as I ventured out to frolic, I fortuitously stumbled upon you, lying unconscious, and I, with benevolent intent, assisted you in escaping the labyrinth. You are not being benevolent. You are merely coveting my heart. Are you not? Dong Yeyu replied coldly, eliciting a smile from Tamamo no Ame. She touched her ruby lips with her left index finger, and her graceful form emanated an enchanting charm with every movement. If she had previously appeared as a heart-wrenching, delicate maiden, she now transformed into a captivating, alluring woman. Her figure and demeanor seemed to shift fluidly, dazzling all who beheld her. One cannot say it so simply. Although I did rescue you from the labyrinth, the illusions of the maze have thoroughly permeated your mind. Typically, individuals would face certain doom. Rather than allowing your body to decay and ultimately merge with the maze. It would be more advantageous for me to benefit from your existence. Who would have thought, my charming young man, that you possess such remarkable prowess? Managing to extricate yourself and startling me, who was peering into your memories to broaden my understanding. Enough of this idle banter. I am weary of wasting time. Speak. What thoughts do you harbor? Upon realizing my identity, did you not immediately think of evasion or reinforcing your seal? Instead, you contemplated harnessing my power? Indeed, from that fleeting memory, you truly are one of a kind. If you do not speak, I shall take my leave. I am confident that if I could escape that labyrinthine illusion once, I can do so again. As Donyeyu appeared ready to depart, Tamamo no Ame hastily reached out to stop him. Hey, do not be in such a rush. How about this? Allow me to be your familiar spirit, and I shall guide you out. The indigenous inhabitants of this island are long gone. You must have some ulterior motive for being here, right? Not only can I assist you in escaping the maze, but I can also help you find what you seek within it. A familiar spirit? Weren't you sealed away? Donyeyu questioned. It is impossible to summon my true form, but I can slightly unfasten a portion of the seal to channel some power. After all, unlike those mindless-tailed beasts, I possess considerable intelligence, Tamamo no Ame replied with a grin. However, Donyeyu could discern a hint of disdain in her words about the tailed beasts, causing a flicker of hesitation within him. Is collaborating with her akin to courting danger? Yet, I remain a mere captive. What do I have to lose? Furthermore, she does not seem to harbor any malice towards me. Rather, I sense her expectation. Moreover, I am utterly disinclined to navigate that maze once more. Setting aside his internal doubts, Donyeyu retrieved the summoning contract from his pocket. Having always regarded familiars as expendable, he often carried several contracts for convenience. With practiced ease, he bit his finger, inscribing his blood upon the contract. Noticing her momentary distraction, he was about to speak when a chilling wave of dread surged through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. What is this? Why is such extreme malevolence encroaching upon me? He bit his tongue, striving to maintain his composure, yet saw a drop of crimson blood materialize in Tamamo no Ame's hand. Indeed, just a single drop of blood can exert such immense pressure? Donyeyu was horrified and wished to halt the process. Yet Tamamo no Ame had already lowered her head, preparing to seal the contract. After wrestling with his inner turmoil, he chose silence, striving to maintain his dignity and appear less vulnerable. Tamamo no Ame's head slowly lifted, her lips curling into a smirk. The black dragon mark upon her forehead, if he was not mistaken, appeared to be a form of cursed seal. How interesting. At the end of the day, we are but creatures capable of harming other lives, even our own kind, in pursuit of a better existence. Despite our differing origins, we all ultimately spiral into the abyss of ruin. Let me witness the extent of your limits. Are you certain you know the way? Donyeyu surveyed the unchanging maze around him, his face etched with skepticism. He had been meandering with Tamamo no Ame for nearly half an hour. Yet, like before, regardless of how he marked his path or navigated, he sensed no alteration in his surroundings. The only constant was the blinding white. Izumo, upon hearing the words, smiled gently and remarked, "Ah, young one. This labyrinth is constructed through both material and spiritual dimensions. It is not merely an illusionary influence on the mind. It also obscures your physical vision. Relying solely on your eyes will not lead you out. You must navigate with your heart." Heart. Donyeyu furrowed his brow. Izumo leaned casually against the wall, tracing the contours of her bosom with her hand. Indeed, with your heart. Why is it that whenever we discuss matters of the heart, I feel as though you are attempting to deceive me? This is merely your preconceived notion of me. To escape this labyrinth, one cannot rely solely on another's guidance. It truly requires the heart. In fact, I have already discovered the way out. However, my ability to exit does not guarantee yours, even if you believe you are following me closely. Upon hearing this, Donyeyu fell into contemplation, disregarding the enticing gestures of Izumo as he pondered her words. Heart. The influence on the mind pertains to perception, while the physical influence is an obstruction of sight. But what does navigating with the heart mean? With furrowed brows, Donyeyu quietly reflected, unknowingly closing his eyes and retracting his perception, entering a realm of absolute darkness. Observing this, Izumo squinted slightly. Unlike other celestial beings, she, the famed white fox spirit, was not particularly adept in celestial arts. Rather, She had reigned supreme centuries ago through an enigmatic ability known as heart technique. This was also the primary reason she found it challenging to connect with the other three celestial beings. After all, if the source of one's power is not derived from a known system, how could one not harbor a sense of unease? If one were to attempt an explanation, even Izumo would struggle to elucidate the principles of heart technique. It is more akin to intuition, a capability rooted in idealism. In fact, many individuals unknowingly trigger this ability, such as sensing impending death or feeling the departure of a loved one. Heart technique is the means of making this ability controllable. Of course, she had no intentions of taking on disciples at that moment. Nevertheless, Dongyu's innate talent for heart technique indeed exceeded her expectations. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she had not imparted much knowledge. How could he have entered such a state so swiftly? Is this the power of idealism? Intuition? Izumo felt a sense of helplessness. She was merely a small fox. What could she possibly know? In a hazy state, Dongyu appeared to perceive a glimmer emerging from the darkness. Without hesitation, he advanced toward the light, and as he moved closer, his physical body in reality began to traverse at an odd angle, seemingly on the verge of colliding with a wall, yet inexplicably passing through it. Noticing this, Izumo's lips curled into a subtle smile as she followed closely behind him. They maneuvered through the labyrinth, occasionally turning left or right, navigating in an odd yet harmonious manner until they reached the entrance of the maze. Clap, clap. Izumo applauded, causing Dongyu to awaken abruptly as if from a dream. His eyes wide open, he clutched his racing heart, gazing in bewilderment at the scene before him. I have emerged? Yes, it seems you have indeed, Izumo replied. By the way, you truly are remarkable. Although this is merely a common method of navigating with the heart, you have certainly grazed the threshold of heart technique. It took less than an hour, and I recall no one possessing a talent quite like yours. Decades ago, there was a charming young girl, but I have heard that she has since married. It took her a full 3 days and nights to truly comprehend the path with her heart. Are you intrigued by the art of the heart? I shan't reveal it to you. Dongyu's eyelids twitched slightly. Did this creature truly seem as if it had lived for centuries? Yu Zhaoqian cast a glance outside the maze, then turned and embraced Dongyu's arm, her previously mischievous expression transforming into one of tearful despair in an instant. You must remember to summon me often, so I may see the world outside. Boohoo, staying in this place is driving me to the brink of decay. I assure you, I will not devour any hearts indiscriminately. However, Dongyu was not swayed by her pleas. After witnessing the oppressive aura of that drop of blood, he resolved not to summon her unless absolutely necessary. After all, who could predict what hidden abilities these ancient beings, having lived for millennia, might possess? He was not naive enough to believe that she would assist him earnestly. Seemingly sensing Dongyu's thoughts, Yu Zhaoqian's eyes gleamed as she continued, as long as you frequently summon me. I might even find a way to help you with the mark on your forehead. Understood, Dongyu nodded after a moment of contemplation, prompting Yu Zhaoqian to release his arm with satisfaction. I shall await your good news. Dongyu did not respond, but slowly exited the maze. To be candid, he held no absolute confidence in his ability to escape the prison dragon technique, yet it was evident he could not place all his hopes in another. Very well. I shall adhere to the original plan. He resolved to follow the direction indicated by Yu Zhaoqian, meandering through the underground until he soon stumbled upon an ancient and imposing door. As Dongyu pushed it open, the sight within invigorated him, instantly dispelling his lingering gloom. Sealing technique scrolls, ninja tools, treasures, wealth, and secret histories. Everything one could expect from a clan's hidden trove was present. Given that the land of whirlpools had been annihilated merely a decade prior, coupled with the environment of the secret vault, these precious items retained their luster to this day. Filled with exhilaration, Dongyu tossed aside his original scabbard and seized the 3-foot katana resting before him. The dark crimson scabbard, adorned with intricate white patterns, captivated him at first glance. He gripped the hilt tightly and gently swung the blade toward the treasures, instantly cleaving the once resilient jewels in two. A subtle smile curved his lips as he shifted his gaze to the inscription on the blade stand, satisfaction blooming on his face. Blood Soul? A splendid name. A magnificent blade. He mused inwardly, naturally securing it at his waist in place of the previous short knife. As for the other ninja tools and treasures, he had no intention of relinquishing them to Danzo. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned several storage scrolls, efficiently collecting the dazzling assortment of gleaming valuables. What remained were the sealing technique scrolls and the family's secret histories. The techniques of corpse demon sealing, 2 instruments sealing, for symbols sealing, inner 4 symbols sealing, and contract sealing were meticulously transcribed onto a blank scroll by Donyeyu. He had little energy to linger over them, as he had already squandered ample time and felt an urgent need to return swiftly. Regarding the family's secret history, upon recalling the presence of Tamamo no Ame, he briefly perused the pages. As anticipated, her existence dominated nearly half of the family's secret chronicles. Donyeyu's lips twitched as he stored the tome within his storage scroll, resolute in his decision not to present it to Danzo, who was primarily interested in sealing techniques and would likely have no interest in such matters. He was oblivious to the fact that the underground of the land of whirlpools concealed a 9-tailed white fox. After thoroughly scouring the hidden vault, Donyeyu followed the guidance previously provided by Tamamo no Ame and soon resurfaced. He had been entombed in the earth during the early hours of dawn, yet emerged to find the sun setting in the west. Had a whole day slipped away? Donyeyu pondered, preparing to verify the time when he suddenly sensed a slight tremor beneath his feet. He furrowed his brow, donned his cracked mask, and tightened his tattered black robe, hastening toward the source of the vibrations. Who goes there? Oil woman Shurha, seated upon a large stone, turned abruptly, a fierce aura emanating from her, startling the laboring Kawasaki, who feared that the mist shinobi were launching another attack, causing his legs to tremble. Donyeyu parted the branches obscuring his figure, his expression one of confusion as he addressed the two. It is I. What is the situation here? Captain Yu, are you unharmed? We thought you had been buried under the rubble and were preparing to rescue you, Oil woman Shurha said, relieved to see Donyeyu alive, retracting her menacing presence. Donyeyu waved his hand with a light chuckle. I'm fine, and thanks to the explosive blade. I located the hidden vault of the Uzumaki clan ahead of time and retrieved the items required by Lord Danzo. That is splendid. Does this mean we can leave? Finally. Ha! Kawasaki exclaimed, stretching his arms toward the sky in unrestrained joy, clearly having endured considerable torment. Donyeyu cast a glance at him, then surveyed the mountain of corpses nearby. Shurha, what is the current situation? Is everything in order? I have eliminated Kurasame Shiranui and the mist shinobi Esumbu. Runka has perished, her body buried on site. I have not seen Nashi Shinpachi or Amizu, Oil woman Shurha replied, drawing forth a slender weapon resembling a sewing needle from behind her. Indeed, the long blade of Kurasame Shiranui. Is this individual truly so formidable? Not only did he single-handedly defeat Kurasame Shiranui, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen alongside Nashi Shinpachi, but he also vanquished numerous Umbu from the mist. Donyeyu expressed his astonishment and praised her. Shurha, your prowess exceeds my expectations. You are exceptionally strong, perhaps even stronger than I. As for Nashi Shinpachi, he has met his end. The explosion was initiated by him detonating his explosive blade. Amizu unfortunately fell within the blast radius and was instantly vaporized. You flatter me. Captain Yu, there is no need for such modesty. Simply call me Yu. Since you are a friend of Captain Ryoma, you are likewise a friend of mine. The oil girl, Shurha, hesitated, for the meaning of the word friend held significant weight for him. Donyeyu, not allowing him to ponder further, clapped his hands to regain their attention and continued. We shall discuss the myriad of matters later. Time is of the essence. Nightfall approaches. We are not in the land of fire, and to prevent unforeseen circumstances, we must depart. Indeed, we must return. However, our ship is lost, and Haiju is deceased. How shall we make our way back? Chuanjiu hastily responded, only to be struck by confusion moments later. Donyeyu waved his hand dismissively, turning as he spoke. I memorized the route while coming. We need only retrace my steps. Ah, that is truly commendable of you, Captain, Chuanjiu exclaimed, eagerly following. For him, nothing was more joyous than the mere act of living. As for Lanzi and Haiju, he could only lament the nature of ninjas, for one never knew when death might strike. Observing this, oil girl Shurha wasted no time and quickly joined their ranks. The trio raced across the surface of the sea, finally reaching the shores of the land of fire just as dusk began to settle. Though they had returned to their homeland, the ongoing conflicts demanded caution. They sought refuge in a concealed location to rest for the night before setting off once more, eventually arriving back in Konoha just as darkness enveloped the land. Listening to their nearly identical reports, and gazing at the array of sealing techniques laid before him, as well as the long knife and needles submitted by oil girl Shurha. Danzo could not contain his delight, though his expression maintained the stoic demeanor befitting a leader. You have performed admirably. Not only did you eliminate the traitor Haiju, but you also dispatched 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist with the sacrifice of only one of your own. You destroyed the exploding blade, seized the long knife, and dealt with several members of the mist Sambu, all while successfully completing your mission to bring back the sealing techniques. You truly embody the essence of Konoha's root, and I am quite pleased with your efforts. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Danzo, the 3 replied in unison. Even oil girl Shurha, who had spent much time sheltered from the world, understood the appropriate response. Danzo nodded in satisfaction, initially intending to allow them to rest. But as if struck by a sudden thought, he inquired with genuine interest, after this incident, what are your thoughts on the village hidden in the mist? The people of the mist are inherently cruel, indifferent to life, and their actions betray the very essence of a ninja, Chuanzhou managed to articulate after much effort, though it was evident from Danzo's furrowed brow that he was not entirely satisfied. Reflecting on the 2 fallen members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, oil girl Shurha added. Though they were powerful, their arrogance bordered on hubris. This was their fatal flaw. Danzo nodded. This was the response he sought. Insightful and actionable intelligence, rather than hollow declarations of ninja identity. After all, if one were to speak of inherent cruelty and indifference to life, Root was not without its own shortcomings. With both individuals having shared their thoughts, Danzo then turned his gaze to Dongyayu. You, as the leader of this operation, what are your reflections? The internal unrest within the mist is palpable, he replied. Oh, from the moment we appointed Haiju as a spy to the recent offensive by the Land of Water. Even the hidden mist was oblivious to our true intentions in the Land of Waves, launching a sudden assault. Until now, our village of Konoha had little vested interest in the hidden mist, indicating that the hawkish faction within their ranks, witnessing the fall of both the hidden cloud and hidden stone, has become increasingly impatient. The deployment of 2 members from the 7 ninja swordsmen for this attack was a calculated move to ensure the annihilation of our team heading to the Land of Waves, serving as a preliminary probe into our tolerance. If my conjectures are correct, they intend to seize the opportunity presented by the onset of the 3rd Great Ninja War to plunder resources from Konoha. Over the years, as I traversed various missions, I have become astute, with the ability to discern the intricacies of the current ninja world situation, bolstered by my past experiences and the narrative of the original work. The situation in the hidden mist is merely a reflection of internal strength, with the militaristic faction rising, eager for confrontation. In simpler terms, they believe themselves capable and are vying for more resources for survival. Presently, the hidden mist is merely testing the waters, not yet fully committed to open conflict. Should Konoha exhibit any sign of weakness, they would pounce with ferocity. This follows the same logic as the previous 2 great ninja wars. At the core, the nature of the world is one of survival of the fittest. Hearing this, Danzo remained silent for a moment before responding in a somber tone. Your observations align with my own thoughts. The hidden mist has indeed begun to stir. It is not just you. Any Konoha ninja operating in the southeastern seas has recently faced attacks from them. Upon hearing this, Chuanji remained non-committal, as his mind had been clouded, lacking emotional awareness regarding such matters. Conversely, Yamanaka Shurhei, although bearing psychological burdens, was still lucid enough to grasp the implications. The hidden mist is preparing to enter the fray. And this time, their target is no longer the land of Earth, but Konoha. The simplicity of Donyayu's words plunged the atmosphere into a profound silence. Before the harsh reality sets in, individuals often cling to a sense of hope. Konoha is already contending with the hidden cloud and hidden stone, and now the hidden mist is poised to engage, not to mention the restless neighbors to the southwest. The precarious position of Konoha is all too apparent. Danzo's expression, previously devoid of emotion, again settled into a neutral demeanor as he waved his hand dismissively, losing interest. He turned to Donyayu, his voice steady. It is getting late. You should rest for now. Your contributions will be duly noted. You, please stay for a moment. I have further inquiries. Just as Donyayu was about to depart, he felt a tightening in his chest, retracting his foot from the threshold and lowering his gaze in respectful anticipation. Yamanaka Shurhei glanced back at Donyayu's silhouette before following Chuanji out. Danzo, toying with the sealing technique scroll in his hands, turned his back to Donyayu. his demeanor calm as he remarked, "Your assessment of the current situation in the ninja world is notably clear. The hidden mist is indeed set to enter the fray. You have proven to be my most trusted subordinate, and this deserves commendation. All credit goes to your guidance, my lord." Dong Ye responded respectfully, bowing his head. Tuan Zhang's expression remained utterly unchanged. When the fact that the hidden mist would soon engage in battle was laid bare before him, he had already lost all interest in the flattery. A few days prior, the third Hokage had shared a tale regarding the land of whirlpools with me. "Please, do share." "My lord, I assure you that I shall speak without reservation," I replied earnestly. In truth, it was a mere figment of folklore, a legend from the Warring States period. Hundreds of years ago, spoke of a white nine-tailed fox. Unlike the tailed beasts of today, this fox excelled in illusions and delighted in feasting upon human hearts. Its shadow loomed over many battles of that era, marking it as a true malevolent spirit. The white nine-tailed fox. I pondered. It was said that due to its malevolence and numerous misdeeds, it was ultimately sealed away by the Uzumaki clan on a small island. Which explains why the Uzumaki distanced themselves from the vast, fertile plains to settle on that isle, renaming it the Land of Whirlpools. Is there truly such a legend? Dong Ye inquired, his face a mask of astonishment. Tuan Zong continued, were it solely a legend, it could be dismissed as mere folly. However, intelligence suggests that during the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, many ninjas from various villages mysteriously vanished, with their bodies never found. Thus, I must ask you, have you encountered this demon? No, Dong Ye promptly denied, not intending to reveal the existence of Higashi No Ame. Given Tuan Zhang's cunning nature, it was evident that relying solely on the underground labyrinth to eliminate this ancient being would be futile. Moreover, Higashi No Ame was currently sealed, and the consequences of their meeting were fraught with uncertainty. Furthermore, as his summoned beast, despite the inherent risks, she had become a significant asset, one he could hardly afford to disclose to this ancient schemer. Tuan Zong himself held no strong opinions on the matter. At its core, it was merely a legend, with most information surrounding it being speculative. Especially after Dong Ye had expressed his views on the hidden mist, Tuan Zhang's interest waned further. He had merely recalled the third Hokage's mention of this tale upon seeing Dong Ye's mask. After hearing Dong Ye's denial, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may return to rest. As the captain of this mission, you shall be duly recognized for your contributions by Konoha." "Yes." Dong Ye bowed in acknowledgement. As night fell, the stars twinkling above, Dong Ye returned home, placing the blood soul upon the rack. Instead of immediately inspecting the sealing scrolls or tallying his spoils, he first retrieved the tome of Uzumaki's secret history. Previously, he had only skimmed through it at the vault, never truly delving into its depths. However, Tuan Zhang's recent words had piqued his interest in Higashi No Ame's existence. After all, having an ancient creature that had existed for over a millennium as his summoned beast posed significant risks. One misstep could lead to consequences far worse than those faced by Orochimaru with the Great Serpent. Not to mention, he was still unaware of her true nature, leaving him uncertain about the potential challenges that awaited should he summon her in the future. In the 73rd year of the Warring States period, the Uzumaki clan was established. In the 147th year, a white fox spirit, measuring 3 zhang in length and 2 zhang in height, with 9 tails, proclaimed itself as the White Fox Immortal. Skilled in manipulation, it delighted in consuming human hearts and was notorious for its ruthless nature. By the 153rd year, the 9-tailed white fox instigated a national war, leading to the demise of the kingdom of Shang. In the 194th year, Uzumaki Sanpu and Uzumaki Sokai led their clan in a failed campaign against the 9-tailed white fox, marking the First War of the White Fox, during which 1,233 warriors perished. In the 248th year, the 9-tailed white fox seduced the monarch of the kingdom of Inari, inciting a chaotic conflict among 3 nations. By the 273rd year, Uzumaki Toraha led his clan against the 9-tailed white fox, but met with failure, which was later recorded as the Second War of the White Fox, resulting in 3,497 casualties. In the 293rd year, Uzumaki Kogen invented the sealing technique known as the corpse demon sealing. In the 334th year, the then clan leader, Uzumaki Tai, chose to act as bait, challenging the 9-tailed white fox alone. Overcome, he later devised a scheme to lure it to a remote island in the southeast. rallying the clan to harness the power of the earth's veins to execute the two instruments sealing technique, thus founding the kingdom of Uzumaki. In the 354th year, the prison of the White Maze was constructed. In the 375th year, Uzumaki Tai passed away and leadership transitioned. By the 421st year, the Senju and Uchiha clans emerged as the two most formidable families in the Land of Fire. In the 528th year, the internal consolidation of families led to the establishment of Konohagakure. In the 534th year, the village of Uzumaki was founded, with Uzumaki Arena serving as its inaugural leader. In the first year of the new era, Uzumaki Mito entered into matrimony with Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konohagakure. In the second year, the village of Uzumaki forged an everlasting alliance with Konohagakure. By the 23rd year of the new era, Uzumaki Arena passed away, and leadership transitioned once more. In the 37th year, various ninja villages launched surprise attacks. The records ceased at this point, leaving a void thereafter. Dong Yiyu found little of value in the historical accounts. He had hoped to glean insight into the heart manipulation mentioned by Tamamo no Mae, but was instead met with a vast narrative that scarcely elaborated on the principles behind it. The sheer scale of national conflicts, the annihilation of kingdoms, and the loss of thousands of lives attested to the formidable prowess of this being. Yet, the specifics of its strength seemed confined to the brief mention of its ability to manipulate hearts. Frustrated by the lack of substantial information, he concluded with a frown and retrieved his garments from the wardrobe, making his way to the bath. As he bathed, a snow-white vertical pupil gradually materialized within the pages of the Uzumaki secret history. Is this the world beyond? How intriguing. Another evening passed. After a simple meal and cleansing, Dong Yiyu embarked on his journey of learning. Seated cross-legged in his bedroom, he surveyed the numerous sealing technique scrolls before him and contemplated categorizing them, tucking away those he deemed unnecessary into a hidden compartment. After all, he was not an unparalleled genius. Mastering such a plethora of sealing techniques in a short span was unattainable. He understood that the essence of learning lay in depth rather than breadth, rendering many sealing techniques superfluous for his current needs. Techniques such as the corpse demon sealing and the four-symbol seal, which entail mutual destruction, not only demand substantial learning effort, but also offer rather meager returns. He harbors no attachments, nor does he concern himself with bonds. To him, death is simply death, devoid of any considerations for progeny. The notion of dragging an opponent down with him holds no significance. Moreover, mastering such sealing arts, in a certain sense, undermines one's own morale. With this mindset, one may easily contemplate mutual annihilation when confronted with formidable adversaries, rather than strategizing on how to eliminate the opponent while ensuring one's own survival. He possesses no interest in such ineffective sealing techniques. In addition, lower-tier sealing arts provide little assistance, as few adversaries possess the strength necessary to compel him to utilize sealing techniques given his current prowess. He selectively retained a few that were straightforward to learn and relatively practical, relegating the remainder to obscurity. The remaining techniques, of course, consisted of those with higher practicality or formidable potency. Dong Yiyu perused the selection and, after a short while, extracted 2 sealing scrolls for inspection. The 4-symbol seal and the 2-instrument seal. Dong Yiyu hesitated upon observing the names of these 2 sealing arts. The 4-symbol seal needs no elaboration. It has appeared numerous times in the original work and is a powerful sealing technique capable of sealing tailed beasts. Following modifications by Namikaze Minato, the future 4th Hokage, it evolved into the 8-trigram seal, which can seal half the power of the mightiest tailed beast, the Nine Tails. One could assert that his journey to the land of whirlpools was primarily aimed at acquiring the 4-symbol seal. However, while he was familiar with the 4-symbol seal, he was perplexed by the 2-instrument seal. Aside from a brief mention by Tamamo no Mae, who referred to it as the seal used to confine her, he had no further recollections of it. Yet, reflecting on the oppressive weight of that drop of blood, Dong Yiyu envisioned Tamamo no Mae's strength. To possess a sealing technique capable of binding a creature that had existed for centuries, it must surely be a superlative sealing art, particularly with the dual advantages of the Uzumaki clan's prowess and the energy of the earth. It could not possibly be subpar, could it? Ultimately, dwelling on such thoughts proved futile. He resolved to examine it further. Shaking off his distractions, Dong Yiyu unfurled the scroll of the 2-instrument seal, beginning to analyze and comprehend it word by word. The essence of life is divided into yin and yang, which also gives rise to chakra, formed from the amalgamation of spiritual and physical energy. In simpler terms, the physical energy of life represents yang, while the spiritual energy signifies yin. The absence of yang indicates a lack of physical energy, rendering the formation of a material foundation impossible and consequently unable to exist in the physical realm. Conversely, the absence of yin implies a lack of soul and consciousness, akin to a mere puppet without self-awareness. This encapsulates the concept of yin and yang. The two-instrument seal is thus birthed from this principle. After the practitioner meticulously prepares the intricate sealing technique, they execute the final hand seal while simultaneously infusing the dual attributes of yin and yang chakra into the sealed individual's body. This infusion creates a disruption in the balance of yin and yang within, rendering the individual unable to gather their power for a brief period, and ultimately sealing them into an independent space. Within this realm, whether it be within a human body or an object, the sealed entity will automatically segregate into its yin and yang aspects, with one side embodying only the soul devoid of physical form, while the other consists solely of the body without the soul. Subsequently, the yin and yang elements will autonomously transform into the moon and sun within the confines of the sealing space, adhering to a natural cycle of sunset and moonrise. During this time, the sealed individual will continuously draw upon their own strength to reinforce the seal. Theoretically, the only opportunity for them to escape the seal and return to their original form arises when the moon and sun converge, symbolizing the unification of yin and yang. It is noted that this technique is exclusively intended for sealing malevolent entities. Following these straightforward statements, a plethora of intricate precautions and peculiar hand seals, alongside chakra manipulations, are detailed. After a moment of contemplation, Dongye felt a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He possessed the yin and yang chakra, yet had never considered its application in such a manner. After all, the presence of yin and yang chakra does not equate to mastery of the yin-yang release technique. As depicted in the original text, it is rather underwhelming, lacking combat potency, and even falls short compared to individuals like Yamashiro Aki and Karen, who also wield these chakra attributes. The outcome is evident. Possessing merely these two chakra types proves to be of little practical use, compounded by the scarcity of literature on the subject and the lack of scholarly pursuit in this area. Over time, Dongye had come to regard these chakra properties as nearly inconsequential until today, when he unexpectedly stumbled upon this remarkable revelation. Setting aside other considerations, the mere notion of utilizing the sealed individual's chakra to suppress themselves is astonishing in its own right. This truly feels like a stroke of fortune, although somewhat absurd. Dongye felt a profound sense of justification in his desire to learn this two-aspect sealing technique. By comparison, the so-called four symbols sealing technique pales in comparison. Concepts of utilizing the cyclical nature of the four symbols are convoluted and logically inconsistent. When juxtaposed with this technique, the disparity in complexity is evident. The very idea of drawing upon one's own strength to reinforce the seal is staggering, let alone the abstract condition that only upon the convergence of the sun and moon can one hope to return to their original form and break free from the seal. As for the stipulation that this technique is solely applicable for sealing malevolent entities, it is worth noting that in the annals of the ninja world, tailed beasts have long been regarded as the epitome of malevolence, embodying the very essence of threats to humanity. Essentially, any being possessing absurdly potent capabilities that endanger human safety can be classified as malevolent. Therefore, in a certain sense, the two-aspect sealing technique can also be perceived as a specialized sealing method for tailed beasts. However, despite its formidable nature and specialized application, the cost of learning it is significantly high. The abstract illustrations and annotations are bewildering enough, and the esoteric language alone can leave one feeling dizzy. After nearly an hour of study, Dongye could only manage to proficiently execute the hand seals, while the concept of infusing the dual attributes of yin and yang chakra during the final stages of the sealing process eluded him. Certainly, Dongye remains unhurried. Though others affectionately label him a genius, he humbly perceives himself as insignificant when juxtaposed with true prodigies. If he were to articulate his stance, it would merely be that he is willing to dedicate more time to self-improvement. If an hour proves insufficient, he will extend it to a day. If a day falters, then a week. If a week is inadequate, a month will suffice, so long as he is on the right path. He firmly believes he will eventually master the skills he seeks. The so-called threshold is merely a temporary obstacle. However, given the ongoing turmoil in the Land of Fire, his leisure time is rather limited, compelling him to hasten his progress. Dongye muses as he meticulously organizes his daily training regimen, morning devoted to ninjutsu practice, afternoons to taijutsu, evenings to learning sealing techniques, and reflections on his day's advancements before bed, a schedule brimming with activity. Although the study of sealing techniques demands considerable attention, he is determined not to neglect other aspects of his training, as he has no desire to be a one-legged giant. After some time at the training grounds, he unleashes a flurry of techniques: lightning release, thunder strike, wind release, vacuum sphere, fire release, great fireball, water release, water dragon bullet technique. With a rapid succession of hand seals, he executes all 4 ninjutsu within mere moments, transforming the training ground into a scene reminiscent of a natural disaster. These 4 techniques represent the pinnacle of his chakra attributes, all classified as B-rank ninjutsu. Although his chakra reserves are substantial, employing 4 high-intensity techniques simultaneously leaves him momentarily drained. Fortunately, the execution of these techniques meets his expectations in terms of destructive power and area of effect. Now his mastery of the 4 elemental ninjutsu has reached a plateau. Further enhancement of his abilities necessitates a different approach. Dongye muses that the performance of these 4 techniques suffices for his current needs. The study of the 2 instruments sealing technique will demand a significant portion of his forthcoming energy, and he does not intend to pursue higher-tier ninjutsu. Advancing further would primarily involve merely amplifying destructive capacity. As for supportive or more practical ninjutsu, they are predominantly exclusive secrets passed down by others, rendering them inaccessible to him. Investing further time and energy in such pursuits would yield a low return on investment. After all, for true powerhouses, mere high destructive capacity is insufficient. The rationale is straightforward. The majority of formidable individuals possess high offense but low defense. A high-damage advanced ninjutsu, or even a common kunai, can claim the lives of many strong warriors. The distinction between high and low destructive power is often minimal. If one cannot strike, what significance does high destructive capacity hold? Ensuring the ability to bypass defenses is sufficient. Pursuing advanced ninjutsu is less favorable than learning highly practical techniques that provide consistent benefits, akin to the blue blade technique. He may also consider other ninjutsu, and if necessary, develop them himself, exemplified by his 100 transformations technique. Though it inflicts no damage, its practicality is noteworthy, and its learning curve is manageable, an ideal model for the development of new ninjutsu. In the realm of perception, Dongye currently experiences a myriad of sensations, enhanced by a weapon imbued with blood essence and a blue blade. His arsenal includes wide-ranging attacks such as water dragon bullets and blazing arrows. However, it is evident that his physical strength remains a significant shortcoming. He yearns to augment his corporeal capabilities, yet the prospect of achieving rapid results solely through daily training appears daunting. The only known methods for a significant and transient enhancement of physical prowess are the 8 gates of Duanjia and the so-called ninja body technique known as Reikage, both of which are notoriously elusive. Thus, the path to physical enhancement seems virtually obstructed, given that there are no immediate shortcuts to bolster his physical strength, and the development of the ninja body technique presents considerable challenges. He resolves to cultivate his mental faculties, specifically the art of illusion. As thoughts of illusion crossed his mind, Dongye touched his face, suddenly inspired by a new idea. Oil woman Shurha gazed out at the sun, casting a glance at the dim interior. The atmosphere here was far more monotonous than he had anticipated, devoid of entertainment, interaction, or companionship. Only an endless training ground and tedious books surrounded him. Was this the environment in which Ryoma had been nurtured? He pondered silently, opening the door to seek solace beneath a large tree. Feeling the gentle breeze caress his face and basking in the radiance of the sun, which offered him a modicum of comfort. Since the conclusion of his journey to the land of whirlpools, he had succumbed to a life of idleness. For him, a satisfactory level of physical fitness sufficed. There seemed little necessity to practice ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, as his primary offensive strategy relied on nano-sized parasitic insects laden with venom. Rather than expending considerable energy in these areas, he preferred to contemplate tactics against adversaries, seeking ways to ensure that his poison could more easily come into contact with them. Of course, He was rather disinclined to engage in such thoughts. Time passed, and perhaps boredom set in. Four-oil woman Shurha gradually rose to continue his aimless wandering within the base, a newcomer to Root, exuding an aura of dissonance with his surroundings. As he ambled along, he found himself inexplicably halted before an auxiliary residence, instinctively lifting his gaze to the doorplate, which, upon recognition, rendered him momentarily speechless. This was the residence of Donyeyu. How did I arrive here? Should I enter and offer my greetings? Just as oil woman Shurha hesitated on whether to knock, the door of the auxiliary residence swung open of its own accord. Did you come attracted by the aroma? Ha! I'm currently cooking, so I want to come out to greet you. Let us have lunch together before you leave, I assure you. The chef in the cafeteria may not surpass my culinary skills. Oh. Upon hearing Donyeyu's words, oil woman Shurha felt somewhat disoriented, responding in quick succession as he stepped inside, inadvertently closing the door behind him. Following the sound, he ventured into the kitchen, where he found Donyeyu clad in casual attire, donning an apron while stirring a dish. This marked the first occasion he beheld Donyeyu's true visage. Despite having surmised his youth from his voice, the actual sight left him momentarily stunned. With eyebrows like willow leaves and eyes akin to peach blossoms, his long black hair danced gently in the breeze, his fair skin bathed in the warm sunlight, complemented by a soft smile that turned towards him. In a fleeting moment, oil girl Jihei found himself hesitant to approach Donyeyu. When Donyeyu turned back with a light laugh, he appeared as if he were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, evoking an involuntary feeling of inferiority within Jihei. In stark contrast to Donyeyu's radiant demeanor, he felt akin to a reptile slithering in the gutter, the two of them worlds apart in stature. How beautiful, he mused internally, his speech becoming somewhat stammered. Why you? Captain you. Just call me you. In truth, I should be younger than you, Jihei, for I am merely 17. Consider me your genuine junior. There is no need for such formality. You should exhibit the grace of an elder, Donyeyu said casually, stirring the ingredients in the pan. Entirely unaware of Jihei's inner turmoil. For the sake of safety, Jihei always donned a black cloak and secret techniques when venturing outside, rendering his face and form a mystery. Only a deity could discern his thoughts amidst such concealment. Jihei was taken aback by this revelation. 17? At such a tender age, you are capable of single-handedly defeating one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Muli Shenba. How impressive. Genius scarcely encapsulates your prowess. And it's no wonder Lord Danzo holds you in such high regard. It was merely fortune. Had my opponent not underestimated me, victory would have eluded me. Spare me the flattery, please, he replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. But the truth remains. If you continue to praise me, I might just start to strut, he chuckled. Now, do make yourself comfortable outside. It is a rare occasion that I have a guest in my humble abode, and it would be a travesty for you to merely stand there watching me cook. Haha. Jihei responded, at a loss for words. He was not one for eloquence and could only manage an awkward smile as he retreated to the living room. Yet, as he recalled Donyeyu's attempt at modesty, which belied an unmistakable pride, he felt an inexplicable stirring within him, as if something had been healed. Perhaps it was the superior geographical location that afforded the house excellent light permeability and remarkably fresh air, evoking an indescribable sensation in Jihei. Though he could not articulate it, he found himself quite fond of the ambience. With nothing to occupy his time, he surveyed the living room, ultimately concluding that it was simplicity incarnate. There were no superfluous decorations, only unadorned furniture arranged with modesty, and the pristine surroundings combined to create an unexpectedly relaxing atmosphere, far superior, at least, to his own quarters. Just as Jihei continued to admire his surroundings, Donyeyu emerged from the kitchen, bearing a platter of delicacies. Ding, stir-fried beef with tomatoes, scrambled eggs, and cucumber salad. Is this enough? Can we really finish it all? Hearing Donyeyu's cheerful tone, Jihei felt a strange sense of relaxation wash over him. Donyeyu feigned exasperation, saying, You underestimate a ninja's appetite. This is just the beginning. Dessert awaits us as well. Do not leave until you've finished your meal. With that, Donyeyu hastily placed a bowl of rice and chopsticks in front of Jinchūriki, before turning to serve himself. Jinchūriki inhaled the enticing aroma that permeated the air, hesitating momentarily before deciding to eat out of courtesy. After all, it was indeed mealtime, and the prospect of his stomach growling later would be rather awkward. Moreover, He found himself at a loss for words if he did not eat. Dong Ye-yu, too, was not one for conversation during meals, and upon returning with his own plate, the two of them silently began to tidy up the dishes on the table. Occasionally, Jinchūriki caught the sound of suppressed laughter. At last, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Observing Dong Ye-yu, who had once again paused to stifle a laugh, he scratched his head and asked, "Have I done something wrong?" No, not at all." "Then what is it?" "It's not that. It's just that your secret technique is quite fascinating. The food disappears into your dark robe as soon as it enters. If I hadn't heard you chewing, I would have thought you were playing a trick on me. Truly, it's quite amusing." Upon hearing this, Jinchūriki felt a vain throb on his forehead, yet seeing Dong Ye-yu's playful expression, he couldn't help but smile slightly in return. Is this what it feels like to have a friend? After the meal, Dong Ye-yu quickly tidied up and approached Jinchūriki, who was seated on a wooden plank, enjoying the gentle breeze and warm sunlight, carrying 2 plates of diced watermelon. Unlike other members of his clan, Jinchūriki seemed to possess a unique affinity for sunlight, despite spending his life shrouded in a dark robe. "Here's a little dessert for after the meal." "Oh, thank you. How does it taste? Does it suit your palate?" "Yes, it's incredibly delicious. I never expected you to possess such remarkable culinary skills in addition to your combat prowess. This is far superior to the cafeteria." Hearing Jinchūriki's genuine praise, Dong Ye-yu smiled softly, munching on the watermelon as he replied, "I dislike the cafeteria, not because the food is unappetizing, but because it simply does not suit my taste. So whenever I have the time, I try my hand at cooking, and surprisingly, it turns out to be quite simple. Over time, this has become my routine." "You truly have great perseverance." "I wouldn't say that. It's merely about engaging in activities one enjoys that provides motivation, much like you pursuing what you love." "What do you enjoy?" "Indeed, what do you enjoy?" Even though a ninja's life is destined to be filled with combat, that is only one aspect. We can still aspire to do what we wish, become who we desire, and witness the beauty we long to see. As Dong Ye-yu spoke, he slowly directed his gaze towards Jinchūriki. "So, Jinchūriki, what is it that you cherish?" Jinchūriki was momentarily taken aback. Since childhood, he had endured discrimination and isolation, with little opportunity for communication, and his daily life was closely monitored. The colors of his world were predominantly gray. How could he ponder such questions? He fell silent. At this moment, Higashi seemed to recall something and said, "Actually, not long ago, I had little interest in cooking. My aspiration was to become a traveler, to traverse every corner of the world and behold its myriad landscapes. However, I eventually relinquished that dream." "Relinquished it?" Jinchūriki dared not dwell on his own passions. Hastily interjecting, Higashi expression grew somewhat complex, and his tone became noticeably somber. "Indeed, I have given it up, setting aside my current identity. The mere question of whether I can survive until that time is precarious enough. How could I dare to indulge in the notion of being a traveler?" "You absolutely can survive." The gravity of this topic weighed heavily, and even Jinchūriki could not assure the stability of his own ninja career. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he responded affirmatively, "No." Upon hearing this, Higashi suddenly extended his index finger in a gentle shake, then slightly tilted his head, smiling softly into the sunlight. "It's not just you, nor just me, but us." "Us?" "Exactly. What joy is there in traveling alone? It is far better to embark on journeys with friends. Don't you agree, Shurhei?" As he gazed at the hand reaching toward him, Jinchūriki felt for a fleeting moment as though he were ensnared in a dream. "Yes." Trembling slightly, he extended his own bandaged hand, shifting his gaze from it to the gentle, radiant smile illuminated by the sun. "Ryoma, I have found it. I have discovered my own light. Do visit often." Higashi said as he bid farewell to Jinchūriki and closed the door, his previously amiable expression abruptly turning cold and indifferent. "This illusion seems quite effective," he murmured, the softness in his brow transforming into a sharp intensity, his entire demeanor shifting substantially. If he had appeared as an innocent youth unacquainted with the world before, he now embodied the cool decisiveness of a lethal assassin. The reason for his earlier gentleness, so starkly contrasted with his combat demeanor, was simple. It was merely an illusion he had recently developed. Dubbed the affinity effect, its primary function was to make the target perceive the caster as more approachable. In simpler terms, it allowed the other party to view him through a flattering lens, rendering him more agreeable and disarming their defenses. While this may sound absurd, the actual efficacy of this illusion was rather limited. The affinity effect lacked intricate steps or profound principles. It was hastily constructed by Higashi, drawing on some knowledge from his past life. Its effectiveness largely depended on the environment, the art of language, and even the personal expression of the caster. The affinity effect merely embellished this foundation. Should one display impatience, no amount of the affinity effect could salvage the situation, for the other party is not a fool. However, while the effect of the affinity effect may not be particularly remarkable, its practicality is indeed commendable. It proves to be quite effective in both espionage and interpersonal interactions. Furthermore, it does not fall under the category of visual illusions. One can simply close their eyes to disregard it. Instead, it interferes with chakra, creating a hallucinatory effect in the brain, which signifies that it is nearly indefensible. The alterations it induces are minimal, rendering it exceedingly difficult for the illusionist to realize that they have fallen prey to the illusion. This was, after all, the very intention behind Dongyu's design of this illusion, facilitating ease of use as a supplementary tool without considering its independent efficacy. In comparison to his talent in the second ninja body technique, his aptitude for illusion is somewhat lesser. Coupled with the constraints of ocular power and the subsequent scenarios involving divine confrontations, he has no intention of expending excessive energy on this front. The affinity effect suffices for his needs. Once he had solidified the function of the affinity effect, Dongyu commenced his afternoon training in physical arts. After exhausting himself to the point of perspiration, he proceeded with his usual routine of dining, bathing, and ultimately studying the two instruments sealing technique. At present, he has attained a preliminary ability to utilize it, yet he cannot guarantee its stability. Of course, the primary issue lies in the absence of any target for experimentation. Otherwise, with ample practice, he might have already mastered this technique. Dongyu had contemplated testing it on an object or a living being. But the series of annotations repeatedly admonished against using this technique on non-demons or non-living entities, leading him to abandon such thoughts. In the late hours of the night, after concluding his studies and disrobing in preparation for sleep, a sudden knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Frowning, Dongyu donned his attire and stepped outside. "Who is it?" "Dongyu, Lord Danzo requests your presence in his office." "I understand." As he observed the messenger retreating into the distance, Dongyu's brow furrowed involuntarily. What could the old man Danzo possibly want at this late hour? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to take his blood soul and don his black cloak. Before long, he opened the door to the office, where his gaze fell upon Yono Shirhai, kneeling before Danzo on one knee. "You have arrived." Despite previous events causing the alliance between Iwagakure and Yin hidden villages to effectively collapse, great nations prioritize their interests above all else. It is improbable that the village would lessen its defensive measures before Iwagakure withdraws its troops, leading to a current state of internal vulnerability. Nearby, Sunagakure and Kirigakure are also exhibiting movements. Among them, Kirigakure is the most vocal, insisting that we surrender the perpetrators who killed Wooly Shinba and Kurosaki Shiranui, or else face retribution against Konoha. Upon hearing this, Dongyu's heart skipped a beat, and various scenarios flashed through his mind. Nevertheless, he steadied himself and calmly replied. Kirigakure has harbored ambitions for some time. Their intentions were evident even before the deaths of Wooly Shinba and Kurosaki Shiranui. Even without this incident, they would seek other pretexts to initiate conflict. The reason they present this demand is merely to weaken our living forces before the outbreak of full-scale war. You have always been my most satisfactory subordinate. You express your thoughts eloquently. When the clarion of war resonates, it becomes evident that the demise of merely one or two elite shinobi cannot bring an end to the turmoil. Such is the overwhelming tide of fate that cannot be resisted. To speak candidly, the incident in the Land of Rivers was precipitated by their initial control over the sea assistance and their subsequent assault upon you, wherein you merely acted in self-defense. If blame must be assigned, it can only be directed towards the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, whose inadequacies are glaring. Although one may harbor disdain for the treacherous Danzo, one must concede that his words carry a semblance of truth. Just as Dongyu was about to exhale a sigh of relief, the conversation took an unexpected turn. However, despite such sentiments, reality often proves to be rather unsatisfactory. As members of Root, your accomplishments have remained obscured from the village, and it is inevitable that some short-sighted individuals may be stirred to unrest by the words of the hidden mist, thereby causing turmoil within the village. Thus, I intend to unveil your merits, contingent upon your delivering a decisive blow to the hidden mist once more. Danzo's reasoning here is not without its own calculations. Recently, he had acquired the esteemed disciple of Hizen, Orochimaru, whose prowess greatly appeals to him. The collaboration between them has led Danzo to temporarily relinquish his aspirations for the position of Hokage, opting instead to bolster Orochimaru's bid for the fourth Hokage. With his withdrawal from the competition for Hokage, he has gained a broader perspective on the election. He has discerned that popular support is an essential criterion for the role. Although Orochimaru is formidable and boasts a plethora of achievements, his indifference towards life and taciturn nature render him virtually silent within the village. As a supporter, while Root operates with exceptional secrecy, their greatest flaw lies in their obscurity, leaving the common folk unaware of their contributions to Konoha. Where, then, could popular sentiment arise? And how could the hearts of the people be swayed? This concern is exacerbated by the recognition of Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, who has garnered immense acclaim on the front lines, winning the hearts of the populace and becoming increasingly favored by the higher-ups. This comparison casts a shadow over Danzo's own unrecognized triumphs against the 7 ninja swordsmen, which only came to light through the inadvertent revelations from the hidden mist. If this trend continues, even with Orochimaru's backing, his position as Hokage may not be assured. After all, while Root's existence is glaringly evident to the upper echelons, it remains largely unknown to the ordinary citizens of Konoha, who have scarcely heard of them. The same can be said for Danzo's standing in their eyes. Donyeyu sensed an ominous premonition upon hearing this, yet he nodded affirmatively, stating, "We shall heed Lord Danzo's command. For Root, for Konoha, we will brave fire and water without hesitation. I stand with you," added Yamanaka Shiho, echoing his sentiment. Upon witnessing their resolve, Danzo allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips, then casually uttered a chilling directive that made Donyeyu's hand tremble. "I require your cooperation with Orochimaru to eliminate the third Mizukage of the hidden mist." At this pronouncement, even Yamanaka Shiho fell into a heavy silence. If one were to consider the resolution of the remaining 5 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, they might grit their teeth and muster the courage to fight. Yet, what is this? This is a direct assassination of a shadow, a figure second only to the feudal lord in a nation, overseeing the entire ninja village, and almost certainly the most formidable individual within that village. Moreover, they would be intruding upon enemy territory to carry out such a deed. Even with the legendary Orochimaru, one of the 3 Sannin, aiding them, they could not shake the feeling of a dismal future, teetering between life and death. Donyeyu forcefully suppressed his emotions. At least he had Orochimaru's assistance, rather than being sent to certain doom alongside another. Young Jihei was not particularly acquainted with Orochimaru. Yet Donyeyu understood the implications well. If this man were involved, success was not entirely out of reach. Contemplating this, he lowered his head and earnestly declared, "As you command." Tawanzo nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, and then shifted his gaze to young Jihei. "As you command." Young Jihei felt Tawanzo's piercing gaze upon him. He knew that as long as he did not object, Tawanzo would not dare to make things difficult for him due to his family status. However, upon hearing Donyeyu's agreement, he already had his answer. He could not simply stand by and watch Donyeyu, that innocent youth, fade away. Moreover, who could say they wouldn't succeed? Seeing their resolve, Tawanzo clapped his hands together. "You may return to rest for now. Report here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, at which time Orochimaru will temporarily lead your small team." Understood. After the 2 departed, from a shadowy corner emerged a man clad in a black cloak. His skin pale to the point of illness, with serpent-like pupils and mysterious purple markings at the corners of his eyes. "Are you not concerned about the Yun clan's potential objections to your assignment of young Jihei?" Tawanzo cast a glance at him and shrugged wearily. "Orochimaru, do you truly believe we can find a multitude of capable individuals within Root to undertake such an assassination mission?" "Haha, indeed. However, I did not anticipate that you had such talents under your command. Donyeyu, he is indeed remarkable and unique. Furthermore, he is quite loyal. Given enough time, he might grow to your level, Orochimaru." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru merely smiled, yet his serpent-like gaze remained fixed on the direction Donyeyu had departed. His intuition warned him that this individual was exceedingly dangerous, far more perilous than the human poison that was Yun Jihei. As for loyalty, to be frank, he harbored doubts about the existence of such unwavering loyalty. How intriguing. It seems this excursion to Kirigakure will not be so dull after all. In the early morning, within the dense forest of the southeastern fire country, Donyeyu touched the delicate human skin mask upon his face, gazing at the unfamiliar man reflected in the water's surface, and could not help but feel astonished. It must be said, Orochimaru truly lived up to his reputation as the greatest antagonist in the early to mid stages of the original narrative. The human skin mask crafted by him bore no signs of artificial fabrication, adhering seamlessly to the skin as if it were entirely natural. The mask prepared by Captain Orochimaru was indistinguishable from reality, fitting perfectly without any sense of dissonance. Because it is indeed genuine, meticulously peeled from a human face, I merely adjusted its dimensions to slightly amplify or diminish its likeness. Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly, his visage adorned with a skin mask. Although this new countenance appeared significantly less dreadful than his prior appearance, the moment he uttered those words, he was instantly reverted to his original form. Yamanaka Shirke, poised to don the mask, hesitated upon hearing this revelation. Orochimaru glanced over, nonchalantly stating, your mask is perfectly fine. It is a one-to-one replica crafted from a unique material that mimics human skin. The toxins from the insects within you are exceedingly potent. To prevent any leakage that could compromise the mask, I specifically devised one capable of temporarily repelling toxin infiltration. Oh, splendid. Thank you, Captain Orochimaru. Yamanaka Shirke finally felt reassured, though he couldn't help but marvel at the dark whimsy behind the one-to-one replication of human skin. Higashi, upon learning that the skin adorning his face was indeed real, remained unfazed. Given Orochimaru's character, such actions were hardly surprising. Rather than dwell on trivialities, he was far more intrigued by the method employed. Captain Orochimaru, how did you manage to peel human skin so seamlessly and affix it to one's face without detection? That is truly remarkable. That is my exclusive secret. Orochimaru raised a finger to his lips, adopting a mysteriously playful demeanor, then asked with curiosity, how intriguing. You did not express discomfort upon learning it was genuine human skin. After all, it is indeed the real thing. Skin is merely a covering. I fear not its former owner while they breathe, and even less so now that they have passed. Furthermore, Captain Orochimaru, your technique yields tangible benefits, aiding our mission and enhancing our ability to disguise ourselves. In other words, it is a treasure that increases our chances of survival. Can the mundane, rigid doctrines of society assist us in fulfilling our tasks or prolonging our existence? Clearly not. Hence I see no reason for discomfort. You truly are a refined egoist. Not at all. I merely value my life more than the average person. Higashi replied with a gentle smile. Compared to Orochimaru's grin, his smile merely radiated a sense of joy, despite his current visage appearing slightly less youthful and handsome than before. Orochimaru remained silent, his expression tinged with mockery, as if to convey disbelief in Yu's words. Yamanaka Shirke adjusted the mask before the mirror and inquired, Captain Orochimaru, what are your plans for our upcoming mission? Shall we proceed wearing these masks? Do you know the identities of the original owners of these three faces? What? They are spies from the mist, concealed within Konoha. Due to your recent actions, they have been compelled to reveal themselves prematurely. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Higashiyu's expression shifted, asking, is it for the ninja blade? Indeed. It appears Mist holds the ninja blade in high esteem. In that case, let us return this item to them ourselves. With that, Orochimaru produced an unusually slender, yet 3-foot-long weapon resembling a delicate embroidery needle, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glint. Danzo, what on earth are you plotting? In the familiar Hokage office, amidst the well-known scenery, the expression on the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was far from pleasant this time. Rising from his seat, he slammed his hand on the table, his gaze fixed intently on Danzo, who slightly hunched back, did nothing to diminish the overwhelming aura of terror he exuded. He could hardly fathom that the other would dare to make such an audacious decision behind his back, sending 3 individuals to assassinate the third Mizukage in the Mist Village. That was tantamount to a death sentence. Did this man believe the Mist Village was to be trifled with? It was one of the 5 great shinobi villages, after all. Observing the fury radiating from his counterpart, Danzo felt an unexpected sense of delight. Yes, delight. It had been far too long since he had witnessed such an expression from Hiruzen. Ever since he had ascended to the position of Hokage, any trace of negative emotion had vanished from his visage, giving Danzo the impression that he was not facing a mere man, but rather a divine, illusory being. He chuckled softly, responding nonchalantly, "My thoughts are quite simple. Since the village is grumbling about the impending war with the Mist Village, I shall simply acquiesce to their sentiments and eliminate the third Mizukage, compelling the Mist to withdraw their forces. Your approach will only exacerbate the conflict." Hiruzen retorted vehemently. "Is there not enough discord already? Are you treating war as a mere game?" At this, Danzo lifted his head, an inexplicable voice echoing in his mind. "Utohias." He met Hiruzen's gaze, a surge of nameless fury rising within him. "Hiruzen, it is you who treats war as a jest. Even if you have forgotten the teachings of the second Hokage, you cannot be blind to the current state of the shinobi world, can you? We all know that. Regardless of the deaths of those two members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the mist will inevitably strike. Similarly, even had I refrained from sending assassins after the third Mizukage, the mist would still advance. Thus, it is better to strike preemptively. How could I forget the teachings of the second Hokage? No matter how dire the situation in the shinobi world becomes, one must not resort to such extreme measures. Moreover, do you truly regard the third Mizukage with such disdain? A confrontation on a narrow path favors the brave. He is the third Mizukage, the current master of blade techniques in the shinobi world, the foremost wielder of water release, the strongest in the land of water, and the leader of the Mist Village, Kisame Hashigaki. Hiruzen emphasized each word with fervor. Danzo rose slowly, maintaining his composure, his aura undiminished. Even the mightiest shall eventually meet death. The first, the second, and yes, even the third can perish. You, Hiruzen, you have disappointed me greatly. You have lost the sharpness of your former self. I wish to know who instilled such confidence in you. Frustrated, Hiruzen realized Danzo's mind was set, and he opted to inquire about the situation. He was aware that Danzo had dispatched 3 individuals to assassinate the Mizukage, but was ignorant of their identities. A smile crept across Danzo's lips as he uttered names that ignited Hiruzen's fury once more. To eliminate the formidable Utohia, to slay the capable Shizune, and your most cherished disciple, the one endowed with remarkable talent, the one you hold in the highest regard, who bears the title of one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru. Utohia is your subordinate. I shall not concern myself with him. As for Shizune, you have completely disregarded my previous words, haven't you? As for Orochimaru, I intended for him to work and learn under your guidance, not for you to send him to his demise. Unfortunately, due to the personnel shortage en route, as you are aware, despite the claim of having a plethora of strong individuals, there remains a significant gap when compared to those true monsters. Hence, I had no choice but to send Yamanaka Shurhei. Regarding Orochimaru, Danzo paused briefly as he contemplated whether to speak further. However, upon witnessing the escalating intensity of Higash's demeanor, he decided to voice his thoughts. In truth, the notion of assassinating the third Mizukage was not originally mine. It was proposed by your beloved disciple. To be candid, when I first heard his idea, I shared your sentiments. Nevertheless, he ultimately succeeded in persuading me with his eloquence. He proposed it? Orochimaru fell into a sudden silence, as if his throat had been constricted. Being his most esteemed disciple, he knew well that Orochimaru would never embark on an endeavor without confidence. Yet, regardless of the perspective, this venture appeared to be a certain death trap, a veritable gamble with life itself. He thought to himself, and immediately exclaimed, "No, I cannot agree. We must abandon this plan. We still have room to maneuver against the Mist Village, and there is no need to take such a perilous risk. Your disagreement is inconsequential. I am the third Hokage." Danzo retorted with a smirk. "I am not opposing your will, Lord Hokage. I simply cannot call them back now." Orochimaru was aware that if he were to discuss this matter with you, you would undoubtedly disapprove. Thus, he sought my permission first and, at dawn the following day, embarked on his mission accompanied by Tanbo Yu and Yamanaka Shurhei. Yu. Higashi pointed at Danzo, his lips trembling, yet ultimately he refrained from uttering anything further. The two remained locked in a standoff, and after an indeterminate duration, Higash's fury began to subside. He turned to gaze out at the drifting leaves beyond the window. His voice suddenly tinged with age. "You had best pray for their success." Upon hearing this, Danzo's lips curled into a smile, recognizing that his counterpart had relented. He replied, "If this operation succeeds, I wish for their achievements to be known throughout the village, the nation, no, the entire shinobi world. This would significantly compromise the secrecy of Root. In truth, many within the shinobi world are already aware of Root's existence. its discretion is no longer as formidable as before. Rather than concealing it entirely, it may be prudent to reveal a portion, perhaps to deter some nefarious individuals. As you wish. Higashi responded without looking back, fixated on the view outside. Staring at the village he had cherished his entire life. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling chill in the wind, and he noticed the sky had gradually darkened. This sense of powerlessness, indeed, have I aged? Danzo observed the solitary figure of his counterpart in silence for a moment before turning towards the door. As he was about to exit, he left behind a parting remark. Look on the bright side. Perhaps this is the most prudent decision we have ever made. On the border of the land of fire, at a mist-shrouded coastline, the moonlight reflected upon the shimmering sea as the sun cast its rays into the vast expanse. As two voices resonated, three men clad in the attire of ordinary woodcutters emerged from behind a large stone. From the misty expanse of the sea, several figures donned in fog-masking masks and combat uniforms, resembling members of a clandestine organization, also advanced. Both parties halted at a distance of approximately 1 meter, where the leading middle-aged woodcutter brandished an unusual weapon, slender, yet measuring 3 feet in length, akin to an exquisitely crafted needle. Noticing this, the leader of the masked figures reached out to seize the weapon, but was effortlessly evaded by the woodcutter. A long knife, resembling a sewing needle? Indeed, a long knife resembling a sewing needle, the middle-aged woodcutter acknowledged with a nod. The leader of the masked figures extended his hand toward the woodcutter, requesting, "Allow me to inspect it. This item is far too precious. It would be prudent to wait until we reach the village for an examination." The middle-aged woodcutter replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell into a palpable silence. The outstretched hand of the masked leader lingered in the air, and a subtle shift in tension was evident as a menacing aura began to pervade the atmosphere. While outwardly still, both parties were, in reality, readying their weapons. However, after careful contemplation, the masked leader ultimately chose to withdraw, retracting his menacing demeanor. The swiftness with which the woodcutter had reclaimed his long knife, coupled with the background of having escaped from the Hidden Leaf village, suggested that he was no mere adversary. It was wiser to complete the task at hand rather than engage in a gamble. With this realization, he spoke, "Let us proceed. The boat is prepared." With that, he turned first towards the mist, and the other masked figures, seeing their leader's decision made, refrained from voicing any objections. "Thank you for your understanding," the middle-aged woodcutter said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he and his two companions closely followed the leader's pace. The members of the masked organization were undoubtedly skilled in water techniques, rendering oars unnecessary. A few simple ninjutsu or the use of their summoning beasts would suffice to maximize the boat's speed. After some time, the three woodcutter-clad men convened in a cabin aboard the vessel. Once they confirmed that no one was eavesdropping nearby, the middle-aged man, now revealed to be Orochimaru, crossed his arms and leaned against the wall with a sly grin, remarking, "So this is the village of the Bloody Mist. That killing intent nearly made me think our captain had been detected." The pale-skinned young woodcutter waved his hand dismissively, his anxiety evident. Orochimaru, exuding confidence, responded, "Fear not, Rain. My skills are impeccable." This was merely an internal issue within the mist. That situation was likely their attempt to claim credit for this achievement. Claiming credit? "Are they not concerned we will report this to the higher-ups?" queried the dark-skinned masked figure, Shizune. Orochimaru shrugged. "Naturally, they are apprehensive. Even though the higher echelons of the mist espouse a philosophy of survival of the fittest, such a behavior of claiming credit would disrupt their normal governance. These incidents may occur behind the scenes, but if they transpire openly without consequence, it would affect the entire internal structure of the mist." "Then how do they dare to seize credit?" asked the young woodcutter. "Only the living can report, the dead cannot. If someone dies, who will know? It will be deemed a clandestine affair. If we were to exhibit signs of unease or fear, would you not believe that the report upon his return would state that the three of us were hunted by Konoha, ultimately succumbing to our grievous injuries and leaving them to return the long knives to their rightful place?" Yamanaka Shurhei, upon hearing this, was somewhat taken aback. Despite his reclusive and paranoid disposition, his inner thoughts were remarkably innocent. Given that Konoha's internal atmosphere, aside from the presence of the root, was relatively serene, he was encountering the notion of eliminating teammates for the sake of achievements for the first time. It was no wonder that the mist ninjas he encountered treated their comrades with such indifference for the sake of profit. Thus, here, We need not overly suppress ourselves. As long as we do not reveal our identities, allowing our true natures to surface to a reasonable extent could be a prudent choice. With that, Orochimaru cast a meaningful glance at the two of them. Although Yamanaka Shurhei appeared stable at this moment, his documented temperament was indicative of the contrary. Meanwhile, although there was no mention of Donyeyu in the records, Danzo had deemed him a trustworthy subordinate, one who required no concern. Yet, Orochimaru harbored lingering doubts about him. Donyeyu, upon hearing this, displayed no reaction, maintaining his stoic expression as he replied, "Completing the mission swiftly is all that matters." "Does the captain imply that a little excess is permissible?" Yamanaka Shurhei inquired. Orochimaru nodded slightly, a faint smile curving his lips. Although his gaze rested on Yamanaka Shurhei, his peripheral vision inevitably drifted towards Donyeyu. As long as identities remained concealed, the Mist Ninjas possessed an extraordinary capacity for accepting bloodshed. "I understand," Yamanaka Shurhei acknowledged, stroking his chin, lost in thought. At that moment, a sudden, urgent knocking and a rather irritable voice echoed from outside. "Knock, knock, knock. Hey, it's time to eat." Just as Orochimaru was about to respond, he noticed Yamanaka Shurhei rising from his seat, prompting him to chuckle. "Go on and have your fun. After all, our current identities are those of heroes returning with the ninja blades, as long as we do not go overboard." "All right." Yamanaka Shurhei initially fell silent before responding. That suppressed madness seemed to have found an outlet, as a surge of killing intent flooded the room like a deluge. The Mist Ninja, still pounding on the door, felt his body stiffen, cold sweat streaming down his face. "What is this feeling? It's as if I am on the brink of being killed." Just then, the door before him swung open, and upon gazing at Yamanaka Shurhei, he perceived not a single person but a mass of writhing insects. A grotesque entity that seemed to emerge from chaos. He even began to feel an overwhelming wave of nausea rising within him, urging him to vomit. "Could you lower your voice, please?" Yamanaka Shurhei's words were soft, yet they resonated in the ears of the Mist Ninja like the whispers of a demon. He struggled to suppress his restless heart, his face contorted as he managed to reply, "Fine. Then lead the way." This statement seemed to grant him a reprieve. He quickly bowed deeply to Yamanaka Shurhei in acquiescence. Orochimaru and Donyeyu exchanged glances, each detecting a trace of amusement on the other's face. The distinction between individuals who can be provoked and those who cannot is discernible through their temperament. The oil-skinned woman, with her liberated spirit, exudes a fierce and tumultuous murderous intent that is enough to instill dread. Even the likes of Higashi no Yuki cannot compare to such ferocity. Only someone of Orochimaru's caliber, who embodies the apex of the biological hierarchy, might rival her presence. Her lethal aura does not solely stem from her essence, but is significantly augmented by the nanobots coursing through her veins, particularly after engaging in battle and savoring flesh. These nanobots seem to have developed a taste for the exquisite, radiating an insatiable thirst for human life and death. Four-seasoned shinobi like Higashi no Yuki, who have weathered countless battles, such an aura poses little threat. Their psychological resilience to murderous intent has been greatly fortified, and they may only experience a fleeting discomfort, as long as they are not directly attacked, which generally does not impede their judgment. However, for the Umbu, who are merely above the average Chunin and far from the level of Jonin, the oppressive weight of such a presence is undeniable. "Karji, why are you so slow? Is that group dragging their feet?" The squad leader from the mist, who had been tasked with the retrieval, felt a pang of dissatisfaction upon witnessing the tardiness of his subordinates, intending to unleash his pent-up frustration. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, a wave of paralyzing murderous intent washed over him. The words he had planned to utter were suddenly lodged in his throat. Nevertheless, he managed to regain his composure more swiftly than Karji, who was visibly shaken. Instead of fear, a sense of relief washed over him. Thankfully, he had refrained from acting impulsively. Given the palpable intensity of the aura, it was evident that their adversary possessed formidable strength. Coupled with the presence of two other oblivious individuals, the situation could easily turn dire. He could very well end up with nothing to show for his efforts, while risking his own standing. "Three esteemed heroes, please take your seats." With this thought, he bent slightly and extended his hand. His earlier impatience transformed into a posture of servility. While the people of the mist do not harbor the intrinsic respect for the strong that the Cloud Village does, they exhibit an outward reverence that borders on obsequiousness. This attitude is deeply rooted in the culture of the Mist, which, in many respects, is the only village among the 5 great ninja settlements that embodies the principle of survival of the fittest so thoroughly. Orochimaru smiled, choosing silence, and settled comfortably in the foremost seat. He had no inclination to squander time on the umbu of the Mist. To him, they were merely a collection of insects to pass the time. Should he choose to engage seriously, they would hardly endure even a minute under his prowess. As for Higashi no Yuki, he appeared outwardly calm, yet his mind was preoccupied with strategizing his next steps, how to assassinate the third Mizukage, refine his plans, and secure his escape route. The umbu of the Mist were simply too inferior, lacking even the strength of a jonin, rendering them devoid of any intrigue for him. The nonchalance of the 2 individuals stood in stark contrast to the incessant ticking of the time bomb that was Oil Woman Shurhei, further deepening the intrigue that the Mist shinobi harbored towards them. This allowed the trio's life aboard the vessel to be exceedingly pleasant, free from concerns about routes or provisions, as they occasionally convened to refine their plans. Although it was primarily Oil Woman Shurhei nodding in agreement, it was indeed Orochimaru and Higashi who engaged in discussions. Days passed, and they finally arrived at their destination. Before them lay an island enveloped by the sea, surrounded by towering peaks, shrouded in a veil of mist. This was the Hidden Mist Village, one of the 5 great countries, the land of water. Orochimaru appeared to be familiar with this place, a faint smile perpetually gracing his features. Higashi surveyed the surroundings. Despite having undertaken numerous missions at sea and having interacted with the Mist, this was his first visit to their stronghold. As for Oil Woman Shurhei, words were unnecessary, having lived on the continent for years. He had rarely even ventured beyond the shores, and the unique environment before him sparked a genuine curiosity in his eyes. "Please wait a moment. I shall report to the guards," said the leader of the Mist umbu before proceeding to converse with the guards stationed at the dock. After obtaining their permission to pass, he returned to escort the group into the Hidden Mist Village. The structures here predominantly utilized stone as their foundation, with wood being seldom employed, perhaps due to the scarcity of timber in this coastal region. Additionally, the pervasive fog hindered direct sunlight, giving the entire village an ethereal, muted quality. Although the environment may not rival that of Konoha, its remoteness from the ravages of war and its connectivity to surrounding islands ensured that the flow of people was not inferior to that of Konoha. Along the way, the sounds of vendors calling out and children frolicking alleviated the psychological burden on Higashi and Oil Woman Shurhei, albeit temporarily. As they delved deeper, the crowd thinned, and the ambient noise diminished, amplifying the pressure in their hearts until they entered a colossal cylindrical structure towering over 10 meters high, where their anxiety peaked. The source of this overwhelming tension was unmistakable. It hung in the air like the sword of Damocles, poised over each of them. Indeed, this sharp, oppressive sensation was possessed solely by one individual within the Mist, the third Mizukage, Kiryu Rin. The original narrative provided scant details about the third Mizukage, and due to the timeline's progression, he had long since passed, leaving no trace of his name. However, in the current shinobi world, the name Kiryu Rin resonated throughout, his unparalleled swordsmanship laying the foundation for the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. His ghostly movements had shifted the atmosphere of the Mist towards assassination, and coupled with his unmatched water techniques, his renown was on par with the third Hokage of other villages. As Higashi reflected on Kiryu Rin's formidable reputation, he could not help but feel a tightening in his chest as he sensed the origin of the oppressive aura at the corridor's end. The individual in question is just behind that door. Should their location be compromised, the 3 of them would be unable to escape, even if they had wings. Moreover, the inadequate lighting within the building casts an oppressive gloom throughout the corridor, rivaling even the infamous base of the root. In this somber atmosphere, the room at the end of the corridor emanates an even greater sense of foreboding. Although the members of the Mist's umbu have grown accustomed to such scenes, they still feel a sense of reverence each time they arrive. As they approach the end, a youth with green hair and purple eyes, bearing a doll-like face and a scar resembling a stitched wound beneath his left eye, stepped through the door. It was Lord Yakura. The umbu members quickly bowed in greeting. Despite not yet having become the Jinchūriki of the 3 tails, Yakura had already attained the rank of Jonin at a young age, and with the recognition of North Snow Ren, he was considered a genuine core member of the Mist's internal management. He nodded to the umbu, then turned his gaze towards Orochimaru and the others. So it is you three? Yes, indeed it is, they replied. I see. You may return. These three will accompany me inside. With a wave of his hand, the Umbu, understanding the signal, respectfully withdrew. The once crowded corridor suddenly felt vacant with their departure. Yakura fell silent for a moment, then, stroking his chin with a hint of maturity, surveyed the trio, Higashi Yuki, Orochimaru, and Aburame Shirhai, before finally stating, "Thank you for your years of hard work. Welcome home. It was no trouble at all. It is our duty to dedicate ourselves to the mist," Orochimaru replied with a smile, prompting Higashiya and Aburame to nod in agreement. Yakura was momentarily taken aback by their words, but then inexplicably erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, it is evident you have spent time in Konoha. Your words are far more palatable than those of the self-centered individuals I often encounter. Orochimaru merely smiled, choosing not to engage in this precarious topic. Yakura glanced at the office door behind him and remarked, "As you have just returned and may still be unfamiliar, feel free to seek my assistance should any difficulties arise. I shall not delay you further. Please, go inside. The third Hokage has been waiting for you." "Thank you, Lord Yakura." Watching the trio bow in gratitude, Yakura let out a hearty laugh and departed. As one of the few normal individuals in the mist, he differed markedly from the bloodthirsty members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. While he was highly regarded by the third Hokage, he was disillusioned by the brutal and bloodthirsty nature of the mist under North Snow Rin's rule. In contrast, he preferred the camaraderie and relaxed atmosphere fostered by the second Hokage, Kirigikure's Mizukage, who embodied a more harmonious approach. As Orochimaru turned back, sensing the sharp aura emanating from behind the door, a cold smile graced his lips as he gently pushed the door open. "Mizukage-sama, Mizukage Orochimaru, Higashiya Yuki, and Aburame Shirhai report." "Rise," North Snow Rin replied, regarding the trio kneeling on one knee with an expression that revealed little, his tone somewhat indifferent. After all, having occupied this position for an extended period, displaying emotions was an instinct embedded in his very being. Orochimaru rose, drawing forth a long blade from behind him. And with a smile, he presented it. "Thank you, my lord. This is the target of our mission, the long blade. The explosive blade has been confirmed as completely destroyed." "Completely destroyed? The explosive blade, that fool Woolly Shiba." North Snow Rin instinctively closed his eyes as he received the long blade, tenderly caressing it while murmuring softly. After a moment, he continued, "You have done well. Accommodations have been arranged for you. From now on, you shall return to the village to live." "Thank you, my lord. However, I have one more request." "What is it?" "If it pertains to a reward, feel free to speak. I shall grant what I can. If possible, I wish to become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen." Upon hearing this, North Snow Rin, who had been fondling the long blade, halted in his motion. He opened his eyes to gaze at Orochimaru, his dark pupils scrutinizing him, the oppressive aura around him intensifying. Observing that Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, a smile still adorning his face, North Snow Rin felt a flicker of surprise and immediately unleashed his full presence. His black hair danced as if stirred by an unseen wind, and the long-suppressed energy surged forth, filling the room like a myriad of blades. Orochimaru was taken aback by this sudden display of might. Though his smile persisted, beads of sweat began to betray him. "Oh, can you maintain this level of control?" Just as North Snow Rin was marveling at the situation, a sound echoed through the room. "Apologies, Lord Mizukage," as he beheld the oil girl Shirhei, who had collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. North Snow Rin withdrew his aura, casting a glance at the still-standing Higashiya, though he too was drenched in perspiration. He then focused his attention back on Orochimaru. "Your composure is commendable. Lord Mizukage, you flatter me." North Snow Rin waved his hand dismissively and closed his eyes once more. Leaning back in his chair, his long black hair cascaded over his slightly aged yet still handsome visage. "Let us dispense with these formalities. Which of the ninja swords do you seek to win over? The other 5 blades already have masters, and with the destruction of the explosive blade, I am left only with this long blade, the needle. To be candid, my desire for the long blade has resonated deeply within me since the moment I laid eyes upon it. I feel that we are destined to become excellent companions." "Oh, are you capable of wielding it?" "I believe I can." Orochimaru's face illuminated with confidence. North Snow Rin furrowed his brow, a hint of concern in his voice. "It is good that you possess such confidence, yet to return and instantly become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen may invite dissent from those who harbor ill will. Lord Mizukage might consider organizing a competition in the village with the needle as the prize. I would enter as an ordinary contestant. If victorious, I would inherit it openly. If I lose, I shall have no face left to pursue this matter. Very well. Since you have expressed yourself so clearly, further persuasion on my part would only reflect poorly on me. I do not wish to be seen as unsympathetic. From a young age, you were embedded in Konoha, and now that you have just returned, you find yourself somewhat unaccustomed to the local customs and traditions. It may not be prudent to engage in a competition immediately. I recommend you take a half-month respite to reflect. Should you still wish to participate thereafter, I shall permit you to enter the contest wielding your long sword. Thank you, my lord. Orochimaru bowed in gratitude. A faint smile finally graced the otherwise impassive face of Beishuren as he waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Your presence, after years of lurking in Konoha, was intended to serve as a formidable battering ram against its gates. Unfortunately, due to the blunders of those two fools, you were compelled to reveal yourselves prematurely. This is indeed our shortcoming. We owe you an apology. You flatter me, my lord. All right, enough with the pleasantries. We could go on like this indefinitely. I shall not delay your rest any further. Take this to the finance department and collect some funds. It has been far too long since you returned. Enjoy yourselves as you wish. Then we shall take our leave. With Beishuren's nod, Orochimaru grasped the letter on the table and departed with Higashi and oil woman Shurhei. The office of the Mizukage fell once more into silence. Beishuren moved aside the scroll on the desk, revealing documents beneath, murmuring to himself. Shuegae Goro, was it? Sent to Konoha at the tender age of 7. But the information is scant. Those two are similarly vague. Judging solely by his composure, Shuegae Goro appears promising. Yet in this current climate, vigilance is paramount. As for Kawanami Mizu, he seems acceptable, a decent prospect, while Tekigashira is rather mediocre. If they indeed possess the requisite strength, the vacancy in the 7 ninja swordsmen can be swiftly filled. The chaos resulting from the demise of those two fools has led to a certain disarray within the ranks. Perhaps it is best to observe for a while longer. I hope these 3 will not disappoint me. 1, 2, 7. It seems Beishuren's trust in us is lower than we anticipated. However, they have not focused directly on us and remain at a distance, perhaps cautious of being discovered. In any case, we can converse freely now without fear of being overheard or having our lips read. We merely need to keep our voices low. Seated at a sashimi restaurant, bored while awaiting their meal, Orochimaru utilized his ninjutsu to sense the lurking figures of several hidden mist shinobi nearby. A slight smirk gracing his lips. For reasons unknown, his smile always exuded an alluring charm, even when his appearance had changed. Just now, Shurhei was so convincing. And he still won't relent? Eastyu remarked, devoid of expression. Who knows? But isn't the destiny of a spy just this? After so long in concealment, even one's own comrades struggle to trust you. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, then turned to the silent oil woman Shurhei, praising him. You performed admirably. You have now been marked as inadequate in their eyes. Your next task is to fade from their view and minimize your presence. Understood. Oil woman Shurhei nodded, aware that his earlier performance in the Mizukage's office was merely a prelude to their subsequent actions. After all, his abilities predominantly reside within the parasitic creatures on his body. The more attention they receive, the more prone they are to exposure. Thus it is only natural to conceal one's talents. The waitress approached with 3 plates of fish and meat sashimi, a radiant smile gracing her face. Please enjoy. Thank you. Dongye replied with a nod. As the waitress walked away, he picked up his chopsticks, delicately selecting the fish while inquiring, by the way, Captain Orochimaru, when did you master the technique of sewing with a long blade? It's merely a trivial skill, easily mastered with a modicum of effort. The so-called 7 ninja blades consist primarily of the Great Blade Samahata and the Thunder Blade Kabutawari, along with the twin blades of the Flounder, which possess some merit. The others are merely pretenders. The 7 ninja swordsmen are no different, Orochimaru stated nonchalantly. Dongye reflected on the unpleasant visage of Murakami Shinbachi, nodding in agreement. I concur. If that's the case, Captain Orochimaru, you should secure victory in the competition in half a month. Rest assured, even without resorting to my signature ninjutsu, my physical prowess and combat experience are sufficient for me to establish a foothold. However, that one individual does pique my interest. Which individual? Yagura Kurigane. Yet, he likely won't participate. Heat and sewing techniques are not well suited. That youth's disposition is rather overly optimistic. It is indeed rare for the current environment of the Mist Village to produce such an earnest fool, Orochimaru mused, chuckling at the memory of the youth's gaze. Donyeyu found himself taken aback by Orochimaru's astute observations. The original narrative offered little insight into Yagura. But as one of the few perfect Jinchūriki in the subsequent ninja world, anyone who could harmoniously coexist with tailed beasts surely possessed a commendable character. This meant that Orochimaru had merely exchanged a few words with Yagura and was able to surmise his personality and behavior with remarkable accuracy. Such sharp insight sent a shiver down Donyeyu's spine. While Donyeyu pondered this, Orochimaru discreetly scrutinized his expression. Upon witnessing a flicker of apprehension in Donyeyu's eyes, the smile on Orochimaru's face deepened. Shirajima Yuki, oblivious to the undercurrents between the two, remained focused on devouring the fish. Leaf Village, situated in the heart of the continent, is characterized by hilly basins, far removed from the coast. Rarely does one come across sashimi, let alone fish, so his singular opportunity to visit the Mist Village was one to relish. Moreover, this mission, to put it bluntly, could lead him to the realm of the dead if mishandled. Thus, delaying his enjoyment would only lead to regret in the face of unforeseen circumstances. As for intelligence matters, he had come to terms with his role during the planning discussions on the boat. Orochimaru would set the directives, Donyeyu would assist in refining them, and he would execute the plan, as he was not adept in that domain. It was better to refrain from awkwardly inserting himself and risking embarrassment. He preferred to remain a dutiful enforcer. Noticing Orochimaru's gaze, Donyeyu averted his eyes, feigning nonchalance, and once more picked up a piece of fish, savoring it thoughtfully. What direction should we take next? Proceed methodically, without excessive deliberation. I understand, Donyeyu nodded, pushing his sashimi toward the still engrossed Shirajima Yuki. As the latter stared in bewilderment, Donyeyu stood up, smiling. Apologies, this doesn't quite suit my palate. It's all yours. Having spoken, he turned and departed, making his way towards the accommodation arranged for him by the water's reflection. Observing this, Orochimaru lifted a piece of fish to his mouth with his right hand, while with his left, he pushed the remaining portion towards Yonu Shihira, then left with a sinister grin. Do I appear to be someone who relishes such delicacies? Yonu Shihira smirked, yet glancing at the two who had already receded into the distance, he resumed his meal. It had already been ordered. It would be a waste not to indulge. Toyayumu busied himself arranging the decor of his room according to his preferences, discarding items he deemed unnecessary. He now played the role of a man who had spent the better part of his life as a spy, returned to his village, feeling an overwhelming sense of boredom, idleness, and emptiness. After all, under the watchful eyes outside, he indeed had little to occupy himself with. After a flurry of activity, the once somewhat cluttered room transformed into a clean and minimalist space. He relished this sense of simplicity, as it afforded his troubled heart a chance to breathe. Once he had tidied up, Toyayumu stroked his chin and decided to venture outside to explore the scenery, acclimate to his surroundings, and perhaps purchase a few books to peruse during the evening's solitude. He was unaccustomed to this feeling of squandered time, but could only strive to adapt. The brilliant and radiant hues of dawn burst forth from the mist, scattering fragments of light across the earth. Nature's miracle swept away the gray filter shrouding the hidden Mist Village, revealing a sanctuary bathed in the glow of the dawn. Although Toyayumu's face bore little expression, he felt an undeniable sense of relief within. The presence of such beautiful scenery always had a soothing effect on the heart. While the hidden Mist Village may not possess the same sun-drenched cheerfulness as the hidden Leaf Village, its misty aura contributed to a unique charm. In a state of ennui, Toyayumu occasionally paused by the roadside to observe the ebb and flow of passers-by, at times closing his eyes to savor the dawn's light upon his face, and at other times wandering to the coast to admire his reflection in the sea, reminiscent of a man returning to his roots, tracing the path of his childhood. As dusk approached and his errands drew to a close, Toyayumu purchased a modest selection of seafood and vegetables before heading toward a bookstore he had previously passed. He intended to find a few casual reads to occupy his time, for the absence of activity was indeed quite tormenting for him. Among the myriad of books lining the shelves, Tales of the Ninja World, The Sky of the Hidden Mist, Taro's Secret Teachings, Paradise of Affection, Toyayumu's hand came to rest on a book adorned with the image of a woman being pursued by a man, accompanied by a heart illustration. Paradise of Affection? Could Jiraiya's work have made its way to this place? What influence, Lost in thought, Toya Yumu suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixed intently upon his face. Startled, he turned to see a beautiful girl with emerald green eyes and curly auburn hair. Her expression rife with disdain as she slowly uttered 2 words, pervert. Kagurame? Ever since his powers had grown, Toya Yumu's memory had sharpened remarkably. Though Kagurame was still quite young and not fully matured, those unmistakable eyes and hair, combined with her face, made her identity undeniable. What luck! The 3rd, 4th, and 5th generation of water shadows all crossed my path in a single day. When did I become so intimately acquainted with the misty hidden? Donyeyu rolled his eyes, disregarding Kamei-mei's mockery, and pulled the book Intimate Paradise from the shelf, presenting it to her directly. What do you mean by this? Kamei-mei frowned, clearly perplexed. Reflecting on the original timeline of the character, Donyeyu couldn't help but smirk slightly. It was hard to envision that mature and seductive woman having any connection with the innocent girl before him. Perhaps her overly pure youth led her to miss the opportunity for marriage, ultimately transforming her into that version of herself. As this thought crossed his mind, his twitching smile gradually settled and even lifted slightly. This book is more suited for you than for me. Accept it. You will thank me later. Huh. Kamei-mei looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the intentions of the young man before her. Donyeyu wore a mysterious smile, which, coupled with the book in his hands, gave off a rather lecherous vibe. Just take it. I refuse. Perverted lecher. Kamei-mei swatted Intimate Paradise away, her face a canvas of disdain. Donyeyu shrugged nonchalantly, saying, I am genuinely curious how you deduced I was a lecher, simply because I held this book? I know for a fact. Chiyo's sister told me that anyone reading this book is a lecher. Has your Chiyo sister read this book? Noticing Kamei-mei's wavering confidence, Donyeyu pressed on. You are merely taking someone else's word for it. Perhaps someone has already read what is written in this book, hence labeling others as lechers. You, Kamei-mei retorted. I am telling you now, readers of this book are not lechers. Impossible. Readers of this book are indeed lechers. Kamei-mei seemed somewhat shaken, her voice unconsciously rising. Though Donyeyu smiled, his words pierced her heart like countless needles. By what right do you claim this? Have you read this book? Do you know its plot? Do you understand its significance? You are merely relying on hearsay to conclude that anyone who reads this book is a lecher. Who do you think you are? I. Stealing a glance at the approaching staff member, Donyeyu quickly retrieved Intimate Paradise from the ground and thrust it into the still stammering Kamei-mei's hands. Once you finish reading it, then come back and call me a lecher. I shall be here at this time tomorrow. With a grin, he randomly selected a few books from the shelf and strolled towards the front desk. Kamei-mei, now awakened from her daze, watched Donyeyu's figure recede, then glanced down at Intimate Paradise in her hands, just as the staff member arrived. Mei, what's the matter? Nothing, Chiyo sister. I wish to purchase this book. Having drawn back the curtains and opened the window, Donyeyu inhaled the fresh air, readying himself for breakfast after completing his morning rituals. Last night, the book he chose to pass the time proved to be nothing more than a fleeting distraction, lacking in substance. While it did not induce boredom, it certainly did not invigorate his spirit. Rather, the sensation of time squandered intensified. This afternoon, he resolved to return to the bookstore, hoping to uncover something more engaging. Donyeyu mused as he retrieved the fish fillets he had prepared the previous evening from the freezer. After boiling them, he combined them with rice in a pot. Half an hour later, with a rumbling stomach, he served himself a bowl of fish porridge. He had little fondness for cold dishes, though fresh. They felt rather peculiar to someone accustomed to cooked meals, as if something were amiss, though he could not quite articulate what it was. Once he finished breakfast, Donyeyu found himself ensnared in a state of idleness. Should he venture out for another day? He sat on the sofa, gazing at the scenery beyond the balcony, his expression gradually becoming numb. For someone like him, who was used to a busy life, the feeling of wasted time was excruciating, akin to an emptiness that hollowed out his very soul. Suddenly, a crisp knock at the door broke the silence. Startled, Donyeyu quickly donned his coat and fastened his blood talisman at his waist. Hold on, I'm coming. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the youthful visage of Ijong, exuding an air of boyish charm. With a smile, he offered a headband adorned with the mist-hidden village emblem. Mizuko-san, this is your headband. Thank you, Lord Ijong. Not at all. Yesterday, I left in such haste that I forgot to inquire about our assignments, Lord Ijong. What do you think? Donyeyu asked cautiously as he placed the headband on his forehead. Ijong replied earnestly, I came specifically for this matter. Since Mr. Hiro has chosen to compete to become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. His success will naturally elevate him to Jonin, and arrangements will follow without the need for further assignments. As for Mr. Chuan, I have inquired and he intends to take a break for the time being. Thus, he does not require a position. That leaves only you, Mizuko-san, which is why I took the opportunity to ask about your plans while delivering the headband. Donyeyu stepped aside and gestured towards the room with a smile. Regarding that, let us discuss it inside, Lord Ijong. It is not my manner to keep guests standing at the door. Ah, haha, no worries. Ijong chuckled, waving his hand, though his body, betraying his words, followed him into the room and settled onto the sofa. Despite the uncertainty surrounding his identity and the lingering threat he posed, Donyeyu, confident in his own strength, paid little heed to such concerns. As he closed the door, Donyeyu instinctively thought to offer refreshments, but upon reaching the refrigerator, he realized he had only just arrived the day before, and aside from some vegetables and fish, the fridge held little else. As Yagura glanced over, he grasped his hair with his right hand, while his left hand formed seals behind his back. With a hint of embarrassment, he spoke, Lord Yagura, I only arrived last night, and have not prepared anything at home. Not to worry, my purpose for coming here is merely to discuss important matters. In fact, it is I who should feel guilty. You arrived only yesterday, and I should have allowed you a few days to rest. Yet here I am, intruding upon you. Yagura said with a sense of remorse. The affinity effect activated. After completing his seals, Higashi lifted his left hand and quickly replied, Not at all. I have little to occupy myself with at home and am quite bored. Is that so? Yagura pondered the spies of the past, feeling a weight settle in his heart. Indeed, those who had spent their youth as spies often returned not with joy and fulfillment, but with a sense of emptiness and ennui upon completing their missions. For anyone who had lived longer as a spy than in ordinary life, psychological issues were not uncommon, such as losing a sense of self, wasting time, and feeling isolated. In severe cases, defection was a frequent occurrence, which likely explained why Lord Mizuki mandated a fortnight of observation for them. The more Yagura contemplated this, the more he noticed the myriad stories etched upon Higashi's face, filling him with sorrow for the young man. He wished to prevent the hero of the hidden mist from descending into self-contradiction and despair, and he certainly did not want to witness their eventual demise in gloom. Overwhelmed by his thoughts, Yagura finally asked, Do you have any requirements regarding your position? Please feel free to express them, and I will assist you to the best of my ability. I actually have no substantial demands. If possible, I would like to serve as a guardian of the docks. A guardian? Indeed, I wish to protect the docks, safeguard the hidden mist, and defend this nation. As a naive smile gradually graced Higashi's face, Yagura inhaled sharply. The simplicity of his request was almost too much for him to bear. Are you truly intent on becoming a dock guardian? That position is at most that of a chunin. Well, I don't have many thoughts on the matter. I simply wish to watch over the village and gaze upon the sea. For a moment, Yagura found himself at a loss for words. Though he desperately wished to see Higashi regain his confidence and vigor, perhaps even aspire to join the 7 ninja swordsmen, he could not alter the young man's desire to be a mere dock guardian. Observing the yearning in Higashi's eyes, he hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts, and merely nodded somberly. For reasons unclear to him, a profound discomfort enveloped his heart, as if it were being tightly grasped by some unseen force. I will speak with Lord Mizuki about this. Thank you, Lord Yagura. If there is anything you need in the future, please do not hesitate to seek me out. I will do my utmost to assist you. Indeed, at this juncture, Yagura could no longer contain himself. He averted his gaze from Higashi's eyes, but as he stood, he caught sight of the blood talisman at Higashi's waist and casually inquired, Does Mr. Mizuwasa practice swordsmanship as well? Somewhat, Higashi replied earnestly with a nod. Yagura, lacking any further curiosity, recognized that since the young man had firmly resolved to be a mere guardian, further discussion on such matters was ultimately unnecessary. In the future, should the opportunity arise, let us engage in a friendly exchange. For now, I shall return to inform Lord Shuing and expedite the formalization of your duties. Thank you, my lord. To be honest, I have grown accustomed to a busy schedule, and now that I find myself idling, it feels rather disconcerting. Donyeyu scratched his head, revealing a candid and earnest smile. Shikura endeavored to muster a faint smile and, as was his habit, gestured dismissively at the door. I shall take my leave. There is no need to see me off. With that, he swung open the door and departed briskly, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. A slight smile crept onto Donyeyu's lips. It was evident that Shikura was not adept at concealing his thoughts, as his emotions were plainly inscribed upon his countenance. The struggle and helplessness in his eyes were unmistakable. I apologize. I did not intend to deceive you. It is merely that these behaviors have become second nature to me. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at this world. In the late hours of the night, within the office of Lord Shuing, he mused, that individual exhibits commendable composure. The Watchers have yet to discover any issues with him. He may indeed prove to be a promising talent. Did he truly express a desire to serve merely as a guardian of the docks? Beiwei Ren reclined in his chair, curiosity evident in his demeanor. While the duties of the dock guards in Mist Hidden Village are akin to those of the gatekeepers in Leaf Village, the value they hold is astoundingly disparate. It is not to say that Mist Hidden lacks strength. Rather, the geographical peculiarities of the village render it unique. Positioned far from the mainland and surrounded by ocean, the ninjas from the continent are, at the very least, ill-equipped in maritime warfare, allowing Mist Hidden to remain untroubled by incursions from other ninja villages. After all, it is no small feat for foreign nations to extend their reach here, which fundamentally explains the enduring enigma of Mist Hidden during the previous two ninja world wars. In this light, the dock guards are officially tasked with safeguarding the village's entrance, yet in reality, their role is to uphold the order of dock trade. The personnel stationed there are often aging, weary ninjas nearing retirement, with little hope for promotion, a role that can be succinctly described as one of merely passing time. Shikura's brow furrowed slightly, his demeanor betraying a hint of disappointment. He stated that he wished to protect Mist Hidden in this manner. Very well, let him be. Young individuals often pursue their aspirations with fervor. When he grows weary of it, he will naturally seek other avenues. Moreover, infusing the docks with fresh talent at this juncture may prove beneficial. With this affirmative response, Beiwei Ren felt no pressing need to dwell on the matter further. After all, as the third generation of Shuiying, having led Mist Hidden for decades, a young man with decent composure hardly warranted excessive concern. Furthermore, in comparison to Dongyeyu, Orochimaru exhibited far greater prowess. At this, Shikura furrowed his brow and suddenly queried, "Must we truly engage in battle? Why do you pose such a question?" "I simply do not wish to witness others sacrifice themselves. Shikura, for the glory of Mist Hidden's future, necessary sacrifices are acceptable." Beiwei Ren rose slowly, holding Shikura in high regard, not only for his exceptional leadership and execution, but also for the empathetic ability he possessed to unite others. This skill is of paramount importance, especially in the current state of the village. In his moments of leisure, he had even contemplated the possibility of having Shikura succeed him in the future, to mend the scars left upon the village under his blood-soaked rule. However, empathy harbors its darker side. For instance, at this very moment, trivial matters are undermining one's resolve, a fatal flaw for someone in a position of authority. Observing the pained expression on Yagura's face, Beiwei Ren approached him slowly, resting a hand on his shoulder, and spoke with serene composure. "I hope you comprehend that war is a means to achieve a more profound peace for our village. It is not that we have an affinity for conflict, but rather a necessary method to secure tranquility. Moreover, the decision to engage in battle is not solely mine to make. The deaths of Wooly, Shinba, and Kurasame, along with many others from the dark factions, have incited public outrage. I seldom venture out, yet you are well aware of the prevailing atmosphere within the village." "I understand," Yagura replied, his spirits dampened. He opened his mouth to articulate his thoughts, but the words eluded him, and he could only nod silently before turning away. Beiwei Ren watched as Yagura's forlorn figure faded into the distance and remained silent for a long while, ultimately letting out a quiet sigh. Still too young. At the same bookstore, carrying fresh ingredients, Higashi No Ame, just as before, sought out books to pass the time. However, it wasn't long before she was met with the indignant voice of a young girl. "You're such a jerk." I went back and saw it. The one reading that book was clearly a pervert. "Oh, greetings, pervert," Higashi No Ame remarked, observing the furious flush on Terumi Mei's face. Devoid of any remorse and almost reveling in her distress, Terumi Mei, feeling even more infuriated, retorted, "Who are you calling a pervert? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would realize I'm referring to you. On what grounds? I am not a pervert." Higashi No Ame shrugged and pointed at the book. Intimate Paradise, still clutched in Terumi Mei's hands, and smiled. "You claim that the person reading that book is a pervert, yet you read it yourself. If you're not a pervert, then who is? You. Clearly, you are the one. I've never read that book. It's all your misguided assumptions. Pervert, oh no. Little pervert. You jerk. Terumi May was at a loss for words. But as she looked up, she noticed the forehead protector atop Higashi No Ame's head and indignantly exclaimed, "How can someone like you even become a ninja? After all, if even a little pervert can be a ninja, then it's reasonable for me to aspire to be one as well." Higashi No Ame looked at Terumi May's forehead protector draped around her neck, a mocking expression gracing her features. Little pervert, little pervert, little pervert. The phrase echoed in Terumi May's mind, and finally, unable to endure it any longer, she lunged forward. Higashi No Ame's eyes narrowed instinctively, ready to retaliate, but a fleeting thought halted his reflexes. He watched as Terumi May's hand, which had aimed for his throat, ultimately grasped only his collar, and a smile crept onto his lips, as if to say, as expected. This scene further ignited Terumi May's anger, and she pressed her entire weight down upon him. Higashi No Ame, unprepared, lost his footing and fell to the ground, scattering the ingredients from his bag everywhere. "What is so funny? I'm not a little pervert. I'm not a little pervert," Terumi May exclaimed, sitting on Higashi No Ame's abdomen, gripping his collar tightly, her voice a strange shout. Donyeyu maintained a serene expression on his face, seemingly unfazed by the situation. "You claim not to be a lecher, yet given your current posture, don't you find it a tad ambiguous?" Ming Xiaomei, flustered, suddenly realized that her position was indeed questionable. In her eagerness to emphasize her stance, she had unconsciously perched herself atop him. Now, feeling the intense warmth beneath her, her cheeks flushed crimson. This was her first intimate encounter with the opposite sex. Just as she was about to rise, she noticed the bewildered shop attendant had already approached. Staring at the scene before her, the attendant's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. "Excuse me, Ming, could you please tone it down a bit? I understand that you are at that tender age of adolescence." But, before she could finish, Ming Xiaomei bolted from the bookstore like a startled rabbit, leaving the attendant utterly perplexed. Observing this, Donyeyu stood, brushed off the dust from his clothes, shrugged, and nonchalantly retrieved the scattered ingredients from the floor. The attendant, sensing her misunderstanding, joined in to help and reassured him, "Sir, please do not be upset. Ming has a bit of a spoiled demeanor due to her family circumstances. But at heart, she is a wonderful child. Indeed, worry not. It is quite normal for youngsters to have an excess of energy. I do not hold it against her." "Thank heavens for that," he replied, despite the attendant's slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. In her honest assessment, given Ming Xiaomei's aloof disposition and stringent views on romance, it was hard to associate her with the term lecher. Donyeyu picked up the book titled Intimate Paradise, which Ming Xiaomei had inadvertently discarded. She had remarked that those who read this book were lechers, since she had perused it yesterday. Did that not make her one as well? Ah, how amusing. The attendant dared not voice her thoughts, merely offering an awkward chuckle. It was evident that the sister Ming Xiaomei referred to was none other than herself. Donyeyu chose not to delve further into this matter, simply smiling as he produced some coins from his pocket and placed them on the counter, leaving the bookstore with several casual reads, including Intimate Paradise. As the attendant observed his retreating figure and the coins stacked on the counter, she scratched her head, pondering, what an odd individual. However, after stepping out of the bookstore, Donyeyu sensed something was amiss. He paused, lifting the ingredients with his left hand while his right delved into his bag, seemingly searching for something. Yet he was discreetly forming a seal within. Wind release, 100 transformations of wind. As he felt the information being transmitted back, a smile crept upon his lips, and he proceeded homeward as though nothing had occurred. Has that fellow caught on to me? Ming Xiaomei pondered, watching Donyeyu's figure fade into the distance. After much hesitation, she resolved to follow him. She needed to ascertain his residence for future ambushes. The pent-up frustration within her was unbearable, and if she could not release it, she feared she might lose her sanity. Donyeyu's home was not far from the bookstore. Otherwise, he would not have been able to return with groceries so conveniently. In approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Ming Xiaomei successfully tracked him to his exact address. Once she confirmed that the other party had entered the room, she glanced at the door number. Just as she was about to jot it down with a pen and paper from her pocket, a shadow silently emerged behind her. "Hey, little lecher, are you following me? What a creep." The sudden voice startled Kawaii Mei, causing her to tremble and lose grip of the paper, which slipped from her hand. Donyeyu, quick on his feet, snatched the falling paper midair, and tore it open, revealing the partially written door number, his expression transforming into one of great intrigue. Don't say another word. Kawaii-mei, sensing the precariousness of the situation, shouted to interrupt Dongye-yu. He shrugged, waving the paper in his hand. A look on his face that seemed to say, "Let us see how you explain this." Kawaii-mei glanced around nervously, her eyes filled with panic. She couldn't possibly admit that she was noting down the location for future revenge. Think. Use your brain. Or perhaps I should just run. With that thought, she attempted to make a swift escape, only to suddenly feel a powerful grip on her left hand. What are you doing? Let me go? You haven't clarified your intentions yet. How can I let you slip away? Dongye-yu maintained a nonchalant demeanor with his left hand open in feigned helplessness, while his right hand firmly held Kawaii-mei's left wrist. Feeling the warmth radiating from his grip, a flush crept onto her cheeks as she retorted angrily, "You pervert. Stay away from me. First of all, I am not a lecher. You are. Secondly, if you explain yourself, I will naturally let you go and keep my distance. Otherwise, if I don't resolve this matter of being followed by a creep while noting down a door number, I may not sleep peacefully tonight." Kawaii-mei gasped in disbelief. She had never encountered someone who could infuriate her to such an extent since her birth. How utterly shameless. What a despicable person. Dongye-yu recognized that Kawaii-mei was on the verge of exploding, yet he had no intention of releasing her. To be blunt, he was merely a spectator seeking amusement, his heart chillingly indifferent. In fact, should the whim strike him, eliminating the future fifth Mizukage in front of him while assassinating Beishuarun would be a trivial task. Seeing Dongye-yu remain unmoved, Kawaii-mei's expression darkened, her voice laced with a hint of menace as she warned, "I'll say it once more. Let go of me. Otherwise, you will regret it." "Oh, I am quite curious as to how you intend to make me regret it." Kawaii-mei ceased her words and swiftly aimed a jab at Dongye-yu's eyes with her right hand. However, her speed was far too sluggish. Having already captured her left hand, Dongye-yu effortlessly seized her right as well, sensing her impending entrapment. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she aimed a kick at Dongye-yu's lower region. "This is your own doing. You have no one to blame." "Oh, young lady, that is a tad excessive." Dongye-yu smirked, retreating to evade her kick, while simultaneously pulling her up by her arms. "Ah!" Kawaii-mei managed only a shriek as her lower body momentarily left the ground. Before she could react, she felt herself firmly pinned to the ground amidst a dizzying whirl of surroundings. In a state of shock, Zhao Mei-ming was taken aback by the swiftness of her opponent's reaction. By the time she comprehended the situation and sought to take action, she realized that her body was entirely immobilized, her hands firmly restrained, rendering her incapable of performing even the simplest of gestures. How could this individual possess such strength? Overwhelmed with humiliation and indignation, she raised her gaze only to encounter the playful visage of Higashi. In a fit of frustration, she buried her face in the ground, opting for the tranquility of ignorance. Noticing her retreat, Higashiyuki's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he teased, "If you don't intend to say anything soon, I may have to hand you over to the guards. With all the evidence at hand, I believe that within a few days, your reputation as a lewd woman will echo throughout the hidden mist village." "A lewd woman? You? How shameless," she retorted, her voice rising involuntarily. "What do you truly want from me?" The pitch of Zhao Mei-ming's tone escalated, and she felt on the brink of madness since encountering this individual. Nothing had gone her way. Higashi shrugged, adopting an innocent demeanor. "I merely wish for you to apologize." "That is impossible. Then I shall have no choice but to hand you over to the guards." I'm sorry. Will that suffice?" Zhao Mei-ming cried out in despair, her mental state seemingly unraveling. Seeing her distress, Higashi pondered for a moment and decided to cease his teasing, recognizing that provoking her further could adversely affect his plans. He stood up, brushed himself off, and helped her to her feet. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. My name is Kawano Mizuho, and this is my home. If you have any matters to discuss, feel free to approach me directly, rather than sneaking around like a thief." "Okay," Zhao Mei-ming replied in a voice as faint as a whisper before darting away like a frightened rabbit, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Initially, Higashi had intended to return the book Intimate Paradise to her, but witnessing her retreat, he merely shrugged in resignation. After this series of events, Zhao Mei-ming's neuroses were undoubtedly ignited, and it seemed unlikely she would trouble him again. Ah well, he had long ceased to harbor any expectations of her. It was simply a pity that he would be deprived of some amusement in the days to come. Another afternoon passed, and Higashi found himself once more at the bookstore, searching for a book. Since that day, Xiao Mei had seemingly evaporated, leaving no trace behind. He had hoped to find some entertainment, as teasing her was far more enjoyable than languishing in silence. Yet after several days, that opportunity had not materialized. Perhaps she truly fears facing me, he mused, as the bookstore remained as serene and tranquil as ever, driving him to the brink of madness with its monotony. Bored, utterly bored, he ran his fingers along the spines of the books, mindlessly sliding past one after another. In the end, he withdrew several volumes without even glancing at their titles, his expression devoid of emotion, and proceeded to the checkout counter. It appeared that he would have to wait until the allocations from Yagura's side were fully realized before he could engage in any meaningful work, lest he continue to squander his time in such a manner. As for why they did not seek out oil woman Jihei and Orochimaru, the surveillance personnel of the Mist Village were not inept. Constant interaction would inevitably lead to revealing their intentions. Long before they had boarded the ship, the three had agreed to refrain from contact until they had firmly established their footing. It was an agonizing and monotonous wait. Dong Yeyu pondered silently, approaching his doorstep as usual, but just as he was about to open the door, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Before he could contemplate further, a shadow descended from above. Of course, this was of little consequence. With a swift turn, Dong Yeyu evaded the sudden assault and looked at the shadow with a resigned expression. Oh no, it was Kawakami. If you have something to discuss, you could have come directly. What is this about? Kawakami ignored his words, appearing as if she had planned this encounter meticulously. Dressed in a sharp and efficient manner, she wasted no time and vanished in the blink of an eye. Dong Yeyu watched this scene, his eyelid twitching slightly, utterly bewildered by her intentions. While he could certainly pursue her, such speed seemed inconsistent with his current identity, so he decided against it. After all, as a ninja, Kawakami appeared to possess the strength of a chunin, which placed her among the backbone of ninja combatants. Subduing her would not be difficult, aligning well with the archetype of a spy, strong and capable. Yet, overwhelming her solely through speed could raise suspicions, and he had no desire to jeopardize his prolonged concealment over something trivial. After Kawakami made her hasty retreat and sensed no pursuers behind her, she instinctively exhaled, her pace slackening. Indeed, speed was her weakness. She murmured to herself, but her mind involuntarily drifted back to the loathsome visage of Dong Yeyu. That insufferable lecher. I shall trample him underfoot and make him pay for daring to do such things to me. As she contemplated this, vivid images surfaced in her mind of herself seated upon Dong Yeyu's abdomen, particularly the heat radiating from him, flushing her cheeks with a deep crimson. Although the immediate cause of that encounter lay with her own actions, she could never bring herself to admit fault. The last time she had been forcefully pinned down, she had at least acquired his address. As long as she had the courage to persist, she believed that one day, that detestable fellow would face the consequences. When the time comes, even if he kneels to beg for mercy, I shall not relent. With such thoughts in her heart, the young girl began to strive toward her goal. After all, she had no pressing missions lately, so time was not a concern. Meanwhile, in the days that followed, Dong Yeyu experienced firsthand the meaning of the saying, "It is not the thief one fears, but rather the thief as obsession." Kawakami was no fool, lacking a fixed schedule. She would seize any opportunity she perceived. Regardless of whether Dong Yeyu was dining, strolling, or shopping, whether the area was crowded or sparse, a shadowy figure would lurk nearby, fixated on him. Whenever he drew near, she would vanish as if she had seen a ghost. This left him both helpless and somewhat amused. I never expected that the mature and composed lady would still possess such a whimsical side during this period. Until this day, as Yagura sat outside Dong Yeyu's home, waiting for half an hour, he caught sight of her figure approaching. Just as he was about to greet her, he noticed a sneaky shadow trailing behind her, causing his expression to darken immediately. Wasn't the third generation supposed to gradually withdraw their surveillance? What was this situation? So conspicuous as well. Wait a moment. That person seems to be. Dong Yeyu sensed the unusual movement behind her with her Byakugan, her brows involuntarily twitching. Here we go again. This person truly has no sense of fatigue. As he contemplated how to deal with the tailing figure, he suddenly saw Yagura approaching and hurriedly lowered his head to greet him. Lord Yagura. Mr. Mizuwa, your assignment has been finalized. Coincidentally, the head of Pier No. 3 is retiring, so you can take charge of it starting tomorrow. Thank you, Lord Yagura. Upon hearing this, Yagura smiled and nodded, then glanced toward a dark corner in the distance. Miss Terumi, please come out. Uh-huh. Yag. Lord Yagura, what brings you here? I have some matters at home, so I must take my leave. As Terumi May peeked out from the shadows, ready to flee, Yagura frowned and said somewhat irritably, don't think about escaping. If you truly run away, I will have to pay your family a visit tomorrow. What? I'm not trying to escape. The weather is so lovely today. Terumi May awkwardly gazed at the sky, despite the encroaching darkness. Yagura rolled his eyes and remarked, are you trying to deceive children? Come here. I'm not. Terumi May protested, but her body reluctantly moved toward him. Compared to the imposing and distant Yagura, she found Donyeyu far more approachable. She figured that the latter wouldn't dare to bully her in this situation, so she simply stood beside Donyeyu to assert that she hadn't done anything wrong. Yagura raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and asked, I haven't heard of Miss Terumi from the Terumi family. Recently, you garnered much attention during the Chunin exams, and your interest in following others is quite notable. What relationship do you have with Mr. Mizuwa that I am unaware of? I'm not. I have no connection to him. Who is he, anyway? Terumi May struggled to clarify their relationship, but her flushed face, combined with the presence of Donyeyu beside her and Yagura before her, brought her to a nervous brink. Seeing this, Donyeyu smiled slightly and calmly said, this matter is quite simple. As someone was saying, before he could finish, Terumi May hurriedly reached out to cover his mouth. Naturally, Donyeyu was unwilling to allow anyone to touch his lips and simply shook his head, evading Terumi May's delicate hand. Although he was unsure of the reason, it seemed that the relationship between the two was not as strained as he had initially imagined. Upon witnessing the scene, Yagura's face was marked by several dark lines of confusion. However, upon realizing the gentle smile of Higashi No Ame and the blush adorning Terumi May's face, he could not help but display a warm smile himself. Hearing those words, Terumi May's expression stiffened, and just as she was about to speak, Yagura continued. I was under the impression that there was some misunderstanding between you two. You startled me. Seeing you like this now puts my mind at ease. Indeed, Lord Yagura. Terumi May beamed, pressing herself closely against Higashi No Ame, her hand that was initially poised to silence him retracting to instead grasp the flesh at his waist. Where on earth had he learned such audacity? As Higashi No Ame felt the pain from her grip, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. He did not wish to overreact in front of Yagura, yet if she were to remain this close, he would certainly have something to say. Yes, Lord Yagura. My relationship with May is quite splendid. To be honest, we fell in love at first sight and have been in a romantic relationship for several days now. In fact, I am planning to meet her parents shortly. As he spoke, a foolish grin spread across Higashi No Ame's face. His right hand tousled his hair, while his left arm wrapped possessively around Terumi May's slender waist. The latter, taken aback by his boldness, only came to her senses upon feeling the warmth of his arm. She instinctively attempted to pull away, but upon seeing Yagura's knowing smile, she found herself unable to move. Her cheeks flushed and her thoughts in a chaotic whirl. Yagura paused, momentarily taken aback before a meaningful smile graced his lips. I never would have imagined that upon your return, you would have become romantically involved with the recently acclaimed genius of the Terumi family. It seems I have much to learn in terms of engaging with the opposite sex. Ah, Lord Yagura, you jest. It is merely a case of love at first sight. Higashi No Ame replied, tightening his hold on Terumi May. The latter, now devoid of any rational thought, felt as if her mind was about to explode. And she instinctively nodded in agreement. Yes, we are indeed love at first sight. Chuckling quietly, Yagura chose not to intrude upon the couple's intimacy, instead stating, I shall take my leave now. Best of luck to you both. Higashi No Ame, remember, tomorrow at 8 o'clock at Dock 3. With that, Yagura prepared to depart swiftly. Upon hearing his intention to leave, Terumi May's mind suddenly cleared, and she quickly called out, Lord Yagura, wait for me. Huh? Are you not going to share your feelings with Higashi No Ame? Yagura asked, somewhat bewildered, subconsciously believing he may have influenced their interaction. Terumi May extricated herself from Higashi No Ame's grasp, lowering her head to conceal her flushed face, and hurriedly said, I just happen to be heading home. Let us go together. Oh, quite right. At this hour, it is indeed inappropriate for someone your age to spend the night at a boyfriend's house. Come, I shall escort you to your doorstep. Yes. Until next time, Higashi No Ame. I promise to ensure May gets home safely. Yagura glanced at the sky before turning his gaze toward Doyeyu. whose earnest expression made the latter feel somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, adhering to the performance's full script, he feigned gratitude as he replied, "Thank you, Lord Yagura." With a chuckle, he waved his hand in farewell and departed, with Terumi May promptly following suit. As twilight descended and the sun sank beneath the horizon, the moon began its ascent. Although the village of Kiri lacked a curfew tradition, in a world devoid of electronic distractions that disrupt sleep, the residents, plagued by ennui, naturally refrained from staying up late, opting instead to return home early for dinner and rest. This rendered the streets rather desolate at night. Terumi May trailed behind Yagura, the dim glow of street lamps mingling with the inky darkness, casting shifting shadows across her face. With her head bowed, she appeared lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yagura's gaze remained fixed ahead, his eyes unusually resolute. After an undetermined passage of time, he slowly inquired, "May, although my position ought not to interfere in this matter, I must ask for the sake of Mr. Mizu, are you serious about him?" "Huh? What? Me and him?" Terumi May immediately lifted her head, her flustered eyes and flushed cheeks resembling a thick layer of makeup, augmenting her allure. Yagura looked up at the sky, regarding the pitch-black night. His previously sunlit visage now shadowed with a hint of gloom. "You're aware of the recent deaths of the two members of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, Wari Shinhachi and Kurasame Shiranui." I know, but why are you bringing this up, Lord Yagura?" "I merely wish to inform you of Mr. Mizu's background. He likely hasn't disclosed it to you yet." His background? Terumi May was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that aside from knowing where Doyayu resided and that he was a ninja, she was utterly oblivious to everything else about him. She had no inkling of his origin, familial connections, the graduating class of his ninja academy, or his social interactions. He had burst into her life without any forewarning, leaving her still grappling to comprehend the situation. Yagura's expression darkened further, and he spoke earnestly. Indeed, his background. The deaths of Wari Shinhachi and Kurasame Shiranui, along with the disappearance of the long blade and explosive blade, have dealt a grievous blow to our village, especially at this tumultuous time of impending warfare. Based on the intelligence gathered concerning Konoha, it can be reasonably concluded that their actions resulted in the deaths of the two, implying that the long blade and explosive blade from our village have likely fallen into Konoha's hands. The sudden loss of two members from the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, coupled with the disappearance of their weapons, has caused quite a stir within the village. I have heard discussions on this topic recently. But what does it have to do with Mizu? Terumi May's interest peaked, for in her eyes, Doyayu was, at best, a formidable chunin, making it difficult to associate him with such high-stakes matters. Yagura, undeterred, revealed, to assuage the villagers' concerns, Lord Mizukage activated 3 long-buried spies within Konoha, one of whom is Mr. Mizu. He is a spy concealed within Konoha? Terumi May found herself momentarily taken aback, as she struggled to reconcile the insufferable visage of Higashi with the exalted identity of a spy. Yagura nodded, a genuine admiration blossoming within him as he remarked, "Indeed. According to intelligence, Mr. Mizuho was embedded within Konoha at the tender age of 6 and has remained in deep cover for 14 years. 14 years. Yes, 14 years. Until Lord Mizukage activated him. He, alongside 2 comrades, perilously ventured into Konoha to reclaim the long blade and confirmed that the explosive sword had been self-destructed by Nori Shinpachi, thereby momentarily restoring peace to the village. The notion of retrieving the long blade from Konoha left Terumi May's understanding in a state of constant upheaval. Setting aside the sheer astonishment of a 14-year espionage tenure, the act of reclaiming the long blade itself was already nothing short of astonishing. Since the establishment of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha has been universally acknowledged as the mightiest, a fact underscored by its dominion over the most fertile lands of the continent. Even with 2 companions at his side, she found it unfathomable how they managed to seize the long blade from the formidable Konoha, yet this did little to hinder her from elevating her perception of Higashi. As Yagura shifted the conversation, his tone darkened. "Yes, and thus I hold him in high regard, as well as his companions. Furthermore, Mr. Mizuho possesses an exceptionally amiable disposition, though it is regrettable that the identity of a spy carries a multitude of implications, especially after such an extensive duration." Although Terumi May harbored some skepticism regarding his congenial nature, Yagura's subsequent remarks compelled her to contemplate Higashiyu's solitary figure. Through her observations over the past few days, she had indeed discerned the stark scarcity in his life, as if each day were spent either squandering time or traversing the path of idleness, reminiscent of a recently retired old man meandering from place to place. This air of incongruity was precisely why she had managed to follow Higashi without losing him over the past several days. In truth, he too must have been seeking to integrate into the village, which might explain his choice to serve as a guardian at the docks. A guardian? A mere dock guard? Terumi May exclaimed, her face a portrait of disbelief. After all, the greasy uncles at the docks could hardly be placed in the same realm as a hero who had spent years in the strongest shinobi village, reclaiming a ninja blade. Yagura sighed, seemingly resigned. He claims he wishes to protect the docks, safeguard the port, defend Kirigakure, and guard the land of water. It stands to reason that years of living as a spy have somewhat distorted his perception, compelling him to embrace this role as a means to fortify his inner convictions. After all, his time as a spy far surpasses his duration within the village. Perhaps in his heart, Konoha has long since become another homeland. He is reluctant to engage in aggression, averse to participating in battles, and even less inclined to witness the death of life. All he desires is to quietly protect the village, safeguard those he loves, and defend his home. Merely ensuring the village operates normally may be enough to bring him satisfaction. As the conversation reached this point, Terumi May found herself at a loss for words. She had never anticipated that Higashiyu's resolve could be so formidable, nor had she imagined that the individual she perceived as a lecher was, in truth, a hero of the hidden mist. Had I misjudged him? In reality, he was not a lewd individual. The genesis of this entire affair was, after all, my own fault. He merely happened to place his hand upon that book, and even if he had truly glanced at it, it was hardly scandalous. Seeing Terumi May fall silent, Yagura halted his steps, turned, and gently placed his hand on her shoulder, his gaze unwavering as he spoke. I hope your feelings for him are genuine and sincere, for the joy he experiences in your company is truly pure. Joy, you say? Terumi May recalled the subtle smile that adorned Higashiyu's face. Reflecting on the moments they had shared over the past few days, she suddenly realized that the face she had found so irksome was not as detestable as she had once thought. Yes, my feelings for him are sincere, she admitted, though she dared not reveal the complete truth to Yagura. Instead, she accepted the situation, for her perception of Higashiyu was not as negative as she had once imagined. Yagura let out a sigh of relief and continued, Of course, I am not suggesting you should feel pressured. I merely wish for your relationship to be one of true affection. Moreover, at your tender age of 14, I fear you might take your feelings too lightly, treating them as mere frivolity. I would never trivialize my emotions, rest assured, Lord Yagura. That is reassuring. However, I must mention that I am aware young people can often act impulsively. Given your age, it is prudent to wait until you are at least 16 to partake in such matters. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Terumi May felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her gaze dropping as if she could bury her face within her budding bosom. She was well aware of what he meant. In this era, which was not yet entirely stable, marrying and bearing children at 16 had become commonplace. Her grandmother had long imparted such knowledge to her, and Yagura's stance seemed rather conservative. Even in the years to come, in the now secure Hidden Leaf village, it was not uncommon for 12 or 13-year-olds to find themselves infatuated, yearning for companionship. One could only conclude that the world of ninjas matured rather swiftly. Yagura, observing her reaction, smiled faintly and glanced towards the grand estate, not far away. Now that you are home, I shall take my leave to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Thank you, Lord Yagura. Terumi May hurried to her doorstep, but just as she was about to enter, a thought struck her. She bowed deeply towards Yagura, who merely smiled in response, unaware that his act of kindness had inadvertently entangled Terumi May in a tumultuous whirlwind of love and hate, a struggle that would ensnare her for days to come. Meanwhile, he would soon find himself shattering the image of the hero from the hidden mist that lingered in his mind. In the dead of night, in a secluded corner where no one ventured, two figures gradually emerged. You contacted me just as the pressure was easing. Are you not concerned about the potential consequences? I trust that with your experience in executing missions, you would not be so easily discovered. How about your end? I will be able to take charge of Pier 3 by tomorrow. Things are manageable. As the competition looms just 4 days away, I must firmly establish my footing. Once I ascend to the ranks of the 7 ninja swordsmen, I am certain that the likes of Kitayuki Jin will not immediately place their trust in me. It is then that our plans shall commence their intricate unfolding. By the way, it seems that Yagura has taken a particular interest in me. Does this influence our plans? Indeed. Should I eliminate him? No, it is a beneficial influence. Ah, how intriguing. In the depths of a shadowy corner, a pair of eyes, akin to those of a venomous serpent, slowly opened. The mere thought of the impending grand maneuvers ignited an uncontrollable fervor within him. Come forth, and assist me in achieving the monumental legacy of becoming Hokage. Donyeyu was blissfully unaware that Yagura had initiated yet another matchmaking endeavor on his behalf the previous night. Though he had little interest in such matters, after a simple breakfast, he selected a few suitable garments, secured his blood essence at his waist, and set forth towards dock number 3 at the port. Compared to the interior of the Hidden Mist village, the port was evidently much more vibrant, as the residents of the surrounding islands must traverse this route to engage in trade within the village. Thankfully, despite having wandered aimlessly these past few days, he had focused his attention on the port area and possessed a clear understanding of the geographical layout. Otherwise, given the throngs of people bustling about, locating dock No. 3 would have proven quite time-consuming. Upon arriving at dock number 3, he cast a glance at the crowded stone pavilion before looking towards a small stone house nearby, marked prominently with the words office. Donyeyu paused for a moment, then strode directly towards the office. Knock, knock. At the sound of his rapping, an elderly man, stooped and past the age of 50, opened the door. Whom do you seek? If you wish to enter the island, head over there for a stamp. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Kawa no Mizuki, the newly appointed head of dock number 3. May I inquire about your identity? The old man did not respond immediately. Instead, he gestured for Donyeyu to enter. Confused, Donyeyu was about to speak again when the old man donned his reading glasses from a drawer and scrutinized him from head to toe, occasionally nodding in contemplation. You are indeed the Mizuki sent by the higher-ups? Correct, esteemed elder. May I ask for your name? Donyeyu inquired once more, perplexed. The old man shrugged and retrieved a token from the drawer. My identity is of little consequence. I am merely a man who is about to retire. Perhaps we shall exchange names when our paths cross again. Here, this token signifies your authority as the head of dock number 3. Ah, well, thank you, esteemed elder. Donyeyu accepted the token, observing as the old man rummaged through a nearby cabinet and tossed him a vest. This is your work attire, put it on. I shall introduce you to the others, so you may familiarize yourself with your specific responsibilities. From that point onward, this place will be entirely under your purview. Ah, splendid. Donyeyu donned the vest and followed the old man, who appeared somewhat pressed for time. With swift little legs, he pointed to a middle-aged man patrolling nearby, who was currently observing the scene with apparent disinterest, and shouted, Yataro, what is it, you old coot? Yataro furrowed his brow, shifting his gaze from the ruckus at the neighboring dock back to this side, approaching with an expression of displeasure. The old man, seemingly accustomed to the way others addressed him, pointed towards Higashi and said, This is Kono Maisuk. He will be the head of dock number 3 from now on. If you have any matters to discuss, you can approach him. What? This young lad? Yataro exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Higashiyu's youthful countenance. After all, the average age of the personnel at dock number 3 was no less than 35. It was hard to fathom that a young man in his 20s had assumed such a significant role. Higashiyu, unfazed, had already initiated the process of establishing rapport. He extended his hand with a smile, saying, Greetings, senior. I am Kono Maisuk, and I shall be the head of dock number 3 from this day forth. I look forward to your guidance. Oh, Yataro responded. The combination of Higashiyu's amiable demeanor, the unwritten rule of not refusing a handshake, and the somewhat impolite remark he had blurted out acted as a trifecta, prompting Yataro to instinctively reciprocate the handshake. The old man patted Higashiyu's arm, urging, That's enough. There's no need to shake hands with this fellow. He spends his days watching the show instead of attending to his duties, just a loafing good-for-nothing. Having said that, before Yataro could react, the old man hurriedly darted off towards the next guard. Higashiyu, feeling somewhat awkward, offered a brief smile and waved before hastily following after him, leaving Yataro behind with a scowl and an expression of ire. The second guard at dock number 3 sat on the edge of the dock, appearing somewhat melancholic. According to the old man, he was 35, yet his demeanor suggested he was even younger than Yataro, who was around 30. Ranheimaru, this is the new head, Mr. Kono Maisuk. All future matters will be entrusted to him. Oh, Ranheimaru nodded, and then fell silent, continuing to sit there with his head bowed, lost in thought. Rather than a guard, he resembled a disheartened drifter, ever on the brink of despair. Higashi felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. The old man, seemingly unfazed by Ranheimaru's attitude, proceeded to lead Higashi to the last guard, who was also the most earnest of the lot. Upon encountering him, they found him seated in a stone pavilion at the dock, collecting customs fees and registering information for the docked vessels. Shuichi, allow me to introduce your new superior. New superior, huh? At last, you've reached retirement age. Let us hope this one is diligent. Otherwise, I might just work myself to death here. Shuichi, a robust man with thick brows and deep-set eyes, glanced at Higashi, then feigned a struggle as he pounded his waist, simultaneously stamping the pass before returning it to the bowing merchant in front of him. When addressing Shuichi, the old man displayed a stark contrast to his demeanor with others, scratching his head in a somewhat bashful manner as he said, "Rest assured, just look at this handsome face and sturdy physique. He's a young lad, absolutely top-notch. I am Kono Maisuke, and I look forward to your guidance, senior." Higashi appropriately extended his hand, wearing his signature gentle smile. Although he often felt it to be somewhat disingenuous, it appeared to resonate well with others. As Shueiji observed the scene, he stroked his rough chin and scrutinized Higashi with an odd expression, yet he gradually extended his palm. "I am Shueiji. I do not presume to call myself your senior. From now on, you shall be my direct superior, and I shall follow your commands without question. Do not mention it," replied Higashi with a faint smile, sensing the grip of Shueiji's hand tighten unexpectedly. While he was certain that such force could not harm him, the implications it carried were rather intriguing. The old man seemed to perceive something amiss and waved his hand, saying, "That's enough for now. You may continue with your tasks. I will take him to familiarize himself with the environment and processes." Upon hearing this, Shueiji regarded Higashi, whose expression remained unchanged, and discreetly withdrew his hand, silently resuming the process of recording payments and stamping documents. The old man hastily led Higashi away, who, unperturbed, gazed with some perplexity at the merchants joyfully entering with their stamped approvals. "Is it truly enough for us to merely register and collect fees? What more do you desire?" The old man's impatience was palpable, perhaps influenced by the earlier encounter with Shueiji, which had soured his mood towards Higashi. Higashi, puzzled, inquired, "Are inspections of goods and safety checks for visitors not necessary?" "Well, officially, there are regulations regarding that. However, who doesn't carry a knife or some form of weapon these days? It is beyond our capacity to manage. Moreover, which of the nearby islands would dare disturb our village? Those formidable nations, like the great shinobi village, are too distant, and nothing untoward has happened here for years." Gradually, these two procedures have been relaxed. Feeling somewhat embarrassed discussing this matter, the old man acknowledged their non-compliance with the rules. Upon hearing this, Higashi remained silent, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. The old man, mistaking Higashi's quietness for anger, hurriedly added, "Do not take Shueiji's behavior to heart. He is different from us. His family pressures him greatly, compelling him to work tirelessly, not only to earn a little but also to ensure a smooth succession of my position after my retirement, thereby alleviating his family's burdens. Is he angry because I have inadvertently usurped his chance? One might say so. However, do not hold it against him. I understand that you young people will inevitably move on, and to you, it may seem unglamorous for a promising young chunin, who might one day become a jonin, to serve as a guard. Yet, it is unnecessary to let such matters sour relationships with colleagues. Rest assured, senior, I harbor no ill will towards Mr. Shueiji." Higashi replied with a smile. Seeing this, the old man sighed in relief and continued, "I must hasten to my shift. The night supervisor at Dock No. 3 is Muta Goro, a tall, rugged man in his 40s. When you take over, simply inform him that you are now in charge of the day's shift. Indeed, the class transition occurs once a month, and as we approach the end of this month, come the first of next month, you shall commence your shift to the night duty. Both shifts commence at 8 and conclude at 8, so do keep track of the time." "Of course, no problem, senior," replied Higashi with a nod. The old gentleman felt a sense of relief and proceeded to speak favorably of Shueiji, extolling virtues such as excellent character and diligence. Higashi acknowledged each commendation with a nod, which allowed the elder to forget his earlier displeasure, his fondness for the considerate young man soaring. Before departing, He contemplated placing a hand on Higashiya's shoulder, but, upon noticing the height difference, ultimately opted against it, stating, "May I call you Mizuki?" "Certainly, Senior," came the reply. "I understand that you young folks may be brimming with enthusiasm, yet the duties at the dock do not demand excessive seriousness. I have spent decades here without encountering any significant incidents. If you find yourself bored, feel free to purchase some leisure reading and stay in the office. The rest will resolve itself. Thank you for your concern, Senior." Observing Higashiya's earnest expression, the old man refrained from further comments. Despite his eagerness to leave a position he had occupied for decades, his visage was still tinged with reluctance. Ultimately, he departed. Higashiya sat in the office, watching the receding, stooped figure through the window. His gaze shifted to the calendar on the wall, and after a prolonged silence, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Was it naivety to believe that just because nothing had happened in the past, the future would remain untroubled? How truly beneficial that notion has proven to be. With a creak, the time-worn, darkened wooden door swung open, and Shueidi returned home, weary from the day's toil. A middle-aged woman, clad in coarse fabric, her short hair framing a round face, was cooking when she turned to acknowledge his arrival. A flicker of sadness crossed her features upon seeing him. "You're back." "Yes. I've returned. How is Mother? Is she well?" Shueidi slumped onto the edge of the bed, his voice lacking vitality. The woman forced a smile, striving to mask the distress etched on her face. "There hasn't been any significant change, but Mr. Zokianji is pressing me for the payment. He mentioned that we still haven't settled last month's bill, and if this delay continues, our medication will be suspended. Always the same. Press, press, press." Shueidi spat angrily, intending to strike the bed with his fist, but his clenched hand faltered in the air before ultimately falling limply to his side. The woman set the meal down on the table and came to pat Shueidi's shoulder, offering comfort. "Do not dwell on it too much. Eat first. In a few days, you will be promoted to dock supervisor, and our financial burdens will ease." "What dock supervisor? What promotion?" Shueidi's frustration erupted at the mention of such prospects, which he had managed to suppress until now. If the individuals in question were lacking in strength, merely possessing the skills of a low-ranking ninja, that could be accepted. Yet, the prowess demonstrated by this newcomer surpassed even that of seasoned mid-ranking ninjas like himself. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the young man possesses immense potential, his abilities still ascending, with a few more years of experience. Even if he does not achieve the rank of a jounin, he could very well become a special jounin or even integrate into the Umbu, making his future prospects exceedingly bright. Yet, to see such a talent forsake a promising path to come to this dilapidated dock and jeopardize his chances for advancement is utterly disheartening. As if fate itself conspired against him, fully aware of the difficulties and pressures he faces at home. The woman, taken aback by these words, wished to inquire further about the specifics of the situation, only to be interrupted by a sudden, resounding knock at the door. "Who is it?" she asked cautiously, while Mizuchi also cast a wary glance toward the entrance, uncertain about the nature of their interactions with the outside world that would prompt a visitor. Slowly, Higashiya pushed open the unlocked door, peeking his head around the corner, an awkward expression adorning his face. "I apologize for intruding on your meal, Mizuchi-senpai. And you are?" the woman inquired, glancing at the silent Mizuchi before turning her gaze back to him. Higashiya fully opened the door, holding an iron box in his hand, a gentle smile gracing his features. "I am Kawanomi Mizu, the newly appointed head of Dock 3. At this revelation, the woman was taken aback, finally comprehending the complex expression that had crossed her husband's face upon seeing the young man. "So, you are Mr. Mizu. May I ask what brings you here?" "Actually, I have no pressing matters. I merely heard from my predecessor that Mr. Mizuchi has been facing some difficulties lately." The words from Higashiya caused Mizuchi's expression to shift. Was this fellow here to gloat over his misfortunes due to the incident earlier in the day? The woman, unaware of Higashiya's intentions, but recognizing her husband's unease, coldly retorted, "This matter should have nothing to do with you, Mr. Mizu, should it?" "In fact, it is quite relevant," he replied, observing the growing hostility in the eyes of both Mizuchi and the woman. Realizing their impatience, he decided to forego any further games and spoke candidly. "Despite my position as the head, I am merely a novice who knows little about dock operations, and Mr. Mizuchi is a seasoned veteran. To ensure a harmonious working relationship in the future, I came to see if there is any way I might assist." "Assist?" The woman was momentarily taken aback. Seizing the moment, Higashi pressed on. Yes, assist. While I cannot speak for other matters, I do have some resources that could help Mr. Mizuchi through this challenging time. Are you serious? Mizuchi found it hard to believe, for such gestures of generosity were utterly unfathomable in a village known for its treachery. Higashi maintained his smile, the charm effect already in play. Of course, I am serious, Mizuchi-senpai. Do you require 1 million ryo, 2 million ryo, or perhaps 5 million ryo? I can lend you any amount you need. No, it's not that much. My mother is gravely ill in the hospital. I only need up to 800,000 ryo. The rest I can manage with my monthly salary. With his hands flailing wildly in front of him, Shueiji's face was awash with embarrassment. After all, he had initially perceived the newcomer as a potential threat, only to discover that the person was, in fact, a benevolent soul. Dong Yiyu gestured towards the woman's abdomen and smiled. Senior, you must think not only of yourself, but also of your child, right? I see that your wife is nearing her time, and once the child arrives, the expenses will be considerable. You will face immense pressure from your family, and it will be challenging to provide the best upbringing for your child. Why not consider borrowing 120,000 taels? It would be a prudent measure. That's not feasible. No need to worry, there will be no interest. You can repay me in 12 installments after a year when everything is settled. Senior Shueiji, your current salary is 200,000 taels a month. You can easily repay me 10,000 taels each month. And the remaining amount should suffice for your family's living expenses, right? That is sufficient, but Shueiji is not one to be shameless. His initial disdain for Dong Yiyu, combined with the latter's imposing demeanor, left him momentarily speechless. Fortunately, the woman beside him was still present, while other matters were manageable. Upon hearing about the child's upbringing, her mind was solely fixated on agreeing to this proposal. Noticing her husband's hesitation, she tugged at his sleeve and hurriedly said, Then I must thank Mr. Miju for your kindness. You are truly a good person, a wonderful person. No need for such flattery. I merely wish for Senior Shueiji to guide me further in matters concerning the dock. Dong Yiyu maintained an air of calmness and poise. Casting a glance at the still silent Shueiji, he placed an iron box on the table and opened it, revealing a lush array of banknotes within. I didn't bring much with me. Here is 1 million taels. I will bring the remaining 200,000 tomorrow when I return to work. You can take it home then, Senior Shueiji. At this sight, the woman's eyes sparkled, and Shueiji suddenly fell to his knees with a resounding thud, bowing his head heavily to the ground. No amount of words could rival the shock delivered by this tangible offer. From now on, whatever you say, I shall comply. Senior Shueiji, this is too much. Though Dong Yiyu appeared eager, his gaze, calm and unwavering, revealed everything. This matter is settled. On another evening, in the Shueying office, has there been any movement from Zhuyachuan? Master Shueying, there has been no change. It has been a full 7 days. Aside from eating, he has remained holed up in his room, lost in thought. Perhaps he has given up. At this juncture, manpower is precious. Withdraw the surveillance personnel from that side and cease monitoring him. Yes. Bei Shuiren lowered his head, engrossed in reviewing the documents on his desk, not sparing a glance at the departing members of the Umbu. For the impending war, he needed to devote himself to these tasks. As for Yunuji Hei, as he had previously stated, he had no intention of intervening. Primarily, this was due to the individual's lackluster performance. With such poor resolve, even if they possessed strength, it was unlikely to be substantial. Furthermore, similar situations had occurred in the past, where individuals in such predicaments often found themselves succumbing to despair and eventual demise, rendering any attempt to intervene futile. In a certain regard, the choice made by the other party is even less favorable than that of Dong Yiyu, who opted to become a guard at the dock. At least he could still contribute to the village. Among the 3 who returned, he held a particular admiration for Orochimaru, not only for his remarkable composure, but also for his unwavering dedication over the past days, as evidenced by the reports from scouts. Orochimaru diligently practiced on the training grounds, exhibiting physical prowess that rivaled that of a high-ranking ninja, showing no signs of complacency. Clearly, he was serious about competing. Should he succeed, it would mean a reduction in the ranks of the 7 ninja swordsmen, particularly with the foolish Nashi Shinbaki, whose absence would hardly be a significant loss. Furthermore, this competition was designed to engage the entire village. Even if that scoundrel, Hiro, did not emerge victorious, it would still invigorate the village's spirit, akin to rallying the troops, which would be advantageous for the forthcoming war. Bei Shuiren muttered to himself, even while reviewing official documents. His mind remained preoccupied with the future's unfolding landscape. The current state of the ninja world had reached a perilous juncture. The influx of major ninja villages and the ever-shifting dynamics of the battlefield were all tugging at his nerves. How many years did he have left? He was uncertain. Yet he understood that if things continued to progress at this steady pace, he would never witness the day when the Hidden Mist village ascended to become the foremost ninja village, nor when the Land of Water emerged as the preeminent nation. He yearned to behold the scene that belonged solely to his dreams, to witness the dawn that would etch his name into history. Thus, he knew he must instigate change. In times of peace, the opportunities were scarce, no matter how he altered his approach. The geographical constraints would prevent the Hidden Mist from achieving the status of the so-called top ninja village. However, the wartime landscape presented a different scenario, if managed adeptly. The Hidden Mist in his hands could indeed ascend to that pinnacle. With proper maneuvering, his name would become synonymous with the Hidden Mist, with the very apex of the entire ninja world. When that time came, even in death, he would have no regrets. Soon, very soon, his zenith would arrive. Filled with anticipation for the future, Bei Shuiren was unaware that a pallor of death was gradually manifesting upon his visage. Boredom enveloped Dong Yiyu as he repeatedly perused the idle book in his hands. Though his face betrayed no emotion, his mind had long since wandered far away. Ever since he had settled matters with Mizuchi, his daily life at the dock had mirrored that of his life at home. There was little that required his intervention, nothing that demanded his attention, and no one to oversee him. He could even slip away unnoticed. After spending so much time at the dock, he was well acquainted with everything, and Mizuchi would handle all matters for him. He merely needed to act as a figurehead. This lifestyle appeared comfortable to outsiders, yet for Dong Yiyu, it was both tedious and monotonous. He even pondered whether he had resolved Mizuchi's issues too swiftly. Perhaps delaying would have spared him from the current ennui. As for seeking amusement with Yutaro and Lan Heiwen, those two seemed even more bored than he was, and engaging with them would only serve to invite further misery. In these long, tedious days of boredom, Dong Yiyu endured great suffering. Fortunately, someone came to rescue him from this torment once more. Stealing a glance at the figure lurking just outside the door, Dong Yiyu gently set aside the book in his hands, took a sip of water, and playfully remarked, "What's this, Miss Ming? Have you come all this way because you can't bear to part with me?" "Bear to part? I merely happened to pass by the dock for a look. There's no rule against passing through, is there? The dock isn't your property." Ming Keiru, startled, trembled slightly, her face betraying a flicker of panic. Dong Yiyu shrugged, wearing a look of realization. "Oh, so you've been peeping at me like a voyeur for a full 5 minutes simply because you were passing by. You, me, 5 minutes? Indeed. I began counting the moment you first laid eyes on me. What's this, little lecher? Are you infatuated? Do you think that your actions bear any relation to the hero of Wuyin?" As Ming Keiru pointed accusingly at Dong Yiyu, the pain concealed within her furious gaze was palpable. He stood momentarily stunned, but quickly deduced that Shikura must have said something, and a look of desolation surfaced on his face. "Yes, I am not the hero of Wuyin, nor have I ever considered myself a hero." Perhaps it was due to her habitual view of Dong Yiyu's somewhat cheeky demeanor. Or perhaps she couldn't bear to see the hero of Wuyin be diminished by her words. Ming Keiru struggled to articulate her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words. Noticing her distress, Dong Yiyu lowered his head, a smile hidden in his eyes, though his expression remained one of feigned gloom. "The term hero is far too grand for me. Just regard me as an ordinary person." "You are not an ordinary person." Ming Keiru stammered for a considerable time before managing to voice this thought, nearly causing Dong Yiyu to lose his composure. He lifted his gaze to meet hers directly. "And what do you believe I am?" Ming Keiru, captivated by his profound eyes, fell into contemplation. After a moment, she blinked, an absurd thought emerging in her mind, and to her surprise, she verbalized it. "I believe you resemble a slave yearning for freedom." Both Dong Yiyu and Ming Keiru were momentarily taken aback, their eyes locked in mutual astonishment, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though even the air around them fell into silence. After an indeterminate time, Dong Yiyu, seated in his chair, slowly rose to his feet. It was then that Ming Keiru snapped back to reality, hastily exclaiming, "I misspoke just now. I was rambling. Please don't take it to heart. It's my fault." Dong Yiyu remained silent, advancing toward her with an unsettling air, causing her to break into a cold sweat, yet she did not flee. instead retreating until her back met the icy wall. As she watched Dongyayu approach, his large hand loomed larger in her vision. Am I finished? She feared, shutting her eyes tightly. Yet, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, she felt a gentle pressure, as if something were tenderly tousling her hair. Slowly, she opened her eyes to behold Dongyayu's warm smile. You are truly adorable. I, with a simple utterance, painted a rosy hue across Zhao Mei's cheeks, evoking an unprecedented sense of tranquility and comfort upon her visage. Within her heart, it felt as though something was stirring, awakening. Yet, just as she reveled in this sensation, Dongyayu turned and exited the room. It was said that there was some competition in the village today. Families from the nearby islands were hastily making their way to the village, eager to showcase their prowess. Mo. It appears to involve the long knife stitching technique. Specifically the very ninja blade you brought back. Zhao Mei still reminisced about the delightful feeling that had just enveloped her, but upon hearing Dongyayu's inquiry, she promptly responded. Dongyayu, upon hearing this, gazed skyward and remarked, Is that so? That guy, Guirao, is quite serious? Guirao? A comrade who accompanied me in bringing back the long knife stitching technique. He expressed to Lord Mizukage his desire to become the master of the long knife stitching, to join the ranks of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and pledged to compete against others to prove himself as the most suitable master of the technique. He mentioned this to Lord Mizukage? Zhao Mei was somewhat taken aback. After all, even someone as amiable as Yagura left a serious impression in her mind, let alone the stern and sharp-witted Beishiwa Ren. Coupled with the esteemed title of Mizukage, the image he conjured in her mind was one of both respect and fear. She never anticipated that someone would dare to make such a request of Beishiwa Ren, especially considering that Beishiwa Ren had acquiesced. Dongyayu chuckled softly, responding nonchalantly. That's just his nature. He's quite an intriguing individual. I see. I truly wish to witness his presence upon the stage. Then let us go watch together. Zhao Mei instinctively suggested they proceed together. Dongyayu, without turning back, simply gestured towards the office's inscription above. I still have my duties to attend to. What should we do then? Zhao Mei was reluctant to concede so easily, yet she observed Dongyayu suddenly smile and turn back, gently grasping her hair with a large hand, playfully tousling it without causing any pain, only eliciting a peculiar feeling blossoming within her heart. Would you help me take a look? All right. Zhao Mei's voice was as crimson as an apple, soft as a whisper. Then go and don't miss out. He is quite an interesting person as well. Zhao Mei nodded, casting a lingering glance at Dongyayu, seemingly reluctant to part, but soon made her way towards the village. Dongyayu remained in place, watching her figure gradually diminish until it vanished. The hand that had just played with her hair first hung limply at his side, then instinctively tightened into a fist. The murderous intent within him, despite being fiercely suppressed, subtly leaked out. A slave, perhaps? Following a brief selection process, a total of 32 participants, each possessing the strength of a jonin, were now set to engage in this grand competition. Our format will consist of paired combat, with the 32 whittled down to 16 in the elimination round, followed by 8 for the quarterfinals, 4 for the semifinals, and ultimately, 2 for the grand final. The victor shall claim the long knife stitching technique, becoming one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It has finally begun. I had long since become impatient, listening to the host's fervent and resounding shouts, accompanied by the cheers of the surrounding crowd. Terumi Mei kept her head bowed, her expression impassive, as she forcefully pushed through the throng before her, steadily making her way to the forefront of the spectators. Upon lifting her gaze, she caught sight of Orochimaru, the first contestant, making his entrance. Is this the ghostly Roma that Mizukage spoke of? He doesn't seem that impressive. It's just those eyes that, for some inexplicable reason, instill a sense of dread within me. She pondered, as the host began to unveil Orochimaru's identity. The crowd erupted in excitement upon learning that he was the spy who had reclaimed the long knife from Konoha. Those who were previously unaware of Orochimaru's background, even those who had never seen him before, applauded and cheered. Well done, Mizukage Roma. Such charisma indeed suggests a formidable individual. I have high hopes for you. From his elevated platform, Kitayuki Ren cast a glance at the scene below and hurled the long knife, sewn needle, directly at Orochimaru. The latter did not disappoint, effortlessly grasping the knife with assured precision, then smiling as he performed a deep bow towards Kitayuki Ren. Observing this, Ren slowly rose and addressed the perplexed crowd below. I had previously promised Mizukage that he could wield the sewn needle in this competition. Should he lose, the sewn needle shall remain the ultimate prize of this grand tournament. Should he win, he will take the place of Kurosame Shiranui, becoming one of the illustrious 7 ninja swordsmen. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, then erupted into astonished cheers. While the contestants might harbor discontent, the excitement of the crowd surged dramatically, fighting with the very prize of the competition, with the potential to ascend to the ranks of the 7 ninja swordsmen, elevated the thrill of this event far beyond that of an ordinary match. To put it hyperbolically, they were, at this very moment, witnessing history. Terumime, having been informed of this development by Toya Uka in advance, felt little surprise. Yet, when Kidayuki Run announced it amidst the frenzied cries of the crowd, she could not help but feel a stirring within her. If she had initially watched this match merely to fulfill Toya Yuka's task, now she found herself genuinely anticipating the yet-to-begin competition. Mizukage, I hope you do not let me, nor Mizukage, down. As evening fell, Mizuchi sat in a stone pavilion, fiddling with the bills in his hand. Due to the grand tournament, an increasing number of islanders had gathered, allowing him to amass a considerable sum. If only more events like this would occur, enabling me to save more and repay Lord Mizukage sooner, he mused, unaware that a figure had stealthily approached from behind him. Still engrossed, he exclaimed, "Who is this little Mizukage?" Shueiji was taken aback and intended to turn around to reprimand the newcomer, only to discover it was Higashi. The scolding words he had been muttering instantly transformed into respectful titles. The latter, undisturbed by Shueiji's embarrassment, glanced at the brightly lit office and remarked with a smile, "Senior, you've been toiling here all day. Aren't you tired?" Ahaha, if anyone could claim exhaustion, it would certainly be Shueiji, as the recent surge in foot traffic had him multitasking even during meals. Yet, the money in his hands rendered him unable to voice his fatigue. Sensing the cool, damp sea breeze, Higashi encouraged him, "You should return to rest. The workday will soon conclude. Senpai Yataro and Senpai Ranhai are inside, so I can handle things here." However, after sitting for nearly a day, he felt he should also fulfill some responsibilities. Moreover, at this hour, no one else will come. Just consider me bored, enjoying the breeze alone. Oh, well then, all right. Shueiji had no words to counter, yet he understood his role well. He would simply follow whatever the other said without overthinking. After enjoying the sea breeze for a while and observing the deserted surroundings, Higashi stretched lazily. This seemed to convey some message, for shortly after, a figure cloaked in black with a hood appeared behind him. Predictably, he calmly inquired, "Can you discern your position?" "Rest assured, I have it memorized. I've also surveyed the area and confirmed that no one is lurking in the shadows. Our identities are essentially recognized by the water shadow." The figure in black nodded. Higashi shrugged, gazing out at the darkened sea enveloped in night, his expression serene. "Then I shall feel at ease. I believe there is no need for further intervention on my part. You can manage it. Very well, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Farewell." With that, the figure in black swiftly darted past the dock, merging into the darkness ahead. Seeing this, Higashi settled into a stone pavilion, relishing the sea breeze as he looked up at the moon gradually obscured by the night sky, a look of relaxation gracing his face. On a moonless, windy night, when murder and arson take place, is it a bloodthirsty clan that has an extreme obsession with combat? Regardless, everyone must eventually meet their end. Let us consider this history arriving ahead of schedule. In truth, the territory of the Hidden Mist village was not the largest island itself, but rather the conglomerate of surrounding smaller islands encircling the largest one. Moreover, the strength of Hidden Mist was not confined solely to the main island. Each of the outer islands harbored formidable individuals. Compared to the main island of Hidden Mist, the strong on the outer islands often occupied them exclusively to safeguard their clan's secret techniques, indicating that while the higher-ups of Hidden Mist had some control, it was limited. Take, for instance, the illustrious Yagura clan within Hidden Mist, the Yukino clan adept in ice release, and the valiant, yet almost insane Kagaya clan, the main battle faction of Hidden Mist. All essentially inhabit their own islands, listening to orders but not proclamations. Although they serve as the primary source of power for the Mist-hidden village, the insular nature of their clan has led to infrequent interactions with the outside world, resulting in a lack of mutual trust with Mist-hidden. In fact, on numerous occasions, the higher-ups of Mist-hidden have dispatched personnel to monitor the families on the outer islands to ensure internal stability. However, Bei Shuiren has already established a pivotal moment to engage in warfare, and now is the time to utilize these families fully. Thus, the surveillance teams had been withdrawn a month prior. This marked the commencement of everything. In the dead of night, a figure cloaked in black strolled across the surface of the sea, stepping onto the beach and advancing deeper into the dense forest. After such a long period of restraint, he was finally ready to spill blood. A frenzied killing intent erupted from within him, and countless insects swarmed forth, heralding the primal fear that humanity has long harbored. This was his first time unleashing his full strength without reservation, no longer needing to suppress or disguise himself, relishing in the freedom of his true self. In this forsaken hour, at a moment no one could have anticipated, a chilling one-sided massacre was about to unfold. Just yesterday, Gui Luo had advanced to the top 4. Although the other 3 were elite jonin, there was still a disparity among them, and the gulf between them and Gui Luo was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Unless unforeseen events occurred, the championship would undoubtedly rest upon Gui Luo's shoulders, thus allowing the 7 ninja swordsmen to regain their former glory, which would be acceptable. It was just unfortunate that the explosive blade was lost, a troublesome matter indeed. There were even whispers in the outside world suggesting a name change to the 6 ninja swordsmen, thanks to that fool Wu Li. At dawn, Bei Shuiren splashed cold water onto his face, and after a brief wash, he made his way to his office, contemplating how to restore the 7 ninja swordsmen. For him, the 7 ninja swordsmen represented not only the village's facade, but also a formidable team capable of executing any mission. Whether it be quelling rebellions or assassinating leaders of various nations, they were exceptional weapons he could not bear to see permanently diminished. Yet, just as he returned to his office, somewhat distracted, the Umbu suddenly reported in. Lord Watershadow. Last night, unidentified intruders breached the territory of the Kagaya clan. They were overwhelmed, suffering heavy casualties, with hardly any clan members surviving. What? Are you serious? Bei Shuiren raised an eyebrow, his sharp aura transforming into blades of steel directed at the messenger. The Umbu hastily nodded, responding, "We had no personnel stationed on the Kagaya clan's island. Hence we did not receive the news promptly. It was only from the survivors that we learned of this, and the word has spread throughout the village. Based on our subsequent investigation, this information is indeed accurate. Did the survivors see the intruders? According to them, they described an overwhelming swarm, a dark mass that resembled insects, albeit minuscule and venomous, making identification difficult. Understood. What is the situation over at Kagaya Takumi? Bei Shuiren mused, feeling a wave of complications wash over him. The Kagaya clan was undeniably an unstable factor. Their warlike and bloodthirsty nature was unappealing to any ruler. Indeed, in his leisure time, Bei Shuiren had contemplated the idea of eliminating them proactively. However, what period was that, and what period are we in now? It is the eve of his impending war, and he knows all too well that the relentless old guard will soon bear down upon him with their pressures. This is the very crux of his predicament. The Kagaya Suki he speaks of is the clan leader of the Kagaya clan and also a participant in the longsword tournament. Currently one of the last 4 standing. Although the Kagaya clan is known for its martial prowess, it is not abundant in true strength, especially since the competition commenced. Under his deliberate invitation, the few formidable warriors of the clan, led by Kagaya Suki, have gathered at the mist-hidden main island to participate in the festivities. What was intended to be an opportunity to deepen mutual relations and showcase their might has now devolved into this chaotic situation. He summoned their elite, only to find the Kagaya clan, devoid of its strong defenders, utterly vulnerable and easily breached. What a predicament this is. The Umbu bowed their heads, struggling to articulate their thoughts. He stated that if he discovers this matter is linked to you, he will, with the full might of his clan, seek to take your head. Outrageous. Bei Shuiren rose from his seat, slamming his hand upon the table, his hair billowing as if caught in a tempest. The very building resonating with his terrifying aura. The other personnel, still at work, trembled in fear, while the Umbu before him was nearly flattened by the overwhelming pressure. Yet, swiftly, Bei Shuiren regained his composure, understanding that in the face of such formidable foes, this was not the time for anger. He must not allow this trivial matter to disturb his peace of mind. He reined in his aura and returned to his chair, his left index finger rhythmically tapping the table. After a moment of silence, he commanded, "Bring the 7 ninja swordsmen here with utmost haste." Yes, the Umbu, visibly relieved, quickly took their leave. Alone in his chair, Beiwei-ren's cascading black hair obscured his brow, concealing his expression. The execution capability of the mist hidden Ambu is impressive. In no time, the remaining 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen arrived at his office. They had already learned of the previous night's events on their way, aware that their Mizukage would undoubtedly be furious. Upon entering, they dared not utter a word, instead patiently awaiting his instructions. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Beiwei-ren spoke coldly. You are all aware of last night's incident, I presume? Indeed, we are aware. Should we proceed to eliminate that Kagayasuke? Inquired the sword-wielding Pipa Juzong, while the others turned their gazes towards Beiwei-ren, ready to act upon his command and sever Kagayasuke's head. Beiwei-ren shook his head and replied, This is not the time for internal strife. The true instigator of the night raid on the Kagaya clan is still at large. Further loss of life would only muddle the waters, giving that wretched scoundrel cause for celebration. Then what should we do? Pipa Juzong, you shall take the Tozo Yaburo, Haishu Reya, and a contingent of Ambu to investigate the Kagaya clan's territory for the truth. If the instigator is found, bring him forth for Kagayasuke to deal with. If not, disseminate information claiming it was the Oil Woman clan of Konoha responsible. Will Kagayasuke be content with that? The wielder of the dual blades, the stout yet strikingly blue-haired Bume Yoda, harbored a sense of doubt. Beiwei-ren slowly lifted his gaze, his frigid eyes piercing through his tousled locks to regard the assembly. This was precisely the rationale behind my decision to send those 3 forth. This matter leaves him no room for dissent. Kagaya Taki, hindered by familial issues, was deemed to have forfeited the match after consideration by the judges. Mizuko Akira emerged victorious. Congratulations are in order for his advancement to the finals. Indeed, they relinquished the competition. Orochimaru, perched upon the arena, wore a slight smirk, as if he had anticipated this outcome. The plight of the Kagaya clan is, indeed, genuine. It seems so. Observe how hastily Kagaya Taki strides away. Yes, even Lord Mizukage has not made an appearance. The murmurs from the spectators were a cacophony of chatter, lacking the fervent cheers that had accompanied previous victories. For such a serendipitous triumph, akin to winning by default, held little merit in their eyes. Furthermore, the crowd was noticeably sparser compared to the previous days. Orochimaru descended from the platform with an air of nonchalance. His original intention was to act only after becoming one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, although Yoinoshika had commendable achievements. He had not yet gauged their true strength through combat, thus he aimed to solidify his position as one of the 7 before proceeding with his plans. Little did he know that the Kagaya clan would inadvertently vacate their strongest fighters, presenting him with an opportune moment, which culminated in the tragic events of the previous night. As Beiwei-ren had anticipated, despite his keen interest in the situation, he could not simply abandon the proceedings at this stage. He was compelled to persist with a resolute demeanor. As I surmised, everything continues to unfold according to plan. The only variable may well be Beiwei-ren himself, for the intelligence regarding that individual is exceedingly scant. No, rather than his lack of data, it is the overall intelligence concerning the hidden mist that is woefully inadequate. It appears that upon returning, I must significantly expand my network of information. Thus mused Orochimaru as he took strides to depart. The finals were set to commence tomorrow, and he harbored no particular interest in his forthcoming opponent, for regardless of the adversary, the championship would ultimately belong to him. Just then, a voice echoed from behind him. Wait a moment, Kira-san. Oh, what is it, young lady? Orochimaru turned to face the enchanting maiden before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. For reasons unknown, Terumi May felt an involuntary flutter in her heart at the sight of his gaze, yet recalling that he was a comrade of Higashi, a fellow hero of the hidden mist, she forcibly suppressed her trepidation. My name is Terumi May. I seek to inquire about Mizujo. Oh, Mizujo, you say? Are you well acquainted with him? Orochimaru inquired with keen interest. At this, Terumi May felt a tinge of shyness, yet instinctively nodded, stating, I suppose we are quite familiar. I see. Orochimaru's lips curled upward, then feigned reluctance. In truth, my knowledge of him is rather limited. I doubt I can be of assistance. What? How can that be? Since you are able to locate me, you must be aware of our shared experiences. We have both been concealed as spies for over a decade, and to ensure our safety, we seldom meet, making it difficult to claim a profound understanding of one another. I apologize for the intrusion. Kagaya May, feeling somewhat disheartened, turned to leave. However, Orochimaru, observing her demeanor, casually inquired, What do you think of him? I believe he is a good man, Kagayame replied, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The rationale behind her statement was simple. She simply favored the notion of a good man. Orochimaru, with his trademark enigmatic smile, regarded the halted Kagayame and asked, "Are you quite fond of him?" I understand now. You need not elaborate further. Allow me to pose another question. Do you think he likes you? Does he like me? This straightforward inquiry rendered Kagayame's mind momentarily blank. To be frank, she had never contemplated such matters. She merely sensed an undeniable attachment to him, which prompted her subconscious desire to learn about his past, his character, and to integrate into his life. She surmised that this must be what adults refer to as liking someone. Yet, she remained oblivious to whether Higashi reciprocated her feelings. What if he did not harbor any affection for her? Where would that leave her? She found herself engulfed in confusion. Leaving her with that question, Orochimaru chuckled softly before turning to depart. He did not aspire to be a benevolent figure. He simply found the situation amusing and acted accordingly. That was Orochimaru for you. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Kagaya clan, a robust man clad in white robes, with dark hair and large eyes, his eyebrows shaped in a 45-degree ellipse and marked by the clan's characteristic dark circles, shouted at the formidable Pipa Shizo before him, evidently attempting to vent his pent-up fury. Raising an eyebrow, Pipa Shizo's aura began to intensify. "We have stated that we are here under the orders of Lord Mizukage to assist you with your investigation. Do you not comprehend, you fool? Moreover, show some respect to Lord Mizukage." "Who are you calling a fool?" the Kagaya man retorted. "Our clan's matters do not require your meddling." It appeared that Yoda had indeed anticipated this reaction. It seemed that only through a confrontation would he be able to elicit cooperation. "Kagaya Ryo, it is unfortunate that despite your lengthy tenure as clan leader, your intellect remains stagnant." "Humph, this is our territory," Kagaya Ryo bellowed, as several clan members behind him assumed battle stances. Pipa Shizo did not back down. With the backing of Hokusai Run, he felt no qualms about eliminating Kagaya's group, if necessary. He gripped his large blade tightly, while his companions, Takusa Yebito and Kurochi Reiga, also drew their weapons, and even the Umbu produced their arms. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, and it seemed that blood would soon be shed, a child unexpectedly stepped between the two factions, his face alight with curiosity. He bore the classic eyebrows and dark circles of the Kagaya clan. Yet his hair was not black, but instead matched the white of his oversized robe. "Kimimaro, what are you doing out here?" Kagaya Takumi furrowed his brow upon encountering the child, seemingly deep in thought. This child, Junmaru, after a brief moment of contemplation, spoke up. "Clan leader, I saw the intruder last night." "Really? What did that scoundrel look like?" "I do not know. He was shrouded in a black cloak and wore a mask of black and white patterns, obscuring his figure and features. He appeared to be around 178 meters tall." 178 meters? Kagaya Takumi murmured, disregarding the others, including Pipa Shizuku, and continued to inquire. "Did you see which direction he went?" "I do not know," Junmaru replied, shaking his head, his fair face reflecting innocence, devoid of any hint of the Kagaya clan's combative lineage. Kagaya Takumi's brow tightened. This diversion allowed him to regain composure, choosing not to confront Pipa Shizuku and the others. Although he possessed a warrior's spirit, years of leadership had sharpened his intellect. With the clan suffering heavy losses and bodies yet to be buried, the only remaining capable fighters were those behind him. Should he choose to confront the enemy now, he would face 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, along with over 10 elite members of the Mist's Umbu directly under the Mizukage. The disparity in strength and numbers was far too significant. A confrontation would not only result in a devastating defeat, but could also deplete his clan's remaining viable forces. It was crucial to understand that the adversaries before him would not hold back. Each was ruthless, intent on delivering fatal blows. "Pipa Shizuku, I am not in the mood for games. If you wish to stay, then do so. I will take Junmaru to the last place he saw that scoundrel. Yuliang, gather the others to search. We must find that rogue's trail, even if it means turning the entire island upside down." With that, Kagaya Takumi took Junmaru by the hand and departed, while the other Kagaya clan members slowly dispersed. Observing this, Pipa Shizuku smirked disdainfully but chose silence to avoid creating further trouble. Their primary purpose for coming was not to engage in conflict with Kagaya Takumi. Once the Kagaya clan appeared stable, he summoned the Umbu's sensory and intelligence analysis ninjas to seek clues. After all, Their expertise lay in assassination and combat, not in tracking and analysis. At this moment, they mistakenly believed that the enemy had not strayed far, unaware that the latter was already on the lookout for the next target. It was the day for the night shift. Having adjusted to the time difference, Higashi finished his grooming, hastily consumed some provisions, equipped himself with his blood essence, donned his attire, and opened the door to embrace his nocturnal duties. Before him lay a canvas of stars, and then he noticed a young girl curled up at his doorstep with her head bowed. Upon seeing him emerge, Koizumi-Mei's eyes were red-rimmed, her mouth agape, yet the words she yearned to speak were lodged in her throat, unable to be voiced. Higashi raised an eyebrow, his expression rife with confusion. What is going on here? Does this person know my identity? But this situation evidently feels off, he pondered anxiously, maintaining his silence. The two exchanged glances until Koizumi-Mei finally broke the silence. Do you like me? Huh? Donyayu's face was filled with questions. Although he sensed that the other party might have an interest in him, he never expected such a direct approach. Without receiving an affirmative response, especially after witnessing Donyayu's instinctive expression, Kotoemi turned and fled without a word. As Donyayu observed her vanishing at an even faster pace than before, disappearing from the street in the blink of an eye, he couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Does running at such speed not affect your body? He lamented internally. Reflecting on the recent encounter, his previously languid gaze began to shift. However, as he looked into the pitch-black sky, his expression quickly regained its determination. It was time to get to work. What was he thinking? Tenzu, Reiga, Yane, you must assist our clan, the Shiratori. Just last night, we lost 200 lives. Our entire lineage is on the brink of being hollowed out. All right, I understand. Black Ho Reiga replied, frowning with evident impatience. The chieftain of the Shiratori clan, seeing his reaction, attempted to say more, but a large hammer suddenly emerged. Stop your incessant chatter. Can't you understand? We already know about that fellow. We'll handle it without your input. Thank you, my lord, the chieftain replied, his expression shifting from one of uncertainty to one of obsequiousness, resembling a little old man. Tia Yane scoffed, retracting his hammer, and added with a hint of exasperation, however, it must be said, that individual is quite elusive. Their counter-surveillance techniques are sophisticated, and their method of attack is indeed troublesome. We still cannot ascertain whether it is truly an insect. Black Ho Reiga twirled his index finger through his dark green hair, feeling a wave of frustration. They had spent an entire day at the Kagaya clan, and not only did they fail to glimpse the intruder, but they didn't even catch a shadow of the survivors' accounts of the ominous entities. They had only managed to seize 2 corpses from the Kagaya Takumi for examination. And now, upon waking this morning, trouble had arisen again in Shiratori. If they continued to make no progress, he could already envision the terrifying wrath of their water shadow. Biwa Tenzu crouched on the ground, rubbing the cross-shaped scar on his right cheek, his gaze fixed on the purplish corpse before him. I believe it is indeed an insect, he stated calmly. Oh, why do you think so? Black Ho Reiga raised an eyebrow. Tenzu, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, since yesterday. I have felt that these corpses appear somewhat familiar. Purple, highly toxic, with small bite wounds. Do you not think they bear a striking resemblance to the bodies of Kurosame Karamatsu? Indeed, upon reflection, it seems that way. However, compared to these unfortunate souls, Kurosame Karamatsu appears to have fared worse. Black Ho Reiga recalled the scene in his mind. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the deaths of Mori Shimbachi and Kurosame Karamatsu were certainly of concern. Unlike Mori Shimbachi, who had been obliterated into ashes, Kurosame Karamatsu's body remained largely intact and had thus been successfully transported back to the Hidden Mist village. Reiga vaguely remembered having visited it just half a month prior. However, the scene resembling a beehive made him feel it would have been better not to witness it, leaving him nauseated and unable to eat for a considerable time. Biwa Juzu remarked, as for the other corpses, I did not see them, but I did hear their final summary at that time. It must have been the work of the so-called Black Death God, oil woman Shurhei from Konoha. Should we send someone back to corroborate this? Asked Kurosai Reiga, his eagerness palpable. Biwa Juzu slowly rose, a contemplative expression gracing his face. Just yesterday, when I seized the corpse from Kagaya Takumi, I had already instructed them. Calculating the time, they should be returning with news shortly. No sooner had he spoken than an umbu appeared behind him. Sir, upon confirmation, the corpses match perfectly. They likely perished by the same means. If that is the case, the situation has become somewhat clearer. Although I remain uncertain how this so-called Black Death god arrived here, it is reassuring to ascertain that it is indeed a human and not a specter. As long as it is a human, they are bound to die. The only complication lies in how to draw him out. A bloodthirsty smile spread across Biwa Juzu's face. Tsutsuji no Yabaru, perplexed by their conversation, scratched his head but managed to catch the key points, stating directly, "So, it means we just need to eliminate this oil woman Shurhei? Perhaps he will attempt a night raid. Shall we ambush him separately?" proposed Kurosai Reiga. Biwa Juzu shook his head, countering, "While Kurosame Kuromaru is rather unremarkable, he is still one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. For him to have been slain by that individual indicates some degree of strength. The risk of separating is too great." "Are you afraid?" Tsutsuji no Yabaru said with a hint of mockery. Biwa Juzu shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "To be frank, whether you live or die is of no consequence to me. I simply fear that should you perish, Lord Mizukage would lay the blame at my feet." Tsutsuji no Yabaru wore a look of utter disdain, unwilling to dwell on the topic further. Kurosai Reiga remained neutral, merely inquiring, "What shall we do then? Shall we confront him directly? Did we not declare yesterday that the Oil Woman clan was responsible? Today, we shall place the blame squarely on Oil Woman Shurhei, claiming he was sent by Konoha. First, we stabilize public sentiment by providing them with a target for their hatred," Biwa Juzu continued, his icy gaze flickering slightly as he added, "As for the rest, I have my own arrangements." Within the arena of the main island of Kirigakure, one contender was the Dark Horse, Mizutani Goro, who had reclaimed the long knife, the sewing needle, from Konoha and was surging ahead in the competition. The other was the seasoned jonin, Nagatani Aku, known for his invisible killings. Their battle would be the climactic confrontation of this tournament, determining the fate of the long knife. The sewing needle. Now, let us witness whether Mizutani Goro will successfully prove himself the most fitting master of the sewing needle, or if Nagatani Aku will seize the ninja blade and fulfill his long-held aspirations. Although these times are fraught with turmoil, they do not deter the onlookers from reveling in the spectacle. The host's straightforward introduction incited the audience to erupt in fervent cheers. Oh, it has finally begun. Goro, Aku, holding a long knife and sewing needle, Orochimaru slowly ascended the stage. He gazed at the gaunt middle-aged man before him and smiled, Senior Nagasawa Aki. The audience, already brimming with anticipation, could hardly contain themselves. What are we being courteous for? The corners of Nagasawa Aki's mouth twitched, pulling at his parched skin, and his crescent-shaped eyes, though smiling, emanated an unsettling discomfort. In the realm of ninjas, his age was considered advanced, leaving little room for future ascension. He was destined to remain at the level of an ordinary jonin, and in his twilight years, he might even regress. Initially, he did not aspire to win the championship, but upon witnessing Orochimaru's mastery of the long knife and sewing needle, it was as if a new door had been opened before him. A thought flickered in his mind. If he wielded the long knife and sewing needle, he might possess the strength akin to the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. This realization was undoubtedly a rejuvenating second spring in his life, a longing he desperately craved. After uttering his words, he wasted no time. With a swift motion, dozens of shuriken flew from his hands. Orochimaru maintained a calm smile, exuding an air of ease as he skillfully intercepted every shuriken with the sewing needle. "Since you insist, I shall not be courteous any longer," Nagasawa Aki scoffed, releasing 2 small arrows from his flowing robes, which surged forward. Orochimaru nonchalantly sidestepped, appearing remarkably at ease. Seeing this, a cold smile crept onto Nagasawa Aki's lips. The arrows, initially evaded, circled back in the air, seemingly destined to strike Orochimaru's back. Yet, as if sensing danger, Orochimaru effortlessly sidestepped once more. Nagasawa Aki was slightly taken aback, but he had not anticipated an easy victory. After all, one does not reach the finals without a degree of skill. He was not intimidated, for beneath his ample robes lay an abundance of concealed weapons. "Evade all you wish. We shall see whether your speed surpasses that of my hidden projectiles," he mused. However, he soon realized that indeed, Orochimaru's speed was slightly superior. No matter how many shuriken he launched at once, Orochimaru always managed to evade them with optimal precision. Seeing no way to subdue his opponent, Nagasawa Aki took advantage of Orochimaru's preoccupation with his shuriken and formed hand seals. Hidden Mist Jutsu. A dense white mist enveloped the entire arena in an instant. This sudden turn of events elicited dissatisfaction from the onlookers. How shameless. What is the point of this? We can't see anything. Not only was it well known that Orochimaru represented the elusive Kirigakure for over a decade, making him unfamiliar with such mist techniques, but the thick fog obscured the entire stage, hindering their view of the match. Yet, Nagasawa Aki was indifferent to the crowd's grievances. He only desired victory. Orochimaru, I concede your prowess. But how will you contend with me amidst the fog? With that, hidden within the mist, he continued to unleash his concealed weapons. For this day, he had nearly exhausted all his resources. He was determined to seize victory. However, Orochimaru maintained an air of calmness throughout, evading what he could and parrying what he could not with his sewing needles. After dozens of exchanges, Nagasawa Akira had nearly exhausted his supply of hidden weapons. Yet not a single one had pierced Orochimaru's flesh. What was going on with this man? His reflexes and combat experience were nothing short of monstrous. I cannot continue like this. I will lose. Anxiously, Nagasawa Akira's mind raced, and he formed hand seals, summoning water clones to continue launching hidden weapons, while his true self, armed with a kunai, held his breath and crept closer to Orochimaru. Hero, to be honest, your strength exceeds my expectations. Oh, is that so? Upon realizing the source of the voice was ahead, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, and he chuckled. Is this what you mean? With that, the fine thread at the tail of his sewing needle began to weave and ensnare. As Nagasawa Akira, who had just approached from behind, felt himself bound by an unseen force, the blade of the needle was swiftly poised against his neck. Orochimaru turned his head to observe the bewildered expression on Akira's face. You have lost. In the dead of night, Beishueren sat in a chair, gazing at the other two members of the 7 ninja swordsmen who remained on the main island. Compared to 2 days prior, fatigue had etched deeper lines across his face, and a hint of hostility lingered in his eyes. Have Hibana Shizuku and the others not yet located that individual? They reported that the opponent struck swiftly and remained well concealed, leaving no trace behind. They had no leads and had not encountered the enemy directly. It might take another 2 days. As the wielder of the great sword, Suigetsu Hashigaki bowed his head to report dutifully. Despite his imposing stature, often perceived as a brute relying solely on physical strength, he was among the few intelligent members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, akin to Hibana Shizuku. Beishueren furrowed his brows, his expression frosty. So, after all this time, they only know that the enemy wears a mask and a black cloak? They are entirely unaware of the opponent's attacking methods? Based on the state of poisoning on the deceased, they surmise that the assailant is none other than the Konoha ninja, Yamanaka Shirhai, who is known as the Black Reaper and recently eliminated Kurosame Shiranui. Shizuku and the others are consciously disseminating this information. Very well. Let us ensure that this news reaches the entire village. Lord Mizukage, do you believe this is orchestrated by Konoha? Suigetsu Hashigaki asked with a hint of uncertainty. Beishueren shut his eyes, leaning back in his chair, his right hand rubbing his temple. It does not seem so. Sarutobi is not one for such schemes. Pausing momentarily, he continued, it is unlikely to be Sarutobi, but rather Danzo. That man is known for his unscrupulous methods. According to intelligence, Yamanaka Shirhai joined Root during his last visit to the land of whirlpools. However, Danzo is still a part of Konoha, so we can attribute this as a Konoha directive. Should we apply pressure on them? No need. Since they have already encroached upon us, there is no reason for us to endure any longer. We will strike directly. Once we capture Yamanaka Shirhai, we shall extract him and use him to bolster our troops' morale before battle. Understood. Shigwa Mountain Hitun Gue nodded earnestly, harboring no dissent regarding the matter at hand. Indeed, Beishueren's stature within the hidden mist has always been profoundly esteemed. Although he instigated the blood-stained rain that rendered the village mercilessly cold, one cannot deny that under his governance, the power of the hidden mist has undeniably ascended. To cite but one example, the illustrious 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, a cadre he single-handedly established. As a member of this elite group, Shigwa Mountain Hitun Gue naturally held him in great reverence. A dull knock echoed through the air, prompting Beishueren to open his eyes. His demeanor tranquil as he uttered, Enter. Lord Water Shadow, Orochimaru entered with a confident smile. Unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes of Shigwa Mountain, Hitun Gue, and Lan Mei Yongtai. Observing this, a flicker of satisfaction finally graced Beishueren's otherwise impassive countenance. My apologies for not being present to celebrate your victory these past few days. I have been preoccupied. Your words are too kind, my lord, Orochimaru replied, lowering his head with an expression of feigned apprehension. Bei Shuiren gestured towards Shigua Mountain, He-Tun Gue, and Lan Mei Yang Tai, inquiring, "You need no further introduction. You are acquainted, I presume?" "Of course. I have long aspired to join the 7 ninja swordsmen," Orochimaru replied. "Then from this moment forth, you shall be one of the 7. Do extend your greetings to your seniors. It is a tremendous honor. Shigua Mountain, He-Tun Gue, Lan Mei Yang Tai, from today onwards. I am a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. I look forward to your guidance as colleagues." Orochimaru smiled as he turned to the 2. Shigua Mountain, He-Tun Gue remained silent, merely nodding. He placed considerable importance on seniority and felt some dissatisfaction that Orochimaru had swiftly assumed the position previously held by Kurosame Shizen. In contrast, Lan Mei Yang Tai harbored no such reservations and, brimming with childlike excitement, exclaimed, "Are you the infamous Mizukage Kira? How impressive! I cannot believe I am seeing you in person. If there were no other Mizukage Kira in the village, it would surely be me. Hehe. You truly are an interesting individual, unlike that gloomy Kurosame Shizen," he added. Orochimaru merely smiled in response. Seeing that the time was right, Bei Shuiren interjected, "All right. You may both resume your respective duties. Kira, remain." "Understood." Shigua Mountain, He-Tun Gue, and Lan Mei Yang Tai nodded before departing. The room now contained only Bei Shuiren and Orochimaru. Sensing the immense power concealed beneath Orochimaru's aged exterior, the smile on Orochimaru's face deepened. His fascination with strength was not born of peculiarity. He merely sought to engage in pursuits that piqued his interest. Furthermore, this individual's condition evoked memories of someone from his past. Casually, Bei Shuiren inquired, "Are you settling in well within the village?" "Quite well," Orochimaru replied. "Truth be told, you need not feign comfort. Transitioning back to the village after life in Konoha is bound to be disconcerting. This is self-evident. I understand that the youth tend to be overly proud, but honestly, there is no need for such pretense. Should any issues arise, feel free to approach me directly, and I will assist as best I can. Once you return to the village, do not overthink. Simply embrace what brings you comfort." "Thank you, my lord. Indeed, there are certain unavoidable disparities in lifestyle and diet, yet these can be adapted to. I believe I shall not require much time." Orochimaru bowed his head in gratitude. Bei Shuiren displayed a satisfied smile, and then reclined in his chair, inquiring, "Galao, what do you perceive war to be in this world?" "A ladder of human evolution," Orochimaru replied without hesitation. Bei Shuiren raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the response. "Oh, please elaborate on your understanding." "Much like the great wars of the ninja world. Although countless lives are lost, humanity concurrently acquires vast knowledge. Setting aside forbidden techniques for the moment, it suffices to say that the majority of tactical ninjutsu has emerged and evolved from the crucible of war. For the sake of conflict and victory, humanity will naturally strive towards higher ideals." As Orochimaru spoke eloquently, Bei Shuiren nodded thoughtfully and then remarked, "Intriguing. So what is your perspective on life? In your view, the lives extinguished in war seem merely like a string of numbers. Life is a resource." "A resource?" "Indeed, a resource." Orochimaru maintained a smile and continued, "In my eyes, life can be likened to various resources: firewood for warmth, stones for construction, chips for gambling. Its essence serves to propel us to greater heights and distances. Isn't that selfishness? No. If the perspective were solely my own, that would be selfishness. But what if the perspective encompasses the entire village, the whole nation? Surely, Lord Mizukage, you do not view it differently?" Orochimaru's words momentarily left Bei Shuiren speechless. He gazed silently at Orochimaru, this time devoid of any aggressive aura, merely observing the other, seeking to glean something from his eyes. Yet, no matter how he looked, he could discern nothing of Orochimaru's thoughts. The only conclusion he could draw was that his words were neither entirely true nor wholly false. Moreover, the simplicity of his assertions pierced through the human heart, leaving Bei Shuiren unable to retreat from the confrontation. After a prolonged silence, Bei Shuiren stated, I cannot fathom. Even one as formidable as you, my lord, cannot see through every individual, can you?" "Indeed, what you just said is correct. I do think in such a manner. Thus, let us speak candidly. I shall pose a question to you. Galao, do you stand for yourself or for the village? Does it truly matter, my lord? I serve you. My allegiance lies with you, and you represent the village. Orochimaru maintained his ever-present smile. After much contemplation, Beiwei-rin chuckled lightly and responded nonchalantly. You are right. It is indeed unimportant. Yet, I still wish to know, if the land of water were to war against the land of fire, if Kirigakure were to clash with Konohagakure, which side would you truly choose? You have already stated it, my lord, Kirigakure is my home. Orochimaru's smile grew increasingly enigmatic. Silence enveloped the office as the two exchanged glances. Suddenly, Beiwei-rin clapped his hands and stood, his face alight with joy. Excellent. Well said. You, my friend, are a perfect score. I, Beiwei-rin, have endured a lifetime of misfortune, yet this time I have struck gold. Your praise is unwarranted. It is not unwarranted. Your presence is indeed a blessing. And I speak sincerely. You are far more suited for the position of Mizukage than Yagura. The moment these words escaped, Orochimaru's demeanor shifted, his entire being trembling slightly. Though he soon regained his composure. You speak too highly, my lord. Beiwei-rin observed this change with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Yet his face bore a hint of regret. Alas, while I yearn for an intimate conversation with you, my current obligations are pressing, and if this continues, I shall find myself working late again, with my companion at home likely to scold me. The future is long. We shall converse another day. Indeed. You may return for now. I shall take my leave then. After saying this, Orochimaru bowed his head and slowly walked away. A flicker of confusion and complexity emerging in his eyes. Mizukage? Will I truly become the Mizukage? Meanwhile, Beiwei-rin watched his retreating figure, his eyes brimming with mockery. At the same time, on the boundless, obsidian sea, Pai Pa Shirzong gazed upward at the fireworks ascending into the sky. Baring his shark-like teeth as he gripped the hilt of his blade, a fierce killing intent emanating from him. Faster than I had anticipated. It seems the battle may conclude tonight. Is Oil Woman Shura here? Or perhaps the Black Reaper? No matter what, you shall fall beneath my blade today. Have I been discovered? No matter. I have already shaken them off. Cough. Oil Woman Shura removed her tattered black cloak and the cracked black and white mask from her face. Stepping onto the dock and spitting out a mouthful of blood into the sea. Dong Yiyu furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you in a stable condition? I am fine. Nothing serious. I can continue to move. Oil Woman Shura shook her head and continued. This time, I was careless. I could not create the intended chaos for several days to draw more attention. Must we delay the plan now? As long as you can maintain your combat capability. Given the circumstances, we cannot afford to postpone the plan. We must accelerate its progress, taking advantage of the enemy's lack of response to conclude everything swiftly. Otherwise, even if the mission is complete, we shall not escape from the mist. Dong Yiyu stroked his chin, gazing at the sky, which was beginning to brighten. Oil Woman Shura queried, What about Captain Orochimaru? We need not concern ourselves with him. Everything is proceeding smoothly on his end. Upon saying this, a mysterious smile crept onto Dong Yiyu's lips. Oil Woman Shura wished to say more, but she noticed Mizutori yawning as he approached the dock and nodded in acknowledgement. Let us commence. Go forth. At this command, Oil Woman Shura vanished in an instant, while simultaneously, a large hand appeared stealthily behind Mizutori. That thick-headed fool. Kogain May cursed silently, kicking a small stone before her. Reflecting on that night, she felt a surge of irritation. It was evident the other party needed not say much. A mere nod would suffice. Why must they insist on uttering a word? Did they not realize the psychological struggle I endured in that moment? Do they comprehend the cost I paid for it? Indeed, as Chiyo said, men are all fools. Great, monumental fools. As she pondered, a desire to deliver a sound thrashing to Higashi surged within her, yet her feet involuntarily carried her towards the harbor, a pink bento box clutched in her hand. This was her first time arriving at the harbor so early. Glancing at the dew on the nearby flowers, she murmured to herself, he should still be there. It's only around 6 o'clock, well before his shift ends. After a long night of hunger, he will surely drool at the sight of the bento I made. With that thought, a slight smile crept onto her lips. Suddenly, an inexplicable image flashed in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, and she whispered to herself, Humph. What I desire, I shall attain. Even if he didn't tea like me before, he will surely come to like me. As she continued her musings, she noticed an unusual throng of people at Dock 3, far denser than at the other docks. Strangely, there weren't many boats moored nearby. The majority of the crowd seemed to be workers from other docks, gathered around something. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she wondered, What could these people be doing so early in the morning? A look of perplexity crossed her face as she observed the crowd, and after a moment's hesitation, she decided to approach with her bento in hand. Over the past few days, she had come to realize that since she had already fallen for him, there was no need to hide her feelings. She would express them boldly. Adults often say that for a man to pursue a woman is akin to climbing a mountain, whereas for a woman to chase a man is merely a veil of gauze. She refused to believe that she could not capture his attention given her own merits. Just as she was lost in her daydream of a sweet encounter, a gust of sea breeze swept toward her, carrying an unpleasant metallic scent that assaulted her nostrils. What is this? A look of bewilderment crossed her face as she recognized that the smell was unmistakably emanating from Dock 3, where the crowd was gathered. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed that the faces of those rushing toward Dock 3 were all marked with urgency. An ominous premonition stirred within her. Without a moment to lose, her pace quickened, her grip on the bento tightening. Had there been an attack? It seemed reminiscent of the bodies from the Kagaya clan. How tragic! The site was drenched in blood. Had the medical team not arrived yet? As she drew closer, the surrounding sounds became clearer, and beads of cold sweat began to form on her brow. Her gaze turning frantic, she pushed through the throng, disregarding everything as she squeezed her way to the front, and when she finally broke through the last barrier, the scene before her rendered her utterly motionless. There lay Yabadaru, Mizuharu, and Ranheim Maru sprawled on the ground, lifeless and unresponsive. And there, in the midst of it all, was her beloved Kawanomiyu, head bowed, using his knife for support, kneeling on one knee, his body marred by countless wounds, appearing almost entirely ensconced in blood from a distance. Clatter! The bento fell from her hand, and in a frenzy of desperation, Terumi raced toward Higashi, exclaiming, I'm here. What has happened to you? Cough, you have arrived. Higashi exhaled a mouthful of blood, struggling to open his eyes and gaze at the anxious and flustered expression of the person before him, causing a faint stir within his heart. Seeing this, Tomoe felt a pang of pain and instinctively reached out to assist him. However, lacking medical knowledge, she hesitated, fearing that her well-intentioned actions might worsen his condition. As a result, she remained frozen in place, her hand poised in the air. Who did this? She asked. Mizuka, which scoundrel inflicted such wounds upon you? It was an intruder, two of them, possessing formidable strength beyond that of a jonin. One wore a black and white mask capable of controlling insects, while the other, cloaked in black, was adept in swordsmanship. They attempted to stealthily infiltrate the island not long ago, but I discovered them. In the end, they seized two sailing boats. One masked figure headed west, while the cloaked one fled east, parting ways. Wah! With that, Higashi seemed unable to contain his injuries any longer, violently vomiting blood, which left Tomoe in a state of bewilderment. Do not speak any further, I understand. Please hold on. Your condition is critical. You must endure. Someone has already notified the medical team. They will arrive shortly. Remember to convey my message to Lord Yagura. Higashi managed to utter before his eyes gradually closed, his body swaying and collapsing against Tomoe. Her complexion turned ashen, and just as she was about to speak, a familiar voice called out from outside. Make way! Make way! The medical team and security are here. What has happened? Yagura, frowning, pushed through the crowd. He had no connection to the security team, but had felt an ominous premonition upon hearing that an incident had occurred at dock number 3, prompting his hurried arrival. Upon reaching the scene, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. Tomoe turned to look back, and upon recognizing Yagura, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Lord Yagura, please save him. Save Mizuka, she cried, clutching Higashi, her entire being trembling inexplicably. Was this emotion fear or terror? She could not discern. All she knew was that he could not die. He must not perish. She had been certain of her own feelings. She had resolutely made her decision. Yagura said nothing, his gaze fixed on Higashi, who lay bloodied and unconscious. Memories of the latter's past words flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. If possible, I wish to be a guardian of the dock. I want to protect the dock, protect the hidden mist, protect this country. I only wish to gaze upon the village, to watch the sea. For the first time in his life, Yagura felt a surge of murderous intent. He struggled to suppress the fury within his chest and glanced at the tear-streaked face of the helpless Tomoe. Quickly save him. What are you waiting for? Begin emergency measures at once. Confirm his vital signs. Once established, transport him back for intensive care. Upon hearing these commands, the medical team members sprang into action, swiftly assessing the life status of Higashi and the others. Moments later, the team leader approached Yagura with a grave report. Lord Yagura, the other three show no signs of life. They can be presumed deceased. Although Mr. Mizusawa bears numerous wounds, they are primarily superficial and not life-threatening. However, given the extent of blood loss, it is imperative to transport him promptly for medical attention to prevent excessive hemorrhaging. Let us carry him back entirely. Upon hearing of the demise of the other three, Yagura felt a pang of trepidation. Yet he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief upon learning that Mizusawa was relatively unscathed. Meanwhile, upon receiving this news, Terumi May felt her legs give way, collapsing to the ground. Yet, she experienced no pain, instead feeling a wave of reassurance. Fortunately, he is safe. After assisting Higashiya into a stretcher, she recalled his earlier words and quickly turned to Yagura, exclaiming, Lord Yagura, when I arrived, Mizusawa had not yet lost consciousness. He told me that two individuals attacked them, one wearing a black and white mask who employs insects, and another cloaked in black robes who excels in swordsmanship. Pardon? Insects? Yagura raised an eyebrow. As a high-ranking member of the Mist, he was well aware of the recent tumult surrounding Yurnashi Shikage, who purportedly dons a black and white mask, wears black robes, and is adept at utilizing nanopoisonous insects. Aside from the detail of the black robe not aligning, the poison and the mask fit perfectly. However, could there be more than one invader? As he pondered this, Terumi May hurriedly continued. Mizusawa also mentioned that they stole two sailboats, the masked one headed west, while the robed figure fled east. I understand. Ryoki, you shall return and report to Lord Mizukage truthfully. I will lead the pursuit of the eastern intruder. With that, Yagura commandeered a fishing vessel on the spot and set sail towards the east. Regardless of your identity, having chosen to invade our village, I trust you are prepared for the consequences. After a brief contemplation, Yagura resolved firmly, his hands instinctively clenching as he gazed out at the boundless sea. Meanwhile, amidst the fervor of activity, a shadow stealthily trailed the medical team's stretcher into the depths of the mist. My lord, we have received intelligence from the main island indicating that Yurnashi Shikage has an accomplice. This morning, they were spotted together at Dock 3, having commandeered two sailboats that split in opposite directions, east and west. Lord Yagura has already pursued the eastern route. The main island has instructed us to continue the chase towards the western direction of Yurnashi Shikage. I had presumed that failing to eliminate Yurnashi Shikage last night would prompt him to escape the mist, intentionally diverting our attention towards the likely routes of his flight. I did not anticipate he would remain on the main island, effectively walking into a trap. As Bijou Shizaku absorbed this information from the Umbu, his brow furrowed in contemplation, his countenance filled with confusion. What's the issue? Asked Kirikiri Reiga, shrugging with an air of confidence. If he has lost his wits, then we shall simply capture him. If we manage to defeat him once, we can certainly do so again. While such sentiments were voiced, an ominous premonition lingered within Bijou Shizaku. Moreover, the fact that the accomplice chose this moment to reveal themselves and split up only added to his unease. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, striving to uncover any overlooked details in the unfolding scenario. Heiyu Li sighed with a hint of exasperation, stating, "Let us not waste any more time. We must pursue him swiftly. If we allow him to escape, it will not only be embarrassing upon our return, but we will also face reprimand." Very well. This time I shall thoroughly interrogate Oil Woman Jihai. I am eager to uncover how many accomplices he has. Little did he know that he would soon regret his current choices immensely. Meanwhile, in the emergency room on the second floor of the Mist Concealment Hospital, the attending physician furrowed his brow in confusion while observing Dongyeyu, who was clearly covered in wounds yet exhibiting stable vital signs. It is puzzling how this individual, despite his injuries, has been brought to the emergency room. I am at a loss as to how to assist him. The assisting nurse, overhearing this, hesitantly suggested. Perhaps he is not in any real danger? Maybe we need not intervene. He may awaken on his own. Not in danger? Why then did he collapse? Is he merely pretending? The attending physician chuckled at his own absurdity, and just as he bent down to assess the situation more closely, Dongyeyu, who had been unconscious on the hospital bed, suddenly opened his eyes. You guessed it correctly. After effortlessly dealing with the emergency room's occupants, Dongyeyu donned the doctor's white coat, seized the blood essence that had been placed in the corner, and flung open the emergency room door. Upon witnessing the scene of carnage in the corridor, he focused his gaze on a figure shrouded in a black robe. Why have you changed your attire again? Weren't you supposed to inform Captain Orochimaru? Is there time for this? Just a trivial matter, Oil Woman Jihai replied with a smile. Then, noticing Donya Yu's injuries, expressed concern. Are you truly all right? You are aware that the blood I coughed up was not my own. As for these wounds, they are merely superficial abrasions. Once we return, I can easily find some herbs to tend to them. Donya Yu replied nonchalantly. Seeing this, Oil Woman Jihai felt a slight sense of relief, but then, as if recalling something, he spoke gravely. Speaking of which, when I visited Captain Orochimaru today, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. What seemed off? Donya Yu raised an eyebrow. Oil Woman Jihai shook his head, pondering. I cannot quite articulate it. If I had to say, it felt as though he was smiling. Yes, smiling, despite his lack of expression. It was particularly pronounced when he learned of our plans to act prematurely. He even asked for some insects. Oh, I see. Donya Yu mused, a smirk slowly forming as he walked outside. Perhaps he has stumbled upon something intriguing. I don't understand, Oil Woman Jihai said, perplexed, as he followed Donya Yu's lead. Just as the two were nearing the end of the corridor, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the shadows. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she instinctively dropped the plastic bag she was holding, causing the bright red apples within to roll onto the floor. As Oil Woman Jihai prepared to address the situation, Donya Yu suddenly raised a hand to stop him. Thank you for your care these past few days, Meiju. What is happening? Who is that behind you? As Terumi Mei gazed upon the scene of carnage before her, her mind felt as though it had momentarily shut down, confronted by the laughter of Higashi Yu and the shadowy figure cloaked behind him. Higashi Yu grasped his own mask and slowly peeled it away, revealing his youthful and handsome visage, along with the dark dragon emblem branded upon his forehead. I apologize, but I am not Kawano Mizu. The real him perished long ago in Konoha. I am Higashi Yu, a member of Konoha's root. As for the individual standing behind me, he is my comrade. You're lying. Do not jest with me. What is this Konoha? What is root? You are clearly Mizu. This must be a deception. How could Mizu be a falsehood? Terumi Mei collapsed to the ground, her gaze vacant as she fixated on the mask Higashi Yu had torn away, muttering incessantly. Higashi Yu remained silent. Yet he felt an inexplicable irritation, not directed at her, but rather stemming from the mark upon his forehead. No longer inclined to engage in idle conversation, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Terumi Mei, and delivered a swift strike to the back of her neck. Rest well, consider it a lengthy nightmare. This was the final sentiment Kawano Mizu had imparted to her in this memory. Yamanaka Shurhei observed the unconscious Terumi Mei on the ground, shrugged, and sighed. Is this what espionage entails? Indeed, that is precisely what it is. Now, we must proceed to fulfill our mission. It would be unwise to delay until they regain their senses, Higashi Yu declared, striding past Terumi Mei's prostrate form. Hida Yukiren turned her serious gaze towards Suigetsu and Aoi. Are you both aware of the situation at Dock 3? Yes. Do you require my assistance in rallying support? Suigetsu inquired. Hida Yukiren nodded, coldly responding. Those who can operate alongside Yamanaka Shurhei should not be lacking in strength. I am not overly concerned about the situation with Pipajuzu, as they are numerous. However, Yagura's circumstances differ significantly, as he is the sole elite shinobi, and his security detail comprises only ordinary chunin. Very well, I shall provide assistance, Suigetsu affirmed, preparing to depart when Kita Yuki-rin interjected, Aoi will accompany you. Upon hearing this, Suigetsu and Aoi exchanged glances, both sensing hesitation in one another's eyes. Ultimately, it was Suigetsu who mustered the courage to speak. Lady Mizukichi, is that truly necessary? Yagura has already pursued. If Aoi and I follow, who will remain to guard the main island? Isn't there still Mizukami Goro and Ao? Hida Yuki-rin furrowed her brow, her presence exuding dissatisfaction. Suigetsu swallowed hard, hesitating, but Ao is not particularly adept in combat. And Mizukami Goro is still inexperienced and has a history of being an undercover agent. Whether he is trustworthy is another matter. Perhaps let him accompany me. While Aoi stays back. Do not dither. I grasp your intent. It is precisely because Mizukami Goro is untrustworthy that I have chosen to leave him behind. Would you prefer I let him trail you as a hidden bomb? Or do you believe that I am too old to manage him? As Beishueren spoke, an overwhelming aura began to surge around him. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon promptly bowed and stated, I dare not, my lord. Even Blueberry Yongtai, who had intended to interject, fell silent under the weight of the atmosphere. Then hasten to your task. The Yagura is of utmost importance. I wish to avoid any further instances akin to those imbeciles. Wooly Shinba and Li Sanchuanwan. Upon hearing these words, the two hastily took their leave. After closing the office door, Blueberry Yongtai wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, with a hint of trepidation, remarked, Lord Water Shadow must be over 50 by now, yet his aura seems unchanged. Enough chatter. We must hurry to assist that young Yagura, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon said, casting a furtive glance behind him as if engaged in mischief. Blueberry Yongtai furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired, I can't shake the feeling that the Lord holds a rather high regard for that lad, though I, too, have a fondness for him. Lord Water Shadow is aging, replied the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, hastily departing. Blueberry Yongtai was momentarily taken aback by this statement. A realization washed over him, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he hurried to catch up with the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. Aging indeed signifies the need for a successor. Just as the two exited the building, they encountered a colleague ambling toward them. Good morning, gentlemen. Where are you headed? Orochimaru greeted with a smile, but the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon ignored him, while Blueberry Yongtai merely returned the smile. Observing their hurried exit, Orochimaru stood still, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light, before eventually turning to re-enter the building. Come in. Bei Shuiren's voice was tinged with impatience. The recent influx of duties had left him frazzled. The issues concerning oil woman Shurha and her associates were manageable, as he could delegate those matters. The true burden lay with the chaos stemming from the Kagaya and Shiratori clans, the internal village discourse, and the considerations necessary for the impending conflicts in Konoha. Individually, these matters were trivial, but when combined, they formed an insurmountable mountain of paperwork capable of driving anyone to madness. Orochimaru pushed the door open and entered with his head bowed. Lord Water Shadow. Oh, it's you, Orochimaru. What brings you here? If it's mere pleasantries, I must decline. I am quite occupied at present, Bei Shuiren responded, his countenance softening slightly upon recognizing the visitor, though he quickly issued a dismissal. Orochimaru shook his head, smiling. I would not dare to waste your precious time on idle conversation. I have come early solely to convey an important matter. Oh, what is it? Bei Shuiren endeavored to feign interest. Orochimaru reached up, caressing his face, and slowly peeled off the mask that obscured his features. I wish to pledge my allegiance to you. Oh, this visage. Are you the great Orochimaru of Konoha? Bei Shuiren set aside his documents and rose, intrigued, to scrutinize Orochimaru's appearance. Orochimaru's serpentine, violet-striped eyes fixated on his counterpart as he smiled and declared, Indeed, I am Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, or rather, I should now be referred to as Orochimaru of the Mist. Intriguing. Why do you choose to ally yourself with me? You are, after all, a veteran of Konoha. Are you not? Bei Shuiren tilted his head, somewhat perplexed by this inquiry. At this juncture, a flicker of resentment seemed to glimmer in Orochimaru's gaze as he replied with a heavy tone, It is quite simple. In the mist, I perceive the hope of becoming the shadow, a vision I cannot fathom in Konoha. How could one with your qualifications and abilities possibly lack hope? Bei Shuiren countered. How could the sun-drenched Konoha ever accept a shadowy serpent as their leader? Ha! Well said. I commend you for your insight. Since they are blind to their own interests, from this moment forth, you shall be one of my people in the mist. Bei Shuiren laughed heartily, though a hint of mockery lingered in his eyes. Indeed, how could a shadowy serpent aspire to leadership, whether in Konoha or the mist? He sneered internally. Unperturbed by Bei Shuiren's peculiar demeanor, Orochimaru lowered his head and said, Thank you, my lord. I have come not only to pledge my allegiance to you, but also to report a matter of importance. Oh, what is it? Bei Shuiren inquired. Bemused, Orochimaru hesitated for a moment before continuing. It concerns the spies hidden within the Mist Village. Do elaborate. Bei Shuiren raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Are there truly so many spies among us? It seems I must conduct a thorough cleansing soon. Upon receiving permission, Orochimaru glanced furtively around, ensuring their surroundings were secure before slowly approaching. He then leaned in, placing his left hand over his mouth and whispered, I am the spy. As soon as the words left his lips, his right hand, prepared in advance, elongated with a rubber-like agility, ensnaring Bei Shuiren's neck, while simultaneously, a sword emerged from his mouth, aimed straight at the other's forehead. Yet, in the face of this sudden assault, Beiweiren appeared unfazed. As though he had anticipated the attack, his aura surged explosively, and his right hand transformed into a blade, striking directly at the sword. Beiweilu's waterblade. With a resounding clash reminiscent of metal striking metal, the sword Orochimaru had unleashed shattered instantly. A look of shock washed over Orochimaru's face, yet before he could respond, Beiweiren coldly smiled and effortlessly swept his hand across Orochimaru's neck. How grotesque! Did you truly believe you could plot against me? As the taunting words escaped his lips, Orochimaru's head was severed, and he instantly dissolved into a puddle of mud before Beiweiren. Simultaneously, a dark, murky substance mingled with the remnants. At such close quarters, even Beiweiren's reflexes could not save him. He was instantly splattered with mud. More alarmingly, the dark substance struck directly upon his forehead. Beiweiren felt an intense burning sensation erupt on his forehead as he cradled his head, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Concurrently, a tremendous aura burst forth from him. Orochimaru, I will slay you. In a decisive moment, upon realizing he had been poisoned, he immediately channeled the majority of his chakra to combat the nano-poisonous insects that had infiltrated his skin. Had these venomous insects not been perched upon your forehead, but instead upon your arm, you might have severed your limb without hesitation to ensure your safety. Terrifying indeed. Orochimaru forcefully kicked open the door. A corpse of a member of the Hidden Mist's umbu dangling from his hand, grinning at the current state of his opponent. It remained unclear whether his reference to terror pertained to Beiweiren's decisiveness or his soaring momentum. Beiweiren's hair stood on end in wild disarray. Despite his frigid countenance and menacing aura, the nano-insects infiltrating his skin like an incessant nightmare pressed relentlessly toward his brain. With no time for contemplation, he swiftly reached for a scroll on the table. As long as he could retrieve his blade, even with most of his chakra devoted to controlling the toxins, he felt no fear in his swordsmanship against Orochimaru. However, matters were not so straightforward. Orochimaru flung aside the umbu's corpse with his left hand and raised his right. Do not underestimate me. Hidden shadow snake hands. Several serpents erupted from his sleeves, their gaping maws lunging toward the scroll. Beiweiren gritted his teeth, seizing the scroll with his left hand while his right formed a blade-like shape. With a swift sidestep, he severed the approaching serpents. As he unfurled the scroll, extending his left hand, he was on the verge of summoning his treasured blade when two shadows suddenly appeared at the shattered glass window behind him. With a crash, a large hand reached for Beiweiren's neck. A jolt of fear gripped him. If caught by this entity, his demise was certain. He had to evade immediately. Acting purely on instinct, he darted to the side. Yet, while he managed to evade that grasp, he could not escape the subsequent blade. A cold gleam of steel flashed forth. Beiweiren, utilizing his exceptional reflexes, narrowly avoided a fatal strike, but the blade redirected, slicing toward his left arm. A spray of crimson erupted as his severed left arm soared through the air. Orochimaru, quick-witted and nimble, rushed forward and snatched the scroll containing Beiweiren's blade, pocketing it with ease. Amidst the agony and tremors of shock, Beiweiren struggled to control his chakra, nearly allowing the nano-insects to breach his brain. Yet, in that critical moment, he managed to stabilize himself, creating distance between him and his adversaries. Leaning against the corner by the shattered window, clutching his bleeding left arm, he gazed with difficulty at the trio before him. 3 individuals, Orochimaru, Water Valley Kiro, and the others, Zhu Yachuan and Koenome. Were they not the oil woman Shurha and you? Swift and decisive. Without acknowledging their words, Donya Yu had no interest in introducing herself. After a terse remark to Orochimaru, she flung away the blood from her blade, activating her blue weapon, charging forth like a vengeful specter. It was worth noting that they were in the territory of the Hidden Mist, the heart of their domain. Though the 7 ninja swordsmen and Yagura were absent, it did not imply that the Hidden Mist was devoid of defenders. The cacophony of battle had already begun to attract attention. If they did not resolve this swiftly, the powerful forces of the Hidden Mist would soon arrive. An escape would become a distant dream. Seeing the situation, Orochimaru did not hesitate, drawing his Kusanagi sword from his mouth and charging towards Beiweiren. Oil Girl Shurhei extended her seemingly pitch-black hands, which were actually crawling with nanoscopic venomous insects, and quickly followed suit. Confronted by the formidable trio, Beiweiren found himself in a dire predicament. In his prime, he would have faced them without fear, but now he had to contend with toxins, a severed arm. And even his sword had been confiscated by the adversary. Continuing to resist would surely lead to his demise, so he made a swift decision, turning to shatter the glass behind him and leaping out. He had expected the Konoha forces to coordinate with him, but upon witnessing the calm outside, he sighed in relief. It appeared they were alone. As he pondered this, a myriad of white lights surged towards him. Should I resolve this with that? Its value would undoubtedly skyrocket. Orochimaru smirked wickedly. He had long set a trap outside the glass using threads, precisely to counter such a maneuver. The threads tightened and drew close, threatening to ensnare Beishuaran, yet he gritted his teeth and swiftly formed hand signs. Water release, great waterfall technique. Tons of water erupted from his mouth, enveloping him, and, with its immense weight, forcefully broke through the encroaching threads. However, this momentary delay granted Higashi No Ame the opportunity to catch up. He planted a foot on the window ledge and propelled himself directly into the torrent. Just as Beishuaran steadied himself to fend off the nanoscopic insects on his forehead, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as the gleaming blade pierced through. Higashi No Ame aimed to twist the knife and tear through Beishuaran's body, only to realize that the latter's arm began to move. Left with no choice, he withdrew the blade. In that instant, a cold hand strike appeared unexpectedly, severing several strands of hair from Higashi No Ame's forehead. It was evident that had he not retreated just then, that blow would have sent him to meet the King of Hell. Exhausted from the effort, Beishuaran found his vision blurring as intense agony surged through his mind. With the knife wound, he had already entered the countdown to death. The chaos of his chakra, stemming from his mental disarray, allowed the nanoscopic insects to invade his brain. He could feel his cells being relentlessly torn apart, and the failure to land that hand strike only accelerated this process. Unable to contain himself any longer, Beishuaran's eyes turned crimson, wailing in despair, his face bleeding from every orifice. Higashi No Ame, clawing at the wall with his left hand, furrowed his brow at the sight of Beishuaran's plight. This guy must be beyond saving, he thought. Yet, just as Beishuaran was about to plummet to the ground, he suddenly ceased his cries. In that moment, his mind became eerily calm, and his remaining right hand once again formed into a blade-like shape. I cannot simply perish like this. At the very least, I must eliminate one, to rid the mist of a grave threat. All his momentum, all his chakra, all his strength converged into one. This would be the final strike of his life. Beishuaran's divine mist slash. As he swiftly sliced through the air with his right hand, a blade of mist surged towards Higashi No Ame with astonishing speed. He would die, absolutely certain death. The alarm bells in Higashi No Ame's mind rang loudly, leaving no room for thoughts of resistance. He instinctively gathered all his strength to crash through the adjacent wall, curling himself into a ball as he rolled inside. The sound of the razor-sharp strike resonated, rendering the world eerily silent. The entire office building, as fragile as cake, was cleaved in two, centered around the fourth floor by this 30-degree angled slash. Whether it was Higashi No Ame, who lay on the fourth floor, having narrowly escaped death, or Orochimaru, who stood in the water shadow office, observing the scene, or Jinchūriki, who rushed in midair to rescue him. All were struck with cold sweat at this final blow. Was this the full-force strike of Kitayuki Rin? Orochimaru gazed down at the lifeless body of Kitayuki Rin, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, confirming the individual's demise before casting a glance at the approaching mist ninja. Despite the intervening complications, the mission had ultimately been accomplished. With that, he turned to face Higashi No Ame and Jinchūriki, and the 3 figures swiftly vanished from sight. That was the water shadow strike. Over here. This is the water shadow. As Kitayuki Ren's corpse was discovered by the mist ninja, an elderly man, stooped and bald, appeared quietly at the scene. As the head of the Mist Elder Council, he surveyed the stunned crowd of mist ninja, then glanced at the tragic body of Kitayuki Ren, striking his staff upon the ground to rouse them from their stupor. Stop dawdling. Quickly pursue the invaders. The water shadow was attacked not long ago. They cannot have gone far. His voice, aged yet filled with wrath, echoed through the air. Having narrowly escaped due to leaving the building early for certain matters, the young ninja, still in shock from staring at the corpse, immediately reacted, shouting hoarsely, "Follow the orders of Lord Genji." Medical Team 3rd and 4th Squads remained to treat the wounded and handle the bodies. Intelligence Teams 2nd, 3rd, and 4th squads are to contact the 7 ninja swordsmen and Lord Kurigane, urging them to return for support swiftly. The rest of you, follow me in pursuing the invaders. With that, he took the lead, tracing the intruders' tracks. As a seasoned Miss Jonin, he confirmed the escape route of Orochimaru and the others based on the scene. Murmuring with fury, "It's this way. They intend to cross the sea towards the southwestern cliffs. Immediately seal off the coastline. They must not escape. No matter who the intruders are, they must be stopped, to avenge the water shadow. To avenge the water shadow. Skin them alive." Watching the enraged crowd gradually recede from his sight, Lord Jinji felt a presence approach from behind. A man clad in a brown coat hurriedly came forward. Initially intending to speak, he froze in disbelief upon seeing the corpse of Kitayuki Ren on the ground, exclaiming, "How could this be? This is Lord Sandaime. How is it possible?" For those of their generation, the first and second generations of Mizukage left little impression, yet the third was different. Particularly after decades of invincibility within the village, his stature far surpassed that of his predecessors. In their eyes, Beishiwei Run epitomized the might of Kirigakure and stood as one of the most formidable figures in the ninja world. They had never envisioned him falling before them in such a manner. Do not be foolish, Quan Bingwei. No one in this world is invincible, not even Run. Our task now is to seek vengeance and uphold the dignity of Kirigakure, not to deceive ourselves by denying reality. Yuan Shi tightened his grip on his cane, striking it against Quan Bingwei, then gazed upon the lifeless form of Beishiwei Run, whose forehead bore the remnants of the nanobots that ceased to spread upon the host's demise. Squinting, he bent down to gently close Ren's unblinking eyes, continuing, "This body bears a striking resemblance to the atrocities committed by the Kagaya clan and the Shiratori clan. It appears that the information from Doc 3 was a ruse. I understand now. Yuan Shi, I came to inform you that there has been an incident at the hospital. From what I gathered at the scene, aside from the deliberate incapacitation of the Koyomi family's young lady and the disappearance of the dock guard who provided the false information, everyone else met a gruesome end. The methods of death closely resemble those employed by the Mizukage of the Kagaya clan." Recovering from his shock, Quan Bingwei remained troubled by the sight of Beishiwei Ren's tragic remains. Yuan Shi furrowed his brow and inquired, "This is unexpected. What were they doing at the hospital?" "No. They were reassigned to pursue Yono Shihira. The false information from Doc 3, the missing dock guard, the massacre at the hospital, and the leniency shown towards the Koyomi lady." As Quan Bingwei processed these pivotal details, he too frowned, suddenly struck by a realization. From the very beginning, their target was the Mizukage. Indeed, the Kagaya clan, the Shiratori clan, or the deception from Doc 3, all serve as distractions meant to diminish the strength surrounding Ren. Judging by the wounds and mud on Ron, it is evident that he was ambushed by more than just Yono Shihira. The guard who transmitted false information from Doc 3 must also be among them. Yono's presence at the hospital was merely to facilitate their coordinated efforts. As for the Koyomi young lady, she is but a minor detail in this unfolding tragedy. After a moment of silence, Yuan Shi ventured a bold hypothesis. Considering the state of the corpse, it appears Ren was poisoned from the outset. Thus, apart from the dock guard and Yono Shihira, there must be another individual, someone of considerable influence within Kirigakure, capable of approaching Ren undetected. For it is inconceivable that he could be easily poisoned otherwise. Upon hearing this, Quan Bingwei's mind conjured a figure. Yuan Shi's cane struck the ground, his aged visage reflecting a grave seriousness. The only unfamiliar face that appeared in the village alongside the dock guard, who could freely approach Run, and who had no alibi at the time of the assassination, was none other than the newly appointed member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the inheritor of the long blade stitching technique, Mizutani Kira. Though Quan Bingwei had already discerned the truth within his heart, he could not help but feel a jolt upon hearing Yuan's analysis. To think that this recently ascendant group of the 7 ninja swordsmen could be spies, and that they had even participated in the ambush against Lord Mizukage. The mere thought of such revelations spreading forth was enough to instigate an immense uproar. Yuan squinted, seemingly sensing the turmoil within Quan Bingwei's mind, and remarked, "Since the enemy could conspire alongside Jinchūriki to encircle Ren, it implies that he has been a spy from Konoha from the very beginning. Moreover, the guard at the dock who disseminated false information was likely in on it too. Even Jinchūriki may harbor a false identity within our village." It was worth noting that, according to prior accounts from the tournament, The long knife that sewed together the threads of fate had been pilfered by Mizukami Kira, a spy from Konoha. From our own internal intelligence, aside from him, there were two others involved, one of whom conveniently served as a dock guard. Upon hearing this, Quan Bingwai's words prompted Yuan to close his eyes, resignedly stating, "All the pieces have aligned. Now we await their swift return." The trio intended to traverse the southwestern cliffs and embark upon the sea route to the Land of Fire. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Yet, with the current Mizukage, Beishu Arun, already deceased, what could possibly warrant such dread? While he pondered this, far across the seas, the 7 ninja swordsmen and Itsong were also receiving intelligence through secretive means from Kirigakure, despite their relentless pursuit of the intruders yielding no trace. Unlike the fiery wrath exhibited by Pipa Shirzong and his companions as they hastened back, Itsong fell into a contemplative silence upon receiving the news. Though the report did not explicitly relay Yuan's conclusions, his astute intellect allowed him to glean the implications with ease. Though Mr. Mieo bore numerous wounds, they were primarily superficial and not life-threatening. Reflecting on the words of the medical team leader, Itsong grasped the railing of the ship tightly, his mouth opening to speak. Yet no words emerged. Regret? Anger? Panic? No, he felt none of these. Only an all-consuming fear. Fear of returning to the village. Fear of confronting Beishu Ren's lifeless body. Fear of facing the outcome he dreaded most. "Lord Itsong, shall we return?" The tentative inquiry from the captain of the guard met with Itsong's silence. Before he appeared to lose all strength, feebly gesturing, "Let us turn back. What have I done?" At this pace, it was unmistakably evident that Kirigakure excelled in the art of pursuit, ranking among the finest in the entire ninja world. Orochimaru sensed the Kirigakure forces rapidly closing in behind him, his brow furrowing slightly. Donyeyu raised an eyebrow, fingers brushing against the blood-red blade at his waist, casually inquiring, "The 7 ninja swordsmen and Itsong have yet to return. Do you require my intervention? I could be of assistance." Yun Zhihui chimed in as well. Orochimaru shook his head, his expression dark and menacing. "Since they have managed to catch up with us, it stands to reason that the coastal line ahead is likely sealed. Rather than waste time here and risk being cornered, we should charge forth directly." Having spoken, he bit into the tip of his right thumb and swiftly began to form seals, ultimately slamming his palm down onto the ground. Summoning technique. As a dense cloud of white smoke billowed forth, a colossal serpent abruptly emerged, its form a rich purple adorned with black stripes. 2 small horns protruded from either side of its head, and with a body spanning several meters in width and tens of meters in length, it resembled an ancient beast, exuding a fierce aura that soared skyward. Without a hint of hesitation, it declared, "Orochimaru, I demand 100 living sacrifices." "No problem. Enemies are approaching. We shall flee directly towards the sea, heading for the Land of Fire." Orochimaru, standing atop the serpent's head alongside oil woman Shizune and Higashi No Ame, assented. For him, 100 living sacrifices were trivial, especially in this era of war, where one could easily find a village of ordinary folk to satisfy the demand. "Is this the legendary Manda?" Omi marveled at the serpent rampaging beneath them, akin to a natural disaster. His astonishment peaked as he observed the creature plow through the mist shinobi, who were attempting to blockade the coastline, disregarding their attacks as it surged towards the ocean. Regrettably, his own contracted summoning beasts were far from impressive. He had yet to secure a reliable partner, and the 9-tailed white fox remained firmly on his blacklist. "Are you implying that so many of you cannot stop those 3? Are you just going to let them escape?" Suigetsu, the pufferfish of Suigetsu, bellowed in fury, his murderous intent palpable. Beside him, Yamato sat beneath a tree, gazing at the corpse of Hokyuki Run, now draped in a white shroud. His expression was laden with complexity. As he recalled their recent conversation, now, they were forever separated by death, a reality he found difficult to accept. In the minds of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Hokyuki Ren held a status even higher than that of the Mizukage, for he was the very architect of their group, and each of them had, to varying degrees, been guided by him. How could they come to terms with his departure as they would with an ordinary individual? Listening to Suigetsu's furious outburst, Ao remained silent. His head bowed, shame washing over his features. Regardless of others' perceptions, he believed he bore part of the responsibility for Hokyuki Ren's demise. Had he not ventured out early, he could have at least conveyed a message to the 3rd Hokage, even if it was but a sliver of information. Soon after, The external forces of P1 Shizai and Kuroki Raiga returned. Upon learning of the current situation, Ao, as the Jonin left behind at headquarters, could not escape blame and was met with a scathing reprimand. While the initial four had merely scolded him, the arrival of Kuzukabe Shiyu escalated matters, leading directly to physical confrontation. As the most temperamental among the 7 ninja swordsmen, upon witnessing Hokiyuki Ren's lifeless form, he wasted no time in delivering a powerful punch to Ao's face. Thud! The sound of the heavy blow echoed, and before Ao could react, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Observing the enraged countenance of his opponent, Qing's outstretched hand trembled precariously before collapsing to the ground, presenting an image of utter defeat. The rogue Tosoya Aaron showed no restraint, seating himself upon Qing's abdomen and unleashing a barrage of punches upon his visage. I could easily slay you right now. Worthless scum. Spit. Qing, however, had no intention of resisting. Even as his character was besmirched and saliva was hurled at him, he remained passive. As his vision dimmed, tinted by a crimson veil, his consciousness began to fade away. Lord Third, I have failed. I shall join you soon. Just as Qing was on the brink of being beaten to death, a sharp crack echoed through the air, accompanied by a fierce rebuke. Enough. Tosoya Aaron turned at the sound, only to find Jinchūriki emerging with a look of disdain, leaning heavily on his cane. He regarded the silent Shinobi 7 with a frigid tone. At this juncture, further discourse is futile. Instead of venting your frustrations upon one another, consider the future of the village. You are the Shinobi 7 of the Mist, not of Ren. You speak truly. We are not the Shinobi 7 of the Third. However, the Shinobi 7 was forged by the Third himself. Now that he is gone, we have not only failed to apprehend a single culprit, but have allowed them to escape right beneath our noses. Pipa Shirzong was unyielding in his retort. Jinchūriki frowned at these words, attempting to offer solace. I understand your resentment, yet the current reality is as it stands. The deceased are gone, but the living must carry on. The future of the Mist relies upon you. Future? Huh. That is for the wise to ponder. I cannot claim such intellect. His indignation was palpable. Without allowing Jinchūriki to continue, Pipa Shirzong seized his executioner's blade and strode toward the exit. I shall go and slay those 3 bastards. They cannot have fled far, and it is not too late to pursue them. Do as you wish. I shall accompany you. Tosoya Aaron cast aside the bloodied, unconscious Qing and retrieved his blunt blade to follow suit. The silent blueberry Yotai simply hoisted his dual blades and trailed behind. Jinchūriki furrowed his brows, coldly stating, even if you catch up, what then? Can you truly defeat them? Once they reach the land of fire, it will be within the territory of Konoha. Jinchūriki, they may not be able to kill them, but what if I join the fray? Black Ho Rhea chuckled, patting Jinchūriki on the shoulder before vanishing in an instant. Jinchūriki fumed, but upon turning, he saw Suka Mountain pufferfish demon still present, which provided a modicum of relief. At the very least, one remained. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, Suka Mountain pufferfish demon approached silently, igniting an ominous premonition within him. Suka Mountain pufferfish demon, do you also intend to pursue them? I must follow to ensure nothing unforeseen occurs. Upon uttering this, Suka Mountain pufferfish demon seemed unable to meet his gaze, his massive figure vanishing like lightning. As Yuan Master gazed upon the desolate expanse and the unconscious Qing lying on the ground, an ominous premonition swelled within him. He had initially surmised that the ill-tempered group known as the 7 Ninja Swordsmen might cause trouble. Yet he had not anticipated that his arrival would do little to deter their actions. In fact, it seemed to have incited them to make even more regrettable choices. Alas, I hope the outcome is not as dire as I envision. Yuan Master. The raspy voice jolted him from his reverie. It was both familiar and foreign, evoking an indescribable sensation within him. Turning around, he was met with a face as cold and forbidding as ice. Yagura, have you seen Rin? Yes. I have beheld the lifeless form of Lord Mizukichi. Upon my arrival, I noticed the 7 ninja swordsmen hastily departing. I wish to inquire, Yuan Master, are they pursuing something further? At this moment, the once sunny disposition of Yagura had vanished, replaced by an unsettling indifference to life and a chilling thirst for vengeance. Observing this, Yuan Master felt his pupils constrict, although he could not fathom the drastic shift in demeanor. His instincts warned him that he must not allow Yagura to proceed unchecked. What? They haven't gone to pursue anyone. They merely have some matters to attend to and will return shortly. Yuan Master, you need not feign ignorance. I am fully aware of the situation. This incident arose from my actions, and I shall bear the majority of the responsibility. I will bring back the one who murdered Lord Mizukichi. With that, Yagura cast not a single glance back, turning and vanishing into thin air. This is troubling. I truly could not stop them. Yuan Master reached out in a desperate attempt to halt Yagura, but he was ultimately a step too late, merely brushing against the remnants of Yagura's presence. Left with no recourse, he clenched his cane, striving to support his weighty form, which felt momentarily unanchored. At that instant, the authoritative Kubo arrived, promptly steadying him upon witnessing the situation. My lord, what has transpired? Why is Ching in such a state? And where are the other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Wasn't Lord Yagura also headed this way? Alas, they have all departed, Yuan Master lamented, his voice hollow and despondent, rendering his already aged visage even more morose. He did not harbor fantasies of Yagura's success. He merely wished for their survival. If the deaths of Wooly Shimbachi and Kuri Samaru amounted to mere trifles for the hidden mist, then the demise of Bayuki Ren represented a grievous wound, an immeasurable loss for the village. Should Yagura and the others encounter further misfortune, it would undoubtedly cripple the already weakened Mist Village. The prospect of reaping the benefits of the ongoing Third Shinobi World War, or even merely surviving it, would become a daunting challenge. The hidden Mist Village stands at the precipice of peril. Meanwhile, the unconscious Terumi Mei had awakened, as she beheld her mother, overwhelmed with joy, and her father, whose face radiated relief. Her consciousness flickered uncertainly, soon flooding with fragmented memories of the hospital. In a world drenched in scarlet, with the veil of reality torn asunder, she confronted a visage utterly unfamiliar to her. In this moment, the sounds of her mother's weeping and her father's greetings faded into oblivion, leaving only that voice, terrifying and relentless, echoing through her mind like a nightmarish specter. I am not Koenomizu. The true one perished long ago in Konoha. I am Higashi Yuki, a member of Konoha's roots. It is time to rest. Everything is false, a mere fabrication. No. Terumi Mei clutched her head, and her sudden outcry rendered her parents momentarily speechless. Before they could even react, she leapt to her feet, frantically attempting to flee the confines of her home. Yet, as she stepped out of bed, a disorienting haze enveloped her, robbing her of control over her own body, and she slipped, crashing to the floor. Witnessing this, her mother, heart-wrenched, swiftly gathered her in an embrace, offering soothing words, while her father, believing she had suffered some trauma, prepared to employ gentle persuasion. However, utterly unaware of her turmoil, the words they uttered could never align with Terumi Mei's chaotic thoughts. She clawed and struggled, expending every ounce of her strength, yet no matter how desperately she fought, she could not break free from her mother's grasp. Ultimately, exhaustion overcame her. She lay limp in her mother's arms, slowly closing her eyes. When she awoke again, it was the following day. She sat in silence upon her bed, gazing out at the overcast sky shrouded in mist. Did her heart ache? Was she filled with rage? Did she feel regret? She knew not, for she was adrift in a sea of uncertainty. If her already battered heart could draw a conclusion, it would be that it had succumbed to numbness. Upon hearing of Kitayuki Jin's death, she remained unmoved. When she learned of the pursuit by the 7 ninja swordsmen, she felt nothing. Even upon discovering that Koenomizu's identity had been utterly shattered, revealing him as nothing more than a Konoha spy, she remained indifferent. To her, it seemed as though the world had turned to a desolate gray. She could neither foresee the future nor discern the past. It was as if nothing mattered anymore. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, Hisashi was engaged in his usual monotonous duties when he noticed Danzo burst in without knocking, a look of urgency etched upon his face. What is it that has you so agitated? Is the sky falling? He raised an eyebrow, his expression a blend of annoyance and curiosity. Ever since Danzo had released Orochimaru to carry out the assassination of the Mizukichi, Hisashi had been displaying his displeasure in this manner. Danzo, upon hearing Hisashi's words, seemed to recall something, and his previously anxious demeanor transformed into one of calm as he nonchalantly took a seat across from Hisashi. Are you implying I cannot approach you unless there is something of consequence? Do you ever seek me out when all is well? Sarutobi retorted, setting down the documents in his hands. Danzo leaned back, propping his head with one hand, and replied coolly, Then why not take a guess as to what brings me here? Hisashi, intrigued, mused, could it be that Orochimaru and his associates have encountered some trouble? As Sarutobi contemplated this possibility, He found himself unable to remain seated. Observing his reaction, Danzo smirked disdainfully, adopting an air of profound mystery. "Do you hold such little faith in them, insisting they are destined to fail?" he inquired. Upon witnessing Danzo's calm demeanor, a sudden spark of realization ignited within Sarutobi's mind, and his expression transformed into one of delight. Danzo, upon hearing the two words, nodded nonchalantly and replied, "Indeed, as you surmised, they have succeeded. And what of Kitaka's Ren?" Sarutobi queried, skepticism lacing his tone. "You must be growing senile. If they have succeeded, then naturally, Kitaka's Ren is deceased, and none of the three have encountered a mishap." "Excellent. Splendid," Higashi exclaimed with enthusiasm, clapping his hands and revealing a long-lost smile. Although he was cautious, he was far from being narrow-minded. He understood well that Kitaka's Ren's demise signified profound implications. Despite their limited interactions, it was evident from the establishment of the Ninja Academy, the creation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the onset of the Bloody Mist era that he was no conventional pacifist. The absence of action thus far was merely a matter of timing. This had been a thorn in his side for many years, and now that thorn had been extracted. Particularly troubling was the fact that Kitaka's Ren had yet to designate a successor before his untimely demise. This would surely lead to chaos within the ranks of the Mist Village, with various factions clamoring for power. Coupled with the recent downfall of 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it could be said that the Mist Village was now incapable of engaging in warfare, alleviating any concerns that Konoha would suddenly find themselves ambushed from the rear. Danzo, observing Higash's exuberance, also bore a smile, one that seemed to mock Higash's earlier caution and to revel in his own decisiveness. He tilted his head and asked, "Sarutobi, shall we consider this round as my victory?" "Very well, your victory it is. We must hasten to prepare a celebration in their honor," Sarutobi replied. "Ah, but the celebration can wait. They have yet to return. According to intelligence, they have only just arrived at the shores of the Land of Fire, and there remains some distance to the village. Orochimaru has speculated that the Mist Village will not relent and will continue their pursuit. Is that so?" Higashi inhaled from his pipe, pondering briefly before stating. "The remaining personnel in the village are few, but with Fugaku present, alongside Shinra and the 2 brothers from the Hyuga clan, they should suffice to escort them back." Danzo furrowed his brow upon hearing this, expressing his discontent. "Few personnel? Few?" During the assassination of Kitaka's Ren, Orochimaru and his comrades sustained minimal injuries, implying that the Mist Village would require at least 5 or 6 elite jonin, along with several other jonin, to capture them. Undoubtedly, this temporary force would be the strongest pursuit team the Mist Village could muster at present. Given that, with Fugaku, the 2 Hyuga brothers, Shinra, and Orochimaru's trio, even if they were to face defeat, they should be capable of returning to the village. "How can there be a shortage?" Higashi queried, perplexed. Yet, Danzo's lips curled into a slight grin, his eyes gleaming with a hint of ferocity. "Indeed, there is a shortage. We must not only retrieve them, but ensure that the Mist's strongest pursuit team remains on this Land of Fire." "I see now," Higashi replied, understanding dawning upon him. In a fleeting moment, Raizen comprehended the intentions of his counterpart. As long as this team managed to persevere, the Mist Village would not only be unable to instigate turmoil during this ninja world war, but their very survival would hinge on fate itself. Moreover, with proper arrangements, it was conceivable that they could consume the opposing team without incurring any losses. Observing that the other party had grasped the situation, Danzo revealed a sinister smile, rose from his seat, and quietly departed, leaving behind a lingering remark in the room. This time, the Mist Village has reached its end. With the backing of the Great Serpent, traversing the sea posed no challenges. Even the Mist Village could not hope to match the speed of such a colossal beast. Within a matter of days, it successfully transported the trio of Higashi to the shores of the Land of Fire. However, Orochimaru remained somewhat dissatisfied as he gazed upon the immense creature before him, donning a self-satisfied smile. "Why not accompany us a little further? Do you truly believe you are my master? Huh, just look at yourself. Mind your own affairs. Remember, 100 human sacrifices." The Great Serpent retorted fiercely, uninterested in engaging in a verbal spar with Orochimaru, and promptly dismissed the summoning technique, retreating to its lair to slumber. Faced with such blatant disregard from his summon, Orochimaru could only shrug, feigning nonchalance to avoid the awkwardness. Yamanaka Shikaku, puzzled, inquired, "Captain Orochimaru, Have we not already returned to the land of fire? Is the escort from your summon still necessary? After all, the inhabitants of the Blood Mist were known for their relentless vendettas. Caution is the mother of safety, interjected Higashi Yuki. We're back in the land of fire. How dare they? Who knows? Let us hurry back, Orochimaru replied, evading Yamanaka's question, before employing the body flicker technique to hasten their journey. His desire for the great serpent to accompany them further stemmed from his belief that the customs of the Mist Village would not allow them to depart so easily, and events would soon validate his foresight. Although the Mist Village could not outrun the great serpent, the seasoned ninjas, accustomed to the sea and potentially summoning sea beasts, had no difficulty keeping pace with it. Not long after Orochimaru and his companions had departed, the likes of Hozuki Shizune and others followed closely behind. Observing the footprints on the ground, Yagura's eyes gleamed with a fierce killing intent, his aura causing Hozuki Shizune and his companions to glance at one another with concern. The current state of their adversaries was drastically different from their usual demeanor, prompting unease about the opponent's forthcoming actions. Yet, they had no time for further contemplation. Their primary focus remained on vengeance, leaving all else for another time. Once their bearings were established, this formidable pursuit team from the Mist Village commenced their relentless chase. As anticipated by Danzo, their ranks did not consist solely of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Elite jonin like Yagura joined alongside numerous ordinary jonin to provide support. Hozuki Shizune glanced at the footprints on the branches and, while pursuing, asked, "Kanari, have you sensed anything?" A sense of awareness emerged. 3 individuals were situated a mere kilometer ahead. A woman with a ponytail from the Mist Village responded, causing the others to instinctively quicken their pace upon hearing her words. Suigetsu, glancing at Junai and several other elite shinobi, remarked, "Those responsible for sensing and medical support may withdraw for now, even if you are jonin." With merely 3 individuals, they managed to eliminate the 3rd Hokage. Although poison and ambush were factors, it is not a confrontation you should engage in. You need only remain behind us and assist in cleaning up the aftermath. However, the Mist Nin accompanying them were predominantly driven by a desire for vengeance. And coupled with their status as elite shinobi, they were reluctant to retreat so easily. Just as they were about to voice their objections, Yagura suddenly turned around, her expression icy and resolute. "We will handle everything. You need only observe from the rear." Reluctantly, a few gritted their teeth and retreated behind the group. Unlike Suigetsu, Yagura's emotions were evidently unstable, and even those on her side were hesitant to provoke her. Meanwhile, Orochimaru sensed the approaching Mist shinobi closing in behind them. Unbeknownst to them, they had already been tracked to this location. He had underestimated their resolve. "Are they pursuing us?" Higashi raised an eyebrow, gripping the hilt of his sword with his left hand while his right stealthily moved towards the blade. Orochimaru nodded and stated, "We are still a distance from the village. Prepare for battle. You all should leave. I will hold them off," Yamanaka Shirhai interjected. Despite his lack of social finesse, he understood that their pursuers must possess confidence, indicating they were not an ordinary squad of weaklings. Engaging in a deadly struggle here might prevent the 3 of them from escaping altogether. Orochimaru shook his head, saying, "The number of opponents exceeds my expectations. You cannot stop them all. Rather than suffer losses and diminish our combat strength, it is wiser to maintain our formation." "Very well." Yamanaka Shirhai frowned. At that moment, Higashi suddenly halted. Several gleaming shurikens shot forth. He single-handedly severed them all. "They've arrived." As his voice fell, a dozen figures encircled them, radiating a terrifying aura of murder. Clad in black robes was Yamanaka Shirhai, while Orochimaru brandished a long blade. "So, you are the one disguised as Koyanomizu?" Yagura remarked coldly. Gazing into her unwavering eyes, Higashi's expression sharpened. He seemingly deduced something. Then, with a raised eyebrow and a smirk of utter disdain, he replied, "Indeed. You are correct. It was I, Higashi, who deceived you. Had you not departed, we might not have managed to vanquish that old fool. In truth, we owe you our gratitude. Without you, our plans would not have unfolded so seamlessly." Listening to these words, Yagura's expression darkened, and he stood silently in place, seemingly motionless. Yet, everyone present could feel the rising aura of murderous intent. "You are doomed." As his figure vanished in an instant, a furious roar echoed in Higashi's ears, followed by a dark, club-like weapon aimed viciously at his head. Clang! The clash of the blade against the club emitted a piercing sound of friction. "So swift. However, you have lost." Observing the large hand that suddenly appeared behind Yagura, Higashi felt a rush of exhilaration, envisioning the scene of his opponent wailing in defeat beneath the hands of Yuyashika. Just as it seemed Yuyashika's ambush was about to succeed, a bolt of blue lightning surged forth, forcefully carving a divide between Yagura and Yuyashika. Higashi furrowed his brow and followed the trail of the blue lightning, spotting Kuroji Raigo wielding a glowing thunderblade, grinning widely, revealing the signature shark-like teeth of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Troublesome, he thought to himself, and at that moment, 2 figures abruptly materialized behind him, 3 blades of light descending rapidly. As the twin blade flounder and the decapitating great blade prepared to strike during Higashi's defense against Yagura, several colossal serpents erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves, their gaping maws lunging towards PP Juzu and Blueberry Yuta. If they attempted to cut through, they would undoubtedly be bitten by the serpents. Left with no option, they could only withdraw their blades. Orochimaru smiled, intending to stall for time. But upon sensing the looming shadow behind him, his expression shifted, and he immediately rolled aside. With his evasion, the forceful strike of the Tsuchiya bait man crashed into the ground where he had just stood. Boom! The resounding impact shattered the earth. Having dodged the blow, Orochimaru showed no signs of hesitation, his hands forming seals at a speed that was barely perceptible. Simultaneously, he inhaled and exhaled deeply, unleashing a fierce gale strong enough to tear the very ground apart. Wind release, great breakthrough. The Tsuchiya bait man clicked his tongue and leaped sideways to evade the oncoming tempest, which obliterated the dense forest behind him. In mere moments, the group engaged in a fleeting clash rife with life-threatening intent. Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost slowly approached Yagura from behind, sensing the uncontrollable murderous aura emanating from him, worry flickering in his eyes. Thus, he said, "Allow me to assist you in dealing with this foe." Hearing this, Yagura turned to look at him, and even the seasoned warrior felt a tremor from the terrifying malice reflected in his gaze. "I acknowledge your intent, but he is my prey, and I do not wish for anyone to interfere." "I understand." Suka Mountain Puffer Ghost nodded stiffly, but just as he prepared to confront others, PP Juzu grasped his shoulder. His current state was decidedly odd, markedly different from before, likely due to that young man. "You stay here with those who are less skilled in combat to keep an eye on him, lest anything happen. We shall handle Orochimaru and Yuyashika." Having spoken, he, along with Tong Chao Yaren, Lanmei Yangtai, and 2 other mist ninjas, surrounded Orochimaru, a total of 5 individuals. Observing the pale, sinister visage of Orochimaru, an expression of vigilance was evident on his face. In contrast, Orochimaru, seemingly unfazed, spread his arms with an air of composure. How intriguing it is to confront a single individual while outnumbered by 5 elite ninjas, 3 of whom are members of the formidable 7 ninja swordsmen. Even for someone of my stature, this presents a considerable sense of pressure. Alas, who could deny that you are the renowned Sannin of Konoha? As Shikamaru spoke, he swiftly brandished his massive blade in a downward arc toward Orochimaru. Meanwhile, the pressure on Orochimaru was palpable, and Oil Girl Shurhei was not faring any better. The lightning blade of Kurochi Raya was particularly effective against his nanoscopic venomous insects. Coupled with the presence of the 6 elite ninjas behind him, his situation was perilous and precarious. However, the lethal nature of his nano-insects deterred the enemy from approaching too closely, granting him some breathing room. Subtracting the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen and adding Yagura, there were still 6 elite ninjas and 12 ordinary ninjas to contend with. Donyeyu forcefully broke away from Yagura's advance, glancing at the lurking Suigetsu and the 4 ninjas accompanying him, his brow furrowed in concentration. Truth be told, he harbored no fear of engaging Yagura directly, particularly in the latter's irrational state. He merely needed to feign 2 openings to find an opportunity for a lethal strike. Yet, the watchful Suigetsu and his allies were unlikely to grant him such an opening. With Suigetsu's combat experience and keen observation, any sign of weakness from Yagura would be swiftly capitalized upon. "Why do you hesitate, you fool?" Upon noticing Donyeyu's apparent nonchalance, Yagura erupted in fury. Swinging his black staff in a powerful horizontal arc faced with this formidable strike, Donyeyu opted not to meet it head-on, evading the blow with a deft sidestep. Yagura did not relent. After missing his initial strike, he leapt high, swinging his staff down with ferocity. One could not afford to withstand such force. However, the openings were numerous. At this distance, Suigetsu would likely be unable to intervene in time. Dongyayu's expression hardened as he sidestepped at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow, while simultaneously channeling his blood essence into a radiant white light aimed directly at Yagura's throat. Just as victory seemed imminent, Yagura abruptly turned his head and opened his mouth wide. Water release, water iron cannon. A colossal sphere of water erupted forth from his mouth, transforming into a solid mass in an instant, colliding with the blood essence and sending Donyayu hurtling through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The impact caused Donyayu's form to become a streak of black, crashing through several trees and stirring up a cloud of dust. Seizing the advantage, Yagura mercilessly struck at Donyayu's head with his staff the moment Donyayu came to a halt against the last tree. This cunning adversary was merely feigning vulnerability. As Donyayu was propelled away, he had already deduced the entire situation and hurriedly maneuvered to the side, narrowly escaping the impending blow with a sense of desperate urgency. As he beheld the sight of a tree, stout enough for two adult men to encircle with their arms, being violently cleaved in two by the opposing black staff, he could not help but swallow hard, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Had that strike been executed with full force, it would have surely sent him to the realm of the dead. One must admit, is this not the mark of the future fourth Mizukage? Even in such a moment, he managed to retain his composure. Donyayu held a measure of respect for Izong, yet his lips curled in disdain as he remarked, "Your calm demeanor makes it difficult for me to believe that Beishueren holds any significant place in your heart. You, my friend, are not secretly aspiring to ascend to power, are you? The fourth Mizukage, Yuzu Izong, has a rather appealing ring to it. I shall kill you." Izong bellowed furiously, his murderous intent manifesting as a faint crimson hue in his eyes, resembling a fearsome specter emerging from the depths of a hellish realm, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Donyayu, smirking slightly while contemplating how to handle his opponent, suddenly noticed something stirring beneath the ground. With no time to spare, he leapt backward, only to see a massive coral reef burst forth, hurtling directly toward him. What in the world? Donyayu's eyes twitched as he swiftly wielded his blood soul, conjuring a protective barrier that cleaved through the oncoming coral. Water release, water pillar strike. Several colossal water pillars twisted and writhed like agile serpents, surging toward Donyayu. In response, he quickly formed hand seals with his empty left hand. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Ceasing the motion of his blood soul, Donyayu opened his mouth, expelling a torrent of wind chakra like bullets, shattering the approaching water pillars and coral. Just then, seizing the opportunity created by the obscuring water columns, Izong lunged forward, gripping his black staff tightly. "Prepare to meet your end." As that furious proclamation echoed, Dongyayu's blue blade, which he had yet to employ, sprang to life. The lightning chakra surged forth, connecting with the black staff upon contact and dissipating much of Izong's strength. Before Izong and the nearby Watermelon Mountain and Pufferfish specters could react, Donyayu's blood soul glided past the black staff, aiming directly for Izong's throat, intent on delivering a lethal blow. In that critical moment, Izong gritted his teeth, forcibly reclaiming control of his body and narrowly evading the strike. Realizing a fatal blow was unattainable, Donyayu seized the moment when Izong was momentarily vulnerable, tightening his grip on his blood soul to deliver a diagonal slash from upper right to lower left. With a sickening sound, crimson blood gushed forth from Izong's body. Donyayu landed, poised to pursue, when he suddenly perceived a flurry of crimson lights approaching. Gritting his teeth, he rapidly gathered his chakra. It is better to sacrifice a finger than to allow the tiger to return to its mountain lair. Fire release, great flame arrow. A tremendous fire pillar erupted from the ground, incinerating the incoming red lights. In quick succession, Donyayu's figure flickered as he charged toward the pallid-faced Izong. Die! Donyayu's visage was filled with murderous intent as his blood soul transformed into a radiant white light, lunging for Izong's throat. The crimson light was, in fact, the assault of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish demon. Upon witnessing his attack thwarted, his countenance shifted dramatically as Donyayu swiftly approached with the blood soul thrust. His heart raced perilously. Just as onlookers anticipated the demise of Izong, a mirror composed entirely of water materialized before Donyayu. Water release, water mirror technique. Bang! Observing the ground shatter beneath him, Orochimaru's expression soured. Before he could retreat, a blinding light descended towards his head. Splurt, gazing at the figure before him, which had been severed and instantly transformed into sludge, Tongchao Yeburin's face contorted in alarm, and before he could react, several colossal serpents surged towards him from the side. Simultaneously, Pai Pa Shirzong, concealed in the shadows, stealthily emerged behind Orochimaru, who was engaged in the shadow serpent hand technique. With a swift motion, he raised his beheading sword, its gleam slicing through the air, directly cleaving off Orochimaru's head. Blood was revealed this time, yet what fell to the ground was merely a serpent's head. Just as Tongchao Yeburin managed to slash through the approaching serpents, he noticed the last serpent, seizing the opportunity during his momentary distraction, suddenly opened its gaping maw. A figure, dripping with viscous slime, burst forth, a white blade aimed directly at his throat. Tongchao Yeburin had no time to react. In a critical moment, a pair of fish-shaped twin blades intercepted the attack before him. Clang! The saliva-coated Orochimaru furrowed his brow at the sight of Lanmei Yongtai, while simultaneously, the fine threads in his left hand were pulled taut, forming a defensive barrier composed of nearly invisible strands that abruptly appeared behind him, successfully blocking the ambush from two mist shinobi. Now aware of the situation, Tongchao Yeburin synchronized with the advancing Pai Pa Shirzong, and together, they swung their ninja blades at the immobilized Orochimaru. Faced with such an onslaught, Orochimaru had no choice but to swiftly sidestep while continuing to manipulate the threads, drawing them before him to fend off his attackers. He preferred to utilize the accompanying threads rather than the needle-like blade itself, for they proved far more practical. Observing this predicament, Pai Pa Shirzong could not help but furrow his brow, murmuring, "Truly, one of the legendary three of Konoha. His reflexes, decision-making, and physical prowess are unparalleled among the elite. It was unfathomable that such a monster existed in Konoha, let alone three of them." Regardless, there was no time for contemplation. They must eliminate him swiftly. What of the legendary three? They would all fall beneath my blade. With that, Tongchao Yeburin charged forward, wielding his blunt knife, which resembled more of an axe and a hammer connected by a simple rope. Its resultant effect was ruthlessly straightforward. Whether cleaving through the threads or shattering the earth, it was exceedingly effective. Orochimaru found himself troubled by this adversary. Engaging in a direct confrontation meant he could not afford to underestimate the risk of damaging his prized Kusanagi sword. It is indeed quite a challenge. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, continuing to evade the assaults of the Tsukuyomi user. For him, these adversaries did not pose a lethal threat, yet he could not claim that he could easily dispatch them. In fact, it was entirely possible that he might not be able to overcome them at all, for these individuals were undoubtedly among the finest shinobi of the Hidden Mist. If he were to defeat them so effortlessly, there would be no need for the Hidden Mist to even open its gates. Under normal circumstances, he would not mind engaging in a prolonged standoff, but the situation was different now. Sensing the steadily declining life signs of oil woman Shizuka, Orochimaru felt a wave of vexation wash over him. It was evident that the opponents had discerned Shizuka's strategy and had opted for the long-range prowess of Kirakara Reiga to counter her. While the other shinobi from the Hidden Mist relied solely on ninjutsu rather than physical techniques, Shizuka was on the verge of collapse. Should the situation on her end reach a decisive conclusion, the shinobi from the Hidden Mist would come to assist, and even Orochimaru would find it difficult to withstand the onslaught. After all, the current Orochimaru had yet to master the legendary ninjutsu, Edo Tensei, and could hardly endure the relentless assault of several jonin. "May you hold on just a little longer, and may the villagers arrive swiftly," Orochimaru mused silently, once again engaging in battle alongside Pai Pa Shizuku and the others. Meanwhile, as Higashi faced a doppelganger striking identical slashes, even though he had anticipated such an occurrence, he could not help but grimace. Yagura's skills in ninjutsu and taijutsu were rather mediocre. However, his remarkable strength that positioned him as the successor in the eyes of Kitayuki Ringshi stemmed from his unparalleled water mirror technique. This technique allowed him to replicate the attacks of his foes, whether ninjutsu or taijutsu, as long as they were on the same plane, even matching their power. Faced with such an ability, Higashi found himself at a loss, and was compelled to abandon his intent to eliminate Yagura. Gritting his teeth, he leaped back to evade his own attack, distancing himself and watching with a grim expression as his replica dissolved into bubbles. Having gained a moment's respite, Yagura also had no intention to pursue further. Despite his frustration and anger, he could only retreat under the escort of the arriving jonin from the Hidden Mist to seek medical assistance. Although Higashi Yuki's strike did not inflict irreparable damage akin to what had been done to Yagura without timely treatment, Yagura could very well have been destined for the afterlife. After Yagura's withdrawal, Suka Yamakawa appeared before Higashi Yuki, wielding a massive blade wrapped in numerous strips of cloth. "Kid, you are formidable, far exceeding my expectations. I am aware of my strength. What? Are you planning a will battle? Then bring it on. I fear not your ilk from the hidden mist." Upon witnessing the change of opponents, Higashi Yuki's expression reverted to a light-hearted demeanor, seemingly unaffected by Yagura's departure. Suka Yamakawa remained expressionless, but his gaze bore a profound wariness. "You are indeed strong, but my assertion of your strength pertains not to your physical prowess, but rather to your situational response and decision-making. Step by step, lured into a trap, the final strike proving fatal. To be honest, in the art of assassination, I cannot rival you." Oh, though Dongye Yu maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, internally he was already beginning to feel agitated. This cunning old fox had discerned his tactics. The prospect of achieving an unexpected victory was undoubtedly becoming increasingly difficult. Moreover, should the battle prolong, the disparity in numbers would certainly be to his detriment. Shiguashan Hitun Gue gripped the blade of his shark skin weapon firmly, stating with composure, "I shall not underestimate you due to your age." With that, his figure suddenly vanished. Dongye Yu tightened his hold on his blood essence. Since an unexpected victory was unattainable, he resolved to press on. To be honest, I was quite taken aback upon learning of Lisan Chuanwan's demise. Although that individual possessed peculiarities akin to those of Wu Lishan Ba, his demeanor was far quieter in contrast to the latter's incessant chatter, which I found more agreeable. Heiju Leiyu observed the beleaguered Yun Jihei, who was being ruthlessly assailed by other mist ninja with ranged ninjutsu, his face betraying a sense of satisfaction and ease, even in the absence of an audience. He continued to speak with an air of confidence. "Not long ago, I exchanged a few words with him. I found him quite to my liking, and regarded him as a friend. Initially, I intended to personally conduct his funeral, but alas." At this point, Heiju Leiyu paused momentarily, then suddenly leapt backward to evade an impending strike from Yun Jihei. "You beat me to it," he exclaimed, a broad grin spreading across his face as he raised his dual blades. Lightning release, lightning sphere. A blue-white orb of energy coalesced from his blades, swiftly hurtling toward Yun Jihei. "Ugh," Yun Jihei grunted, enduring the searing heat and paralysis of the lightning sphere as he rapidly retreated into the dense forest. The other elite ninjas, initially intent on pursuing, halted in their tracks upon witnessing Heiju Leiyu plunge his dual blades into the ground. Unlike the other 7 ninja swordsmen, Heiju Leiyu was notorious for his indiscriminate area attacks, showing no regard for the presence of allies. Lightning burial, feast of thunder. Heiju Leiyu threw back his head in silent, maniacal laughter as blue lightning, resembling twisted branches, surged from his lightning blades in pursuit of Yun Jihei. The latter, gritting his teeth, attempted to evade. However, given his already subpar physical attributes, he stood little chance against such a relentless barrage of lightning. Soon, he was left charred, nearly losing control of his secret techniques that would have revealed his true form. Coughing violently, Yun Jihei leaned against a scorched tree, continuously spitting blood. The recent assault had not only inflicted severe damage, but had also aggravated the wounds previously inflicted by Pai Pa Shirzong and others. Gazing at the increasingly blurred surroundings, his dark eyes lost their focus. "Am I truly to perish here? Loma? You?" he murmured to himself. At that moment, Heiju Leiyu raised his 2 lightning blades high above his head once more. "Come, let it end. Ha ha ha." Lightning release, tornado of the Thunder Dragon. Accompanied by his maniacal laughter, a colossal dragon, forged from the convergence of lightning, soared majestically through the skies, casting its formidable gaze upon all living beings. With a piercing roar and an endless bellow, it charged towards Oil Girl Shura. At this moment of life and death, a figure finally arrived nearby. The summoning technique, Triple Realm Gate. 3 enormous gates, adorned with the visages of malevolent spirits, surged from the ground, standing defiantly before the thunderous dragon. In astonishment, Oil Girl Shura beheld the sudden appearance of Orochimaru, and before he could utter a word, Orochimaru had already bitten his finger and slammed his palm onto the ground. Summoning technique. A massive form erupted from the mist, and before Oil Girl Shura could comprehend the unfolding events, he noticed the surrounding scenery rapidly receding, while a fierce wind tugged at his face. Come forth. With a commanding shout from Orochimaru, Donyeyu, who had been engaged in battle with the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, swiftly kicked his opponent away and promptly leaped onto the colossal serpent's back. Simultaneously, the deep voice of the serpent resonated. Orochimaru, this time, the number of live sacrifices must be doubled. If we survive, I wouldn't mind tenfold. Upon hearing this, the serpent immediately quickened its undulating pace. Naturally, Hizaki Shizuku and the others were unwilling to let them escape so easily, and they sprinted towards them in hot pursuit. A life-and-death race was about to ignite. Yasukura, witnessing Donyeyu and his companions mount the serpent, changed his expression and pushed aside the mist ninja who was treating his wounds. We cannot allow them to escape. But your injuries. My wounds are inconsequential. As long as I can ensure those three report back from the underworld, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. Ignoring the pleas of others, he uttered this resolute statement and continued to dash forward, despite his injuries. Meanwhile, Donyeyu was inquiring about Oil Girl Shura's condition. Can you hold on? Cough. I can endure for a while longer, but if it comes to it, as I mentioned before, I can stay behind. To be honest, I have 2 secret techniques left, though they may not be particularly lethal, they should suffice to delay them for a while. Cough cough. Oil Girl Shura clutched his chest, coughing up blood. Seeing this, Donyeyu frowned, a sense of inexplicable frustration welling within him. Why do you always think about staying behind? This is not the time for heroics. We have already reached the land of fire, and soon we will arrive at the village. However, before Oil Girl Shura could respond, Orochimaru suddenly interjected. You is correct. Long before we set sail, I informed the village of the potential for retaliatory pursuit. If I am not mistaken, reinforcements are already en route. We need not suffer any casualties. I understand. Oil Girl Shura nodded, refraining from further discussion on the matter, though a vague sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Donyeyu turned back to observe the relentless pursuit of the mist ninjas, who were closing in fast. With a steely gaze, he declared, Captain Orochimaru, Shura is gravely injured and unfit for battle. It falls to us alone now. The enemy remains relentless in their pursuit. Shall we execute a simple combination technique to temper their fervor? It is indeed a commendable suggestion, but how do you intend to proceed? Orochimaru extended his tongue, a sinister smile gracing his features, for such matters were his forte. Donyeyu raised an eyebrow, surveying the surrounding forest with a cold smirk, declaring, a single spark can ignite a prairie. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals and drew in a deep breath. Fire style, dragon fire technique. A fan-shaped inferno, stretching several dozen meters in length, erupted from his mouth, expanding as it surged forward, yet its target was not the hidden mist ninjas, but the trees ahead. Orochimaru, a veteran of the battlefield for decades, understood the implication immediately. As he inhaled, his hands were not idle. He rapidly formed hand seals and opened his mouth wide, unleashing a fierce gale in pursuit of the flames spewed forth by Donyeyu. Wind style, great breakthrough. With a resounding explosion, the initially feeble flames, unable to fully consume the trees, suddenly surged in intensity, multiplying in size and igniting the nearby foliage, plunging the hidden mist ninjas into a fiery inferno in an instant. Even those skilled in water style among the hidden mist ninjas felt a chill run down their spines in the face of the raging conflagration. After all, the land of fire is not as humid as the land of water. While water resources are adequate, the landscape predominantly consists of forests and hills, making it challenging for them to employ large-scale water-style techniques relying solely on their chakra. However, though they could not carve a path through the inferno individually, they could do so collectively. Pai Pa Shirzong, witnessing the blaze, decisively instructed, everyone, let us combine our water-style techniques to forge a path through the center. With that, he quickly formed hand seals, gathering chakra in his mouth. Water style, great waterfall technique. A torrent of blue-white water surged forth from his lips, transforming into a fan-shaped waterfall that crashed into the firestorm ahead. Observing this, the others followed suit, executing their own formidable water-style techniques towards Pai Pa Shirzang's direction. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Water style, exploding water shockwave. Water style, water barrier. Under the collective might of their immense water style, the blazing inferno could not withstand for long and soon yielded a path. As they beheld the steam rising from the water meeting fire, Pai Pa Shirzong and the others prepared to advance, only to see Yazong dart forth like an arrow, swiftly crossing past them to the forefront. That fellow. Is it Yazong? Was he not injured? Pai Pa Shirzong remarked, casting a glance at the one who had relayed this information to him, Suka Yamagawa Pufferfish. Upon witnessing this, the latter's expression shifted to one of shock, quickly turning anxious as he raced forward, shouting, "Hurry, follow him. He is still in a state of injury. It's perilous. Is he truly intent on pushing himself?" Hearing this, Pai Pa Shirzang's brow furrowed, yet he hurried to keep pace, as did the others. Blueberry Yotai gazed at the retreating figure of Yazong, recalling the esteem with which Kiyuki Jin regarded him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Hey. Do not overestimate your capabilities in this situation. What if something goes awry? How shall we account for it to the third Hokage? At that moment, Yagura remained oblivious to the concerns of Suigetsu and Blueberry Yoda. He relentlessly pushed the limits of his body, striving to run faster, to close the distance. He disregarded everything. His life, his future, his village, none of it mattered to him anymore. His sole focus was to capture those three individuals, particularly that scoundrel named Higashi No Ame. As Yagura emerged prominently from the mist's ranks, radiating an intense murderous intent, Orochimaru's gaze silently shifted to Higashi No Ame. I am quite curious about what you have done to incite such rage in him. I overheard him mention betrayal. Betrayal is a mere commonplace occurrence for a spy. Isn't it? Perhaps he is simply overly sensitive. Higashi No Ame smiled faintly, appearing nonchalant, yet the wariness concealed within his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. Observing Ame's demeanor, Orochimaru returned his attention to the rapidly approaching Yagura, assessing his own chakra levels. How much chakra do you have left? My reserves are dwindling. I have little left as well, but I can launch another attack similar to the last, Higashi No Ame replied with a slight smirk. Orochimaru nodded, resolute. Then let us proceed once more. We must stall him as long as possible, or he will catch up with us. Very well, Higashi No Ame affirmed, forming hand seals once more to regulate the flow of chakra within him, ultimately gathering it in his mouth. Fire style, fire dragon technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. A massive fan-shaped wall of flames once again materialized before Yagura. Should we retreat? No. At this juncture, retreat was not an option. Yagura gritted his teeth, disregarding the inferno before him, enveloping himself in a thin veil of mist before charging straight into the blaze. This audacity, this reckless abandon, left not only Higashi No Ame and his companions astounded, but even members like Bijou Shizuku were taken aback. Has this fellow lost his mind? Yagura, we must use water style to clear a path for him, Suigetsu shouted, running while forming hand seals. In an instant, a torrent of water erupted from his mouth like a waterfall. Blueberry Yoda followed suit, and soon Bijou Shizuku and the others began to manipulate their chakra, converging it at their mouths and directing it towards Yagura. Though the intense steam generated from the clash of water and fire was uncomfortable for Yagura, it at least spared him from burns or even a fiery demise. He surged forward, relentlessly exhausting his body, akin to a frenzied beast that knew only to advance, oblivious to all else as he sought to eliminate his adversary. Such reckless fervor in the face of death would even give Orochimaru pause, knitting his brows in concern. This fellow is truly mad. Had he attended to the details more carefully back then, he might have been able to eliminate him. Higashi No Ame murmured to himself, his frustration mounting. Why cannot this individual simply sit there quietly, return to assume the position of Mizukage, and become a dignified fourth Mizukage? Why must he persist in opposing them? Why must he leave them behind? No one is coercing him. Why? Just as he inwardly shouted in frustration, Oil Woman Shihira spoke again. Do you need me to intercept him? I said no. No. Do you not comprehend human speech? This declaration ignited the simmering irritation within Higashiya, causing him to whirl around and glare fiercely at her. Observing his demeanor, Oil Woman Shihira paused momentarily, then, as if struck by inspiration, boldly declared, If I do not stop him now, he will soon impede you. Dying alone is preferable to us all perishing together. That is none of your concern, do you understand? Who do you think you are? You have no authority here. Higashiya advanced toward her, his expression twisted in anger. He despised reiterating his words, loathed anyone defying his will, and abhorred self-sacrifice without regard for others. Why could the other party reiterate this topic so many times? He had already emphasized his point. Why? Why was nothing unfolding as he wished? Oil Woman Shihira regarded Higashiya's current state in silence, her mind evidently occupied with thoughts. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's eyes darted back and forth, clearly intrigued by oil woman Shihira's suggestion. Yet he hesitated to voice his thoughts given Higashi Yuki's present condition. At that moment, the relentlessly determined Yagura finally caught up to the great serpent. However, rather than launching a direct attack, he accelerated, leaping ahead to position himself before the colossal creature. He understood that his attacks alone could not halt such a massive entity. He needed to employ cunning. As the enormous beast barreled toward him, Yagura's scarred visage bore no trace of fear. Instead, it radiated an unwavering resolve to forsake everything. At all costs, he would leave them behind. For the third Hokage, for Tsurumi, for myself, for Kirigakure, I must keep you and Higashi Yuki here. Yagura tightened his grip on the black staff, forcefully striking it against the ground, channeling all his chakra into his hands. Gathering strength as if he were hefting an immense weight, his muscles bulging with exertion. Rise for me, with his furious roar. A colossal water mirror, towering to match the height of the great serpent, was suddenly thrust into existence before it. Water release, water mirror technique. Gazing upon the massive water mirror, not only was the great serpent dumbfounded, but even Higashi Yuki and his companions, including Kibutaku, were taken aback. Before they could react, a gigantic serpent, constructed of water and matching the great serpent's size, burst forth from the mirror. The great serpent, unable to evade in time, was immediately knocked to the ground. To avoid being crushed beneath it, Higashi Yuki and his companions had no choice but to leap apart, fleeing in disarray. Witnessing this, a faint smile crept upon Yagura's lips, his previously grim expression softening for the first time since receiving the news of Kitazuki Ren's assassination. Thus, he mused, this should suffice to thwart them. Yet, as he contemplated, his eyelids began to droop. Exhaustion overwhelmed him. He had pursued relentlessly despite sustaining injuries severe enough to incapacitate a normal person. After enduring the dual torment of scorching steam and fiery infernos, his body had reached its limits, not to mention the recent exertion that had drained him completely, relinquishing his future, sacrificing everything in a singular blow. He could no longer stand. At that moment, a figure abruptly intruded upon his vision. It was not his companion from the mist, but rather Higashi Aki. In her eyes burned a potent mix of hatred, fury, and confusion, all of which ultimately coalesced into a singular intent, murderous resolve. Since you so ardently wish for death, allow me to grant it to you. The silhouette in Yagura's sight loomed ever larger. He yearned to grip his black staff and retaliate, yet found himself utterly immobilized. The weapon that had been his steadfast companion throughout his life slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground with a resonant thud. Had he truly exhausted all his strength? Then let this be the end. Surely, his seniors, Kaki Shizuko and the others, would avenge him. Third Hokage, I come to meet you now. But just as Yagura closed his eyes, ready to embrace death, a pair of blades suddenly materialized before him. Clang. Higashi Aki, witnessing the sudden appearance of Blueberry Yoda shielding Yagura, felt her rage swell as if doused in gasoline. Time and again and again. Could you not simply die quietly? Grinding her teeth, her right hand withdrew, drawing forth her blood spirit with a swift motion, while her left formed a fist. With remarkable speed, she struck fiercely at her opponent's abdomen. What? Cough. Blueberry Yoda, mid-sentence, was hurled through the air, spewing blood. Since you so relish assisting in the destruction, then perish first. Aki's murderous intent flourished boundlessly as her blood spirit lunged at the defenseless Blueberry Yoda, suspended in midair. Just as Yoda seemed destined for demise, a flash of lightning struck Aki's blood spirit. Simultaneously, a blue, oval creature adorned with barbs appeared behind Aki, opening its gaping maw. In an instant, blood surged forth. Yet, this blood was neither from Blueberry Yoda nor Aki, but from Aburame Shikaku. Run, Aki. Hearing that familiar voice from behind, Aki momentarily froze. Yet, that brief lapse allowed Blueberry Yoda to land safely. His gaze towards Aki filled with trepidation as he hoisted the nearly exhausted Yagura and leaped backward. At that moment, however, Aki was no longer concerned with such matters. She turned to face Aburame Shikaku, whose abdomen was being incessantly pierced by the jaws of the creature. There was no time for further words. She tightened her grip on her blood spirit and swung it towards the creature. Though obeying her command, the creature known as Samahata could not truly sacrifice itself. As the sole living entity among the 7 ninja blades, its defensive capabilities were lacking. When faced with the sharp onslaught of Aki's blood spirit, it swiftly relinquished its hold on Shikaku and leaped back into the hands of Suigetsu of the Watermelon Mountain. Yun Jihei collapsed to the ground, gazing at Donyeyu before uttering in a feeble voice, "Hurry, you must flee. I still possess techniques that can buy you time. My presence here hinders your escape." Donyeyu remained silent, choosing not to turn and flee while the enemy had yet to arrive. Instead, he bowed his head and hoisted Yun Jihei onto his back. This delay allowed Haishulia and Shigua Shanhufengui to arrive at the scene. The former, upon witnessing the scene, smirked and remarked, "What a touching display of friendship in the face of death. Do you truly believe you can escape?" A swift resolution was imperative. Time could not be squandered, especially within the borders of the Land of Fire. The latter, noticing his teammates' eagerness for a challenge, called out loudly and tightened his grip on his weapon, the shark skin, charging towards Donyeyu with murderous intent. So close. Just moments away from losing his life at the hands of this foe. Just moments away from facing the deceased third Hokage without honor. Coupled with that terrifying reflex and his youth, today, the opponent must perish. It was imperative. Shigua Shanhufengui seethed inwardly as he swung the shark skin towards Donyeyu's upper body. With a tearing sound, Donyeyu, unable to evade in time due to carrying Yun Jihei, felt the barbed spikes of the shark skin slice through his flesh, leaving a gory trail of crimson. The searing pain jolted his nervous system, yet he gritted his teeth, evading the blade of Haishulia that came from behind, and with an impossible twist of his body, he planted a foot on Shigua Shanhufengwi's arm, using the momentum to escape the battlefield. Shigua Shanhufengwi's expression turned cold as he saw this. The shark skin immediately turned and lunged for Donyeyu's head. However, despite its swift advance, it prudently retracted its jaws upon encountering the glinting blade before it. Such an act of enduring physical assault was beyond its rationality. Yet, fear of the shark skin did not equate to fear of the thunder blade. Lightning release, lightning ball. A colossal sphere of blue lightning struck Donyeyu, who was still airborne. He felt his entire body convulse and burn with an intense heat. Clenching his jaw, he tightened his grip on Yun Jihei, drawing from his previous experiences of being electrified by lightning release to forcefully stabilize himself and land on the ground. Subsequently, he leaped forth into the dense forest. Shigua Shanhufengui, witnessing the retracted shark skin, cursed his opponent's lack of resilience but tightened his hold and quickly followed Donyeyu's retreating figure. Haishulia did not relent either. Although surprised by Donyeyu's ability to withstand his attacks while fleeing, this only solidified his resolve to orchestrate the opponent's funeral. How intriguing, how delightful. Burying such a person would undoubtedly be a captivating endeavor. Casting a glance back at the relentless Shigua Shanhufengui pursuing him, Donyeyu's frustration deepened. Yet, upon glancing at Yun Jihei, who had been grievously injured by the lightning ball and was barely clinging to life, his anger began to dissipate. The only course of action now was to escape, to flee with utmost speed. Only then could he avert the impending death of his companion. Given Yun Jihei's current state, should he endure another lightning ball, it would likely seal their fate in the underworld. With this thought, his speed surged once more, embodying a reckless determination. Observing the elusive figure ahead that he could never catch, Shigua Shanhufengui felt a surge of urgency and exclaimed, "How can this guy run so fast while carrying such a burden? Isn't that precisely what makes it intriguing?" Haiku's Leia wore a mysterious smile as he continued, "Since you cannot catch up, allow me to bring him to a halt." Shigua Shanhufengui was taken aback and asked in confusion, "How will you make him stop?" Following the direction indicated by Haiku's Leia's finger, he looked up but saw nothing but the inky sky. Wait, the inky sky? Could it be that he intends to? Meeting the astonished gaze of his companion, Haiku's Leia grinned broadly. "Indeed, just as you surmised. Get ready to welcome a grand funeral." With that, he directed his lightning blade towards the heavens, channeling all his chakra into it, not for an attack, but for guidance. Lightning release, thunder funeral. A colossal bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the dark clouds, twisting with a destructive force as it surged forward. Donyeyu felt an inexplicable shock within, instinctively discarding the oil girl, Jihei, in his hand. This left him to face the wrath of the thunder alone. Boom. Aya. Accompanying the thunderous roar that reverberated through the sky was Donyeyu's piercing scream. When the cacophony subsided, The spot where Dongyayu once stood was left with a massive pit, charred by intense heat, and the unconscious form of Dongyayu, shrouded in darkness. Even Shiguashan Hitungue was taken aback by the scene before him, feeling a newfound wariness towards his often erratic teammate, Haiku's Leia. After all, this individual was notorious for his unstable mental state in the entire Hidden Mist, and he genuinely feared that one day, this guy might unleash something similar upon him. Seeing Haiku's Leia stroll towards Dongyayu, seemingly eager to admire his handiwork, Shiguashan Hitungue searched the vicinity and soon discovered the oil girl Jihei, collapsed and unresponsive on the ground. Meanwhile, Haiku's Leia had reached Dongyayu's side and remarked leisurely, "What a magnificent funeral, but alas, you shall not witness it." As he spoke, his expression suddenly froze as if he had just realized something. "No, you are not dead. How can you still be alive? You should have succumbed. Only then would this funeral be perfect. What are you doing? Why won't you simply die already?" His voice erupted with rage as he gripped the lightning blade, frantically striking at Dongyayu, who was slowly rising to his feet. The latter managed to dodge the fatal blow, taking the strike on the side instead, which alleviated much of the paralysis coursing through him. With a swift kick, he sent the dazed Haiku's Leia flying. Dongyayu steadied his trembling body, his consciousness flickering like a dim light bulb, on the brink of extinguishing. This state was truly unsustainable. There was no alternative. He had no choice but to summon that individual for assistance. He solidified his thoughts and promptly bit his finger, striking the ground with his palm. Uncertain of the efficacy of his summons, he recognized that he was devoid of any other hope. The art of summoning. Blackthorn Lei, who had intended to charge forward to eliminate Dongyayu, was momentarily taken aback as he gazed into the dense fog, his eyes reflecting a profound trepidation. This had gone awry. A monster had emerged. Was it truly necessary to gather so many just to deal with me? Orochimaru leaned against a large tree, observing the encirclement of mist shinobi surrounding him, cold sweat forming on his pallid visage. Had he known from the outset to hasten back with the myriad snakes, perhaps he would not be so isolated now, left to confront this predicament alone. Though Yantai had not arrived, the remaining Mist Jonin were present. Just moments ago, Orochimaru had been facing 5, but now he confronted 10. The escalation in numbers was staggering, a burden he could scarcely endure. If not for a few Jonin who were ill-suited for combat and refrained from joining the fray for fear of exacerbating the situation, the opposition would have been even more formidable. Upon hearing this, Pai-Pa Shirzong tightened his grip on his great blade, casting a cold, wary glare at Orochimaru. "Anyone could survive, but you must not. Your threat to the village is far too significant. Such matters of threat are not so easily articulated. Once I complete this task, I shall remain in Konoha and never return to the mist. How can that be considered a threat?" An awkward smile spread across Orochimaru's face. In response, Pai-Pa Shirzong's expression remained impassive, and in an instant, he vanished. When he reappeared, he stood before Orochimaru, gripping his decapitating sword and striking toward his head with force. "You should convey that to the third Hokage. I do not wish to meet him so soon." Orochimaru sidestepped the blow, preparing to counter, when he suddenly found the dull blade of Tsutsuya Yashiro looming behind him. Thud! The blunt knife collided with the ground, creating a resounding echo. Just as Orochimaru narrowly evaded, several sharp blades of light surged toward him as the other Mist Jonin closed in. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, he found no opportunity to retaliate, enduring a suffocating barrage of attacks. With the first wound etched upon his body, it was not long before he bore multiple injuries, blood streaming down, rendering him a grotesque sight from a distance. Gasping for breath, he narrowly dodged a strike from Pai-Pa Shirzong, only to unleash a dark silhouette that shot forth from his gaping mouth. Seeing this, Tsutsuya Yashiro and the others mistook it for Orochimaru's true form and rushed towards the figure. Pai-Pa Shirzong had intended to follow, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning back, he narrowly avoided the thrust of the Kusanagi sword, his heart racing as he swiftly redirected his decapitating blade to counter. Clang! Truly a monster. Even with such grievous wounds, it possesses an astonishing strength. Moreover, its combat mindset is utterly terrifying. Had I not reacted in time, I would have found myself in dire straits. Pai-Pa Shirzong gazed at the formidable Orochimaru before him, a flicker of trepidation igniting within him. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed the opponent's neck elongating, a menacing maw parting to surpass the blades clashing in combat, lunging towards him. This maneuver left Pa Shirzong momentarily stunned. Without a moment to contemplate, he instinctively resorted to his extensive battle experience to protect himself. His reflex was to deliver a kick. Thud. Orochimaru offered no resistance, absorbing the blow and being propelled backward. However, just as he was about to collide with the trees, his previously rigid body regained vitality, twisting and slithering away like a serpent upon the ground. Simultaneously, the pursuers, including the likes of Tsutsukawa's bait, discovered that the dark figure was nothing more than an ordinary serpent. They had been deceived. Pa Shirzong, observing Orochimaru's frantic escape fueled by the force of his kick, felt a sense of alarm. Casting a glance at the incoming Tsutsukawa and his companions, he hastened to continue his pursuit of Orochimaru. Thanks to Tariya, the infection had imbued him with a reckless vigor. Orochimaru was undeniably perilous. His intellect, strength, and combat experience were exceedingly formidable. Allowing such a being to persist meant that the Hidden Mist village would not only miss the opportunity for vengeance, but would also constantly live in fear for their safety, rendering them unable to find peace in either sleep or sustenance. Thus, he must be dealt with. With this thought, his speed involuntarily surged once more. In contrast, a cold sweat began to bead on Orochimaru's forehead. He had merely engaged in a mission to ambush the Mizukage. He was not the one who delivered the fatal blow. If one were to be precise, it was Yono Shihira's poison that had caused the demise, and he merely played a facilitating role. Why then were they pursuing him with such fervor? This was the land of fire. This was the territory of Konoha. How dare they act with such audacity? Orochimaru's mind screamed in desperation. Under the immense pressure of impending danger, his serpentine movements quickened, racing at nearly 300 meters per second. Indeed, such speed was impressive, allowing him to widen the gap between himself and Pa Shirzong and his companions. However, how long could he sustain this pace? Orochimaru was neither a Jinchūriki, nor did he possess the cells of Hashirama. After the battles thus far, his chakra was nearly depleted, and he bore numerous wounds from the recent skirmish, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Following this burst of speed, his physical form could no longer withstand the strain. As blood continued to seep from his wounds, Orochimaru coughed up a mouthful of crimson fluid. His already pale visage, now stained with bright red blood, coupled with the sheen of cold sweat covering his body, rendered him utterly disheveled, and his velocity began to wane. Was this body truly at its limit? Damn it! I do not wish to perish yet. I have yet to become Hokage, to explore the mysteries of life, to attain immortality. How can I die here? Within Orochimaru's heart, a frenzied roar echoed, yet reality remained unyielding. When one reaches their limit, it is immutable, impervious to personal will. Observing Orochimaru gradually slowing, a weary grin emerged on the face of Pa Shirzong. However, he refrained from rushing forward, choosing instead to linger behind his adversary, awaiting the arrival of his companions, Tsukasa Yabe and others. When he deemed the moment ripe, he signaled to them and, in a flurry of movement, appeared before Orochimaru. Submit to your fate, Pa Shirzong bellowed, as he swung his beheading blade towards Orochimaru. With no alternative, Orochimaru was compelled to retreat, but in doing so, he unwittingly fell back into the encirclement of the hidden mist. Clutching his wound, he rose, staring at Pa Shirzong, his visage contorted with despair, anger, and fear, which ultimately coalesced into profound unwillingness. With a mouth foaming with blood, he struggled to utter, "I never anticipated that I would meet my end here, in the land of fire." Pa Shirzong and his comrades had no intention of engaging with his lament, recognizing that lingering within the borders of the land of fire was unwise. Just as they prepared to collectively eliminate this threat, a flippant voice suddenly rang out. "Who said that? I don't believe you will perish here." Following the voice, Pa Shirzong beheld a tall, middle-aged man with white, spiky hair and red markings under his eyes emerging from the dense foliage. Although his forehead protector bore no insignia of any ninja village, the letters engraved upon it unmistakably revealed his identity. "Humph, you've finally arrived," Orochimaru remarked, his previous unwillingness fading into a sense of relief, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Conversely, Pa Shirzong was now drenched in sweat upon witnessing the man's sudden smile, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Was this the legendary Jiraiya, one of the famed Sannin alongside Orochimaru? "Oh, you know me?" Jiraiya replied, a hint of amusement gracing his lips, but before he could continue, Pippa Shirzong charged directly at Orochimaru. Pippa Shirzong understood that the arrival of this individual signified the presence of allies. To prevent further complications, he needed to expedite their withdrawal. Yet, before retreating, Orochimaru must meet his demise. The strike came unexpectedly. Even Jiraiya was caught off guard, as were Tsukasa Yabe and the others from the hidden mist. Orochimaru had been vigilant, yet in his weakened state, he was powerless to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the blade descended upon him. With a splatter of blood, Orochimaru's body was severed in two, his face frozen in a final expression of despair. Upon witnessing this, Pippa Shirzong felt a smile creep across his face. Success, he mused internally. However, as he turned to celebrate, a glint of cold steel caught his eye. Clang! With the sharp sound of metal clashing, the world around Pippa Shirzong began to shift. He found himself back in his original position facing Jiraiya, and to his astonishment, Orochimaru had not perished. Instead, he was now engaged in combat with none other than the legendary Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha. In the final moment, did he awaken from the illusion? Listening to Fugaku's words, Kaki Shizo felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. He could not bear to gaze into the renowned Sharingan of his opponent. Nor could he even dare to scrutinize his appearance, opting instead to turn his gaze to the surroundings. Yet, this shift of focus sent a chill down his spine. The men he had brought along were already engaged in combat with the Leaf Village shinobi. Not only were they outnumbered, but they also found themselves at a disadvantage in terms of raw strength. The likes of Inuzuka, Hinata, and the Hayama couple were formidable adversaries. With the Leaf's forces on the front lines diminished, the elite shinobi present could almost be considered their entire contingent. Coupled with the formidable Uchiha Fugaku before him and Jiraiya, who was already clashing with the enemy not far away, how could they possibly fight back? Agitated, Kaki Shizo's gaze returned to the spot where Orochimaru had just been, only to find no trace of him. He had long since fled. At that moment of distraction, Fugaku's blade swiftly reversed direction, slicing through his shoulder. With a sickening sound, a deep gash marred Kaki Shizo's shoulder, exposing bone. To be distracted while engaged in combat was nothing short of arrogance, was it not? Hearing Fugaku's calm voice, Kaki gritted his teeth and began to retreat, dragging his beheading sword behind him. Orochimaru was beyond his reach now, and they were in the land of fire. If he pressed on, not only would he be left behind, but the dozen or so elite shinobi who accompanied him would also be doomed to remain. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to him, not to mention his inherent sense of responsibility. Each of those elite shinobi was a remarkable figure from the Mist Village, playing an integral role within their community. If they were to fall here, he could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited his village. With this thought, Kaki Shizo raised his head and shouted, "Retreat! Are you certain this is the right direction?" A man with long black hair, adorned in a black ninja hat and tight black combat attire, complemented by a green Leaf Village vest, inquired. Hearing this, the brown-haired woman leading the way turned her head back. Her cheeks bore the distinctive red triangular markings of the Inuzuka clan, and she rode a deep blue wolf dog, one-eyed and one-eared, her impatient expression making her appear rather formidable. "This is the third time you've asked, isn't it? Worry not, brother Hinata. While I may not measure up to Elder E, our Inuzuka clan's sense of smell is far superior to your Hyuga clan's Byakugan when it comes to tracking from a distance." Upon hearing this, Hinata Hayashi frowned, a hint of irritation crossing his features. Just as he was about to retort, a similarly dressed, gentler-looking man beside him placed a hand on his shoulder and addressed the brown-haired woman with a soothing tone. "My elder brother is merely anxious. Please do not take offense. Miss Inuzuka." "Ah, I understand your sentiment, brother Hayashi. I was merely not thinking clearly earlier. I beg your pardon, brother Hinata," Inuzuka Zaku replied. Aware of the shift in Hinata Hayashi's expression, realizing she had misspoken. The Hyuga clan has always prided itself on the Byakugan, and while her statement was factual, it was undoubtedly unflattering and might leave an unpleasant impression in the minds of her listeners. She was still young, merely a chunin, and did not wish to be targeted by the esteemed clan of the Hyuga. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi's expression softened slightly as he turned to the man who had just spoken, his brother, Hyuga Hayashi, and said with an air of apprehension, "With just the 6 of us, I wonder if we have sufficient manpower." Initially, they had set out alongside Jiraiya and others, but midway, they discovered through a secret technique that Yamanaka Shikaku and Izuma were headed in the same direction as Orochimaru, who had split from the others. Consequently, Jiraiya made a decisive choice to divide into two teams for their search. Despite their conjectures suggesting that Orochimaru would be pursued by the greatest number of mist ninjas, given that his strength and status were unrivaled even in the entirety of Konoha, it was still merely speculation. No one knew the actual circumstances. If Yamanaka Shikaku and Izuma were indeed the main forces of the mist, then with just 4 elite Jonin and 1 special Jonin alongside a Chunin, their contribution would likely amount to little more than a brief distraction before they would have to flee together. Hearing this, the 2 Jonin behind Hyuga Hizashi and the special Jonin wore expressions of gloom. Observing this, Hyuga Hayashi attempted to reassure them, saying, "Perhaps the reality is not as dire as we imagine." "Let us hope so," replied Hizashi, just as he noticed Inuzuka Tsum suddenly halt in her tracks. As he was about to inquire, she unexpectedly tumbled off her wolf dog. Hizashi and the others initially thought it might be an enemy attack and braced themselves. But Tsum pushed herself off the ground with great effort, as if resisting an immense pressure. At that moment, they also observed that the large wolf dog, which had grown up alongside Tsum, lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly frightened. "What is happening?" Hizashi was the first to ask. Beads of sweat appeared on Tsum's forehead as she struggled to rise, as though merely standing required all her strength. Gritting her teeth, she managed to say, "They are just ahead." "They? We must hurry to rescue them," the special Jonin said without hesitation, preparing to leave when Tsum suddenly extended her hand to block him, shouting, "We cannot go. There is a monster there, a creature I have never heard of before. This terror feels as if it is inscribed in my very blood. Just catching a whiff of its presence makes me feel as if I am about to perish." Upon hearing this, the brothers Hizashi and Hayashi felt their temples throb with veins, and in an instant, they activated their Byakugan. As the Byakugan awakened, the world before them transformed into shades of gray, revealing only the flow of chakra. Everything became transparent and analyzable through their eyes. This was the Byakugan, the hallmark of the Hyuga clan, renowned as Konoha's strongest family. Initially, Hizashi thought Tsum was overreacting, merely a young person buckling under pressure. However, as the clarity of their vision sharpened, an overwhelming sense of oppression began to creep into his heart. "What is this? Such a feeling of pressure? It is as if I am confronting a formidable adversary. The sheer terror of this distant observation is suffocating." A wave of horror surged within him, cold sweat trickling down his back, yet his Byakugan remained unwavering. As his gaze penetrated deeper, the pressure abruptly peaked. A delicate, pristine finger, seemingly sculpted by the heavens, filled his vision. In that singular moment, it felt as though the connection between his eyes and reality was severed, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. By the time Hinata Hizashi regained his senses, his sight had returned to its original state. He could finally discern the situation at hand. However, instead of voicing his thoughts immediately, he cast a wary glance at his brother, Hinata Hayashi, and upon witnessing a similar expression of trepidation mirrored in his sibling, Hizashi fell into silence. He suddenly felt an inexplicable reluctance to approach that ominous place. The adversary's capabilities had far surpassed his expectations. One could hardly deem them human or even a ninja, but rather a deity capable of effortlessly crushing him. Whether one be an ordinary person or a ninja, the instinct to preserve one's life prevails. When confronted with an insurmountable force, the primal response is to retreat. The other 3, unaware of the silent communication between the Hinata brothers and Inuzuka Kiba, refrained from interrupting the charged atmosphere that had descended upon them. The tension hung heavy in the air, enveloping them in an eerie silence. After what felt like an eternity, Hizashi broke the stillness, stating, "I shall go and investigate. They are gravely injured and cannot withstand much longer." Without waiting for Hayashi to dissuade him, he hastened forward. Observing this, Hayashi clenched his teeth and followed suit. The remaining 3, recognizing the urgency, assigned one Jonin to stay with Inuzuka Kiba while another Jonin and a specialized medical Jonin trailed behind. Once more, Hizashi activated his Byakugan. The oppressive aura lingered, yet it felt as if it had stabilized, as though the original source of the pressure had departed, leaving only its residual might behind. Had it truly left? Did that oppressive force encounter its nemesis? A deep-seated fear began to take root within him. It was hardly human. It resembled some otherworldly creature. Hizashi mused, aware that the Byakugan's range of perception, while limited for a ninja's speed, could traverse the distance in a mere 2 minutes. As the scene before him gradually opened up, he finally arrived at the battlefield. Upon his arrival, the residual power reached its zenith, and if he were to articulate this sensation, he would liken it to the presence of a tailed beast. The sight that greeted him upon activating his Byakugan was nothing short of a psychological jolt. Darkness enveloped him. An expanse of utter blackness stretched across a circular chasm with a diameter of at least 100 meters, every inch scorched, as if struck by lightning. Even standing there, Higashi could feel the oppressive heat still radiating from the ground. Was this the might of the infamous Black Hoe, Raiga, among the 7 ninja swordsmen? He dismissed such thoughts. The priority was to save lives. As Hinata Nichi's thoughts abruptly ceased, he hastened to the side of Higashi, who lay on the lawn, charred and unconscious. After confirming that the latter still exhibited signs of life, he exhaled a sigh of relief and quickly applied pressure to the appropriate acupuncture points, hoping to stabilize Yu's vital energies. As a figure of considerable renown who had slain the water shadow, he silently urged Yu to hold on a little longer. Having done all that was within his power, Nichi's gaze shifted to a man nearby, who knelt upon the ground, 2 blades embedded before him, seemingly attempting to prop himself up, yet his body appeared frozen in place. Or perhaps it was not that his body was paralyzed, but rather that he had succumbed to death. Even before activating his Byakugan to observe, Nichi had already discerned the identity of the corpse before him. It belonged to none other than the notorious instigator of this scene, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the wielder of the lightning blade, and an elite jonin of the hidden mist, Kurokuro Raiga. It was astonishing that he would meet his end in such a manner. As Nichi approached the lifeless form, he noted the gaping wound in the heart, which stirred a sense of trepidation within him. The hole was unnaturally smooth and perfectly round, resembling a puncture inflicted by a machine rather than an organic attack. The oppressive sensation he had just experienced felt more akin to that of a living creature. Yet could such a precise and lethal strike truly be executed by a biological entity? Moreover, despite the devastation wrought by Kurokuro Raiga in the vicinity, Nichi felt as though the man had merely unleashed his fury, only to be effortlessly subdued. Frankly, he was startled by this notion, as even he would not dare claim he could certainly defeat Kurokuro Raiga. Yet, upon recalling that dreadful finger technique, he found the possibility of his thought alarmingly plausible. What transpired here? He murmured, his expression grave. At that moment, Hinata and others arrived at the scene. The special jonin skilled in emergency medical treatment immediately commenced care for Higashi, while another jonin stood guard in the surroundings. After surveying the situation, Ju approached Nichi, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Noticing this, Nichi inquired, "Brother, what troubles you?" "Nothing. I am merely pondering a question," Ju replied. "What question?" As he observed the puzzled look on his younger brother's face, an inexplicable expression crossed Ju's countenance. "I am wondering, where is Aburame Shirhai, 3rd Hokage?" With a startled exclamation, Yagura abruptly sat up, his face stricken with fear, his right hand reaching out as if to grasp something intangible. Yet, upon beholding the vast ocean and the vessel beneath him, he realized he had merely been dreaming. Now awakened, he was compelled to confront the harshness of reality once more. His expression darkened, and just as he intended to linger in his melancholic thoughts to adjust his emotions, the woman seated opposite him, who had been dozing with her head bowed, seemed roused by his earlier outcry. Rubbing her eyes, still somewhat disoriented, she straightened up, and a look of concern emerged on her face upon assessing the situation. "You're awake? Are there any other areas of discomfort in your body?" "I feel fine, just a bit thirsty," Yagura replied, glancing at the well-dressed wound that had been bandaged earlier, his expression now devoid of the previous frostiness. Upon hearing this, the woman promptly retrieved a bamboo tube from her bag and handed it to him. "Drink, please." "All right," Yagura nodded, eagerly opening the lid without a second thought, disregarding any pretense of etiquette as he poured the contents into his mouth with abandon. His thirst was overwhelming. The numerous near-exhausting experiences had drained him of much-needed moisture, and the dual torment of burning heat and vapor had further exacerbated his dehydration. Had it not been for the occasional water offered to him along the way, he might have succumbed to thirst in a daze. As he drained the bamboo tube to the last drop, Yagura sheepishly ran a hand through his hair, apologizing. "I'm sorry. Senpai Qianlin, I accidentally drank it all." "It's all right," Qianlin responded, though her face bore an unmistakable hesitation, as if she wished to say something yet refrained. Initially, Yagura assumed her concern stemmed from the water, so he paid it no mind. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. After confirming that his observations were not mistaken, he returned his gaze to Qianlin, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Sister Qianlin, where are the others? Did we not have 2 sailing vessels? Why is there only 1 remaining? Why are there so few of us?" Qianlin remained silent, her expression darkening as she lowered her head. Witnessing her demeanor, Yagura's anxiety deepened, and he raised his voice, unable to contain his emotions. "Speak, Sister Qianlin. Why won't you say anything?" When she still did not respond, burying her head further, he stood up and grasped her shoulders with both hands. "Sister Qianlin, I beg you. Tell me, what has happened? Did we not win? Did I not order them to cease?" Despite the painful grip Yagura had on her shoulders, Qianlin kept her head bowed, refusing to lift it even slightly. As Yagura's expression twisted in desperation, just as he was about to act further, a familiar, somber voice broke through. "Stop it, Yagura. Since Qianlin does not wish to speak, allow me to inform you, for it is the truth we must ultimately confront." "The truth? What truth?" Yagura turned to see Blueberry Yoda rising and walking towards them, his body bandaged, his face adorned with a plaster, appearing somewhat disheveled. Observing Yagura's fearful expression, Blueberry Yoda nodded after a brief silence and stated, "Yes, the truth. 10 of our fellow shinobi from the mist, including Pipa Shirzong, Tongchao Yeburan, and Haishu Rhea, have perished. Only a few of us have survived. The fact that we have failed. The fact that Higashi and Orochimaru escaped. How could this be? How could this happen?" Yagura's knees buckled, and he sank to the ground, his face pallid and lost, muttering incessantly, seemingly unable to comprehend the reality before him. Upon observing the situation, Blueberry Yongtai chose silence, quietly sitting beside his companion, patiently awaiting the inevitable acceptance of a harrowing reality. He understood that his friend would find it difficult to come to terms with such cruelty in the short term, yet he felt powerless to change it. All he could offer was his silent companionship. Time slipped away unnoticed until Yagura gradually emerged from his daze. He did not lift his gaze, but instead stared blankly at the wooden floor before him. After a while, a hoarse voice broke the silence. "Yongtai-senpai, how many of us are left?" "There are you, me, Chikage, Kanari, Onami, Yatu, and the still unconscious Fuguoni," Blueberry Yongtai replied, sorrow creeping into his expression as he enumerated each name. They had arrived as a formidable group of 17 elite shinobi, not mere Chunin or Jinin, but 17 seasoned Jounin who had fought their way through the bloody mist of battle. Now, only 7 remained, all bearing wounds, with one still in a state of unconsciousness. He felt at a loss for how to face their village upon their return. After a moment of silence, Yagura slowly raised his head, looking towards Yongtai with a question. "Is Suikazan still unconscious?" "Yes." He and Hechiri Rhea were engaged in a fierce battle against Higashi Yuki and Aburame Shihira. Before my departure, everything seemed to be going smoothly for them, but I don't know why Hechiri Rhea ended up in that predicament. However, upon Fuguoni's return, it appeared he had summoned a creature that overpowered him, forcing him to escape while clutching Aburame Shihira, as Rhea covered his retreat. "A creature?" Yagura mused. He seemed thoroughly terrified upon his return, incessantly muttering about a monster. Yet when I attempted to eliminate Aburame Shihira, he resisted, insisting on taking her back for research. Shortly thereafter, he fell into unconsciousness and has yet to awaken. Strangely, the same applies to Aburame Shihira. Although her life signs are present, she remains unresponsive. At this point, a peculiar expression crossed Blueberry Yongtai's face. If it were an ordinary person shouting about monsters, he would dismiss it as ignorance. But Suikazan Fuguoni was a renowned figure, a member of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. Such an individual, while not invulnerable, should not be reduced to trembling in fear, uttering the word monster. Moreover, the circumstances of their unconsciousness were indeed perplexing. Despite the absence of any discernible life-threatening issues upon examination, they remained unresponsive, unyielding to calls or touches. Were it not for their steady breaths, he might have believed them to be lifeless. Yagura, perplexed, inquired, "A monster? Surely not even a tailed beast would provoke such a reaction from Suikazan-senpai? Indeed, that is the very source of my confusion. By all accounts, he should not have been so rattled by the presence of a tailed beast. However, if one were to suggest that such a monster is even more terrifying than the tailed beasts, compelling Hichualeya to sacrifice himself in order to secure an opportunity for escape, the complications would indeed be significant." Lanmei Yongtai stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Upon hearing this, Yazong fell silent as well. After a moment, he unsteadily rose to his feet, casting a glance at the still pondering figure before him, and exited the cabin, making his way towards the man bound in black robes at the stern of the ship. Soon, he halted before the unconscious individual, and his right hand instinctively clenched. This very person, this fellow named Yun Jihai, was responsible for the demise of Bei Shuiren. He was the architect of all that had transpired. Yet, just as Yazong, brimming with indignation, raised his clenched fist to deliver a fatal blow, a large hand suddenly grasped his wrist. Turning to see who dared to intervene, he was met with a familiar visage gazing at him with an unfamiliar, icy demeanor. What do you intend to do? Ex-Shigua Mountain Senior? Aren't you unconscious? Yazong inquired, perplexed, but his fury swiftly surged forth as he demanded, since you are awake, why do you not allow me to kill him? He is the one who caused the third Hokage's death. Why spare him? He hails from the Yun clan, possessing a rare, exceptional physique among them. To slay him would be a tremendous waste. We should take him back for thorough research. Perhaps even cultivate our own Yun Jihai within the Kiri clan. Shigua Mountain, Higashi replied coldly, in stark contrast to the numerous bandages adorning Lan Mei Yang Tai. His own body bore scarcely any injuries, with only his clothing slightly soiled, appearing as though he had not endured a fierce battle at all. Upon hearing this, Yazong could no longer contain his rage, exclaiming, "Do you truly believe that in your eyes? The revenge for the third Hokage's death pales in comparison to a mere Yun Jihai. To seek vengeance for the fallen while jeopardizing the future of Kiri is the most foolish decision one could make." Shigua Mountain Higachi's words ignited Yazang's fury, and despite his unsteady stance, he swung a fist toward his opponent. Observing this, Shigua Mountain Higachi did not coddle him. He seized Yazong by the throat and hurled him onto the deck. Bang! Yazong felt a whirlwind of dizziness, followed by a dull thud, and a searing pain coursed through his back as crimson blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the others finally turned their attention to the unfolding situation. Qianlin hurried over to attend to Yazang's injuries, while Lan Mei Yang Tai stood bewildered between Yazong and Shigua Mountain Higachi, asking, "What on earth is happening between the two of you? Is this truly the time for a brawl? I merely wish to caution someone who, even now, is blinded by thoughts of vengeance, forsaking the interests of Kiri's future. Such a person is unworthy of bearing the responsibilities of Kiri's fate," Shigua Mountain Higachi stated coldly, before seizing the unconscious Yun Jihai and retreating into the cabin, leaving behind a few individuals who exchanged perplexed glances, bewildered by the drastic change in demeanor. Dong Yiyu gazed at the white ceiling above him, inhaling the unpleasant scent of disinfectant. He realized he had returned to Konoha, currently situated within its hospital. Casting a glance at the 4-drip beside him, he slowly sat up, taking stock of his physical condition, a wave of soreness enveloping him. Yet, he felt no irritation, rather, a sense of relief washed over him. Thankfully, there were no missing limbs or severe injuries, he mused, reminiscing about the last moments of the battle. He could only recall summoning Tamamo no Ame, after which he had immediately lost consciousness. Upon reflection, it seemed that the amount of chakra required for the summoning had been overwhelming, and given his meager reserves at the time, it had left him utterly drained, resulting in his fainting spell. The peril of such a situation during battle was self-evident. Yet fortunately, Tamamo no Ame had not let him down. Although he was unaware of the enemy's fate, he had emerged unscathed. As he pondered, the door to his room was unexpectedly pushed open. Initially, he presumed it was a nurse, and as he turned his gaze to inquire, a pale and sinister visage appeared before him. "Orochimaru-sensei, what brings you here?" he asked, astonished. "As your captain and fellow patient, it is only natural for me to monitor your condition," Orochimaru replied, clad in a hospital gown, adorned with several band-aids, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet faring better than Dong Yiyu, who was swathed in bandages. Indeed, Dong Yiyu realized for the first time that aside from the hand receiving the 4, every part of his body was tightly wrapped in bandages, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "I see. Since you are here, then Shurhei must be nearby as well?" "Actually, you are mistaken," Orochimaru responded, momentarily taken aback, his tone suddenly turning grave. Dong Yiyu felt a chill run down his spine, a foreboding sensation rising within him. "What do you mean? What has happened to him?" "Yamanaka Shurhei has vanished." Upon hearing this, Dong Yiyu's expression froze, and disbelief washed over him. Vanished? How could that be? He was such a prominent figure. If Orochimaru had survived, and he was still here. It implied that reinforcements had undoubtedly arrived. How then could Shurhei simply disappear? I am uncertain about that myself, but I inquired with those responsible for your rescue. They reported a complete lack of trace of Yamanaka Shurhei. Even his scent has entirely dissipated, as if he had vanished into thin air. How could he leave no trace at all? Wasn't Suigetsu there as well? This cannot be. Suigetsu was indeed present, which complicates matters. According to their accounts, they only discovered the corpse of Kurohashi Reiga, with no sign of anyone else. Given Suigetsu's size and the time frame, he should have left some evidence of his presence nearby. Orochimaru stroked his chin, furrowing his brow in contemplation. For him, the disappearance of oil woman Shurhei was of little consequence, although it was a pity. He had long since experienced the trials of life and death countless times and had grown indifferent to such matters. Donyeyu was momentarily taken aback by his words, and as his mind whirled, he altered his intended inquiry. So, the fellow known as Black Holeya has finally met his demise. I must admit, I am rather curious about the manner of his death. While your physical prowess is commendable, your expertise lies primarily with swords. If he had been slain by a blade, I could understand. However, the method of extracting one's heart is beyond my comprehension. Faced with Orochimaru's intrigue, Donyeyu's mind erupted with thoughts, the word heart resonating in his consciousness. Could it be that the one behind this was Tamamo no Ame? Had she truly slain Black Holeya? Did this imply that the disappearances of Oil Woman Shurhei and Suka Mountain Fugu Oni were also connected to her? After all, at that time, both Shurhei and Fugu Oni were in proximity, and given Fugu Oni's nature, he would have certainly rushed to assist upon realizing Black Holeya was in peril. In an instant, it seemed he grasped something profound, yet a multitude of questions lingered, the answers to which appeared to lie solely with Tamamo no Ame. However, now was not an opportune moment for a meeting. He buried his doubts deep within, maintaining a calm facade as he spoke. This is my secret. More important than these trifles is locating Shurhei. They are still searching, and that does not require our concern. Nevertheless, based on your earlier remarks, you must possess some knowledge about the source of that oppressive presence, correct? At this juncture, Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, a glint of mischief sparking in his eyes. The old fox. He has been attempting to extract information from me from the very beginning. Donyeyu felt a tightening in his chest. Aware that in a situation of unequal information, the more one spoke, the more one exposed themselves. He promptly chose silence. Observing Donyeyu's reticence, Orochimaru slowly rose to his feet. Just as he was about to reach the door, he turned back, his voice languid as he intoned, "Everyone harbors their little secrets. And it seems yours are rather numerous." After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, what I mentioned earlier is indeed true. Black Holeya was truly slain by heart extraction, and Oil Woman Shurhei and Suka Mountain Fugu Oni have genuinely disappeared. Do not be too sorrowful." With that, he closed the door and departed. Donyeyu, meanwhile, remained seated on the bed, engulfed in an interminable silence. Oil Woman Shurhei, was it? To be honest, now that he had collected his thoughts, he could not comprehend why he had behaved in such a manner back then. Under normal circumstances, he would have readily agreed to Shurhei's request to hold the rear, yet he had inexplicably reacted with anger and rejected her plea. It was as if he had been bewitched by some unseen force. Nonetheless, recalling the scene of Oil Woman Shurhei enduring the fight against the shark skin for his sake flooded his mind. For a moment, he found himself lost in confusion. Had he truly been ensnared by some enchantment? Just then, a gentle, delicate voice floated into his ears. What are you thinking about?" A sudden shock coursed through Donyeyu's heart, compelling him to instinctively retaliate. Yet, at that very moment, a delicate, fair hand brushed against his cheek, revealing a breathtaking visage marked by threads of sorrow. "Tamamo no Ame, what brings you here? Am I not welcome?" Her voice, tinged with melancholy, tugged at the strings of his heart. After a brief silence, the initially flustered expression on Donyeyu's face transformed into one of icy resolve. "Why has your summoning time not yet arrived? Even after all this time? Oh dear, why the long face? You were just so endearing a moment ago." Tamamo no Ame teased, her expression playful, devoid of any serious demeanor. Donyeyu swatted away her outstretched hand, furrowing his brow. "How did you come to be here? And how do you intend to conceal yourself? What if someone sees you? I have always been by your side. As for hiding..." Tamamo no Mae's form suddenly became hazy, and in an instant, she vanished entirely. At that moment, Donyeyu, who had been acutely aware of his surroundings and his own condition, finally discerned the truth. This creature had hidden within his very heart, though he lacked any tangible proof. He could distinctly feel his heart grow slightly heavier the instant Tamamo no Ame disappeared, an undeniable indication of her presence within him. "How did you enter my heart?" Donyayu's voice was low, yet it was imbued with an icy chill that hinted at a profound menace. The thought of someone manipulating his heart was akin to having a curse inscribed upon his brow, a direct affront to his sensibilities. Tamamo no Ame reappeared, now perched upon Donyayu. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, resembling a lovesick maiden that one could not help but want to embrace. "Oh dear, I merely wished to merge with your heart and become one with you. I demand to know how you entered." As Donyayu remained unmoved by her charms, the menace in his demeanor only intensified. Tamamo no Ame pouted, her face reflecting displeasure. "Oh, it was simply a slight alteration to your heart while you were asleep. Is that truly worth such anger? I may not be your match, you ancient fox, but if you push me too far, I am unafraid to engage in mutual destruction. Your true form has yet to escape its seal, and surely there exists a remedy for you in this world. I understand. I promise not to harm your heart, for you are my precious darling. Besides, residing within your heart is not entirely detrimental. I can nourish your internal organs and enhance your physique, making you stronger without the need for exercise. Should the need arise, I could also serve as your protector. Surely, that is not an unfavorable arrangement?" Seeing that Donyayu was impervious to her softer approach, Tamamo no Ame resorted to enumerating her merits. This tactic proved effective, as Donyayu's expression softened upon hearing her claims. "I hope the reality aligns with your words. By the way, did you slay the Black Ho Thunderfang? Are you referring to the man who attracts lightning? That was I who dispatched him." Yuzumo's eyes widened, presenting an adorably innocent expression. This description caused a slight twitch at the corner of Donyayu's eye, yet he promptly continued, "Have you encountered a figure clad in a black robe, along with a burly man with orange-red hair, associated with the one who attracted lightning?" Upon hearing this, the corners of Yuzumo's mouth subtly lifted, and her expression became somewhat enigmatic. "Indeed, I have seen them," she replied. Meanwhile, far aboard the ship, Suka Mountain's pufferfish spirit's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of white light. "My lord, did you summon me?" Donyayu, standing respectfully behind Danzo, inquired. The latter, with his back turned, seemed lost in thought and paid him no heed, creating an awkward atmosphere for a brief moment. After a considerable pause, Danzo finally remarked, as if just coming to a realization, "Ah, you have arrived." "Yes," Donyayu replied, his gaze perpetually lowered, his dark hair cascading to obscure his face, concealing his emotions. Danzo turned around and seated himself in his armchair, resting his left hand on the armrest and propping his chin with his right hand. He said with an air of nonchalance, "First and foremost, I must congratulate you. In a certain sense, you have now become a figure of considerable renown within the ninja world. Excluding the likes of Sarutobi and myself, your reputation now stands just below that of the legendary three of Konoha, which is quite an extraordinary feat at your age. Such accolades are due to your guidance." "My lord," Donyayu humbly replied, with no thoughts of pride swelling within him, fully aware that his life lay precariously in Danzo's hands. A mere thought from him could lead to his demise. Observing Donyayu's perceptiveness, Danzo's initial intention to reprimand him began to wane, and he continued, "There is no need for excessive modesty. The current outcome is undoubtedly a result of your own endeavors, and there is no necessity to elevate my contributions. It is simply the heartfelt sentiments of a subordinate. Everything I do is for Konoha, for the Foundation, and for you, my lord." "Indeed, your words are always pleasing to hear. Based on the battlefield analysis, it seems you were accompanying Yamanaka Shikaku. Yet why did the reinforcements sent ultimately only find you?" "I am unaware of the reasons." The situation unfolded as follows. Donyayu recounted the events, carefully omitting certain details. He genuinely did not know Shikaku's whereabouts, nor was he aware of Suka Mountain's actions. However, he could not reveal that he had summoned Yuzumo. Thus his narrative evolved in his mind to state that he and Shikaku had parted ways, with Suka Mountain pursuing the latter, while he confronted Haishulia alone, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion from the battle. The subsequent events were beyond his knowledge. This explanation cleverly circumvented any mention of Haishulia's demise and the source of the overwhelming pressure. After all, he merely fainted from fatigue and knew nothing more. Anyone questioning him would receive only a shake of his head, leaving no room for any fault to be found. After all, Haishulia was not slain by his hand. Nor did he truly experience that oppressive aura. Had Yuzumo not intervened, he would have been left to speculate. Upon hearing these words, Danzo fell silent for a moment, realizing that he would not glean any valuable information from his interlocutor. He then remarked, "Let us postpone this matter for now. We shall discuss it further once they conduct a more fruitful investigation." As for the Oil Woman clan, they would hardly dare to stir trouble in such circumstances. For even if Shurha were to encounter misfortune, it would be in service to Konoha, sparing the village from a great conflict. He would be hailed as a hero, and it would not be their place to cast aspersions. With such commendation from an esteemed figure, I trust Shurha would feel immensely honored, should he be aware of it. Higashi lowered his head, his expression somewhat complex upon mention of the Oil Woman clan. First there was Ryoma, and now Shurha, regardless of the circumstances. If one were to judge solely by results, he had indeed earned the title of calamity for the clan. Danzo chose not to linger on this topic, calmly stating, "According to our prior agreement, upon the completion of this mission, your achievements will no longer be shrouded in secrecy. However, the merits of Orochimaru require no elaboration. And since Shurha is currently unaccounted for, I wish to inquire about something." "Please, my lord, ask away," came the prompt reply. "Have you ever contemplated the notion of departing from Root?" "Never, my lord. Individuals like myself are born to serve Root." Higashi responded swiftly. Noticing this, Danzo's gaze flickered momentarily before he spoke with composed assurance. "There is no need for such haste. No one is inherently destined for a singular path. It is only through traversing various routes that one discovers where their true affinity lies. My intention is for you to leave Root and serve directly under the third Hokage as a member of his elite Umbu." Higashi lifted his head. Astonishment etched across his face. Seeing this, Danzo slowly rose, placing a hand upon the young man's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "You have grown within Root since childhood, and due to its internal atmosphere, you have few friends. At your age, you must feel quite isolated. I observe that you seem to share a good rapport with Shurha, yet regrettably, he is now missing. But no buts. It is time for you to experience the world beyond. Transitioning to the Hokage's direct Umbu will elevate your status, allowing you to reside in the village's central circle, where you may interact with a greater number of people and more seamlessly integrate into the community. Truly a scenario of abundant benefits with no drawbacks. Moreover, to be frank, you have yet to truly explore our village, have you?" "My lord is indeed astute. I have not yet had the opportunity to do so," Higashi admitted. A hint of embarrassment in his voice, though a flicker of hesitation lingered in his eyes, as if reluctant to part from Root. Danzo, rarely displaying such warmth, revealed a faint smile before withdrawing his hand from the young man's shoulder, saying gently, "Precisely. Furthermore, I have always believed that you would not betray my trust." "Of course," Higashi affirmed resolutely, and Danzo's smile widened at this display. "Then, what is there to fear? I understand now. Get a good night's rest. I have already spoken with the Hokage. You may report to him directly tomorrow." "Thank you, my lord." Donyeyu sincerely bowed, and then turned to leave. Not long after his departure, Danzo suddenly spoke up, inquiring how long one intended to remain there. As his words echoed, Orochimaru emerged slowly from the shadows, stroking his chin with a frivolous expression as he remarked, "My dear comrade is being reassigned just after we have faced life and death together. How truly regrettable. You should be content. Once his achievements are made public, his reputation will soar both within and beyond the village. Eventually, he will gradually ascend to the rank of Jonin, thereby enhancing his influence in the village. This indeed lays the groundwork for your ambition to become the fourth Hokage." Danzo replied somewhat irately. Although he found Orochimaru's personality somewhat agreeable, it did not mean he appreciated the latter's manner of speaking. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru smiled faintly, his demeanor devoid of any embarrassment, and asked nonchalantly, "So, you do find it difficult to part with him, don't you? He is the sharpest blade in my arsenal, the most formidable sword. What do you think?" Danzo retorted, "Indeed, a blade and a sword, perhaps even a double-edged one." Observing the teasing expression on Orochimaru's face and the unmistakable implications in his words, Danzo replied with a stoic countenance, "He may be a sword or a blade, but he can never be a double-edged sword, for his life is firmly within my grasp." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru chose not to delve further into the topic, though the image of Donyeyu's silhouette flashed through his mind. Would such a person truly surrender their freedom simply because their life was under someone else's control? I think not. When do you plan to rebel against that old man, my dear you? Listening to Tamamo no Mae's teasing voice, Donyeyu remained expressionless and silent, merely disregarding the remarks as he undressed to prepare for a bath. Initially, Tamamo no Mae felt a bit miffed by the lack of response. But upon seeing Donyeyu reveal his perfectly sculpted physique, a look of infatuation spread across her face. I see now why you are silent. You intended to seduce me. You little rascal. With that, Tamamo no Mae lunged toward Donyeyu with open arms. However, contrary to her expectations of a warm embrace, she was met with a punch. Thud. The lovely visage of Tamamo no Mae was solidly struck. Though it did not inflict pain, it certainly left her feeling humiliated. Rising to her feet, she pointed indignantly at Donyeyu's chest and exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? I am the renowned White Fox Sage. With my beauty, those who pursue me could line up from your Konoha all the way to the hidden mist. Not only do you fail to appreciate my worth, but you also strike me right in my face. Have you finished? If so, go to sleep. We are equals. I am not your master, nor are you mine. Kindly refrain from excessive harassment. You saved my life. If you have anything to discuss, feel free to speak, and I shall assist you," Donyeyu stated calmly, pointing to his heart. Upon hearing these words, Tamamo no Mae pouted, seemingly displeased with the other party's bureaucratic demeanor. However, this left her at a loss for words, ultimately leading her to reluctantly nestle within the heart of her interlocutor under their impatient gaze. Higashi, feeling the thump of his own heart, was candid in admitting his discomfort with the sensation of something residing within him. Yet, given the prowess of his companion, it was evidently impossible to expel her by force. Moreover, since she had bestowed upon him a favor, he decided to acquiesce. Additionally, she had previously mentioned that her presence within his heart was primarily to absorb his chakra, thereby strengthening their bloodline connection to extend their summoning duration. This rationale, though not wholly agreeable to Higashi, was somewhat reasonable, despite his aversion to prolonging the summoning. Buzzing. He turned on the shower, adjusting it to a suitable temperature, and as the bathroom gradually filled with a dense mist, he began to relish one of the rare moments of relaxation in his life. After all, he was to embrace new experiences the following day. As Higashi stepped into a semblance of normalcy, he, alongside Orochimaru and Aburame Shurhei, gained renown throughout the ninja world. Particularly, Higashi garnered the attention of the majority. Orochimaru, a renowned figure, was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha and a disciple of the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Having fought in countless battles, his reputation was well established. It was understandable that he would employ certain tactics to ensnare the likes of Kitayuki Jin. Although Aburame Shurhei was less famous, the nature of poison, combined with the Aburame lineage and his moniker as the Black Reaper on the battlefield, was comprehensible, especially considering the fate that ultimately befell him, which naturally diminished the public's interest. However, Higashiyu's name was altogether different. They had not heard of him at all. His emergence was sudden and devoid of any prior information, and coupled with his youth, it was exceedingly easy for him to capture attention. When the organization known as Root revealed his achievements and age, his prominence momentarily overshadowed even that of Orochimaru, who was ostensibly the protagonist of this incident. After all, throughout history, the title of genius has always been revered, especially for one who could collaborate with Orochimaru and Aburame Shurhei to eliminate Kitayuki Jin. Who was Kitayuki Jin? He was the third Mizukage of Kirigakure, the architect behind the 7 ninja swordsmen, renowned as the strongest wielder of water release and the most formidable swordsman in the ninja world, the mightiest man in Kirigakure at present. Such a figure, even if beset upon and regardless of the use of any underhanded tactics, could not eclipse the brilliance of his slayers, especially since Higashi and his companions infiltrated Kirigakure to execute the assassination. It bore no difference from slaying their leader in plain sight. One could assert that even if Higashi were ultimately avenged by Kirigakure, his name would still echo throughout the ninja world. Furthermore, the conclusive outcome was that Kirigakure's retaliation not only failed but also led to the demise of 10 of their elite jonin, including 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. With such accumulations of circumstances, it was no wonder that Higashi became a celebrated figure within the ninja realm, garnering accolades even from within his own village, where some well-meaning individuals even bestowed upon him the moniker Reign of Konoha, despite the fact that the vast majority of people do not even know what he looks like. In the early morning, within the Hokage office, a crisp knock echoed. Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside the documents in his hands and spoke gently. Come in. His inherently gentle and charitable nature had only been amplified following the great defeat of the Mist Village, and he appeared notably more relaxed. Even the wrinkles on his forehead less pronounced. Lord Hokage, I am Donyeyu, here to report. Donyeyu approached without airs, kneeling on one knee to show respect. Although his name had been fervently discussed outside, he always adhered to the motto of exercising caution. If there was no need to feign, he would not. Seeing that Donyeyu, not only youthful and accomplished, but also humble and courteous, Hiruzen could not help but feel a surge of admiration. He raised his hand and quickly said, There is no need to kneel. We all contribute to Konoha. Thank you, Lord, Donyeyu replied, rising but keeping his head bowed. Observing this, Hiruzen stood up and walked towards him, his face radiating kindness, resembling a benevolent old man on the street. Lift your head. There is no need to keep it lowered. Let me see the spirit of our Konoha's young hero. Without hesitation, Donyeyu raised his head. Due to the forehead protector he wore, the dark dragon mark on his forehead, which exuded an air of gloom, was entirely obscured. From the outside, he appeared earnest. His eyes filled with aspirations for the future, exuding vitality that made the older generation feel an invigorating breath of youth. Indeed, our Konoha's hero, this aura is commendable, Hiruzen remarked, unable to contain his praise. As he aged, he grew increasingly fond of such vibrant youth. Much like the recently celebrated talent, Namikaze Minato, full of life and energy, the exuberance of youth reminded him of his own past. This was not merely his personal sentiment. Others shared similar feelings. Take Orochimaru, for instance. Despite his high achievements within the village, he lacked the adventurous spirit of Jiraiya and the resilience of Tsunade, having remained steadfastly on the front lines, executing missions. Yet, in comparison, he did not garner the same esteem as Jiraiya and Tsunade, primarily due to his overly cold demeanor, which felt lifeless and off-putting. Reflecting on this, Hiruzen could not help but feel a weight in his heart. From the outset, he had sensed that Orochimaru was better suited for the Umbu, more aligned with Root and Danzo. However, his bias led him to hope that Orochimaru would cultivate good relationships with the populace, teammates, and higher-ups, thereby paving a smoother path toward the role of Hokage. Yet, after decades, Orochimaru had remained stagnant in this regard. Alas, it is a pity that Orochimaru does not possess your spirited demeanor, Hiruzen lamented, lost in thought, while Donyeyu remained somewhat bewildered. Why did the old man suddenly bring up Orochimaru after observing him for so long? Did he resemble Orochimaru in any way? Despite the myriad of complaints swirling within her mind, Higashia's thoughts swiftly recalibrated, and she promptly inquired, Are you referring to Captain Orochimaru? Personally, I find him rather commendable. Indeed, he possesses exceptional talent, remarkable competence, and unwavering loyalty to the village, qualities that are beyond reproach. However, his demeanor tends to be rather frigid. With that, Nikizane shook his head and deftly shifted the conversation. Let us not dwell on him. Instead, let us turn our attention back to you. Very well. Higashiya replied with a nod of compliance. Observing her response, Nikizane chuckled. When do you intend to move out of Root? I can do so at any time, she replied. Excellent. I have arranged for you to have a residence within the 4th ring of Konoha. I shall have someone escort you there shortly. Thank you, my lord. Higashiya expressed her gratitude earnestly. In contrast to Danzo's perpetual scowl, which seemed to convey disdain for all, Nikizane's disposition was markedly more amiable. Aside from the fleeting sorrow that crossed his face when mentioning Orochimaru, he generally greeted others with a warm smile, reminiscent of a benevolent grandfather. Once the accommodation was confirmed, Nikizane delved into serious matters. To be candid, your prowess, character, and efficiency are all commendable. Transitioning to the Umbu as a captain should pose no challenge. However, I believe there exists a significant divergence in operational style between the Umbu and Root. Assuming a leadership role immediately upon your transfer might lead to complications. I am willing to commence from the grassroots level, Higashiya interjected, rendering Nikizane momentarily speechless. Given her formidable strength and impressive track record, it was evident that no one, not even within the Umbu, could rival her capabilities. It is essential to recognize that while the Umbu operates under the banner of the Hokage, their overall strength is merely slightly above that of a Chunin. Only the squad leaders attain the rank of Special Jonin, with merely 3 individuals serving as captains within the entire Umbu. In this context, the combined efforts of those three captains might struggle to match Higashi's prowess, let alone expect her to submit to their authority. Initially, contemplating the youthful arrogance characteristic of her age, Nikizane had intended to offer guidance or perhaps concede to allow her to assume a minor leadership role. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, she had already prostrated herself. Nikizane, somewhat bewildered, asked, "What do you mean by starting from the grassroots? I am willing to begin as an ordinary Umbu member. In my view, the distinctions between captain, squad leader, and member are minimal. We all strive to contribute to Konoha. Therefore, I am wholeheartedly prepared to devote my strength to this cause." Gazing into her sincere eyes, Nikizane felt an unprecedented brilliance emanating from the young woman before him, reminiscent of the legacy of Minato Namikaze. No, this purity eclipsed even that of Minato. This spirit of unwavering commitment, free from familial influence, and the willingness to selflessly contribute to Konoha stirred a wave of emotions within Higashi. He decisively proclaimed, "No, you shall commence directly as the squad leader. Your decision-making prowess has garnered praise even from Orochimaru. You are fully capable of assuming a leadership role. Beginning from this position will facilitate a smoother transition to captaincy in the future. Is that truly appropriate?" A hint of hesitation flickered across Higashi-Yuki's face. Observing this, Higashi calmly replied, "There is nothing inappropriate about it. You are a genius of Konoha, a hero, and a source of pride for our village. This recognition is well-deserved. If someone of your caliber were to start from the grassroots level, it would diminish the efforts of others who strive to contribute to Konoha. I understand now. Thank you. Sir, today, consider it a mere report for duty. I shall have someone escort you to view your new residence." At that moment, a man donning a mask resembling a dog suddenly appeared before Higashi, kneeling respectfully. "Lord Hokage, how may I assist you?" "Take squad leader Higashi-Yuki to see his residence. By the way, your code name will henceforth be Yuki. If you find the accommodation satisfactory, you may also request Chai to assist you with moving furniture." "Thank you, sir. As for the furniture, I would prefer not to trouble Senior Chai." Witnessing the bashful demeanor of Higashi-Yuki, Higashi couldn't help but smile warmly. What a pure-hearted child. It is a pity that such a wonderful individual has fallen into Danzo's grasp. How much better it would have been had he grown under my guidance. "Thank you, Senior. There is no need for thanks. Simply join me for a drink sometime. I am quite curious about your heroic exploits in vanquishing the likes of Ketsuki Rin." "Haha. Should you wish to hear, I shall speak openly and at length. With your assurance, I am at ease. I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." "Farewell, Senior." After witnessing Chai vanish using the body flicker technique, Higashi-Yuki turned slowly, gazing at his new home. In terms of area, the courtyard before him was not as expansive as the separate quarters he had occupied at the route base. In fact, it was somewhat smaller. However, the advantage lay in the bustling foot traffic nearby, a stark contrast to the desolation he experienced at the route base, where he could wander for hours without encountering a soul. This was indeed more conducive for his interactions with others. After tidying up a bit, Higashi-Yuki sat on the edge, contemplating his next course of action. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the ongoing Ninja World War left the Hidden Mist village struggling for survival, let alone intervening in the conflict. This left the trajectory of the ensuing narrative somewhat perplexing. In accordance with the original plotline, although the Hidden Mist's role was minimal, they served as a crucial catalyst for the growth of Obito Uchiha. Now that he had effectively subdued the Hidden Mist, would this impact Obito's eventual descent into darkness? This posed a significant dilemma. Should their circumstances indeed be altered, the monumental event of the Nine-Tails rampage could very well rest upon his shoulders. Thus, it seemed appropriate to venture into the village and observe the unfolding events. As Dongyayu murmured to himself, he rose and walked outside, having paid little attention to news concerning Obito until now. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the latter's current fate. "Have you heard? Our Konoha village has produced a great hero." One exclaimed. "Are you referring to Dongyayu, known as the Reign of Konoha?" "Yes, indeed. It is said that he personally killed the third Mizukage of the Mist Village, preventing a major war for Konoha. Remarkably, he is only 17. Observing Obito's animated gestures, Lin, seated nearby, smiled faintly. Just as she was about to speak, the silver-haired boy who had just exited the dumpling shop interjected coldly. "Fool, according to the Mist's account, it was a poisoning, and it was a team effort, not his solo act. He could not have killed him by himself." Kakashi, you jerk. I don't care. Donyeyu is my idol. Obito shouted, his face flushed with anger. He and Kakashi had never seen eye to eye, and it was common for them to bicker daily. Kakashi, the silver-haired youth, maintained a dismissive attitude towards the so-called 17-year-old genius, Donyeyu. After all, he, Kakashi, graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5, became a Chunin at 6, and was now preparing to become a Jounin at 12. Although he acknowledged a current gap in strength compared to Donyeyu, he believed that had they been the same age, he would undoubtedly surpass him in prowess. Thus, Kakashi felt somewhat irked by Obito's admiration for Donyeyu. If he is your idol, then so be it. He is not mine. I think you're just jealous. Obito retorted. Me? Jealous of him? Kakashi's disbelief was palpable. Obito raised his chin, adopting a self-evident demeanor. Yes, you are certainly jealous. Jealous of his talent, his acclaim. Jealous that he has usurped your title of genius. Kakashi found himself laughing in exasperation. What kind of person was he, Hatake Kakashi? A widely recognized genius, the son of Konoha's White Fang. Did he really need to envy someone like Donyeyu? As the only female in their trio and a mediator between the two, Lin finally spoke up. All right. Let us stop arguing. We haven't even seen Donyeyu yet, and here we are bickering. Both Obito and Kakashi looked at each other defiantly before turning away. Lin sighed, her expression revealing her exasperation. When will these two stop being such a worry? Just then, a gentle voice interrupted their quarrel. Excuse me, young ones. Were you just talking about me? Startled, Kakashi turned to see a young man, hands resting on his knees, clad in a gray casual outfit and sporting a handsome visage, bending slightly with a warm smile directed at them. How had he approached so closely without any of them noticing? Kakashi furrowed his brows, reluctantly acknowledging that, under the circumstances just encountered, the three of them would have undoubtedly become mere corpses on the battlefield. However, in stark contrast to his serious and pragmatic mindset, Obito and Rin appeared considerably more oblivious, or perhaps they simply hadn't contemplated such matters, being momentarily startled instead. Of course, Rin's reflexes were somewhat quicker than Obito's. Upon grasping the implications of the conversation, she inquired, "Are you perhaps the esteemed Donyeyu from the past? If there is no one else in Konoha by that name, it must be me. By the way, what are your names? I've just emerged from the roots and am still somewhat unfamiliar with the outside world. Judging by the forehead protectors you wear, you must also be ninjas, correct?" Upon hearing Donyeyu's words, Obito finally managed to react. And upon realizing he had encountered the legendary hero of Konoha he had long admired, he proudly declared, I'm Obito Uchiha, a member of Team 7. Don't let my age fool you. I am already a Chunin. I am Rin Noera, and this is Kakashi Hatake. Like Obito, we are also members of Team 7. Both Chunin, Rin added with a smile, understanding that Kakashi's wary demeanor indicated he would not speak, and thus she took the liberty of introducing him. Donyeyu's warm smile was undeniably appealing, especially to the girls. After all, who could resist someone exuding the sunny warmth of a beloved older brother? That is impressive. You are merely 11 or 12 years old and already Chunin. With you all in Konoha, the future shall surely flourish, Donyeyu remarked, his face radiating satisfaction. Kakashi scoffed, retorting coldly, as if you were so much older. Hey, Kakashi, what kind of attitude is that? Obito, initially scratching his head and feeling somewhat bashful, instantly changed his expression upon hearing Kakashi's comment. Unfazed, Kakashi shot back, "This is my attitude. Do you have a problem with it?" You. As Obito rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Kakashi, Donyeyu chuckled. What he says isn't entirely unfounded. I admit, I may have come off as somewhat presumptuous, adopting a tone of an elder despite being only a few years older than you. That is my fault. Donyeyu-senpai, you need not feel guilty because of him. He is simply incorrigible, Obito declared, pointing at Kakashi. Kakashi frowned at this and said, "Fool, don't point your finger at me." Humph, quickly apologized to Donyeyu-senpai. Why should I apologize to him? You. As the two were on the verge of another quarrel, Donyeyu, exasperated, turned to Rin, who could only offer an awkward yet polite smile before swiftly intervening to separate the two. Both of you, stop arguing. Humph. Once again, the situation mirrored the previous one, with the two stubborn individuals glaring at one another, their faces filled with defiance, each turning away in dissatisfaction. Observing this, Donyeyu chuckled softly and purchased a few skewers of dumplings from the nearby shop, handing them to Rin. You are indeed quite amusing. Allow me to present these few skewers of dumplings as a token of our meeting. No, that would be inappropriate. Rin attempted to refuse, yet saw that Higashi, with a resigned expression, remarked, "Surely you cannot expect me to consume all of these alone? In that case, I shall not be polite." Haha. Before Rin could utter a word, Obito snatched the dumplings, promptly devouring one. Upon witnessing this, Rin sighed and could only lower her head in gratitude towards Higashi. The latter waved his hand dismissively, a gentle smile gracing his face. There is no need to overthink it. It's merely a small token of goodwill. Speaking of which, your teacher in Team 7 must be the esteemed Minato, correct? Indeed, what of it? Do you know our teacher? Obito inquired, offering a skewer to Kakashi. Upon observing Kakashi's disdainful expression, he made a face and stuffed it into his own mouth. A glimmer of admiration illuminated Higashiyu's eyes as he spoke. Minato-sensei. He serves as my aspiration. His brilliance is blinding. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he instills fear in his enemies, to the extent that it is said they might abandon their missions upon encountering him. Truly deserving of the title Konoha's Yellow Flash. Heh. Our teacher is remarkable, isn't he? Indeed, he is extraordinarily impressive. By the way, he appears to still be at the front lines. Shouldn't you, as his students, be joining him? No need, Obito replied. Sensei mentioned that the situation at the front has stabilized. The alliance between Owagakure and Kumogakure has shattered, and with the Mist Village, which has been severely weakened by your actions, even the voices from Sunagakure have quieted. According to Sensei's predictions, the state of readiness will soon be lifted. Upon hearing Obito's words, a heaviness settled in Higashiyu's heart. The butterfly effect of his actions seemed disproportionately vast. The destruction of the Owagakure and Kumogakure alliance rendered them incapable of trusting one another, thus preventing a joint assault on Konoha. The assassination of the third Mizukage resulted in Kirigakure's inability to engage in battle, relieving pressure from Konoha and leading to a weakening of their forces, even prompting Sunagakure to refrain from making a move. Although the oil user Shihira had perished, who could guarantee that Konoha would not give rise to more formidable beings like Higashiyu, capable of orchestrating covert assaults? The death of Hokiyuki Rin impacted far beyond just Kirigakure. After bidding farewell to Obito and the others, Higashiyu walked along the shaded path, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the much-anticipated battle at the Kamizakabehashi had been averted. No, not only had the battle been averted, but he had also personally curtailed the Third Great Ninja War just as it was poised to reach an intense climax. With Kirigakure in disarray, the mutual distrust between Owagakure and Kumogakure, and Sunagakure's dwindling high-tier combatants fearing the assassination of their own Kazekage, the previously burgeoning threat had been quelled. It seemed that the Third Great Ninja War had come to an unexpected conclusion. After all, the current Konoha was not a single ninja village capable of withstanding an assault. The so-called Doctor of Ninjutsu, the third Hokage, stood nearly on par with ordinary Kage-level shinobi, alongside the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Shimura Danzo, the Yellow Flash. His reign of Konoha, and the esteemed clans such as the Hyuga and Uchiha, along with the Nara clan and their secret techniques. This is merely the strength on paper. Behind the scenes, Konoha is fortified by the presence of Kushina Uzumaki, the host of the Nine Tails, and Might Guy, who possesses the Eight Gates technique, enabling him to temporarily unleash power rivaling that of a Kage. Such layers of strength accumulate, and unless other ninja villages unite with a resolve akin to that of a desperate struggle, they may find themselves in a predicament similar to that of the Mist Village, facing opposition in front while covertly attempting to assassinate their leader from behind. Who can withstand such pressure? Among the visitors this time are Orochimaru, Shino Aburame, and Aoi Kurenai. While their raw power may not seem formidable, one cannot predict whether the legendary Sannin of Konoha will make an appearance next time. Considering various factors, the major ninja villages have begun to retreat gradually. This unexpected development has caught Aoi Kurenai off guard. With the situation as it stands, he feels powerless. He is uncertain whether Obito, this great antagonist, will find another Uchiha puppet to wreak havoc in Konoha. Thus, to secure his own future, he may have to orchestrate a tragedy himself. The host of the Nine Tails, Kushina Uzumaki, he muses, inadvertently arriving at the courtyard of the Hyuga clan's branch family. At that moment, Hinata Hayashi steps outside, naturally spotting Aoi Kurenai, who appears lost in thought. The familiarity of his visage triggers a memory of a charred figure struck by lightning, filling him with unexpected joy. Aoi, you've recovered so swiftly. How delightful! Hinata Hayashi exclaims, beaming. Aoi Kurenai, taken aback, gazes at the white band on his forehead and the distinctive Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Filled with perplexity, he believed he had no connection to the Hyuga. I apologize. But who are you? Do I know you? He inquires. Oh, my apologies. I forgot you were still unconscious at that time. Hinata Hayashi responds, his expression turning slightly awkward. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hinata Hayashi, currently serving as a jonin. A few days ago, I was part of the support team that discovered you in your unconscious state. Hinata Hayashi? Aoi Kurenai pauses, the name echoing in his mind. The surroundings seem to shift, and in an instant, he is transported back to that stormy night of hunger and cold. It seems there was someone named Hinata Hayashi back then as well. Seeing Aoi Kurenai's expression, Hinata Hayashi assumes he hasn't heard him clearly and nods, reiterating, yes, Hinata Hayashi. Oh, so it is you, Senior Hayashi. Thank you for your timely assistance, Aoi Kurenai responds, as if awakening from a dream, nodding repeatedly, before hesitantly posing a rather perplexing question. Senior Hayashi, may I ask you something? Could you assist me in answering? Of course, feel free to ask. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I will help you. After all, you are a hero of Konoha. Hinata Hayashi replies with an expression of unreserved assurance. Aoi Kurenai, undeterred, promptly asks the question weighing on his mind. Senior Hayashi, have you ever been to the Rain Village on a mission? To the casual observer, this inquiry may appear somewhat outlandish. Yet it seems that Hinata Higashi is rather indifferent to it. After contemplating briefly in his mind, he responded, I believe I participated in the Second Shinobi World War. Though that was many years ago, the specific details elude me. In any case, I harbor no fond memories. War is, after all, exceedingly brutal. I see. I never anticipated that you, Brother Higashi, had partaken in the Second Shinobi World War. You still appear so young and handsome, he remarked. Haha, your words might be considered flattering. I am far from young. I am nearing my 30s. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I already have children. Participating in the Second Shinobi World War is quite normal, wouldn't you agree? What? Senior, you have children? Donyeyu expressed his astonishment. Hinata Higashi smiled and inquired, what? Is having children so surprising? No, not at all, just unexpected. Are they boys or girls? I do not know yet, as they have not been born. However, I have already chosen names for them. May I hear them? Donyeyu said, his face breaking into a sincere smile. Just as he was about to assist his companion's children in fulfilling a sense of gratitude, the names that Higashi revealed left him momentarily stunned. Hinata Higashi's face radiated with the joy of an expectant father. For the girl, I have named her Hinata Nika. For the boy, I intend to name him Hinata Niji. What do you think? Aren't they lovely? Donyeyu did not catch the latter part of Higashi's words, as his mind was consumed by the name Hinata Niji. Hinata Niji? How could this be? This meant that Hinata Higashi belonged to the branch family. He was the father of Hinata Niji, who would ultimately be cast as a scapegoat and sacrificed to the Hidden Cloud Village. When Donyeyu watched Naruto, he had never paid attention to who Niji's father was. He only knew that Niji's father was from the branch family and was later executed as a scapegoat in the storyline. He had no idea that his name was Hinata Higashi. Yukuin? Yukuin. Oh, I apologize, I was lost in thought. Your tendency to drift off is quite frequent. Haha. Ahaha. Observing Donyeyu's youthful and awkward expression, Hinata Higashi initially felt a twinge of annoyance at his companion's frequent distractions, but seeing his demeanor alleviated much of his displeasure. Despite his considerable reputation, he was merely an adolescent yet to fully mature. With this thought, he suddenly glanced up at the sky, waved his hand, and smiled. I have a few matters to attend to, so I must take my leave for now. We shall talk again later. You must tell me about your encounter with the legendary Raiga. Oh, of course. But before you go, I have one last question for you. Ask away. Are you from the branch family? Donyeyu hesitated for a moment, but decided to confirm. The response he received was a sincere and affirmative one. Indeed. I am from the branch family. Farewell. With that, Hinata Higashi departed swiftly, leaving Donyeyu standing in a daze. Time passed, and gradually, Donyeyu regained his composure. Though the sky had darkened considerably by then, perhaps everything is not as dire as one imagines. Even the Third Great Ninja War may come to an early conclusion, and surely, Hinata Higashi will no longer have to confront that cruel fate. However, Donyeyu felt a sense of unease at this moment. He had no better course of action and could only proceed step by step. In the evening, after finishing his dinner, Donyeyu diligently began practicing the Tuyin sealing technique. He had come to a realization. As long as he could seal the nine tails within himself, possess formidable strength, and break through the cursed seal, then the affairs concerning Hinata Hizashi would pose no challenge to him. While he trained, Tamamo sat nearby, quietly enjoying a slice of watermelon, occasionally pointing out Donyeyu's mistakes. Your chakra output is too slow. The quantity is insufficient. The precision is off. Don't you feel something is amiss? After completing a round of practice under her guidance, Donyeyu lifted his gaze to her, who was still relishing her watermelon, his expression somewhat gloomy. Upon hearing this, Tamamo glanced around like a thief, and after confirming they were alone, she shrugged innocently. What do you mean? How do you know the Tuyin sealing technique so well? Do you think I was sealed for so many years without reason? I have thoroughly researched this technique. Are you not afraid I would use this to seal you again? Do you consider me a threat? Donyeyu raised an eyebrow in confusion. Tamamo, seemingly unconcerned, replied, Humph, not to mention whether you can gather the strength of your clan. You don't even understand the geography of the land. You think you can seal me again? Furthermore, do you really believe I would fall into the same trap twice? That is indeed true, Donyeyu replied with a slight pout, appearing somewhat disinterested. Observing this, Tamamo lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of pride evident. Of course, this technique would not work on me a second time, but it would be immensely useful against another nine tails, certainly capable of transforming it into your chakra energy source. Have you already guessed that I am practicing this sealing technique for a specific purpose? I even surmise that you wish to use the nine tails chakra to forcibly tear apart the cursed seal on your forehead. Realizing that Tamamo, having been capable of freely extending her summoning time while residing within his heart, could see through his thoughts, Donyeyu felt no panic. Instead, he inquired whether his plan could succeed. After pondering his question for a moment, Tamamo chuckled. I am not certain. Are you serious? Well, I haven't been subjected to a cursed seal myself, so I've never tried, and naturally, I wouldn't know. Listening to her playful tone, Donyeyu chose silence. Aware that he could not glean information from her regarding this matter, he resumed his practice. Observing his continued dedication, a broader smile spread across Tamamo face. Indeed, she had never been subjected to a cursed seal, yet she understood that to break free from the constraints of the sealing technique, it was not merely chakra that was required, but rather a heart willing to burn for freedom. Master, do you seek me? Indeed. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi turned his head, revealing his face, which was marred by wrinkles and fatigue, to Sakura. Compared to a few days prior, he appeared even more aged and feeble, yet his authority weighed more heavily than ever. The demise of Beishu-Ren, while severe for the Hidden Mist Village, was something they could at least manage. If necessary, they could simply elevate a new leader. Over the years, there had been many who opposed the Blood Mist policy, ensuring that the village would not suffer irreparable damage. However, the subsequent loss of 10 elite shinobi in the Land of Fire was a different matter altogether. In the entirety of Hidden Mist, including those on missions, there were scarcely 30. Now, more than a third had perished. Most critically, this lost third comprised the staunch core of the village. Such a blow, coupled with Beishu-Ren's death, had instigated a significant upheaval within the upper echelons of the village, sending shockwaves throughout Hidden Mist. At present, the internal state of the village resembled utter chaos. There were factions feigning neutrality while secretly yearning for independence, fervent loyalists blinded by rage seeking mutual destruction with Konoha, and individuals poised to abandon the village to become rogue shinobi. Consequently, the frequency of turmoil within Hidden Mist escalated rapidly. Were it not for Yuan Shi's leadership alongside seasoned shinobi such as Qian, Bai, and Qing to maintain order and placate the daimyo of the water country, who might have otherwise abandoned the shinobi village, it is likely that Sakura and Lanmei Yantai would not have fully recovered before the village crumbled from within. Thus, Sakura held Yuan Shi in profound respect and trepidation. Upon noticing the awe in Sakura's eyes, Yuan Shi shook his head, a flicker of disappointment in his gaze. He then sank into his rocking chair, elbows resting on the armrests, fingers interlaced with palms facing inward, eyes closed, gently shifting his weight to set the chair swaying. Sakura, do you realize how turbulent our village has become? I know, replied Sakura, his face flushed with shame as he bowed his head. Although he had not been the leader of that ill-fated operation, as a participant, he felt he bore some blame. Had he been a touch more astute or powerful, If he had eliminated Higashi and Aburame Shurhei sooner, they might have amassed enough strength to confront Orochimaru, thus averting the village's current plight. Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, displayed no emotion, simply stating with a calm demeanor, "It seems the third great ninja war will not come to pass. Those old geezers are quite cunning. Seeing our hidden mist crippled, while Konoha appears to retain some strength, they dare not engage." Shikura remained silent, lowering his head even further. Yuan Shi, with his eyes closed, was unaware of this scene. However, even had he seen it, his disposition would not have altered in the slightest. As the forces of Awagakure and Kumogakure gradually retreated, Konoha's frontline troops would also be recalled in succession. Powerful figures from Konoha, such as the Yellow Flash, would return to the village, along with notable ninjas like Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, who would come back from the west to guard against Sunagakure. With the likes of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and others such as Danzo Shimura and Sarutobi Hisashi, Konoha would soon enter a period of resurgence. At this juncture, the sage paused and remarked, "What I wish to convey is that the current Kirigakure stands no chance against the formidable forces of Konoha, should they desire it. The ashes of Kirigakure's existence could be obliterated before their very eyes. Do you comprehend my meaning?" "I understand. It appears we are left with no choice but to seek peace," Yagura conceded, though his heart brimmed with reluctance. He was not a blind man. Being regarded as a successor by the likes of Yukigakure's Rin indicated his calm demeanor, albeit one in need of refinement. Upon hearing the realization dawn upon his companion, the sage's expression softened slightly. He had feared that Yagura might still cling to feelings of animosity. Unable to rationally assess the dire situation that could lead Kirigakure into a deeper abyss, Rin had always held you in high regard, having mentioned your remarkable qualities to me on numerous occasions, even contemplating the transfer of the Mizukage position to you. Yet, the tumultuous nature of the ninja world shifts too rapidly. Your prowess is lacking, your experience insufficient, and your encounters with adversity too few. Thus, he intended to lay the groundwork for you, allowing you time to hone your abilities. Regrettably, fate did not favor him, as he departed from this world prematurely, and the demise of individuals like Kiba and others has plunged Kirigakure into its current perilous state. While I can temporarily stabilize the village due to my accumulated prestige, what Kirigakure truly requires in this time of crisis is not the soothing presence of an old man, but rather a youthful savior to guide it toward hope. Are you implying? Yagura's heart began to conjecture, yet he hesitated to believe the truth of it. In light of Kirigakure's current predicament, the sage had no interest in veiling his words with riddles and spoke plainly. Within Kirigakure, regardless of faction, there exists a profound lack of confidence in the village's future. This is exceedingly perilous for any village. Hence, there is an urgent need for a young leader to instill faith and stabilize the community, and that individual is you. Me? Yagura lifted his gaze, his youthful visage betraying disbelief. Who else could it be? The sage replied with an air of exasperation. Is it Ao? Is it Chojuro? Is it Koken? Do their renown and strength suffice? Or perhaps that politically naive blueberry yotai? Or the reclusive Suigetsu, who has remained locked away in his laboratory since his return? Do you still believe Kirigakure resembles its former self? It is a shadow of its former glory, with its ranks depleted. I understand. Yagura's expression stiffened, particularly upon hearing the words that Kirigakure was devoid of its former numbers, instilling a profound sense of sorrow within him. He reminisced about a time when Kirigakure was ambitious, poised to advance onto the mainland, ready to wage war against Konoha. Yet now, it was but a flickering candle in the wind, struggling to select a successor from the remnants that remained. The sage waved his hand and spoke softly. Of course, your sudden assumption of office will undoubtedly be met with skepticism, given that your credentials are rather unimpressive. Thus, there is a task you must undertake, one that I trust you have already surmised from my earlier discourse. Is it to represent our village in seeking peace with the Leaf? You are correct. It is indeed to have you represent our village in negotiations with the Leaf. The outcome is quite evident. Should the Leaf decide to attack, our village would be doomed. And knowing your disposition, you would likely choose to perish alongside your comrades, rather than meet such a fate, which is both bleak and futile. You would do better to approach them with humility, to express our village's stance through your very life, thereby seeking peace and safeguarding our home. Upon uttering these words, the sage finally opened his eyes, surveying Ichang with a discerning gaze, as though admiring a work of art poised for rebirth through flames. If you survive this journey to the leaf and successfully secure their promise of peace, you shall return as a hero in the eyes of others, and your credentials will no longer warrant discussion. At that point, no one could contest your claim to the title of the fourth Mizukichi, even if your prowess is lacking. You could enhance your strength by becoming the Jinchūriki of the three tails, silencing all critics. Ichang felt beads of sweat slowly trickle down his face. He was no fool and understood the peril that awaited him. After all, he had recently engaged in a life-and-death struggle with them. Now, voluntarily approaching their stronghold for negotiations felt akin to walking into the jaws of a lion, surrendering his fate to their whims. However, after listening to the sage's analysis, Ichang gritted his teeth and resolutely nodded. "I am willing," he added, "not for the position of Mizukichi, but purely for the sake of the village. Even if they intend to kill me, I accept that." "Excellent. You are truly commendable. No wonder you have garnered the attention of Ren." The sage slowly rose. Imparting wisdom, every village has factions of martialists and pacifists, and the Leaf is no exception. However, their pacifists hold the overt leadership embodied in their current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once you arrive, approach the Leaf through the main gate and candidly disclose your purpose. If you avoid contact with the martialists, there remains a chance for survival. "I understand." "Then return and prepare. The sooner, the better. I await your news at any moment. And do remember to leave behind a farewell letter." "Yes." Ichang gritted his teeth and turned to leave, his footsteps unwavering, embodying his inherent tenacity. He did not expect to survive, but if his demise could avert a catastrophe for the mist, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life. The sage observed Ichang's frail, yet resolute figure retreating, letting out a slow sigh. Is this burden too heavy for him? He is still so young. At that moment, the ever-watchful Kinjiro stepped forward, his face etched with concern. Just as he began to speak, the sage tapped his cane and declared with conviction, "In the face of our village's needs, personal interests are insignificant. I do not wish for him to undertake this perilous journey, but our village is beset by both external threats and internal strife. Even if Konohagakure harbors no intentions of aggression towards us, the presence of Kagaya's faction within is bound to incite chaos, inevitably leading to disintegration. This, in turn, would pose an existential threat to the hidden mist." With a heavy sigh, Master Yuan remarked, "Alas, what this village truly needs to maintain stability is not a feeble elder, but a vigorous hero who can inspire hope and unify everyone." As Higashi Yuki walked along the shaded path, he relished the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, slowly absorbing the beauty of Konohagakure. Although he was part of the Anbu and directly affiliated with the Hokage, his assignments were rather sparse, especially after the recent truce established with the two great shinobi villages, Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Most of his tasks were simple and could be completed in less than half a day. After all, espionage, invasion, and assassination, such perilous and lengthy missions, were primarily the responsibility of the root, while the Anbu mainly handled routine vigilance and, when necessary, carried out more brutal tasks. During idle hours, the Anbu often found themselves with little to do, able to rest at home or stroll through the streets. Even the routine protection of the Hokage was organized in shifts, ensuring ample personal time. However, should one choose to seek out the Hokage for assignments, the scenario would differ significantly. In Higashi Yuki's eyes, the pressure of the Anbu was far less than that of the root. Glancing at the clock hanging outside a nearby shop, he calculated how much longer until he would encounter Obito and the others. Most of Yuki's leisure time was dedicated to training, yet he carved out a portion of his day to explore, aiming to acclimate himself to the environment of Konohagakure and gather more information. It was crucial for him to become acquainted with the legendary Sannin, the couple of the Namikaze clan, as well as Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy, Obito Uchiha, Shursui Uchiha, and Itachi Uchiha, individuals with significant potential for the future. Failure to do so could hinder his development, whether in friendship or enmity. However, his fortune was not particularly favorable. Aside from Jiraiya, who frequently appeared at the women's bathhouse, the other two Sannin were rarely seen. Jiraiya had a keen sense of people and matters, being a staunch supporter of Konohagakure, and any deliberate attempt to engage with him could inadvertently expose Yuki. As for Shursui and Itachi Uchiha, they were mostly found within the Uchiha clan or at their secret hideouts, rarely venturing out. The most he encountered outside were Kakashi, Obito, and Guy. Initially, the young shinobi were somewhat apprehensive about the new face, but as they interacted with Yuki, they discovered him to be straightforward and amiable, gradually warming up to him. Particularly, when he recounted the successful assassination of the enemy's leader, Beishu Run, with the help of Orochimaru and Shirahei Yunu, their eyes sparkled with admiration. For these youths, who had only recently attained the rank of Chunin, the notion of assassinating an opposing leader was akin to a dream, one they scarcely dared to entertain. Do not mention how excited individuals like Obito and Might Guy are, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Even Kakashi, who feigns disinterest and disdain, secretly inches closer, careful not to miss any details, fearful of appearing foolish should he later inquire about the events from others. In contrast to these still youthful children, Dongyu's life experiences are remarkably rich. Even a casual recounting of his past would leave them utterly captivated. Thus, they conspired to appear at specific times and places where Dongyu would inevitably pass, hoping to engineer a chance encounter that would provide them with stories to hear. It must be said that due to his frequent incursions as a spy, Dongyu possesses a particular knack for winning others' favor. After several such encounters, he gradually comprehended their intentions. He did not mind this at all. In fact, he felt a twinge of delight and anticipation, which explained why he had just glanced at the clock. He was about to meet them, observing the figures stealthily darting away ahead of him. Dongyu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Who will it be this time? I was just there yesterday. It's certainly not me. I was there the day before. Not me either. Watching his companions shift the blame, Obito felt a vain throb on his forehead, just as he was about to suggest he would go again. His peripheral vision caught sight of Kakashi, who stood silently in the corner. He was momentarily taken aback, but then his mind quickly turned, and he focused intently on Kakashi, a rather cunning smile creeping onto his face. Kakashi, feeling the weight of Obito's gaze, turned sharply and asked, "What are you staring at me for? Is something wrong with you?" Someone might claim to dislike another, yet their body betrays them, consistently following to hear tales of experience. Of course, we do not mind this. After all, geniuses tend to exhibit some peculiar traits. At this juncture, Obito, noticing the flush creeping onto Kakashi's face, leaned in with an impish grin and continued, "But even a genius can't afford to just listen without contributing, right? Wouldn't you agree, Kakashi? Everyone else has done their part. It's just you who remains." What do you mean, it's just me? Seeing Kakashi still attempting to argue, Obito covered his mouth, a comical expression forming on his face as he stifled a laugh. "Exactly, it's you. You're not afraid to go, are you? You wouldn't be scared of Senior You, would you?" Who says I'm afraid? Who says I can't handle it? I'm going right now," Kakashi retorted, a mix of embarrassment and anger fueling his words. The others finally registered what was happening, only to see Kakashi striding toward Dongyu, who was about to pass by. Rin, witnessing this, opened her mouth to say something but was halted by Obito's hand. Watching Kakashi's retreating figure, Rin expressed her concern. "Kakashi, do you think he can do it?" While she felt no apprehension about other matters, she feared that, given Kakashi's character, he might falter in such a self-defeating endeavor. Just let him be. If he wants to maintain that stern demeanor, it's better for him to face the music. With a sly grin, Obito watched as the others gazed curiously at Kakashi, eager to see how he would perform. After all, in a certain sense, engaging in conversation with someone he despised and could not defeat was indeed a skill. Shiranui Yagura, casually chewing on a blade of grass, remarked, "I bet Kakashi won't exchange more than 3 words with Senpai Yu." "I think 4, chimed in Asuma Saratobi, the son of Hiruzen Saratobi. Kurinai Yuhi, who had grown up alongside Asuma, voiced her opinion. "Given his personality, I reckon he'll only manage 2 sentences. "Humph, you underestimate Kakashi. He is my dear friend. I believe he can speak at least 5 sentences, Mato Guy declared, flashing his trademark smile. Obito rolled his eyes at this comment and retorted, "Underestimate him? That's giving him too much credit. I wager he won't utter a single word." "Obito, as a teammate, you must have faith in Kakashi," Rin exclaimed just as Kakashi and Yu approached. Indeed, in line with Obito's prediction, Kakashi had not spoken a word throughout their interaction. Yu merely inquired if they had been waiting long, to which Kakashi nodded before leading Yu over. Observing Kakashi's calm demeanor, seemingly pleased with his ability to bring Yu over without uttering a word, the others, excluding Rin, exchanged complex glances while secretly giving Obito a thumbs up. It must be said that despite their frequent quarrels, Obito and Kakashi understood each other better than anyone else. Yu smiled gently at the group, saying, "Have you been waiting long? Let me treat you all to dumplings." "Oh, Yay. Obito, disregarding Kakashi's obviously provocative expression, leaped for joy. You replied nonchalantly. If you are genuinely interested in my stories, let us meet at this time in front of the dumpling shop. Not only will I share my tales, but I will also cover the cost of the dumplings. That's out of the question. No, absolutely not. Upon hearing this, not only did Rin and the others disagree, but even Obito quickly expressed his refusal. While it was acceptable to occasionally mooch, relying on someone else for meals was entirely different. Although they had just recently advanced to Chunin and had limited savings, they were not at the point of needing a benefactor. Observing their reactions, you smiled nonchalantly. What is there to worry about? I mentioned my background to you before, didn't I? Well, yes, but what of it? Obito asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. You're an orphan, right? You extended his palm. Exactly. Because I grew up as an orphan and spent my childhood executing missions in the route, I have hardly had any friends. That feeling of loneliness was tormenting, making me long for companionship. Will you all be my friends? The warmth of Yu's gentle smile and the longing in his eyes caused Obito and the others to feel a stirring in their hearts. At merely a tender age, they had never encountered such a scene, and thus they nodded in agreement without hesitation. Of course, Senior Yu, I would be delighted to be your friend. Indeed. So would I? And I as well. As the others expressed their consent, Donya Yu turned her gaze towards Kakashi, who had remained silent. And what about you, Kakashi? Upon hearing his name, Kakashi felt a tremor within, lowering his head to evade her gaze, and with a hint of shyness, he softly replied, I would like to be your friend. Then let us shake hands, my friend, Hatake Kakashi. Observing the hand extended towards him, Kakashi hesitated momentarily before grasping it. As he felt the warmth of her palm, the brief barrier between him and Donya Yu dissipated. As friends, it is only natural that I cover your dumpling expenses, right? No way. That's a different matter altogether. In truth, there is little need for you to practice at all. While the upper limit of chakra can be improved through training, it ultimately has its confines. Instead of exhausting yourself here, it would be far easier to capture a tailed beast to serve as your chakra source later on. Tamamo no Mae sat idly by, munching on watermelon. Watching Donya Yu tirelessly unleash ninjutsu, draining her own body to raise her chakra limit. After a while, upon hearing those words, Donya Yu paused her training, reached for a towel beside her, wiped the sweat from her brow, and with a displeased expression remarked, You make it sound so simple, as if I could just capture a tailed beast. Who do you think I am? Hashirama Senju? Aside from the 9 tails, the other tailed beasts are rather manageable, easily dealt with in a single move. As for Hashirama Senju, who is that? Tamamo no Mae furrowed her brow, pondering deeply before ultimately expressing her confusion. Donya Yu rolled her eyes. Although she was unaware of Tamamo no Mae's true strength, the notion of defeating all tailed beasts, save for the 9 tails, in one blow was undoubtedly preposterous. However, considering that the third Reikage of Kumogakure could overpower the 8 tails, it was conceivable that this ancient entity, having lived for over a millennium, might indeed be capable of such feats against all but the 9 tails. After reflecting on this, he decided to abandon the topic and clarified. Hashirama Senju is the first Hokage of Konohagakure, revered as the god of shinobi, a master of would-release ninjutsu. With his prowess, he could easily seal the 9 tails. Such a man, how impressive. Was there really someone capable of sealing the 9 tails so effortlessly decades ago? Humanity truly is a race of immense potential, Tamamo no Mae exclaimed, clapping her hands, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Recalling Hashirama Senju's portrayal in the original narrative, Donya Yu fell silent for a moment before continuing. By the way, Tamamo no Mae, I wish to inquire about something. What is it? Tamamo no Mae seemed to have anticipated the nature of his question, her smile slightly fading. Donya Yu, sitting beside her, lowered his head and asked, If I were to possess strength akin to Hashirama Senju, would I be able to break the curse mark upon my head? Since your first inquiry is not about wielding the power of the 9 tails, but rather that of Hashirama Senju, I presume you have already inferred something, haven't you? Uzumaki took a bite of watermelon and retorted, noticing that Higashi Yu remained silent. In an instant, the watermelon in her hand vanished, and she leaned directly onto him, caressing his chin with an alluring demeanor. The curse seal technique merely utilizes chakra as a medium. While it superficially brands your forehead, it is, in truth, imprinted upon your very soul. Do you grasp my meaning? I understand, he replied. So what is your choice? Do you still intend to break the seal of the 9 tails and claim it for yourself? I have no other options left, Higashi Yu coldly stated. slowly rising to continue his training. Indeed, he found himself at a dead end. Uzumaki shrugged and teased, "Why not seek out that old fool? If you expose yourself, perhaps through the trials of life and death, you might break free from your constraints and remove the soul's imprint." Higashi remained silent, diligently training. Even if what she said held truth, he could not approach Danzo now. Over the years, due to the cursed seal, he had performed countless unsavory tasks for Danzo. Just a few of those transgressions, if disclosed, could ruin Danzo's reputation. If he were to confront him now, even if he managed to remove the imprint, his current strength would be insufficient to defeat Danzo. Only by becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki could he hope to overpower him. As for Uzumaki's assistance, unless he had no other choice, he would never place his hopes in another. From beginning to end, he had always trusted but one, himself. Seeing Higashi unmoved, Uzumaki wore an expression of helplessness. As a thorough jester, she genuinely wished to see whether he could, through sheer will, break the shackles of the cursed seal. But it appeared he preferred a more cautious approach, so she would have to wait alongside him. Wait, slowly wait, she mused, taking another bite of her watermelon. Compared to other fruits, she favored watermelon for its ample quantity, cooling properties, and, of course, its delightful taste. Days passed swiftly, and though Higashiyu's strength had not significantly advanced, he gradually integrated into the larger environment of Konoha village. At the very least, many villagers had begun to recognize the visage of the so-called reign of Konoha. Due to the protracted wars in the ninja world, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito's homes were largely devoid of inhabitants. Aside from Obito's elderly grandmother, the other two were true orphans. Thus, to care for them and provide a semblance of familial warmth, Kushina, their sensei's wife, typically invited them to her home for meals. However, having tidied up earlier in the morning, Kushina found herself preparing lunch rather late this time. Once she finished cooking and had briefly cleaned the kitchen, she had just settled down when Obito set down his bowl and abruptly stood, exclaiming, "Thank you for the meal. I'm done." "So am I," Kakashi echoed as he too rose. Rin, rising with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "You two are finished so quickly? I'm done as well." Obito, Rin, Kakashi. "Are you three planning to seek out that person named Higashi again?" Kushina furrowed her brow, displaying a hint of displeasure. Obito scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled, "Ahaha." Kushina rolled her eyes and remarked, "Honestly, I don't understand what is so special about that Higashi that has captivated you all to such an extent. You think about him constantly. All right. It's normal for children to enjoy stories. Moreover, Higashi is a hero of our Konoha, in a sense. This recent ninja world war was concluded by him and the legendary Orochimaru. It's only natural for the children to admire him. After all, he is merely 17. A true genius." Upon hearing this, Minato, known as the Yellow Flash and the teacher of Obito and his companions, observed with a calm demeanor. His personality was gentle and warm, akin to the morning sun at 8 o'clock, soothing hearts without being overly dazzling. Even though he bore numerous accolades, he still emanated the approachable charm of a friendly neighbor. Kushina, upon hearing his words, pouted like an upset child. Fearing her further remarks, Obito hastily made his exit. Kakashi, witnessing this, silently vanished as well. Only Rin, before departing, shyly waved at them, saying, "We'll take our leave now." Teacher Minato, Lady Kushina. Once the most obedient Rin had left, Kushina sighed in resignation, as if lamenting the inevitable growth of her children, and softly remarked, "These kids. They grow up. And naturally, they begin to form their own ideas." Minato smiled, continuing to savor his meal. Kushina, after a moment of silence, conflictedly expressed, "Sigh. I'm not suggesting I must control them. If they were to play with well-mannered individuals, it would be fine, but it just has to be that Higashi. After all, he has spent time in that root organization. One cannot discriminate against someone merely for having been in root. By your reasoning, you must have encountered him?" Minato raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Kushina frowned in contemplation, then gathered her thoughts. "I have seen him. He's quite a handsome boy. Yet, for some reason, I instinctively feel a sense of wariness towards him, even a subconscious belief that he is my nemesis. Is that so? Could it be the Nine Tails at play? No. This sensation is indeed emanating from the Nine Tails, but the key point is that it does not seem intentional. Rather, it feels like an innate fear. It seems. Afraid of something? Afraid? Are you overthinking this? Aside from Sage of Six Paths, the first Hokage, and the legendary Uchiha Madara, who else could it possibly fear?" Minato frowned. Kushina shook her head, stroking her chin. Perhaps it is some ancient demon? Huh. You truly have a vivid imagination, Minato chuckled, unable to help but admire his wife's creativity. A being more formidable than the Nine Tails? That would likely be the three great sages of the summoning realm. But how could those three ever appear here? As Jinchūriki observed the other person's expression, her cheeks involuntarily flushed, and she pouted. I was merely speculating. Perhaps these are just my illusions. Or it could be that the Nine Tails intentionally provided me with a misleading signal. Witnessing this, Minato felt a stirring within his heart. Sometimes, there is no need for a particular ambience or emotion. A mere blush from the other can suffice to set one's spirit adrift. Feeling somewhat bashful under Minato's gaze, Jinchūriki inquired, "Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" To which Minato replied earnestly, "Jinchūriki, let us have a child." He had envisioned this moment countless times in his mind, yet he ultimately opted for the most straightforward approach. Jinchūriki was momentarily taken aback by his declaration, her face turning crimson as she lowered her head. "Why are you suddenly saying this? With the war having subsided and the village stabilized, there was no more fitting time than now. I do not expect our child to be completely shielded from the ravages of war, but at the very least, I hope that they will not encounter it before reaching adulthood." As he spoke, Minato gently rose and took her hands in his. There is no more appropriate moment than this. Well, if that's the case, with hesitation evident in her agreement, a radiant smile blossomed on Minato's face. Unaware of the profound trauma this decision would inflict upon her. At that moment, while Minato and Jinchūriki were eagerly preparing to embark on their intimate journey, Higashi sat on a wooden bench outside a dumpling shop, recounting his story to Obito and the others. Naturally, the narrative he shared was somewhat embellished. After all, while these children were ninjas, their moral compass leaned towards kindness. Concepts such as harming the innocent challenged their worldview. And Yuki had no intention of making things unpleasant by speaking of such matters. At that time, one could only hear the furious roar of Koki Yagura, who then exerted all his strength to employ the grand water mirror technique, utilizing the reflection of Orochimaru's summoning beast, Manda, to rescue us. In an instant, the ground trembled, and we felt as if the world was spinning, surrounded once again by the mist ninjas. Upon hearing Yuki's account, the others felt their hearts race. None of the youths present were jonin, and they could scarcely fathom the terror of being encircled by more than a dozen mist jonin. However, Obito was an exception. His focus seemed not to dwell on the fear, but rather on the intrigue, as he furrowed his brow and remarked, "The grand water mirror technique of Koki Yagura sounds quite formidable. Indeed, it is highly impressive. Any form of attack can be reflected back through the water mirror." Yuki replied gently, casting a glance towards Obito. Upon hearing this, a flicker of interest crossed Obito's face as he commented, "I wonder if our Uchiha clan Sharingan could replicate that jutsu. That is certainly ambitious of you, Obito." Yuki chuckled lightly, just as he was about to continue his tale. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and he lifted his head to look across the street. Across the street stood 5 individuals. At the forefront were 2 elite shinobi from the Hidden Leaf Village, Yugao Yuzuki and Kakashi Hitaki. In the middle was a youthful figure with a doll-like face, adorned with a straw hat, followed closely by 2 men dressed in the attire of the Mist Village. Upon noticing that Dongyayu was looking over, the doll-faced youth lowered his head and continued to trail behind the 2 leaf jonin. How did he come to be here? Dongyayu recognized the identity of the youth at a glance, furrowing his brow as his mind raced through possibilities. It didn't take long for him to surmise the purpose of the youth's presence. A plea for peace? Yet, even without such a request, given the temperament of the 3rd Hokage, it was unlikely he would take action against the mist, rendering the journey futile. Noticing Dongyayu lost in thought as he gazed at the youth's retreating figure, Kakashi, being astute and on the verge of becoming a jonin himself, pondered briefly before speaking up. "Yu-senpai, was that person just now Kurama Yagura?" "Indeed, that was him. I can assure you of that," Dongyayu replied, his smile fading into a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Tobi, who had just been eager to replicate Yagura's techniques, stood up in alarm and asked, "Kurama Yagura? What is he doing here? Is the mist still harboring ill intentions?" I noticed that he was accompanied by Yugao and Kakashi-senpai, and they appeared quite at ease. It seems they are not harboring any nefarious plans. Rather, there must be another matter at hand, Kakashi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Asuma raised an eyebrow at this remark, uncertainly suggesting, Could it be that he is actually a spy sent by our village? Impossible. If he were a spy, why would he have gone to such lengths to intercept you, senpai? Toby countered immediately. Red, observing her father Yugao's figure, chimed in. Perhaps he was merely putting on a facade at that time? A facade that nearly cost him his life? Xianjin frowned. Seeing that the group seemed poised to deliberate on this matter for an extended period, Dongye waved his hand and concluded, I believe he has come here, seeking reconciliation. Reconciliation? The statement took the group by surprise. In their youthful exuberance, they could hardly conceive of the notion that an opponent could be subdued to the point of seeking peace. A gentle smile returned to Dongyu's face, enveloped in an aura of confidence. Yes, reconciliation. It seems you have forgotten our present location, which is the most prosperous and central area of the entire continent, serving as a crucial transportation hub. As the village that occupies this land, the Hidden Leaf relies not merely on words, but on the genuine strength that earns the respect of other ninja villages. As he spoke, a new light appeared in the eyes of the young men. Compared to other ninja villages, the Hidden Leaf's educational philosophy leaned towards moderation, embodying ideals of non-aggression and peaceful coexistence. This had led to a rather vague understanding of their own strength among the younger generation, such as Toby. During times of war, the ninja villages that sent their forces to battle were either elite or seasoned veterans. This led to a profound lack of self-awareness regarding their own strength, and an instinctive fear of the other ninja villages. However, under Dongyu's insightful remarks, they began to grasp their current identities for the first time. Indeed, the reason Konoha could claim the most fertile land on the continent was due to their formidable power. Obito chuckled and remarked, Peace talks? Of course. We are the mightiest ninja village, Konoha. The mere mist village must certainly fear our advance and seek peace. Kakashi, stroking his chin thoughtfully, noted the relaxed expressions of Hong and Ichijo, which began to ease his own demeanor. The girl, however, harbored more delicate concerns. Rin furrowed her brow and anxiously inquired, what if he harbors ulterior motives under the guise of seeking peace? You need not worry about that. Although only Hong and Ichijo are watching him openly, many of our Umbu are covertly monitoring his every move. Should he attempt anything nefarious, he will be swiftly dealt with. Donyu reassured them with a smile. He then glanced at the time and rose slowly from the wooden bench outside the dumpling shop, continuing, All right, our idle chatter must come to an end. I still have to return to my training, and any further delay would lead to exceeding my schedule. The boys expressed their reluctance at this announcement, with Kai, who possessed the least talent in ninjutsu among them, exclaiming, So soon? I wish to hear more. Though he had recently encountered the 8 Gates technique, his long-standing position as the underdog and his less-than-ideal family circumstances, with a father who had remained a low-ranking ninja for years, had fostered a sense of inferiority within him. Only when listening to Donyu recount his legendary experiences could Kai temporarily escape his own situation and self-doubt. In a sense, the mere act of listening allowed him to engage with the world he so fervently aspired to join. Upon hearing Kai's words, Donyu regarded him, observing his heavy brows, the stiff watermelon hairstyle, and his brilliantly green, form-fitting attire. In many respects, Kai resembled a rustic bumpkin, yet Donyu, familiar with the script, recognized the terrifying potential concealed beneath such a comical facade. Kai, my story will eventually reach its conclusion, but yours has yet to begin. What I can accomplish, you too can achieve, provided you strive for it. Surpassing me will be within your reach in due time. As he spoke, noting the boys' somewhat bewildered expressions, Donyu continued, Strive diligently, for I hope that one day, it will not be you sitting here listening to my tales, but rather me listening to the legends you have forged with your own hands. Donyu's words may have seemed juvenile, trivial in the context of the 21st century world overflowing with motivational rhetoric. Yet, in this information-scarce realm, where rational discourse was seldom found, his message resonated deeply, serving as an inspiration that could be etched into their hearts as a guiding maxim. Without delving into other details, let us focus on the final words of Higashi. I am here, listening to you recount your legendary journey that you have crafted with your own hands, which is enough to ignite fervor in the hearts of the youths, akin to a surge of adrenaline. The silhouette of Higashi, illuminated by the sun as he departs, expands infinitely in their minds. In a certain sense, with just this single utterance, Higashi transformed those who merely admired him into his devoted admirers. As Kai watched Higashiyu's figure gradually fade from sight, he felt a surge of motivation coursing through him, prompting him to rush to the training grounds and pour out his sweat. However, he was suddenly halted by Obito. "What are you doing?" Kai inquired, perplexed, only to see Obito chuckling, wiping his nose, and casting a curious glance at the others. "Did you senpai say that? And none of you have any desires to pursue?" "Of course, we are heading to the training grounds," replied the earnest Hibiki, who had recently joined. Meanwhile, Jenkins seemed to have an epiphany, patting Hibiki on the shoulder and turning to Obito, saying, "You don't mean to take action against that Yagura, do you? Heh, don't you want to see?" The mist ninja who faced off against Yu Senpai, the one deemed formidable by Yu Senpai. How did he come to submit and seek peace with our great Konoha? Obito declared with his hands on his hips, wearing a mischievous grin, embodying a rogue spirit. The others, who had initially planned to resume their training, found themselves halted by the vivid imagery conjured by his words. Though this behavior may seem a tad unscrupulous, it undeniably felt exhilarating. Even the typically composed Kakashi felt his heart race as he envisioned the scene. "Why not? Shall we take a look together?" Thus, the elder Hiruzen's authoritative voice resonated like a heavy hammer, striking at Yagura's heart. He understood all too well that failing to provide an answer satisfactory to the third Hokage could mean not only a fruitless journey, but also dire consequences for others. Taking a deep breath, he accepted a scroll from the mist ninja behind him, then knelt on one knee, presenting the scroll to Hiruzen with a sincere expression. "This is a token from Lord Yagura. Given my current standing in the village, I am not yet able to represent our village's will, but Yagura surely can." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. Had Yagura uttered any empty assurances claiming he could represent the village, Hiruzen would have promptly sent him away. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha's understanding of the mist was limited due to its geographical isolation. However, the fundamental details were clear. Yagura was merely a young man in his early 20s, no matter how extraordinary his talents, his lack of experience and simple history, compounded by a recent defeat while pursuing Higashi Yu and his companions, rendered him incapable of commanding respect within the mist. Moreover, let alone representing the will of the village. If Yagura truly intended to deceive Nichizen in this matter, there would be no need to discuss the request further. Nichizen indeed aspires for peace. Yet he would never allow personal motives to undermine the interests of the village. As he examined the scroll, a figure emerged beside him, Kitsune, who reached out to take the scroll from Yagura's hands and began his inspection. Concealing poison or traps within a scroll is a well-known tactic among ninjas. Although he doubted the opponent would dare to employ such a ruse, given the recent burial of Hokushijin, it was prudent to adhere to the proper protocols. After ensuring everything was in order, Kitsune respectfully unfurled the scroll before Nichizen. The latter nodded, scrutinizing the text with diligence. The essence of the message conveyed that the Great War had only just concluded, and the ninja world remained on high alert. Thus, it was unwise to provoke further hostilities, lest it lead to devastation. The scroll went on to enumerate the adverse consequences that could arise from the enmity between Konohagakure and Kirigakure, before shifting to a tone of camaraderie, suggesting that as elders, it was unnecessary for them to send the younger generation into battle over fleeting disagreements. Humph, the old fox. After finishing the scroll, Nichizen couldn't help but chuckle softly. Once he confirmed that it was indeed pinned by the original master, he rolled it up and placed it on the table, his gaze fixed intently on Yagura, who knelt before him. Just as Toya had surmised, Nichizen had no intention of attacking Kirigakure. The reasons were straightforward. First, he harbored an aversion to war. Second, there was little of value to be gained from the land of water. Should Konoha annihilate Kirigakure and conquer the land of water, how would they manage the aftermath? The locals were embroiled in internal strife due to familial factions. What favorable reception could outsiders from the land of fire expect? Eventually, Konoha might have to deploy a portion of their forces for prolonged occupation, and Nichizen could already envision the inevitable outcome, an unending cycle of rebellion and suppression, draining their resources. It was better not to engage at all. Your name is Yagura, correct? 21 years of age. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. Seeing the expression on Nichizen's face, Yagura believed he had secured his position and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard a question that sent a tremor through his spirit. 21. Indeed the prime of youth. If I recall correctly, during the pursuit of Orochimaru and his cohorts, you exerted tremendous effort, nearly wagering your life. That was my own decision. I do not regret it. If you require an explanation, I am willing to end my own life here. Yagura initially bowed his head in silence. But after a moment of contemplation, he raised his gaze, his expression calm as he met Nikizun's eyes. In his eyes, there was no regret, no fear, only a serene determination that seemed capable of bearing any burden. Witnessing this, Nikizun couldn't help but sigh in regret. Alas, if only such a person were in Konoha. Possessing considerable strength and the courage to take responsibility, and most importantly, still so young. However, he soon recalled his 3 students who were already capable of standing tall in the world, as well as the promising up-and-comers like Minato Namikaze and Yuya Higashi. Perhaps it was best not to be overly ambitious. I merely spoke in passing. Our Hidden Leaf Village is not so narrow-minded as to seek the ruin of others. At this moment, Yagura was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard Higashi say, "Our Hidden Leaf Village places the utmost importance on life, yearns for peace, and values camaraderie above all. Rather than taking lives and deepening hatred, we desire the return of our comrades. Therefore, if you can bring back Shurhei Yuno, I believe this peace negotiation will conclude successfully." Hearing this, Yagura's heart began to race uncontrollably. He was well aware of Shurhei Yuno's predicament. Before departure, Master Yuan had contemplated returning Shurhei Yuno and had entrusted Yagura with this task. However, after Yagura's encounter with the pufferfish demon at Suka Mountain, he realized that returning Shurhei Yuno was impossible. In that state, even divine intervention would be futile. What could he possibly use to effectuate such a return? Shurhei Yuno is not with us. There must be some misunderstanding. We did not capture him during our pursuit. Given the circumstances, Yagura could only place his hopes on the confidentiality of the Mist Village's operations and reluctantly fabricated a response. Otherwise, revealing Shurhei Yuno's current situation would not only thwart negotiations, but could lead to a significant loss for the entire Mist Village. Higash's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and an aura of authority emanated from him. Are you implying that such a living person has simply vanished into thin air? The truth is, I did not intend to conceal anything, but we in the Mist Village truly did not capture him. According to the pufferfish demoness account, he was on the verge of apprehending Shurhei Yuno when a monster emerged, a creature he could not possibly contend with. Ultimately, he managed to escape under the cover of Kurochi's protection and had no time to concern himself with Shurhei Yuno. Yagura hastily relayed the pufferfish demon's statements. To be frank, not just him, but no one in the Mist Village believed the pufferfish demon's claims. What kind of monster could make even the pufferfish demon flee in terror? Even the tailed beasts would struggle to achieve that. As for the creature mentioned by the pufferfish demon, supposedly summoned by Yuya Higashi, Yagura was even less inclined to believe it after witnessing the vigorous Yuya Higashi. If the opponent could summon such a terrifying creature without any visible injury, then why did they not do so from the outset? Why wait until being pursued to that extent before summoning it? Consequently, Yagura intentionally withheld this point to avoid Higashi misconstruing it as an attempt to sow discord. Yet, even so, he braced himself for Higashi's wrath, for this explanation was so implausible that he himself found it hard to believe. Contrary to his expectations, upon hearing this account, Higashi not only refrained from anger, but instead fell into deep contemplation, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a brief moment, he tentatively inquired, "Has that Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon described what the monster looks like?" No, Yagura decisively interrupted the topic to prevent further inaccuracies from emerging. Higashi remained silent, leaning back in his chair and slowly closing his eyes. As the ruler of Konohagakure, the reports from Hyuga Higashi had long since been placed on his desk. Although those he trusted spoke with conviction, he could not entirely shake off a lingering sense of hope. However, upon finding that the verification with the Mist Village yielded the same disheartening result, he begrudgingly accepted the situation. An unknown entity, whose mere presence exerted enough pressure to render the Hyuga brothers on high alert, capable of dealing with Kirikiri Reiga, able to instill such fear in the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon that it fled without a hint of defiance. It seems that just as one wave calms, another rises. Very well, we shall conclude this negotiation here. You will remain for a few days until the specifics of the contract are finalized before returning. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a headache creeping in, and, with a hand pressed against his brow, he helplessly issued an eviction order. With such a formidable, enigmatic creature within the borders, it was likely that he would not sleep soundly for the next few days. Upon hearing Higashi's words, Yagura was filled with elation and quickly took his leave with the two mist ninjas accompanying him. Just as they were about to depart completely, Yagura feigned a casual remark to one of the mist ninjas beside him while subtly glancing at Higashi, who was still lost in thought. His intuition hinted that the ease with which Higashi had agreed was significantly influenced by his earlier statements. Could it be that the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon spoke the truth? Was there truly such a monster? Yagura was perplexed, even somewhat incredulous, yet Higashi's demeanor seemed to validate the reality of the situation. Could it be that this monster was indeed summoned by Higashi Yuki? He furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, completely oblivious to the crowd that was gradually encircling him. Or perhaps he had noticed them but chose to disregard them entirely, for he had not stooped to the level of squabbling with children. Yet, while he was unwilling to engage, it appeared that others were eager to do so. "Hey, you are Yagura of the Mist Village, aren't you?" "Yes, that is I." "And who might you be? What brings you to me?" Yagura raised his gaze to meet the eyes of those encircling him, including Obito. It seemed that Obito and the others were taken aback by his brazen acknowledgement. They exchanged glances until Obito, taking the initiative, spoke first. "Why have you come to our Konoha? Is it that you cannot defeat us, and thus seek peace?" The other two mist ninjas contemplated retorting for the sake of their pride, but Yagura had already raised a hand to silence them, calmly admitting, "Yes, that is correct. I have come seeking peace. We of the mist cannot match your strength." Lord Yagura observed the group of youths before him. While the two mist ninjas still wished to salvage some dignity for themselves and their village. However, Yagura had no such intentions. With a serious expression, he stated, "A loss is a loss, and if one cannot prevail, then one cannot prevail. Seeking peace is simply seeking peace. There is nothing shameful in admitting it." From the moment he departed from the hidden mist village, he had cast aside all pride, solely focused on the interests of his village. At this moment, he believed he had come to seek peace, inherently acknowledging his inability to win, which was a natural acceptance. His earnestness and his scolding of his teammates for their hypocrisy left Obito and the others at a loss. They had merely wished to observe how Yagura would pursue peace, yet they were continuously obstructed by the Umbu. After futile attempts to gain entry, they grew reluctant to leave empty-handed and thus resolved to confront Yagura, hoping to diminish his spirit. Given their numbers and youthful bravado, they felt no fear of Yagura. In fact, they were somewhat eager to provoke him. However, it seemed that finding an opportunity to instigate was proving difficult. At that moment, Yagura appeared to recognize Obito and the others as the same children who had been near Higashi no Yuki. Reflecting on Higashi no Yuki's actions in the hidden mist village, he pondered briefly before asking, "It seems you are quite close to that fellow, Higashi no Yuki?" "Yes, indeed. What of it? Do you still wish to pursue Elder Yuki?" Upon hearing the mention of Higashi no Yuki's name, Obito and his companions instantly perked up. Yagura shook his head, cautioning, "I loathe him. But I understand that I cannot kill him, nor am I certain I could. I merely wish to warn you. It would be wise not to associate too closely with him. He is not a good person." "What do you mean by that? How dare you sow discord between us and Elder Yuki?" Yagura's remark seemed to ignite a powder keg. Obito, filled with indignation, loudly questioned him, while the others began to display disdain and mockery. "I thought he was courageous, but it turns out he is just as hypocritical as anyone else." "Humph. It seems there are no truly brave souls in the hidden mist village, destined to remain lost in the fog forever. How dare he say that Elder Yuki is not a good person, and even suggest we keep our distance? Who does he think he is?" Unfazed by their scornful taunts, Yagura remained composed, seemingly having anticipated this reaction, and he did not even entertain the thought of defending himself. His two comrades from the hidden mist village were aware of Higashi no Yuki's actions. However, when they attempted to speak, Yagura silenced them. To their puzzled expressions, he simply stated, "They have not experienced it. They cannot understand. Moreover, I may have been somewhat rash in my judgment. Perhaps he behaves differently in his own village than he does in ours." With that, he had little interest in the red-faced, agitated Obito and the others, preparing to leave with his two hidden mist companions. However, the impassioned youths were not inclined to let him depart so easily. Obito, known for his fiery temper and impulsive nature, reached out to grab Yagura. The latter did not flinch, but merely watched as Obito's hand swiftly approached, until it was ultimately restrained by another large hand that had suddenly appeared. That should suffice. As Obito stood in a daze upon hearing the voice, he observed the Umbu member in front of him slowly removing their mask, revealing a gentle smile. "That Rain Senior spoke ill of you. Once Obito regained his composure, he quickly pointed at Yagura. However, Higashi paid no heed, merely loosening his grip on Obito and grasping his hair instead, smiling as he said, "It's all right. I fear not the shadows when my integrity is intact. No matter how he slanders me, having your trust is sufficient for me." It must be said, in the art of soothing children, Higashi, you seem to possess an extraordinary talent, as a few casual words were enough to disorient the young ones completely. In mere moments, the furious Obito had been entirely pacified. Yu then turned his attention to Yagura, who had unexpectedly adopted a cold demeanor. "Children can be thoughtless. I ask for your understanding. Perhaps you should consider putting away that nauseating facade of yours before discussing apologies on behalf of others." Despite his internal mantra of indifference, Yagura couldn't help but feel an irritable anger rise within him whenever Higashi spoke in such a gentle tone. He simply could not fathom how one could present such a benign and benevolent facade while harboring the essence of a remorseless killer within. Higashi extended a hand to restrain the now irate Obito, a smile gracing his features as he addressed Yagura. "Mr. Yagura, you must understand that your duty is to negotiate. You are here on a mission, and the burdens you bear extend beyond your own future." "Humph," Yagura scoffed, dismissively waving his hand as he led his companions past Kakashi and the others, departing the scene. Watching Yagura's retreating figure, Obito furrowed his brow, his displeasure evident. "This guy? Does he think he can act like this here? All right, no need to be upset. I still need to monitor them from the shadows to prevent any damage to the village. You all should return and rest. It is getting late," Higashi remarked, skillfully employing the body flicker technique to vanish from the sight of Obito and the others in an instant. In the deep of night, after successfully handing over responsibilities to the incoming personnel, Higashi yawned as he returned to his courtyard. For him, monitoring Yagura had proven to be the most challenging and perilous task since his transfer to the Umbu, underscoring just how idle he had been since. As per routine, he released Tamamo no Mae to catch the night breeze, then proceeded to bathe, practice the Tuin sealing technique, retrieve Tamamo no Mae, and finally retire for the night, leading a life that was both simple and monotonous. When the sun rose, he embarked on an equally unadorned and tedious day-to-day existence. He would rise early, train in chakra, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, stroll in the afternoon while narrating tales, and return to surveil Yagura in the evening. Days passed in this repetitive manner until Yagura finally verified and signed the contract, returning to the hidden mist with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Higashi had been in the Umbu for nearly half a month. Just as he anticipated being assigned an S-rank mission, what awaited him instead was an A-rank extermination task. The backdrop of this narrative revolves around the conflict between two nations. Initially, it was agreed that each side would rely on their own capabilities. However, one party resorted to summoning reinforcements, including ninjas from 5 great nations. Consequently, the opposing side was compelled to do the same, ultimately recruiting from Konoha. Given the high casualty rate associated with such wartime missions, Hiruzen Sarutobi entrusted the task to the experienced Danzo, who had successfully executed numerous similar operations within the ENBU. With Danzo's prowess now akin to that of an elite jonin, the outcome was unsurprising. In fact, Danzo and his companions anticipated needing about a week to complete their mission, yet they accomplished it in less than 5 days, with travel time comprising a significant portion of that duration. The ninjas from the opposing nation were from Iwagakure, comprising merely a standard ninja squad without even a jonin leader, which Danzo dispatched with ease, while his ANBU team primarily assisted in tidying the battlefield. Had he not spent time locating the enemy, he would have resolved the situation even more swiftly. Following this operation, it seemed Hiruzen had forgotten about Danzo, as nearly 2 months passed without him being assigned any long-distance missions. The tasks he received were mostly C and B rank, easily manageable within the Land of Fire, requiring less than a day's effort. Although this monotonous existence could be deemed tedious, Danzo did not resent it. It allowed him more time to engage with his comrades, particularly after learning of Kushina's pregnancy, which heightened his desire to remain close, ever vigilant to seize the opportune moment. However, reality often diverges from one's desires. Faced with an S-rank mission, Danzo hesitated. Observing his demeanor, Hiruzen inquired with concern. "What troubles you? Is this task causing you difficulty?" "No, Lord Hokage. I will complete the mission promptly," Danzo replied. Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement and smiled. "Then proceed swiftly, but take care and act cautiously. This is a long-term assignment. Prepare yourself to adapt to a new environment. The princess of the Land of Fire is counting on you to provide her protection. Yes, Danya Yu affirmed, his figure vanishing in an instant. Yet, internally, he felt a sense of frustration. A seasoned assassin, tasked with forming a bodyguard detail? While he appeared amiable, such a role was ill-suited for him. The most pressing concern was the prolonged nature of this bodyguard duty. Heaven knows how long-term truly meant. Danya Yu silently lamented the situation. Nevertheless, he held little apprehension regarding this venture. After all, no one had stipulated that failure was an option. You must be the reign of Konoha. I remember you. Both Hiruzen and Danzo have spoken highly of you, referring to you as a remarkable talent. A voice interjected. Yes, I am Danya Yu, Lord Daimyo. It is an honor that you remember me. Danya Yun respectfully knelt on one knee before his superior, the illustrious daimyo of the Fire Nation, Yuan Ganlin, who, contrary to expectation, was engrossed in a game of mahjong. Yes, you heard correctly. This figure, who should be overseeing the realm, was instead reveling in a spirited match with his ministers. With that in mind, you might surmise the nature of our current task, right? The 9 bamboo. I am aware, replied the subordinate. Ah, that brings me solace. Who? A national hero unmatched, Yuan Ganlin exclaimed, his face lighting up as he pushed aside the tiles on the table and relished the astonished and disheartened expressions of his ministers, gleefully collecting the winnings. Though, in truth, the money was already his. After a bout of laughter, Yuan Ganlin suddenly remembered Dongyin still knelt at his side, and, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, remarked, "My apologies. I became overly excited and nearly forgot you were present." "It is of no concern," Dongye Yuyun replied gently. Yuan Ganlin smiled and inquired, "How many companions have you brought?" "4 in total, including myself." Upon hearing this, Yuan Ganlin beckoned, calling out, "Yako." "Yes. How may I assist you?" A woman adorned in the attire of a maid appeared. Yuan Ganlin gestured with his hand, palm outward, and calmly instructed, "Please escort this brother Yuyun and his companions to the princess. They have been dispatched from Konoha for her protection." After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Dongyun and added, "I have some matters to attend to here. You may proceed directly to the princess. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult Yako. She will assist you." "I understand," Dongye Yuyun replied. "Please follow me." Yako nodded and turned, leading Dongye Yuyun and his companions as they gathered their waiting team outside. The courtyard of Konoha village was evidently of a different caliber than the daimyo's estate. In terms of sheer expanse, they could not compete. Dongye Yuyun was unaware of the exact dimensions of the daimyo's residence, but after Yako guided them through winding paths for over 10 minutes before arriving at the princess's villa, he gained some insight into the scale of the estate. "Knock, knock. Princess, it's Yako. The guards you requested from Konoha have arrived." After announcing their presence, Yako bowed her head, awaiting a response from within. Dongye Yuyun and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, sensing mutual bewilderment. Guards requested by name? Who among them was familiar with the princess of the Fire Nation? It seemed none had ever met her. Just as their curiosity piqued, the wooden door was flung open, revealing a beautiful young lady with flowing black hair. "Really? Yako, is he here? Oh, why are there so many people?" Observing her somewhat frantic demeanor, Dongye Yuyun and his companions couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Was this young woman truly the princess of the Fire Nation? It appears that the disparity between their expectations and reality is rather pronounced. Masako seems to have long acclimatized to her princess's demeanor, her expression remaining unchanged, exuding the same frosty elegance. "Indeed, Your Highness, the individual you requested, Higashi Yu, has arrived." "Oh yes. Where is he? Which one is he? Allow me to see him." The raven-haired girl glanced around excitedly, her gaze flitting back and forth to Higashi Yu and his companions. Upon hearing their captain's name, the members of Higashi Yu's team were momentarily taken aback, and as they regained their composure, their eyes instinctively turned towards him. The raven-haired girl seemed to understand something, and her previously roaming gaze finally settled on Higashi Yu's fox mask. "Are you the esteemed Yu?" Hearing such an outrageous title directed at him, and observing the starry-eyed expression on her face, Higashi Yu felt as if 1,000 alpacas were frolicking in his heart. Nevertheless, for the sake of the mission, and recalling her identity, he chose to remove his mask, revealing his signature gentle smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. I am Higashi Yu." "Oh, at last, I see the real person. Truly as handsome and gentle as the rumors suggested. Your voice is delightful." The raven-haired girl was brimming with excitement, even attempting to leap into Higashi Yu's embrace. Fortunately, Masako was quick to restrain her. Observing the girl's exuberance, Masako sighed, saying, "Your Highness, please be mindful of your words and actions." "Oh, I apologize, Masako. I was simply too thrilled." The raven-haired girl offered a sincere apology to Masako before extending her right hand toward Higashi Yu, her face radiating a bright smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Yuki Baihu, Princess of the Fire Nation. Yukuin, I look forward to your guidance in the days to come." "Yes, I shall do my utmost to protect your Highness." Higashi Yu maintained his gentle smile, albeit somewhat awkwardly extending his hand to shake hers. Despite Yuki Baihu's remarkable beauty and noble status, Higashi Yu felt an inherent reluctance to regard her as a romantic interest. This might be due to her overly impulsive and carefree nature, or perhaps her rather inappropriate behavior even in such a simple act as a handshake. Masako, seemingly unable to tolerate her princess's infatuation any longer, hastily interjected, "Your Highness, why don't you wait here while I help Higashi Yu and the others settle in?" "Oh, very well, but do ensure that Yukuin is as close to me as possible. Otherwise, I might feel quite insecure." Observing Yuki Baihu's bashful demeanor, her eyes closed and fidgeting, the others couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. "Is your concern truly about security?" Masako could only nod in resignation as she hurriedly led Higashi Yu and his team away. "Is our captain truly so charming? Who could deny it? Just look at how the princess was acting, her eyes filled with him, hardly acknowledging our presence. Our current task appears to bear little distinction from a paid vacation." Casting a glance at the whispering teammates behind him, Higashi Yu realized he was likely being set up. Acknowledging that no explanation would suffice, he directly inquired, "Miss Yako, may I ask if you are aware of the princess's situation?" "Ah, I am indeed aware," Yako sighed with resignation, elaborating, "Adolescent girls often behave this way. Although Princess Hakushu has been pampered since birth, her personality remains that of an ordinary girl, innocent and carefree. In recent years, she has developed a fascination with romantic novels, constantly daydreaming about knights, assassins, and geniuses vying for her affection. Thus, the primary purpose of the princess's task is not merely to ensure her safety, but to facilitate a romantic relationship with me." Higashi Yu felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, rendered speechless yet unable to dismiss the notion outright. For a child of privilege, engaging in a romantic escapade with a bodyguard during adolescence seemed inconsequential. Moreover, given his current status and prestige within the Hidden Leaf Village, a budding romance would not be met with disapproval, as the feudal lord of the Land of Fire would permit his daughter to marry for love. After all, from a certain perspective, this could be viewed as a strategic alliance, fostering closer ties between the ninja village and the nation. Yako nodded, continuing, "Indeed. Who could overlook your recent rise to prominence? Your appearance, your youth, and your recent collaboration with Orochimaru to vanquish the third Mizukage of the Mist Village have all considerably enhanced your reputation. Furthermore, Mr. Danzo has publicly acknowledged your numerous accomplished missions, solidifying the image of a young and capable assassin in the princess's mind. How fortunate I am." Higashi Yu endeavored to appear less bemused than he truly felt. Unlike the naive Hakushu, Yako was quite perceptive. Upon hearing his words, she discerned his underlying dissatisfaction and remarked, "Mr. Yu, I understand that given your strength, youth, and the bright future that lies ahead, you may be reluctant to squander time on matters of romance. However, often, it is essential to lay the groundwork before one can venture further." There seemed to be a hidden message within Yako's words, yet Higashi Yu found himself disinterested. Whether it was groundwork or a distant journey, his future in the Hidden Leaf Village felt precarious. One misstep could plunge him into an abyss. "May I inquire if there are any rigid criteria for this task?" "None whatsoever. If I had to specify, it would depend on when the princess tires of her game or when she truly wishes to be with you." "I see." Initially harboring some rebellious thoughts, Higashi Yu felt his resistance extinguished upon realizing the absence of stringent requirements for the task. If he returned now, he might find himself assigned 2 or 3 long-term S-rank missions with inflexible criteria by Nijan. Compared to such an unstable situation, it would be wiser to remain here for half a year, biding his time until Kushina was about to give birth, and then return to strategize during his downtime. Soon enough, accommodations for Higashi Yu and his companions were arranged. Unquestionably, Donya Yu was assigned to a room in close proximity to Yuan Baishio. He was on the verge of encountering the first individual who would genuinely stand behind him. Yujun, are you thirsty? Hungry? Yujun, you are so handsome. How do you manage to be both so charming and gentle? Yujun, could you share your story with me? I am eager to listen and to learn more about you. Initially, Dong Ye-yu and his entire team diligently guarded Yuan by Xiao from the shadows. Although their first impression of her was less than favorable, her esteemed identity and striking appearance led them to give her a second chance. Yet, as time gradually passed, a month slipped away, and the three members chose to guard outside the Deming mansion instead. The reason was simple. Yuan by Xiao was exceedingly loud, bothersome, and made them feel like mere third wheels. In an era devoid of electronic devices and entertainment facilities, coupled with Yuan by Xiao's noble status, she found herself with little to occupy her time, apart from eating and sleeping. Consequently, she resorted to incessantly pestering her dream lover, Dong Ye-yu, whom she secretly adored. According to the incomplete statistics gathered by Dong Ye-yu's diligent teammates, Yuan by Xiao called out to him at least 100 times each day. Not only Dong Ye-yu but even his teammates grew weary of the incessant interruptions, eventually conceding their space to allow the couple to enjoy their private moments. After all, they recognized Dong Ye-yu's prowess and deemed it unlikely that any nefarious individuals could harm Yuan by Xiao. Dong Ye-yu transitioned from lurking in the shadows in his dark attire to donning a casual, loose-fitting outfit, openly trailing Yuan by Xiao. My lady, this is the third time I have recounted this tale to you. Do you never tire of it? Of course not. I can never tire of your stories, Yujun. By the way, why do you still address me as my lady? Did I not tell you to simply call me by Xiao when no one else is around? Honestly, Yuan by Xiao sat at the edge, turning to face Dong Ye-yu, her cheeks puffed up like she had swallowed a marble, displaying an expression that was ostensibly angry, yet undeniably adorable. Dong Ye-yu chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. I apologize, I momentarily forgot, by Xiao. Humph. You can't just brush it off as a mere oversight. I must punish you, Yuan by Xiao declared playfully. Dong Ye-yu's expression darkened, but before he could respond, she continued. I want to punish you by sneaking me out to the night market during the Lantern Festival. The night market? That might not be appropriate. What is inappropriate about it? It's settled then. Yuan by Xiao excitedly raised her hands in agreement. Dong Ye-yu found himself with no choice. He was merely a bodyguard and could not thwart her desires. However, upon hearing that her request was simply to visit the night market, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. A little excursion was welcome. Otherwise, if he continued to be pressured by her incessant demands, he would surely lose his sanity in this place. Hey, Yu-kun, could you recount your story once more? The part about being pursued was truly exhilarating. Very well. With a resigned agreement, Higashi No met the wide-eyed gaze and outstretched hands of the other. It must be said that he possessed a certain flair for storytelling, perhaps owing to the practice he had undertaken with Itachi and the others. Even when recounting the same tale multiple times, the experience he imparted remained profoundly different each time. Soon enough, underused narration, Yun by Xiao seemed to be transported into that harrowing time of pursuit and escape. A look of fear crept onto her face, and she involuntarily flinched at the mention of danger. In the end, I succumbed to severe injuries and exhaustion, but fortunately, a support team led by Hinata Hayashi found me just in time to administer aid, ultimately transporting me back to the hospital, where I survived. Upon hearing the conclusion of the story, Yun by Xiao's expression flickered, and it took her a while to extricate herself from that thrilling world. Wiping the cold sweat that had inexplicably appeared on her forehead, she exclaimed, "That was close. Just a bit more, and I might never have seen you again, Yukun." "Indeed. It was just a hair's breadth," you replied, nodding calmly. Yun by Xiao chuckled, embodying the essence of a high-ranking princess of the Land of Fire while radiating an endearing simplicity. "Without you, I would surely be bored to tears. Have you considered pursuing activities you enjoy? Much like the esteemed daimyo does," you suggested, a mental image of a middle-aged man playing mahjong surfacing in his mind. Yun by Xiao furrowed her brow at this remark, deep in thought. "I adore traveling. I wish to explore the world, to witness the snow of the Iron Country, the deserts of the Wind Country, the plateaus of the Earth Country, the mountains of the Lightning Country, and the seas of the Water Country. Alas, I can only dream." You remained silent, lost in contemplation, his thoughts veiled. Yun by Xiao appeared to sense his introspection, tilting her head to observe Yu's serene countenance. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Does the caged bird yearn for flight or for freedom? The Festival of Lanterns approached swiftly, Yet it seemed as if the weather conspired against the occasion. Yu gazed up at the foreboding sky, a hesitant expression settling upon his features. From his experience, it appeared that a torrential downpour was imminent. Baishio, I have a feeling it may rain soon. Perhaps we should reconsider going out? No. You promised me, Yukuin, that you would take me to the Festival of Lanterns. What if it rains? So what? Yun Baishio pouted, visibly displeased. Casting a glance at the sky, she defiantly asserted, it always looks like this at night. Who says it will rain? You must be overthinking it. Very well, I shall heed your wishes, Yu replied, exuding a sense of resignation. In a bid to avert the possibility of rain, he prudently retrieved 2 black umbrellas from the room, ensuring they were prepared for whatever the evening might hold. As he gazed at the blushing and prepared Yuan Baishio, Dong Yu let out a sigh, lifting her into a princess carry, his figure darting like a specter through the darkness of the noble estate. In no time, he had brought Yuan Baishio to the exterior of the estate. Observing the brilliantly illuminated scene outside, a wave of joy washed over Yuan Baishio's face. It is worth noting that the noble estate is situated in the largest city of the Land of Fire, known as the Fire City, and the Lantern Festival is a traditional celebration within this very city. Dong Yu was unaware of the specific reasons for the festival, but he knew it occurred at night and was quite lively, reminiscent of the Lantern Festival he had experienced in his past life. Baishio, how do you intend to explore? Where's the night market? Dong Yu gently set Yuan Baishio down, yet she clung tightly to his sleeve, fearful that he might slip away at any moment. To be honest, I also do not know where the night market is, but I am already utterly content just wandering with you. Huh. I have no idea what is interesting around here. Hee, it doesn't matter. Let us just head towards the crowd. Yuan Baishio giggled, tugging Dong Yu towards the bustling areas. Due to safety concerns, she rarely ventured outside her own estate, let alone the noble estate, and in the vast Fire City. Hardly anyone recognized her as a princess, so there was no need for disguise. She could simply enjoy herself as she pleased. Esteemed guests, exquisite masks for sale. Lanterns for sale, 1,000 copper coins each, 1,500 for 2. Bracelets, necklaces, and jewelry on sale, a 20% discount for the Lantern Festival. Don't miss out. Listening to the cacophony of hawkers and gazing at the array of goods before him, Dong Yu felt his previously tense demeanor relax slightly. Yuan Baishio led him around, exploring this and that. Though she was not lacking in wealth, she would not squander her money frivolously. Bang! Yutengu! Yuan Baishio suddenly turned, pressing the mask she held against Dong Yu's face. The crimson background and fearsome visage, coupled with the elongated nose, depicted the Yutengu from the mythology of the Land of Fire, a creature said to ward off evil and protect homes. However, Yuan Baishio was more enamored with its appearance, finding it delightfully whimsical. Dong Yu smiled, about to speak when he noticed her remove the mask and place it directly over his face. Hee, it's a gift for you. A gift for me? Dong Yu took off the mask, a look of confusion crossing his face. Yuan Baishio tilted her head, exuding a quirky charm. Yes, it's a gift for you. Your tasks are perilous, so wear this. I hope the Yutengu will bless you with safety. But isn't it meant to ward off evil? How does that relate to safety? Oh, never mind that. Shopkeeper, I'll settle the bill. Yuan Baishio promptly retrieved a gold coin from her pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper, then eagerly turned to Dong Yu, saying, Wait, I've given you a gift, Rainkuin. Shouldn't you also present me with a gift? Is that permissible? What do you desire? I cannot afford anything too extravagant. Dong Yu observed the expression on the other's face, and his originally earnest manner of speaking took on a slightly frivolous tone. Yuan Baishio chuckled mischievously, and a shy blush gradually appeared on her cheeks. It won't be too expensive. Even if it is, I will pay for it. I want you, Jun, to give me a ring. A ring? Dong Yu replied with a hint of confusion. Yuan Baishio nodded, her cheeks flushed. Yes, a ring. It doesn't need to be an extravagant diamond piece. A simple one from this night market will suffice. That seemed feasible. Dong Yu pondered for a moment and, finding no objection, agreed. Upon hearing this, Yuan Baishio's face lit up with delight as she eagerly pulled Dong Yu towards a jewelry stall on the other side. Baishio, as a princess of the daimyo family, you must always be mindful of your demeanor. Maturity and composure are the traits befitting your status, rather than this impulsive and carefree behavior akin to that of commoners. If you cannot manage this, then it would be wise to refrain from drawing attention to yourself, lest you undermine the dignity of the daimyo family. Baishio, in this perilous world, you must prioritize your safety. If anything were to happen to you, it would not only affect the soldiers on the front lines, but also tarnish the prestige of our royal family. Do not bring shame upon yourself as your mother did. Baishio, your life is one that the vast majority of people in this world would envy. What more could you possibly desire? A life of luxury and carefree existence. Does that not suffice? Why pursue this so-called freedom, which holds little meaning? What value does it possess? Yuan Baishio had heard such admonitions countless times, with every individual emphasizing her responsibilities, her happiness, and what she ought to do. Yet, no one ever considered what she truly thought, what she yearned for, or who she really was. Born into the daimyo family, the coldness of her surroundings had never provided her with the warmth of home, especially after the passing of her beloved mother, leaving her feeling like an invisible presence within the family. Once upon a time, she ventured out frequently, but when she realized that no matter how far she roamed, she could never escape this cage, her desire to wander faded. If stepping outside merely meant transitioning from one prison to another, while constantly needing to present herself with care, adhering to strict dress codes, and being forbidden from forming friendships, what purpose did it serve? Though Yuan Baishio always appeared cheerful and carefree on the surface, internally, she was a soul tormented and on the brink of despair. Had her heart not been so riddled with wounds, teetering on the edge of collapse, how could she have become infatuated with someone she had never known before? Ultimately, her fascination was not with the other's appearance, physique, or even character. What captivated her was the other's diverse experiences, the endless possibilities that lay ahead, and the unrestrained freedom they embodied. She was enamored by what she had never witnessed, by what she had never possessed. With a gentle inquiry, Yuan Baishio awoke from her reverie. She lifted her gaze to behold the soft yet incisive features of Dong Yiyu, admiring the flickering lights behind him and the unadorned copper ring he held. Her previously somber expression was instantly replaced by a radiant smile. How beautiful! Hee, as long as it's from you, I adore it. Let this be my small gift to you. Boss, the bill please, and keep the change. Dong Yiyu, unfazed by Yuan Baishio's earlier distraction, retrieved a gold coin from his pocket and placed it before the merchant. The vendor's eyes sparkled with joy. This single coin equaled his earnings for the entire day. Who wouldn't he be elated? May you and your wife enjoy the Lantern Festival to the fullest. Take care. Thank you for your blessings, but I must clarify that we are not married. As a man, it's of little concern to me, but for a girl like her, maintaining her purity is of utmost importance. Such statements should not be made lightly. Dong Yiyu spoke earnestly, only to be interrupted by a gentle tug at his sleeve. Turning around, he found Yuan Baishio blushing profusely. For a moment, he was taken aback. The sight of her flushed cheeks amidst the enchanting lights stirred something within any man of sound mind. However, his composure quickly returned. Observing her demeanor, he hesitated before tentatively asking, "What is the matter, Baishio?" "Actually, I don't mind." Yuan Baishio's voice was barely audible, drowned out by the bustling crowd surrounding them. The merchant, noticing the exchange, surmised the situation with his seasoned intuition but chose to remain silent, eagerly watching the unfolding interaction between the two young people. Yet, the courage that had propelled Yuan Baishio to speak had been spent, and she dared not repeat her previous words. Instead, she pulled Dong Yiyu towards other stalls, striving to calm her fluttering heart and feigning annoyance. "Why did you give that vendor a gold coin? The ring, while lovely, is clearly not worth that much. I think it's fine as long as you're happy. Besides, that mask isn't worth a gold coin either, yet you bought it for me." Dong Yiyu replied nonchalantly, gesturing to the Tengu mask in his hand. His response was not a display of extravagance nor an attempt to save face. Rather, he simply had no copper coins or paper currency on him. His only means of currency was gold coins. The denomination of copper coins was too low to be of any use, and carrying too many would be burdensome. He typically only used them while in the village. As for paper money, it was unworthy of mention. During wartime, it circulated only within one's own country and became worthless abroad, making it utterly impractical for someone like him, who frequently undertook missions overseas. However, the reasons behind it remained unclear to Yuan Baishio. Upon hearing that the other party was doing this for her happiness, she couldn't help but smile, and then, with a sense of self-evidence, remarked, "Humph, if you don't say such things, I'll reimburse you when we return." Upon hearing this, Dong Yiyu's lips twitched slightly. Yuan Baishio nodded earnestly, asserting, "Of course, it has to be reimbursed. This is what I requested, so I shall be the one to pay. You only need to host, and I will take care of the bill." Dong Yiyu couldn't help but chuckle at her words, looking down at her small hand grasping his sleeve. Having served as her personal bodyguard for over a month, he had certainly noticed her unabashed admiration for him. Yet, throughout this time, she had never crossed any boundaries. Not only had there been no significant physical contact, but even a simple handshake had been absent. This was fundamentally why he had consented to her seemingly unreasonable requests. The girl was not as reckless as Dong Yiyu had imagined, perhaps a bit impulsive and swayed by her emotions. Yet she had never overstepped the invisible line she had drawn for herself, as if she had confined herself within a circle, placing no pressure on him whatsoever. Of course, to assert she was entirely clear-headed and wise would be incorrect. Dong Yiyu could distinctly sense the turbulent emotions simmering beneath her rational facade. If one were to describe her state, it would be as if Yuan Baisho found herself in a chasm between the two extremes, neither sinking into the mire of desire nor ascending the pinnacle of reason. She was indeed an intriguing individual. This time, Dong Yiyu laughed genuinely, withdrawing his sleeve from Yuan Baisho's flustered gaze, and then, extending his hand towards her incredulous eyes, suggested, "Let us hold hands and walk like children." "All right." Yuan Baisho's face lit up with joy as she nodded vigorously, and thus, hand in hand, they dashed through the brightly lit streets. She was uncertain of what she wanted to buy or what she wished to do. All she knew was that she wanted to hold his hand, to run wildly without a care for any consequences, and to instinctively relish this fleeting moment. On this illuminated night, amidst the vibrant festivities, in this unforgettable evening, she experienced the tangible manifestation of freedom for the first time, truly grasping the essence of liberation and discovering her own autonomy. Time slipped away, and eventually, her frail physique forced her to halt, breathless yet unable to suppress her radiant smile. "Are you all right? I told you not to rush." Dong Yiyu gently patted her back, observing her expression with a blend of helplessness and affection. Yuan Baisho felt the softness of his touch, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of crimson, whether from exertion or shyness. She chuckled, maintaining a smile as brilliant as the rising sun. "It's fine. It's not often we get to enjoy ourselves, so we must make the most of it." "Make the most of it, huh?" Dong Yiyu chuckled, reaching out towards Yuan Baisho's face. The latter was momentarily taken aback, still processing the situation when the other gently brushed aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her face due to perspiration. Observing the earnest expression of her companion, Yuan Baisho felt a fleeting moment of realization that she had truly fallen for the other. It was no longer rooted in any form of dependency, freedom, future, or fantasy. It was simply a profound and uncomplicated affection for the other. After tidying up Yuan Baisho's hair, Dong Yiyu noticed her dazed expression and surveyed their surroundings before taking the initiative to lead her toward the lantern selling area. "Come, let us release some lanterns." "Huh? You want to take me to release lanterns?" "Indeed, without releasing lanterns during the Lantern Festival, what would it even be called? We might as well call it a festival of confusion." "Oh." As she watched the other take her hand with such enthusiasm, Yuan Baisho found herself momentarily lost in thought, then lifted her gaze to the once slender but now strikingly tall figure of her companion. What was this feeling? She could not articulate it, but she understood that, at least in the course of her life thus far, this night was the most resplendent she had ever experienced. Holding the lantern that radiated an orange-yellow glow, ascending into the night breeze, Yuan Baisho felt as though she herself had transformed into a lantern, drifting away from the city, the estate, and the courtyard, soaring freely through the heavens until the last flicker of oil was extinguished. Tap, tap, tap. Barely after they had released the lanterns, a light drizzle began to fall from the dark clouds, incessantly dripping down in the chilly night air of the Fire City. Dong Yiyu was the first to sense the change and quickly pulled out 2 oiled paper umbrellas he had on hand. He extended one to Yuan Baisho, but she did not accept it. "It's raining. We should pack up. What dreadful weather. Sai, let us go." It appeared that a heavy downpour was imminent, and he urged, "You should leave as well." Listening to the cacophony of the surrounding crowd, Dong Yiyu frowned as he gazed at Yuan Baisho, who was smiling foolishly against the wind and rain. He spoke somewhat sternly, "Take the umbrella. With your constitution, if you continue to get soaked, you will catch a cold." Yuan Baisho remained silent, merely continuing to smile at him. Dong Yiyu, unable to bear the thought of her health, reluctantly opened an umbrella for himself and stood beside her, shielding her from the elements. Meanwhile, the tourists had mostly departed, leaving only a few stall owners hurriedly closing up shop, and even the original lights had been extinguished. As the illumination continued to wane, darkness enveloped not only the eyes of the people, but also shrouded their hearts. Seeing Yuan Baixio still smiling at him, Dong Yu furrowed his brow and said irritably, "Why won't you take the umbrella? Must you share one with me?" Noticing that he seemed genuinely upset, Yuan Baixio dared not remain cryptic any longer. She clasped her hands behind her back, her face adorned with a naive and carefree expression, and explained, "No, Yukon, don't you think the weather is lovely? Lovely? Everyone else has left, and you still think the weather is lovely. What has gotten into you? Quickly, let us return to Daming Mansion." Still appearing somewhat irritated, Dong Yu's words were rather brusque. Yet, Yuan Baixio remained unfazed, chuckling softly as she stepped beyond the shelter of the umbrella. Dong Yuhin was taken aback, reaching out instinctively to grasp her, but upon witnessing her expression, hesitated mid-motion. There was no mistaking it. Her demeanor was not one of madness, but of sheer enjoyment. She genuinely relished the weather. "Yuhin, do you not find this weather delightful? Do you not feel the freedom in this moment?" Her voice crescendoed as the tempest intensified, transforming the gentle patter of rain into a roaring deluge. At that moment, the riverbank near the bridge was left with only Dong Yuhin and Yuan Baixio. Observing her clothes rapidly succumbing to the downpour, he realized he could no longer restrain her. After a brief silence, he released the oiled paper umbrella, allowing the protector that shielded him from the storm to be whisked away by the gusts. Seeing this, Yuan Baixio understood he grasped her intent, and she laughed heartily, spreading her arms wide, allowing her fragile form to sway like a butterfly in the tempestuous night. "Yuhin, I have envisioned this moment for so long, and now it has finally arrived. Only in this instant can I cast aside all worries, all burdens, and truly embrace this world of freedom. With your constitution, you will catch a chill." Though he knew he could not persuade her otherwise, Dong Yuhin, watching her figure sway perilously close to the wind, was filled with concern as he trudged toward her against the storm. Simultaneously, amidst the chaos and wild abandon, an inexplicable thrill stirred within him. Yuan Baixio struggled to wipe the rain from her eyes, widening her gaze to behold Dong Yuhin standing before her. And for the first time, she took the initiative to embrace him. She held him tightly, swiftly, and resolutely, as if driven purely by instinct. In that fleeting embrace, two souls, so different yet equally yearning for freedom, seemed to transcend the barriers of their bodies and entwine in a mutual embrace. She felt his excitement, his hesitation, his longing, while he sensed her joy, her delight, her exhilaration. Why ponder so much? Why harbor such concerns? At least in this moment, we are free, are we not? The girl's voice, though soft, rang clear like a key, unlocking the deepest, most suppressed desires hidden within Dong Yuhin's heart, the desire for freedom. With a delicate chime, a forehead protector adorned with the symbol of the hidden leaf fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound before being swept away by the furious winds. The instigator of this upheaval, Yuan Baixio, now gazed intently at the dragon mark upon Dong Yuhin's forehead, her silence profound. After a moment, as if realizing something, she rose on her toes and leaned in to kiss his lips. In that tempestuous night, in the boundless darkness, in the absence of witnesses, their moment unfolded. The young girl comprehended the boy's unspoken past, while he grasped her yearning for the future. With his head bowed, the boy clumsily responded to her kiss. Their bodies and souls entwined, enduring the howling winds together, braving the torrential rain, and reciprocating each other's longing for freedom. At least in that moment, they felt unburdened. At least in that moment, they were courageous. At least in that moment, they were free. However, reality is often harsh. After sharing that defining kiss and relishing the fleeting taste of freedom, Dong Yu carried Yuan Baixio back to the Da Ming residence. Though that instant was indeed liberating, exhilarating, and delightful, he could not permit Yuan Baixio, like a wild steed unbridled, to lose herself amidst the tempest. For him, it posed no concern. With his physical prowess, he could endure the storm for 3 days and nights without issue. But Yuan Baixio was different. As a delicate woman who rarely ventured beyond her home, even a short distance would leave her breathless. Ahem. Upon returning with a bowl of freshly brewed ginger soup, Dong Yu heard her feeble cough and promptly said, "Come, drink some ginger soup. Though you've just had a hot bath, your body is still somewhat weak. The recent chill must have invaded your system. Drinking more ginger soup will help ward it off." Cough, cough. If only I could become a ninja. Then I wouldn't be so feeble, Yuan Baishio said weakly, struggling to rise from the bed. Her complexion was pale, her nose reddened, and with her long, lustrous black hair, coupled with the faint fragrance in the room, she radiated a hauntingly beautiful aura. Dong Yiyu, unsure of what to say, scooped a spoonful of ginger soup, blew gently to cool it, and after confirming it was not too hot, offered the spoon to her lips. Yuan Baishio gently sipped the soup, yet her gaze remained fixed intently on Dong Yiyu. He was momentarily taken aback by her peculiar stare, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and asked, "Why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face?" "No," Slurp Yuan Baishio replied nonchalantly, her face suddenly breaking into an odd smile as she extended her warm, delicate tongue to lick the spoon, producing curious sounds. Witnessing this, Dong Yiyu felt an irresistible itch within. Regardless of past lives or present, regardless of any deep-seated grudges or cunning strategies, he remained, after all, a youthful novice. Especially at the tender age of 17, both his body and mind were in a state of heightened restlessness around the opposite sex, making it difficult to bear such sights. Moreover, it was crucial to note that only moments prior had he shared a kiss with her, a kiss that had nearly left Yuan Baishio breathless. And the memory still stirred tumult within him. Just drink without making those strange gestures. Oh, so can I make weird sounds instead? As Dong Yiyu deliberately evaded her gaze, the smile on Yuan Baishio's face gradually grew bolder. The stormy night seemed to have liberated some restraint within her, allowing her to shed her shyness. In contrast, Dong Yiyu appeared somewhat constrained. He took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, striving to regain his composure. He scooped up another spoonful of ginger soup, gently blew on it a few times, and offered it to Yuan Baishio, stating earnestly, "That is unacceptable. Nothing peculiar is permissible. If you continue like this, you'll have to drink it yourself. Come on." I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. I'll drink it normally. While her words suggested otherwise, the playful grin on Yuan Baishio's face betrayed her intentions, as she occasionally engaged in small antics to deliberately tease Dong Yiyu. The latter endured her antics with inner turmoil until he finally breathed a sigh of relief after finishing the bowl of ginger soup. Observing Yuan Baishio's visibly improved complexion, a faint smile appeared on Dong Yiyu's face. Realizing it was getting late, he began to tidy up, preparing to return to his slumber when a soft, alluring voice reached his ears. "Yujun, are you truly leaving just like this?" He turned around to see Yuan Baishio reclining on the floor, her shoulders partially exposed, an expression of infatuation gracing her features. "Yes, I am certain," Dong Yiyu replied, casting a fleeting glance before turning away. After her hot bath, it was uncertain whether it was intentional or not, but she donned a loose, light-colored bathrobe that was not only oversized but also thin, making it all too easy for him to indulge in thoughts that were far from innocent. "Will you not stay with me for this night?" "I cannot," Dong Yiyu asserted resolutely, feeling as if he were on the brink of losing control. Just as he turned to leave, a pair of delicate hands encircled his waist. Almost immediately, he felt something being grasped, causing his body to tense involuntarily. "Yujun, do not be deceived by my appearance. In reality, I am a year older than you. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Let us embark on something far more audacious. Lord Yagura, the young lady from the Terumi family wishes to see you." "Allow her to enter," Yagura replied. Engrossed in the official documents before him, he involuntarily trembled at the mention of the Terumi lady, a wave of guilt washing over him. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to meet her. The successful mission to the Land of Fire not only cleared some stains from his pursuit, but also elevated him to the second most prominent figure in the Mist Village, second only to the Mizukichi. Over the following 6 months, Yagura's reputation soared, not just within the village but across the entire nation. The Mizukichi was quite pleased with this development and appointed Yagura as his assistant, allowing him to co-manage the affairs of the Mist Village, thereby becoming its second in command. Given Yagura's age and his significant position, it was evident to discerning eyes that he was being groomed as the future fourth Mizukichi. Aware of the Mizukichi's high expectations, Yagura made the office his home, dedicating himself to his duties, and apart from necessary field investigations, he spent nearly the entire day immersed in his work. This resulted in him having very little personal time. He had hardly returned home, and naturally, he had no time to concern himself with the situation regarding Terumi Mei. Reflecting on the past, he had even intended to play matchmaker between Higashi Yuki and Terumi Mei. But now it seemed he had unwittingly pushed the other into a fiery abyss. Forget it. Let's meet first and discuss later. Yagura shook his head, casting aside the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Creaking, the wooden door of the office swung open, revealing Terumi May in formal attire before Yagura. Compared to 6 months ago, she appeared more mature, shedding some of her youthful innocence, and her eyes bore an unexpected chill. Yagura-sama, her voice was devoid of warmth, as if she were executing a command. Yagura, upon witnessing this, recalled the state he had seen her in when she was with Higashi, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He gently inquired, "May, what brings you here?" "I wish to grow stronger," Terumi May stated succinctly, her voice soft yet unmistakably resolute. Yagura instinctively furrowed his brow, but observing her current demeanor, he cleared his throat and gently advised, "May, possessing such strength at your age already places you above your peers. It would not be an exaggeration to call you the foremost prodigy of our mist village. There's no need to push yourself excessively. If I am a genius, then what does that make Higashi? Terumi May opted not to use the honorific, but instead referred to him by his given name. Since Yagura's return from the land of fire, he had seldom heard that name, and though his resentment had not diminished in the slightest, he understood that in the grand scheme, some things could be sacrificed. "Forget about him. He is a monster," she said, her voice tinged with bitterness. "Why not live a normal life? Must one be ensnared in the depths of hatred? You are destined to be the future Mizukichi. It is easy for you to speak of letting go. I do not possess such a broad heart. I am but an ordinary person, and I desire nothing more than to slay him." Terumi May's blunt declaration left Yagura momentarily speechless. He gazed at her unchanging expression, falling into silence. After a long pause, he sighed with resignation and asked, "How do you wish to grow stronger?" "Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu. Anything that can make me stronger," she replied. "Regarding Taijutsu, females are inherently at a disadvantage compared to males in this realm. You should stick to your regular training without expending excessive energy on it. As for Jinjutsu, although it is suitable for women, our mist village lacks renowned experts in that field to provide guidance. However, for ninjutsu, there is hope. If I recall correctly, you possess the chakra natures of fire, lightning, earth, and water, am I right?" "Yes, I possess them and can wield them proficiently." As the fifth Mizukichi in the original narrative, Terumi May's innate talent is indeed commendable. At such a young age, she has mastered 4 chakra natures, excluding wind. Yagura rubbed his brow and remarked, "Within the village, there exists a fusion of the 2 bloodline limits, melt-release and boil-release. The 4 chakra natures you excel in are perfectly suited for this. I shall retrieve them for you shortly. As for other teachings, there is little I can impart. The art of water mirrors is one, and the application of water release is another. Beyond that, you must rely on your own efforts." "Thank you, Lord Yagura. Do not mention it. Ultimately, your current predicament bears part of my responsibility. I merely wish for you to emerge swiftly from this darkness and not remain entrenched in the shadow of that scoundrel. Though it pains me to admit, the reality is that I cannot defeat him one-on-one. I might even fall victim to his counterattack. One cannot comprehend him through the lens of ordinary reasoning." Yagura spoke with a tone of grave understanding, having faced Donyeyu in direct confrontation. He was acutely aware of the adversary's formidable strength, which, considering his age, would only grow increasingly fearsome. Were it not for the animosity he harbored against Donyeyu, Yagura himself would not contemplate engaging in battle. The opponent's prowess was too formidable, and his instinct in combat was remarkably terrifying. To eliminate such an individual, one could only rely on numerical superiority. Otherwise, no matter how powerful an individual might be, they could easily fall victim to a lethal counterstrike at the last moment. Upon hearing these words, Terumi May turned away, gestured dismissively, and strode purposefully out the door. "If I cannot kill him, I shall perish at his hands." Her resolute declaration held no trace of hesitation. Yagura furrowed his brow, feeling powerless, ultimately lamenting his failure to uncover Donyeyu's spy identity in a timely manner. Had he recognized the true nature of his opponent from the outset, matters would not have spiraled to such a dire state. In the end, it was his own shortcoming. With a heart heavy with regret and self-reproach, Yagura transformed these feelings into motivation, dedicating himself to revising official documents and contributing to the village of Kirigakure. The past was immutable, and he could only strive to steer the future toward a brighter path. In the dead of night, after dining, Terumi May returned to her austere chamber. Her room was stark, furnished only with essential items, save for a shuriken resting on the nightstand. She cast a glance at the dozens of characters etched into the wall and picked up the dagger to carve a line across them. Another day had passed. She would see him again. She was certain of it. When that time came, whether she ended his life or he ended hers, it would be a clean conclusion to this tangled fate. Dongye, what are you up to now? The sorrow and resolve of one person rarely resonate with another. Just as Terumi Mei was immersed in her melancholic determination, Dongye was engaged in a fervent truce with Yuanbai, caught up in a whirlwind of activity. Since they had first tasted forbidden fruit several months ago, their desires had poured forth like a torrent, uncontrollable and relentless. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining his physical condition, Dongye would have reveled in nightly festivities with his companion. However, even so, their weekly rendezvous was the bare minimum. Even Tamamoname began to feel a twinge of envy, having not savored such pleasures for quite some time. Naturally, Dongye maintained a stance of refusal toward her, the reason being simple. He held no interest in interspecies relations. The scene shifts back to the present, as the soft exclamations of a man and a woman intertwine, signaling the conclusion of a fierce battle that has raged for several hours. Yuan Baishio, drenched in fragrant sweat, lies atop Dong Yiyu, her delicate fingers tracing circles upon his chest, her face occasionally betraying a hint of hesitation. Dong Yiyu, observant of her demeanor, inquires, "Is there something troubling you?" "Nothing. I simply find it hard to part with you." "Must you truly leave tomorrow, Yujun?" The expression on Yuan Baishio's face is one of palpable reluctance. Dong Yiyu does not respond immediately. Instead, he gently brushes her nose with his fingers, contemplating for a moment before affirming, "Yes, I must return. Some matters, after all, must be resolved." "Is there no way I can assist you?" Yuan Baishio's spirit remains unyielding. Dong Yiyu instinctively places his fingers upon the dragon insignia on his forehead and then chuckles softly. "You cannot aid me. Moreover, the closer you draw to me, the more it endangers us both." "Very well," Yuan Baishio concedes, her resolve waning but accepting his words. Observing her demeanor, Dong Yiyu falls silent for a moment before softly asking, "Do you regret it? Following a man like me, who lives on the edge of life and death. A man who cannot even offer you a name. Why would I regret? You have bestowed upon me the hope of a future, revealing the world beyond. You are my man, now and forever." At this juncture, Yuan Baishio hesitates, her face shadowed by a veil of sorrow, yet she steels herself and continues. "As for the lack of a name, it does indeed sadden me, but I believe it is merely temporary. It shall come in due course. Besides, even without it, my love for you remains unchanged." "We will grant you a name," Dong Yiyu replies pensively. Yuan Baishio nods, and before long, she nestles into the crook of Dong Yiyu's arm, surrendering to slumber. Her physical endurance pales in comparison to his. Merely satisfying his desires has already taxed her greatly, leaving her no strength to continue. As Yuan Baishio drifts into sleep, Dong Yiyu's gaze wanders to the ceiling. The land of fire, the identity of a princess? Kushina must be nearing her time to give birth. The duty of safeguarding her during childbirth should not fall upon me. I shall request an extended leave upon my return. My understanding of the Tuyin sealing technique is nearly complete, awaiting just one opportunity. I hope everything unfolds as desired. Given the circumstances surrounding the seal, I will remain by your side and prepare in advance." Minato gently pats his wife's back, offering soft reassurances. At this moment, Kushina, in her 10th month of pregnancy, bears a belly as round as if a basketball were concealed beneath her clothing. Observing her apparent confusion and anxiety, Sarutobi Bawako explains, "The former Ninetales Jinchūriki, Lady Mido, nearly had her seal undone during childbirth. To avert any such risk, it is best for you to give birth within the village's barrier." Minato reassures, "My wife, Bawako, and some members of the Umbu will be responsible for your protection. Rest assured, their loyalty is unwavering." Sitting beside Lake Biwa, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, tapping his smoking pipe, causing a few ashes to fall to the ground. According to the original narrative, he should have already retired, allowing the 4th Hokage to assume office. However, due to the interference of Higashi No Ame, the Third Shinobi World War concluded prematurely, leaving the current situation ambiguous. Both Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru wield substantial influence within the village. One is a bright and promising newcomer, while the other has only recently achieved great merit, making it difficult for Hiruzen to promptly select a successor for the Hokage position. Thus he found himself in a state of indecision. Upon hearing this, Minato pondered for a moment before asking, "Lord Hokage, Has that Higashi Ame joined the guard? Hiruzen, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what concerns you? He recalled that there should be little connection between Minato and Higashi Ame. Minato cast a glance at Kushina, scratching the back of his head in slight embarrassment, and said, actually, my wife isn't particularly fond of that individual. If he were to be included in the guard, I fear it might adversely affect her during childbirth. Oh, I see, Hiruzen responded. Rest assured, while Ame is indeed a commendable young man, he ultimately hails from the root, and thus is unsuitable for involvement in such matters. Moreover, since his return, his health has been poor, resulting in fewer missions assigned to him. I have no intentions of having him in the guard. Upon receiving this reassurance, Kushina couldn't help but exhale in relief. To her, Higashi Ame represented an inexplicable pressure that lingered in her heart. While not overwhelmingly intense, it undoubtedly stirred feelings of unease within her. Hiruzen glanced at the clock, confirming that time was of the essence, and decisively stated, prepare yourselves to depart swiftly. I will guide you to the specific location. Yes, thank you both. Kushina and Minato replied in unison, and shortly thereafter, they dispersed. Hiruzen took Minato ahead to familiarize him with the terrain, while Lake Biwa accompanied Kushina toward their destination. Everything was proceeding smoothly, with everyone diligently carrying out their tasks. However, everything changed when Kushina spotted a beautiful woman on the street, cradling a baby in her arms. The happiness of encountering an acquaintance combined with her anxiety about childbirth compelled her to greet, Mikoto, you've had a baby too. Kushina. Mikoto, who had merely stepped out for a stroll, turned upon hearing the familiar voice and instantly smiled upon seeing the heavily pregnant Kushina approaching. Not one to hold back. Kushina curiously inquired while gazing at the sleeping infant in Mikoto's arms. Oh, is it a girl? No, it's a boy, Mikoto replied. Have you chosen a name? Yes. We named him Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, Mikoto said, lowering her head with a face full of affection as she looked at the baby. Intrigued by the name he initially intended to dismiss, Lake Biwa interjected, named after Hiruzen's father. Indeed, I hope he can become a remarkable and powerful ninja. Just like the esteemed Sarutobi Sasuke, Mikoto affirmed. As Mikoto glanced at Kushina's prominent belly, she gently reminded her, Kushina, your time is drawing near. Do ensure you have chosen a name for the child. It's already settled. I shall name him Naruto. At this age, he should be classmates with Sasuke. I hope they become good friends, Kushina replied with a smile. However, a sudden thought seemed to cross her mind, and she leaned closer to Mikoto, quietly inquiring. By the way, will the childbirth be painful? To Mikoto's surprise, she noted Kushina's unexpected fears, just as she intended to offer some words of wisdom from her own experience. Pihiko took Kushina by the arm and urged her on. Come on, we mustn't linger, Kushina. Yes, Kushina responded, finally realizing the urgency. And she waved a hand back at Mikoto in farewell. Understanding, Mikoto nodded with a smile, saying, see you later. Hearing this, Kushina smiled in return. Yet, Pihiko suddenly adopted a serious tone, stating, your childbirth is a confidential matter. Even if you encounter acquaintances en route, do your best to avoid them. Yes, my apologies. Kushina replied, turning around to scratch her head, feeling quite embarrassed. Noticing the lingering distraction in Kushina's demeanor, Pihiko reiterated, moreover, your departure from the village is also a secret. Even if you begin to feel contractions, you must endure. Understood. Before Pihiko, a woman in her 50s or 60s, even the usually headstrong Kushina could only behave like a child who had misstepped. Yet, amidst her embarrassment, a sense of dread began to swell within her heart. It was not an overwhelming sensation, but rather one that instilled a quiet fear, making her hair stand on end, as if some monstrous presence were watching her from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned around, only to find the street deserted. What was it that seemed to watch her so silently? What's wrong? Nothing at all. Pihiko-senpai, let us hurry along. Oh, that's good to hear. Shortly after Pihiko and Kushina departed, a mysterious figure clad in a fur coat appeared seemingly out of thin air on the once empty street. Indeed, she had materialized without having walked from anywhere, as though she had always been there. Watching the direction in which the two had left, a smirk crept upon her lips as she murmured with intrigue. That nine-tail still fears me. How amusing. But I suppose it's only natural. Who would have a favorable view of an entity that once devoured it? Well then, now that my position is confirmed, it's time to inform my dear little treasure. Sigh. It infuriates me to think I was careless and had my home invaded. Does that fellow fancy the princess routine? Perhaps I should give it a try next time. At that moment, Kushina remained blissfully unaware that she was on the brink of experiencing the most excruciating moment of her life. All right, let us conclude for today. Is that all? Brother Yu, I hear you've been having some health issues lately. As he gazed at the concerned faces of the young boys and girls before him, Dongye Yu's pale complexion flushed slightly. And he smiled, saying, just a minor ailment. I shall recover swiftly. You must take good care of yourself. I will. Dongye Yu smiled faintly, seated on a bench, observing the gradually receding figures of the youth. Within his once weary and strained gaze, an enigmatic glimmer flickered to life. At that moment, a woman clad in a fur coat appeared behind him with deliberate slowness. Dongye Yu, seemingly aware of her presence, calmly inquired without turning around, have you caught up? Naturally. The white-haired woman replied, her arms encircling Dongye Yu's shoulders, lazily resting her chin upon his back. He furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to elaborate, his body trembling imperceptibly. Noticing this, the woman teased with a smile, what's the matter? Does my embrace excite you so? No. I am merely exhilarated for the imminent future, for freedom, Dongye Yu proclaimed, rising to stride into the darkness. At that moment, his pale complexion swiftly blossomed with color. His once dull eyes now gleaming with fervor, and his slender form emanated an unparalleled aura. The moment had arrived. The long-awaited time was finally upon him. He would assume the role of Uchiha Obito in the original narrative, delivering a decisive blow to the Hidden Leaf Village. Although he bore no grievances against the Minato couple, matters concerning his life and freedom were not easily dismissed by mere words of innocence. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon those who obstructed his path. Ah, it hurts. A piercing scream echoed within a tranquil cave outside the Hidden Leaf Village. Observing Kushina's anguished expression, drenched in sweat, Minato, unaccustomed to such a scene, felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow, his gaze betraying a hint of panic. At that moment, Kushina screamed once more, the anguish in her tone more pronounced than before. Hearing her cry, even Minato's steady hands, which held the seal of the Nine Tails, trembled involuntarily. He turned his head, worry etched across his face as he glanced at Sarutobi Biwako and her assistant, Dazai, who were assisting in the delivery. Biwako-senpai, this is the first time I've seen Kushina like this. Is she truly all right? Do not fret. Just focus on maintaining the Nine-Tails seal. The rest is not your concern, Biwako responded coolly. As the current Hokage, Hiruzen was required to remain steadfast within the village. With her extensive age and experience, she naturally bore the entire burden, making the correct choices for the others. Though Minato understood the validity of her words, he could not quell his anxiety as he gazed upon his wife's agonized expression. But Kushina, fear not, the illustrious yellow flash. This pain may be unbearable for a man, yet it is still tolerable for a woman. With Biwako's declaration, Minato found himself at a loss for words, focusing instead on stabilizing the Nine-Tails seal. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails, imprisoned within Kushina for years, seemed to sense that this was its opportune moment to break free. Seizing the chance while its captor was distracted, it began to furiously assault the seal. The clattering of chains reverberated through the cave, reminiscent of a colossal beast striving to escape the shackles that bound it. The terrifying spectacle left the assistant from Lake Biwa, Dazai, pale and trembling. Watergate, acutely aware of the dire situation, suppressed his concerns for Kushina, gritting his teeth and recalling the sealing techniques she had taught him. He placed his hands on the opponent's abdomen, channeling his chakra to firmly establish the seal. Yet, even as he concentrated the vast majority of his chakra into his hands, he could sense the formidable power threatening to erupt at any moment. Is this the strength of the Nine-Tails? Watergate marveled inwardly, his heart aching as he observed the cold sweat on Kushina's face. He shouted encouragingly, hang in there, Kushina. You can do it, Naruto. Ugh. Kushina responded with great difficulty, but her cries of agony soon followed. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and wearing a Tengu mask appeared silently at the entrance. The cold moonlight and his eerie attire, coupled with the lifeless bodies of several Konoha Umbus sprawled on the ground behind him, made him seem less like a human and more like a vengeful spirit. The mysterious figure gazed down at the darkened bodies in his hands and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. What a pity, Elder Jai. I had rather enjoyed our conversations. He paused for a moment, then slowly lifted his gaze to the cave's entrance, his eyes gleaming with ambition. You can only blame your misfortune for being assigned here as a guard. At this hour, you should still be drowning your sorrows in a tavern. With that, he discarded the body like refuse and strode toward the cave entrance. His footsteps made no sound, and his presence was undetectable, even if he walked right behind you. You would find it hard to sense him. As he ventured deeper, the chaotic sounds within the cave became clearer to his ears. Come on, Kushina. Just a bit more effort. You're almost there. Naruto, hurry up. Ninetales, behave yourself. Watergate shouted excitedly with his eyes closed, oblivious to the shadow slowly materializing behind him. A scarlet flash of a blade shot toward his back. With a sickening thud, blood burst forth, accompanied by a massive blue chakra sphere, the size of a basketball, hurtling toward the mysterious figure. In that critical moment, Watergate's battlefield instincts, honed from countless brushes with death, saved him. Without pausing to ponder the presence of an enemy or their identity, he instinctively shifted his body mere centimeters. And it was this slight movement that allowed him to evade death. Such terrifying reflexes. Was this the legendary yellow flash destined to become the fourth Hokage? The enigmatic figure murmured to himself as he withdrew the blade that had pierced Minato's body, leaning back to evade the oncoming surge of chakra. At that moment, a sudden wail of an infant pierced the air. Naruto had been born. Minato staggered back 2 steps, instinctively pressing his left hand against the wound on his chest that continued to bleed profusely. His face, pale as death, bore an unmistakable expression of joy, albeit overshadowed by deep concern. Given that the enemy had managed to breach this sanctuary, it was evident that the ambush unit stationed outside had been utterly decimated. Coupled with the terrifying concealed chakra abilities displayed earlier, the masked assailant, draped in a black cloak and donning a Tengu mask, an entity neither human nor ghost, was undeniably a formidable adversary. Seizing the opportunity, while Minato was lost in thought and Kushina, exhausted from childbirth, remained preoccupied with the newborn, the mysterious figure pivoted and swiftly executed a lethal strike. In a fleeting second, both the head of the formidable Sannin and her aide, Dato, were severed from their bodies. Just like that, the wife of the third Hokage, an experienced veteran, was sent to the realm of the dead. Cradling the headless corpse of Dato while holding the infant, the enigmatic figure turned his blade menacingly toward Minato, warning him that should he advance further, more than 2 heads would adorn the ground. Kushina, Dato, what have you done? Minato's pale visage was now engulfed in a palpable aura of murderous intent as he gazed upon the severed heads on the ground. The mysterious figure, seemingly oblivious to the burgeoning hostility, chuckled lightly. What have I done? What you see before you is precisely my handiwork. Do you wish for your son to share the same fate as they? His voice was hoarse and laden with age, yet Minato could not place its origin. However, one thing was certain. This individual was intricately linked to Konoha, for how else could he have known that Kushina would give birth tonight, in this very cave? What do you want? Minato, suppressing his fury, spoke coldly, attempting to buy time in hopes of extracting useful information. Yet he overlooked a critical fact. The seal on the Ninetales had not yet stabilized. He had neither the time nor the resources to delay. Oh! Kushina's anguished scream echoed once more, her form appearing as if she had been pulled from the depths of the water, drenched and utterly desolate. Suddenly, her abdomen, flattened from childbirth, began to swell as if something within sought to break free from the sealing technique inscribed upon it. This exclamation sent Minato's mind into chaos. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed the mysterious figure forcefully hurling his newly born son, Naruto, against the stone wall. Without a moment's hesitation, driven by instinct, Minato lunged toward Naruto, a decision that would forever haunt him. Abandoned by Minato's protection, Kushina was now akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. The enigmatic figure wasted no time, swiftly performing hand seals before delivering a crushing blow to her abdomen. Released the tail beast seal. In an instant, Kushina lost consciousness, and within her, the Ninetales, striving to break free from its seal, seemed to have received a surge of power. The chains that bound it began to snap one by one, its strength swelling rapidly. This is power. This is freedom. A deep, resonant roar of the beast echoed throughout the cavern. Meanwhile, Minato, having received Naruto's signal, realized that the white cloth enveloping him was covered in explosive tags. Flying Thunder God technique. A glance at the suddenly vanished Minato and Naruto made the mysterious figure aware that they had employed their signature skill, rendering him temporarily powerless against them. He then redirected his focus to Kushina, who had lost her senses and was rolling her eyes back. Were it not for that troublesome Tamamo, this unsealing technique would indeed be quite the hassle, requiring specific conditions. The mysterious figure muttered under his breath. Watching the monstrous form emerging from Kushina's abdomen with a face devoid of fear, filled only with boundless excitement and desire. Beneath his mask, his lips curled into a slow smile as he beheld the giant beast rapidly expanding the cavern before him. Raising his hands to the heavens, he ecstatically shouted, "Come forth, Nine Tails, my new power, my freedom, my future." Casting a glance at the nearly lifeless Kushina, the mysterious figure concentrated on the colossal beast, the Nine Tails, which had broken free from its prison. It was nearly time. The two-in sealing technique could now be employed. He murmured to himself, preparing to form the necessary seals when suddenly, a gleaming iron chain erupted from the ground, slicing through his mask. Under the radiant moonlight, a handsome face, filled with astonishment, was revealed. "It was you, Higashi. Kushina exclaimed in surprise, followed by an outburst of anger. Indeed, the mysterious figure was Higashi. Upon hearing her furious reprimand, he felt a jolt of realization, swiftly recovering from his shock as he spun his blood essence and hurled it towards Kushina, who was leaning against the wall. Thud! The last golden chain had already left Kushina completely exhausted, rendering her incapable of evading the attack, and the blood essence pierced her abdomen, pinning her firmly against the stone wall. Ugh! Cough! Kushina, her face pale, spat blood as she struggled. Although she had long suspected that the mysterious figure was someone from within the village, the reality of the situation filled her with both anger and disbelief. She could not comprehend why he, a fellow villager and a revered senior in the eyes of the children, would turn against her, a mere acquaintance. Was it merely to free the Nine Tails? What benefit could that possibly hold for him? Higashi had no intention of explaining, using the body flicker technique to appear before Kushina. Just as he tightened his grip on the hilt, preparing to end her life, Minato, having activated the Flying Thunder God technique placed on Kushina, arrived just in time. Yu's heart sank as he realized the precariousness of the situation and quickly swung his sword, but he struck nothing but air, facing the empty space before him. His expression darkened. Yua. The towering nine-tailed fox let out a piercing howl, casting a glance at Donyeyu below, who seemed as insignificant as an ant. It raised its claw and lunged forward. "Silence, beast," Donyeyu uttered coldly, simultaneously conjuring two intertwining black and white lines that encircled the fox in midair, binding it instantly. "What is this? The two-in sealing technique? Isn't that the technique used to seal that white fox? How could it be in this brat's hands?" The nine-tailed fox, still stunned, found itself firmly ensnared by the two-in sealing technique. "You shall serve as nourishment for my strength," it roared in response, struggling against the seals that bound it. It had only just escaped from Kushina's body and had barely inhaled fresh air. How could it possibly be sealed once more? Feeling the immense force radiating from the sealing technique, Donyeyu furrowed his brow. The creature's power was overwhelmingly formidable. Even with the enhancement of the two-in sealing technique, it was a challenge to maintain control. Just as the stalemate continued, a finger quietly touched the tip of the nine-tailed fox's nose. This creature, how did it escape? Was it not sealed beneath the earth of the land of whirlpools? A wave of unprecedented terror surged within the nine-tailed fox, the innate sense of its natural enemy causing its struggle against the sealing technique to falter. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Donyeyu intensified the two-in sealing technique, causing the black and white lines to constrict rapidly, shrinking the towering nine-tailed fox to the size of a basketball. Wasting no further time, Donyeyu grasped the diminutive fox and crashed it against his chest. Aya! Following a heart-wrenching scream, the nine-tailed fox vanished, replaced by a swirling sealing technique suddenly emblazoned upon Donyeyu's chest. Leaning against a stone, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Yet, as chakra continuously surged from within, his pallid complexion quickly regained a healthy hue. This is the power of the Nine Tails. This is the might of the two-in sealing technique. Donyeyu marveled, feeling the chakra within him flowing like a furnace, invigorating him. The sheer volume of chakra was staggering. Even if he devoted his entire life to training, he could never hope to cultivate such power. Yet now, by sealing it within himself, he possessed an inexhaustible source of chakra. However, could this truly withstand the curse mark? Kushina recognized me. Can I still remain in this hidden leaf? After a brief moment of elation, overwhelming uncertainty about the future washed over him. At that moment, a white-haired woman, Tamamo no Mae, appeared silently behind Dongyeyu. So, what do you intend to do now? Your identity has been exposed, and you find yourself in great peril. At this juncture, there remained but one course of action. Dongyeyu's expression gradually settled into calm, yet within, a tempest of emotions began to swell, layer upon layer. Yuzuki's lips curled into a subtle smile, as if she had already discerned the intentions of her counterpart, yet she feigned curiosity and inquired, "Oh, what method is that?" The response was clear. It entailed eliminating the aged Shimura Danzo before the situation could fully unravel. Dongyeyu had relinquished any hope of concealing his identity. Thus, he resolved to assassinate Danzo, the most formidable threat to him, before his true self was entirely exposed. A year prior, Dongyeyu had lacked such confidence. However, after more than a year of rigorous training and nurturing, even without the Nine Tails, he had become one of the most elite shinobi. With the Nine Tails now at his command, he believed that an ambush on the unsuspecting Danzo was within the realm of possibility. Yuzuki was quite pleased with this response and smiled, saying, "Is there anything I can assist you with, my dear? I still possess considerable energy." It appeared that her recent efforts had significantly suppressed the Nine Tails, but in truth, she had merely made a fleeting appearance. It was the Nine Tails' own fear that had afforded Dongyeyu the opportunity to act. Had the Nine Tails not succumbed to its own terror, even Yuzuki, in her current form, would have found it challenging to contend with such a powerful adversary, as her external manifestation was merely a fraction of her true strength. "Just create chaos within the village for me. Can you be ruthless?" Dongyeyu queried, his stomach grumbling from the long interval since his last meal. Upon hearing this, he paused, slowly turning to regard Yuzuki's exquisite visage, which now bore a bewitching expression. "Except for that fellow named Hyuga Hisashi, the rest are fair game." "Understood," Yuzuki cooed. And with that, her form vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Minato learned from Kushina that the mysterious figure was Dongyeyu. After relaying this news to Minato, Kushina succumbed to deep unconsciousness. That night, she endured immense suffering. The agony of childbirth, the excruciating extraction of the tailed beast, the physical toll of unmasking Dongyeyu, followed by a near-fatal stab to her abdomen. Were it not for her Uzumaki lineage, coupled with her extraordinary mental fortitude and strength, anyone else would have perished. Minato, unfamiliar with emergency care, was thrown into a state of panic upon witnessing the penetrating wound in his wife's abdomen. His immediate instinct was to stem the bleeding with chakra and hastily transport her to the Konoha hospital. "Hold on, Kushina," he urged, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at the unconscious form of his beloved. Despite his own grievous injuries, he did not falter in his steps. He cursed himself for not having recognized Dongyeyu's ambitions sooner. If he had seen through that chaos earlier, perhaps Kushina, Bawako, and others would not have met such fates. He was oblivious to the current state of the Nine Tails and had no desire to know. His focus was solely on one presence. "Kushina, we'll drink later. If this continues, my wife will certainly scold me again. Indeed, until next time, Senior Kakashi. Until we meet again." As Yumino Ikika spoke, he turned and ventured into the shadowy alley, intending to take a shortcut home. As a veteran jonin of Konoha, he was not only renowned within the village but also held a certain degree of fame throughout the entire ninja world. This reputation attracted many younger ninjas who sought to curry favor with him. Social gatherings, such as banquets and drinking parties, were as commonplace to him as daily meals. After all, one must possess a sense of social etiquette. Being overly aloof is hardly a virtue. Of course, he would never neglect his family because of this. Irika seemed to have reached graduation age. In the blink of an eye, he had grown so much. Reflecting on his child's appearance, Yumino Ikaku sighed at the swift passage of time, unaware of the ominous presence that had entered the dark alley. By the time he realized it, a delicate hand had inexplicably settled upon his chest. Though he was aging, he still considered himself relatively fit. A voice, laden with seduction, whispered in his ear. Just as he intended to turn and discover its owner, he found his body inexplicably succumbing to the ground. Thud. This renowned jonin of Konoha, acknowledged even in the wider ninja realm, met his demise in this forsaken, pitch-black alley. Tamamo no Mae glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, then at the warm heart in her hand. Her once cherry-red lips slowly parted, transforming into a gaping maw as she devoured the heart whole. Crimson blood splattered from her mouth, adding an alluringly sinister charm to her exquisite visage. However, this spectacle was fleeting. The blood seemed to seep into her skin, vanishing without a trace. The flavor was acceptable. It appeared to be that of a jonin from the human realm. Perhaps she should sample the heart of the so-called Hokage instead? Tamamo mused, momentarily contemplating the visage marked by age spots, but ultimately decided against it. In comparison to the taste of the food itself, she preferred its appearance, at the very least ensuring it did not completely diminish her appetite. Tilting her head, she pondered until two silhouettes gradually materialized in her mind. Akatsuki and Fugaku. Their flavor should be quite delightful. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, she raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. In an instant, a flurry of white foxes burst forth from Yumino Ikiku's heart, swiftly darting out of the alley and lunging at unsuspecting passers-by. She had not forgotten her primary role. When it came to causing disruption and sowing chaos, she excelled beyond measure. "Ah, my dear heart, do not let me down," she chuckled softly. This night was destined to be one of unrest. With the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha, having preserved a significant portion of its strength, was on the brink of the greatest turmoil in its history.